You're listening to After the Ending, Book 1 in the Ending series, a post-apocalyptic fantasy and romance adventure, written by Lindsey Fairleigh and Lindsey Pogue. This is part 2 of a 2-part audiobook. You can find more about this series, links to other books in the Ending world, and our suggested reading order in the description below. Be sure to like and subscribe, and happy listening.
Chapter 25, Danny. I hadn't thought it was possible, but I was even more sore when I woke from my daylight slumber. I emerged from the tent in the late afternoon, my joints creaking like I was the Tin Man in need of oil. And my muscles, oh, my muscles, they seemed to have calcified and merged with my bones. Just one more night, I reminded myself. My plan to travel during the dark hours each day had proven ingenious so far. I'd been able to avoid my abandoned group, if they were even looking for me, and crazies alike. As I puttered around the campsite, my head throbbed with an emotional hangover from the previous day's overwhelming doses of loneliness and despair. I felt numb, mentally sluggish, and a little sick. Not that it mattered. I had things to do. To appease my dream stalker, I refrained from speaking aloud to my animal companions. I almost broke the rule when it was time to leave. Where's Jack? He was just here. In the fading light, I searched the periphery of the campground, crunching pine cones and needles loudly as I moved from site to site. What little heat the December sun had provided during the day was dissipating quickly, and eerie shadows were being cast between the towering redwoods. I desperately wanted to get moving before the chills settled deeper into my body and stole what little mobility I had left. Just as I opened my mouth to quietly call for him, Jack trotted out of some nearby bushes with a wagging tail. He barked merrily. I glared at him. "And where have you been?" He lay down before me, rolling over to offer his neck in submission. Awareness dawned on me like the rays of the rising sun. It was so simple, so obvious. I had been experiencing the symptoms of one of MG's abilities over the past few weeks. I'd just assigned the effects to the wrong being. It's not that Jack's the smartest dog in the world. It's that I'm in his head. Without moving a muscle, I stared at the groveling dog and projected the thought, "Stand up, Jack." He stood, watching me expectantly. "Go over to Wings." Jack immediately pranced over to the horse a dozen paces away. "Both of you, come here." Like well-rehearsed actors, Jack and Wings closed the distance between us until we stood in a cluster at the center of the campground. I can talk to animals. In their minds. Holy crap! Thoughts raced around my head, making me dizzy, and I dropped to my knees on the cold ground. I just sat there, looking at nothing. Jack sniffed my face and whined.
"Mother, okay? Hurt?"
I stared at him in shock, knowing with certainty that the deep, rough voice in my head had come from my dog. It's not just one way. How did I miss this? The cynical part of me whispered silently, because I wanted to, because I was afraid, because I didn't want to be a crazy. Belatedly, I thought, this is the coolest thing ever. "No, sweet boy," I said both out loud and in Jack's mind. "I'm fine. You're such a good boy." I scratched his neck for a few more seconds before standing and turning my attention to Wings. "I suppose you don't really need this, do you?" I asked, tugging gently on her bridle. If we could talk in each other's minds, I figured we could manage traveling without Wings having several chunks of metal jammed into her mouth.
"No, remove, please."
Her voice was as rich and sweet as vanilla custard. Neither Jack nor Wings actually spoke in words. Rather, it was like I could instinctively decipher the meaning of their projected thoughts. and my brain seemed to translate them into something recognizable. It was the same as listening to someone speak a foreign language for the first time and just knowing what they were saying. I wasn't sure how it worked or why, only that it did. Obliging Wings, I freed her of the tangle of leather and metal and tossed the entire contraption into some nearby ferns. It took me longer than usual because my hands were shaking with adrenaline. Feeling suddenly awkward about forcing her to carry me, I pointed to her back and asked, "May I?" She consented with a snort. As we made our way out of the campground, questions bounced around my mind like ping pong balls. Am I delusional? Is this real? How can it be? I let Wings and Jack navigate the highway while I tried to do the same with my thoughts. A few hours after midnight, we passed the scattered houses on the outskirts of town. Finally, after 10 days of painfully slow travel, first by car with the others, then by horse on my own, I had arrived in Bodega Bay. I was home. During the long hours of the night, I'd managed to wrestle with uncertainty, eventually accepting reality. My ability was real. I could talk to animals and they could talk to me. I had also come up with a plan. There were a few places I needed to visit first, but I knew exactly where we would hunker down. Riding through the abandoned streets of my neighborhood, I felt like a stranger in my own town. It was as though my home had transformed into an Old West ghost town. I half expected to hear rusty signs squeaking and to see a tumbleweed bouncing across the worn pavement. As far as I could tell, I was completely alone. Maybe this was a bad idea. Where once they had been familiar and welcoming, the grassy hills to the west now seemed foreboding. Anything could have been hiding behind their gentle slopes. Even the waves crashing against the jagged rocks sounded malevolent, like they were purposely masking any audible warnings of danger. Apprehension built inside me as we closed in on Graham's house. I hadn't seen a single living person since leaving Fort Bragg, but I was desperately hoping to find one in there. Dismounting in the driveway, I asked Wings to stay hidden in the nearby trees. I'd expected to feel relief when I finally approached my childhood home. Instead, the steel gray color of the siding had gone from soothing to dreary, and the various nooks and crannies surrounding the sprawling split-level house provided numerous hiding places for potential threats. My knees trembled as I slowly ascended the front steps. Jack followed me, his tail drooping. What if she's like Aunt Janet? I thought, standing on the porch and staring at the familiar coral white front door. Or what if she's a crazy? If Grams is here, we have to find her, I told Jack. He sat down obediently and waited for me to open the door. Fear caused my hand to shake as I grasped the doorknob and thought, please be locked. The handle caught when I twisted it, like it was trying to deny me entrance, but then the latch clicked and the door slowly swung open. Jack pushed into the house in front of me while I stood on the welcome mat and held my breath. Taming my wild emotions, I exhaled and gingerly breathed in through my nose. There was only the smell of home, a combination of cinnamon, chamomile, wax, and pine that filled the house year-round from Graham's compulsive cleaning and candle-making habits. It was the most glorious thing I'd ever smelled, and not for nostalgia's sake. Graham's wasn't rotting in her own home. There was still hope. Grams? I called out, stepping tentatively into the dark house and shutting the door. I flipped the entryway light switch, but nothing happened. Are you here? Grams? I roamed around the familiar cluster of rooms, hallways, and stairs, only tripping over an out-of-place ottoman and a pair of galoshes in the inky darkness. "Grams?" I opened her downstairs bedroom door, hoping to find her asleep in her bed, but my hope proved useless. She's not here. I sat heavily on the end of her quilt-covered mattress. "Where are you, Grams?" I whispered into the darkness. Feeling myself coming unhinged, I reined in my emotions and hurried out of the room. Jack joined me as I reached the front door, and together we went back outside. "I'll find her," I promised myself, and headed down the street toward Zoe's house. An hour later, I'd finished searching the equally deserted home. Like Graham's, Zoe's dad was ominously absent. Defeated and disheartened, I guided Jack and Wings across town to the ranch where I'd worked during high school. Not a street light glowed along my path. Not a ray of light shone through a window. Is anyone even alive? Even though it was still dark when we arrived at Bodega Bay Riders Ranch, the surroundings instantly comforted me. It was the only familiar place I could come up with that Jason might not think to check, if he even searches for me at all. As I dismounted and sent Wings out to pasture, I couldn't help but dwell on Jason, the man I had to avoid in order to protect. He, along with the rest of the group, would be arriving in Bodega Bay in the morning. He would be in the same abandoned town as me, and I didn't know if I had the strength to resist going to him. To keep him alive, I can.
Chapter 26. Zoe. I'd been up all night in the hospital, doing everything I could to help Harper make Summer's final hours as pain-free as possible. She rambled incoherently, and her vomiting and convulsions had increased. By nightfall, her body was bloated and shivering, and she was delusional. Harper couldn't let her suffer any longer. "Tanya," he said grimly, "her kidneys and liver aren't functioning. It's only a matter of time."
Tanya sat beside Summer's hospital bed, clutching her sister's hand. Her puffy eyes stayed locked on her sister's trembling body as she slowly shook her head in defeat. Though Summer's waning skin color and weakening body were obvious, Tanya refused to let her go. Summer's all she has left. I wished I could do something, anything, to help the sobbing woman. I imagined myself in a similar situation with Danny, and something in my chest clenched. Unable to watch the miserable scene any longer, I excused myself and left the room. As I walked away, I heard Harper say,
"I'm sorry, but there's nothing we can do for her now. I know this is difficult, but we have no choice. We need to sedate her. She's suffering, and I can't allow it to go on."
Tanya's only audible response was to cry harder. I was grateful Tanya had Clara to comfort her. They'd been through hell over the last few weeks, but at least they had each other. I tried not to imagine something terrible happening to my brother or Danny, the only two people I had left in the world. After giving Summer enough morphine to put her in a deep, painless sleep, Harper joined me at the emergency room's central nurses station. I was cleaning up the disarray left behind by the tornado of Summer's decline. Not wanting to disturb the women in the nearby trauma room, Harper spoke softly.
"It's arsenic poisoning. I'm almost certain."
My head shot up in disbelief, and I stared at him. Arsenic?
"It's the only thing that makes sense. And as soon as I finish the blood work, I'll know for sure."
But how? Accidentally? She wouldn't have done it to herself, would she? I thought about the images I'd seen in Jones's mind of the naked woman crying.
Was she handling things so badly that she'd want to end her own life?
Not likely. Someone had to have done this to her,
Harper said adamantly. I immediately knew who. Jones, I whispered. Harper studied me, his eyes narrowed.
That's my guess.
He said things, and I hesitated. I know what he was capable of. It was either him or Taylor. Harper exhaled heavily.
Do I even want to know?
Holding his eyes, I shook my head. I think you should pull them all aside. Stacy, Tanya, and Clara, I mean, and see if they want to talk about what happened to them here. I'm sure I saw only a sliver of the monstrous things Jones did. My mind rewound to the woods, to the feeling of Taylor's foul hands assaulting my trembling body, but I shoved the memory away.
Having been a horrible chemistry student, I was pleased with myself when I recalled some facts about the poisonous compound. Isn't arsenic in cigarettes and rat poison? Maybe she just... Entertained by my naivete, Harper gave me a small smile. True, it's a lot of places, but what we come in contact with on a daily basis is either organic or in such small quantities that it doesn't hurt us. What Summer's been subjected to is inorganic, which makes it extremely dangerous.
He paused for a moment, thinking.
Arsenic's been used in chemical warfare throughout history. It's possible there's some here on base.
He ran splayed fingers through his short, dark hair, exhausted and defeated. I could feel guilt weighing him down, clouding his rationality. I reached out and gently squeezed his shoulder. Don't blame yourself, H. There's nothing you could have done. You said so yourself.
My attempt at a reassuring touch was ineffective. Regret was pouring out of him.
You need to get some rest, I told him.
I should have picked up on the symptoms sooner.
Suddenly, Harper's guilt-ridden eyes brightened.
I think I saw arsenic in the armory yesterday.
Hearing soft footsteps, Harper and I turned to see Clara standing in the doorway to the trauma room. Her eyes were bloodshot, and her face was swollen and blotchy. After an uncomfortable silence, she breathed. Summer's gone. Harper hurried into the room to check Summer's pulse. She was gone. As everyone said their final goodbyes, relief filled the air, mixing with the suffocating sadness. I left the hospital, suddenly drowning in morbid thoughts of Danny and what horrible things might have happened to her. I hadn't heard from her since she'd gone off on her own, and I knew Jones and Taylor weren't the only sickos stalking around out there. But thinking of Danny triggered my protective instincts, and they quickly overpowered my grim thoughts. I should make sure Tanya's okay. After finding everything necessary for tea in the kitchen and dampening a washcloth with warm water, I headed to Tanya's room. I felt like a stranger as I tapped on her door, wondering if I'd be intruding. When I heard her timid voice call for me to come in, I entered. Tanya and Stacy were sitting on the bed, staring at me with drawn faces. Their grief was thick and palpable. I could feel the intensity of their emotions like they were my own. Sitting in a chair beside the bed, Clara appeared far more composed. Tanya wiped her red-rimmed eyes and sat up from her curled position on top of the comforter. Hi, she said raggedly, gathering her unkempt, mousy brown hair into a ponytail. Smiling sympathetically, I walked over to the bedside table and set down the tray. I brought some tea and a wet washcloth, if you want it. Thank you, Tanya whispered. She picked up the damp cloth and placed it against her forehead. I'll go see what there is to eat, Stacy said as she rose and left the room. Is there anything else I can get for you? I asked Tanya, hoping to make myself somewhat useful on such a depressing day. No, I'm fine. Thanks, Tanya said, motioning for me to join her on the bed.
So much has been going on the last few days. I feel like I barely know you.
I appeased her by sitting down, though I felt uncomfortable being the center of attention. Tanya seemed eager for the distraction. What would you like to know?
I know Sanchez and her team met up with you in Ohio. Is that where you're from?
It took me a brief moment to recall everything that had happened over the last few weeks. No, actually, I'm from California, but I was living in Massachusetts when all this happened, I said, gesturing around the room. Tanya's face lit up.
Really? I've always wanted to go to California. I grew up in Michigan, where I met and married my husband, Stephen. The virus got him early on. He was transferred here right after we married. I've never been anywhere else.
Her reminiscent tone became distant.
Summer was visiting me for Christmas from Texas. That's where she was going to school. She never settled down, said she never wanted to.
She looked down at her hands.
I'm sure she was glad to be here with you. I know I'd be glad to be with family if I could.
I frowned as I thought of my father. Is he alone? Is he dying? Is he already gone? Tanya nodded and shifted, pulling the blankets up around her. After a while, she dozed off. She was small like Danny, and her petite frame almost disappeared under the thickness of the blankets. In the silence, I examined her room, noting how similar it was to my own. She had a few books strewn on her bedside table and a pile of tissues on the floor close by. Clothes were heaped in the corner, and unlike my quarters, the walls were bare. There was nothing to distract from the sorrow filling the room. Afraid of waking Tanya, I slowly started to rise, but froze when Clara said, "You're very beautiful." Her words were an observation more than a compliment, almost an accusation, and her piercing blue eyes seemed to burrow into my soul. I hesitated. Thanks. Suddenly her expression softened. Sorry, that sounded less weird in my head. Her smile was demure and innocent. Maybe she's bipolar. It's a nice compliment. Thank you. I definitely haven't felt very pretty lately. I pointed to my healing face. You look much better, she said, her unblinking stare still locked on me. Tanya tossed fitfully, thankfully interrupting the uncomfortable moment. Have you known Tanya for long? I asked. Clara shook her head and moved to close the mini blinds, shutting out the sun. Jake and I arrived a week before you did. Ah, yes, the inescapable Jake. I've gotten to know the others well enough since then. As Clara watched Tanya sleep, I felt the seriousness of her emotions. I could sense her gratitude and suspicion, although I didn't understand what was causing them. How long have you known Jake? I wondered aloud. Her eyes shot over to me, scrutinizing my face. A while. Smiling shyly, she added, We have quite the past, actually. Then maybe you can tell me what his deal is. His deal? Her pale eyebrows raised in question. I threw my hands up. Why he dislikes me so much? Clara's nose wrinkled with displeasure, and she looked briefly menacing before moving to fold some loose blankets that had been piled on the floor. I'm not sure. He never really explained it to me, and I try not to pry. She looked at me like I was a problem she had to fix. Warning duly noted. Got it. Had the sudden urge to get as far away from her as possible. I'm going to check on Harper. Please let me know if Tanya needs anything. I grumbled, leaving Tanya in Clara's care. I headed down the hall to Harper's room. His door was shut, and I hoped he was getting some rest, so I made my way toward the mess hall instead. At finding Sarah and Biggs locked in an embrace, moaning and groping, I made a quick exit. I did not want to watch them making out on a cafeteria table. I wanted to sketch and needed some fresh air to collect my thoughts. After stopping by my room to pick up my messenger bag of drawing supplies, I burst through the main doors out into the sunshine. The air was chilly, but my hair was pulled back into a ponytail, allowing the sun to kiss my face and the back of my neck, warming my skin. I squinted, basking in the rays. The old me would have grabbed some sunblock to prevent more freckles from dressing my cheeks, but the new me quickly dismissed such trivialities. As I wandered beyond the yard surrounding the barracks, I stepped off the sidewalk toward a cluster of trees. I spotted a small pond with a few pine trees scattered around it, creating the perfect oasis for me to think. Except Jake sat under one of the evergreens, absent-mindedly carving something on a stick. I wasn't in the mood to argue with him, but Cooper's head rose at the sound of a twig breaking beneath my shoe. Jake looked up before I could sneak away. "Is everything okay?" I brushed away the suggestion of concern, knowing the question had probably been asked out of politeness. "Yeah, just getting some fresh air." Standing a few yards from him, I debated what to do. My words came out before I could stop them. "What's your problem with me?" I asked, sounding more pathetic than I'd intended. "It'd be nice to know what I did to make you so cold toward me." Frowning, Jake stood. I'd never seen someone look so frustrated for no apparent reason. When he said nothing, I continued. "I barely know you, but you're always irritated around me." "It's not personal," he said, like that was all the explanation I needed. He was just like my stupid brother, detached and in control all the time. My curiosity melted away, and annoyance solidified in its place. "Right," I said. "So I should just ignore your bad attitude whenever I'm around you? Try not to let it affect me?" He ignored my sarcasm. "I'm leaving soon, so it won't be a problem," he said, turning away dismissively. I threw my hands in the air. "Oh, great! Well, as long as you won't be around for long, I think I can manage." His calm, collected arrogance was infuriating. I turned to leave, needing to get away from him before I embarrassed myself with an unflattering outburst. I started to walk away, vowing I would never bother him again, but hesitated. "Do you have any idea what it feels like to know someone saved your life, then wonder if they wish they hadn't?" Keeping my back to him, I continued quietly. "It feels like shit." I hadn't realized the truth in those words until I'd spoken them out loud. "Merry Christmas," I mumbled bitterly, wondering how much worse the coming year would be. As I walked away, I heard Jake mutter, "Damn it."
Chapter 27. Danny. "Cam, no!" I screamed as my dead boyfriend's decomposing body lunged at me.
"You abandoned me,"
he yelled. Bloody spittle sprayed from his decaying lips.
"You said you'd stay with me. Why'd you leave? For him?"
He was pointing at a man suddenly standing beside me. Jason. Cam altered his trajectory, instead attacking Jason, who was utterly unaware of our presence. As Cam pulled him to the ground, he began taking huge bites out of Jason's neck and face. Jason did nothing to defend himself. "No!" I leapt at Cam, but couldn't grasp any part of his melting skin. I gagged. He lifted his face and swallowed.
"I'll make him part of me. You'll see. Then you'll have to love me again."
I gathered my strength, preparing to attack the man I had loved with all of my heart. Suddenly, I was crouched alone on a featureless, ash-gray floor.
"I'd planned to be here sooner,"
MG said above me.
"Sorry."
"Whatever.
I rasped, standing again. Not your job to look after me and my demented mind. Don't worry about it. Swallowing roughly, I replayed the image of a rotting Cam consuming Jason's flesh. It was a new twist on the nightmare, and almost more than I could take. MG smirked.
You know, I think I might love you.
You'll get over it, I told him. I figured it out, by the way. He quirked his lips.
You figured, so what can you do?
Like he didn't already know. I squinted my eyes, feigning deep thought. Well, I can speak 4 languages, and I'm really good with computers, and I can solve a mean differential equation.
Danny.
I swatted his arm and strutted away. Calm down, MG. I'm kidding. It's the animals.
Which means?
Still facing away, I said, it means I can talk to them, and they can talk to me. Well, not out loud. In their minds. He looked amazed.
Both ways? I haven't seen that yet. What about people? Can you do them too?
With a hand on my hip, I turned. Did you really just ask me that? He smiled wickedly.
You know what I mean.
Yeah, and I have no idea. I haven't exactly been surrounded by people lately.
But I thought there were others with you.
Why would you think that? Are you spying on me? I stalked toward him. He rolled his eyes.
Calm down, Beastmaster. I could feel their sleeping minds near yours. Kind of an amazing ability,
he said, pointing to himself. Right. MG, without warning, was instantly gone. Around me, a familiar expanse of beach replaced the ashen surroundings. Feeling a warm breeze on my bare skin, I realized I was once again in my bikini and was looking out at the vast expanse of the Pacific Ocean. The rhythmic movement of the water was hypnotic. At least it had been before a certain unrequested dream visitor rose out of the swells and slowly made his way toward the beach. You gotta be kidding, I muttered. Wearing only swim trunks, MG glistened as water streamed down his upper body in rivulets. His pale, toned abdomen and shoulders drew my attention, no matter how hard I tried to ignore them. MG drank in my reaction, stopping several feet away. I blushed intensely and narrowed my eyes. Seriously, this is just too ridiculous. He chuckled, the noise making me bristle even more. Who are you, anyway? I snapped.
I'm the only person who can help you learn to use your special little skill,
he responded.
Now, tell me why you're suddenly alone.
For some reason, I wanted to tell him why I'd left. I just wanted to tell someone, anyone. I needed another human to listen, to understand, and to say I'd done the right thing. As I sat down on the warm sand and hugged my knees to my chest, MG crouched next to me. The words tumbled around in my head chaotically until I opened my mouth and they spilled out. I couldn't have stopped them even if I'd wanted to. By the time I finished speaking, MG knew everything about the situation with Cece and my departure from Fort Bragg. He even knew a little bit about my unrequited feelings for Jason. At the conclusion of my story, he asked,
So Jason, was he the one in the other dream? The guy who called you Red?
Yeah, I whispered, wondering if it had been a mistake to include any details about my feelings for another man. MG was right. I did need him to help me understand my ability, and I couldn't risk driving him off with inopportune jealousy. MG shook his head.
He better appreciate what you've done for him.
Combined with the glint of admiration in his eyes, his words implied approval. He thought I'd done the right thing. Thank you.
So, what do you do now? Stay where you are?
I really don't know, I confessed. I wondered why he hadn't invited me to join him wherever he was,
considering how much he seemed to like me.
Whatever you do, you need to learn how to control your ability.
I shrugged. I don't think it'll be that difficult. Once I realized I wasn't losing my mind, talking to Jack and Wings became pretty easy.
I'm assuming you're referring to your dog and horse?
I nodded, and he continued.
You can communicate with them, but what about other animals? Do you have to know them? Do they have to be near you? Can you talk to more than one at the same time? And what about people?
Staring at the ocean's foamy edge, I responded, I guess I don't know as much as I thought I did.
Which is why you have me,
he said, draping his arm over my shoulders and pulling me closer. I leaned against his warm skin, reveling in the first human touch I'd experienced in days. It wasn't real, but that didn't matter.
You need to practice,
MG told me.
Seek out random animals with your mind and try to converse with them. Experiment with what you can do. Maybe pick one type of animal, preferably a harmless one, and call as many to you as you can.
I nodded slowly. Okay, I'll work on it. What about the people thing? Can't I try it on you? I asked, hopeful that he would agree. If I could learn to talk to people in their minds, I might be able to talk to Zoe.
If, and it's a big if, your ability works on humans too, I'm probably too far away.
How far? Where are you? I pulled away and looked into his pale blue eyes. Studying me, he ran a hand through his chin-length blonde hair. It was curling at the ends as it dried. With a deep breath, he answered,
Like I said, too far.
Do you know anything about the colony?
Yeah, some.
Do you know if it's safe? He frowned slightly.
I'm really not sure.
That's where my group is headed, eventually, I explained wistfully. After a long hesitation, MG asked,
Will you follow them?
I thought about his question for a while. I don't know. He seemed to consider my answer but didn't respond. Instead, he said,
I have to go.
Oh.
I'm sorry. I'll see you again soon.
And with that, I was alone. I woke in the late morning and spent several hours readying a stall for Wings and inventorying my meager belongings. My supply of food was almost expended, with only 2 packages of freeze-dried meals and a few cups of kibble for Jack. It was time for some scavenging. After checking the ranch's main house, a post and beam building that had been used more as an office than as a home for nearly a decade, and therefore held little of use, food-wise, I knew I would have to head into town. Leaning against the whitewashed pasture fence near the stable, I watched the goats and horses graze peacefully. Wings, I called silently. The graceful paint trotted to the fence. Jack and I will be gone for a few hours. We're going to look for food.
Apples?
She asked eagerly. I laughed and spoke out loud, even though I didn't need to. I'll look for apples. Will you be okay here alone? She snorted.
Not alone, many friends.
She was right. A small herd of friendly horses and goats were munching on grass in the pasture behind her. Remembering MG's suggestion, I decided it was the perfect time to practice using my ability. To experiment, as he'd said. Hesitantly, I opened my mind, attempting to reach out to all of the horses and goats meandering within the pasture's fences. Come to me, I projected, and the thought reverberated like a gong. In a small stampede, every horse and goat began to purposefully move toward me.
Mother,
Jack called with worry.
look.
Shit, I hissed. More than just the ranch animals had heard my call. Hundreds of small critters, from birds to squirrels to skunks, were scurrying through the grassy fields all around me. They were heading straight for me. As the first few came close enough to touch, I worried they would try to climb up my legs or gnaw on my boots. But my worry proved unnecessary. Those who were close enough sniffed me and rubbed their faces against my legs. The rest babbled eagerly in my head while they chattered and chirped aloud. Within minutes, I was surrounded by a multitude of animals, and in the distance, more were approaching. There were a few llamas, several dozen deer, and a variety of potential predators. At the sight of a large bobcat, I began to panic. I shooed the animals with my arms and exclaimed, "Go away!" They continued advancing, amplifying my panic. What do I do? Oh crap, oh crap. It was time for some straw grasping. I concentrated and remembered how it had felt when I'd call them to me. A myriad of connections snapped into existence between my mind and those of each of the creatures huddling and scurrying around me. Leave me, please. I'm really sorry for interrupting your day, I said. There's no way this is going to work. Luckily, I was wrong. Hundreds of greetings and farewells flitted through my mind as the small horde of woodland creatures dispersed. I sighed. Great, I'm an apocalyptic Disney princess. Zoe is going to laugh her ass off. Both shaken and relieved, I gathered the one animal I did want as a companion, Jack, and headed toward town with a large, empty backpack. I patted my coat to reassure myself the pistol was still holstered underneath it. Thank you, Jason, I mused. During the mile-long walk, I used the bushes and trees to conceal myself as best I could. My self-defense skills were far from perfect, but my stealth skills were razor-sharp from hundreds of high school nights spent sneaking out with Zoe. I was just creeping between a ragged thicket of evergreens and a stagnant pond when I saw movement on the nearby road. I quickly slipped behind the thick trunk of one of the pines and peeked around it to watch two men pass. They were repulsively dirty and periodically shoved each other, laughing whenever one of them stumbled. Are they drunk or crazies? It didn't matter. Either way, they were dangerous. Once they were out of sight, I slinked to the next cluster of trees. Very cautiously, I made my way to Grams's backyard. Her house seemed like the best place to start my scavenging, especially since I knew where everything was. She'd always been a big believer in stocking up for a rainy day, though I'd always wondered how much rain would justify 20 cases of water and dozens of flats of canned tuna. Crossing the barren winter garden, moving between redwood planter boxes filled with rows and bunches of herbs, veggies, and dormant berry bushes, I froze. Someone had just passed by the dining room window, their outlines showing faintly against the sage-green linen curtains. Somebody's in my house. Damn it! But could it be Grams? Painfully slowly, I inched back to the planter box at the farthest edge of the property and ducked behind an enormous rosemary bush. Unable to resist, I poked my head above the shrubbery and watched the window. Luckily, my green cable knit cap blended in better with the surroundings than my crimson locks. The shadow reappeared minutes later, but I couldn't identify the figure through the curtain. Come on, look outside. Let me see your face. Suddenly, the curtain moved to the side, and a familiar, perplexed face looked out into the garden. Crap! Jason! Crap! I huddled closer to the ground, afraid to move, afraid to breathe, afraid to even think. Seconds later, the back door flung open, and heavy footsteps thudded down the deck stairs.
Danny, where are you?
Jason called out. At hearing him, I squeezed my eyes shut, and my heart skipped several beats. More footsteps followed, along with Chris's baffled voice. Jason, what are you doing? Jason's voice was rough and insistent, a combination that shredded my heart.
Danny. I thought I heard her. Did you? She told me to look outside.
He heard me. Holy crap, it works on people. Without my vehement command that he lay down and be quiet, Jack would have launched himself across several empty planter boxes and tackled first Jason and then Chris. I was tempted to do the same thing. Fighting against my own desperate desires was one of the hardest things I'd ever done. It was a struggle just to keep my thoughts from calling out to my friends. More voices and footsteps thumped onto the deck. Slowly, I found a sparse spot in my herbaceous shield and watched a nightmare play out. Cece stood feet away from Jason, pointing at him.
You all heard him. He's hearing voices. He's a crazy freak, just like everyone else we find. We can't keep following someone who isn't even sane.
What are you doing in my house, bitch? With a haughty sneer, Cece turned away to face the handful of men gathered behind her on the deck. Her harem.
We need a new leader. Someone who won't make us stay in some little shit-stained town just to look for one whiny little bitch.
What the hell is she doing? She's insane. Everyone but Chris and Jason nodded in agreement. Where are the others? Where's Kai? Where's Hunter?
Good,
Cece said smugly.
Now we just need to dispose of you.
Turning back to Jason and Chris, she drew her sidearm and trained it on Zoe's brother. Her followers did the same, half aiming at Chris and half at Jason. Both of my friends stood as motionless as statues. This can't be happening.
I tried to give you a chance to see things my way. I even got rid of that little, "Fuck off, you psycho bitch."
Jason's hands clenched into tight fists, and he snarled,
I never should have touched your skanky ass. I will kill you for what you did.
Cece stuck out her lower lip in a mocking pout and tapped the barrel of her gun lightly against her mouth.
You were so unreasonable, taking her side on everything. At least I didn't do anything permanent. Not like what's about to happen to you.
She smiled wickedly, again aiming her weapon in his direction.
You really should have been more supportive, more understanding. You had a chance after she left, but you missed it. You're fucking insane,
Jason stated. Cece shrugged, dismissing his opinion with that single gesture. In a few steps, she was inches from him. She pressed the muzzle of her weapon into his abdomen and stood on tiptoes to whisper in his ear, pausing to kiss his neck softly. As she spoke, his fists clenched and unclenched. From my vantage point, Jason seemed to be expending a Herculean amount of restraint to remain still. Before she finished talking, her hands still groping him like a lover, Jason made his move. His body blocked my view of his sudden strike, but I could still hear. With a sickening snap, Cece's gun clattered onto the weathered wood. It took Jason less than a second to spin Cece around and maneuver her into a chokehold, clutching the side of her head while she whimpered. Even with several handguns trained on him, Jason had gained the momentary upper hand.
Lower your weapons or I'll break more than her wrist,
he warned. Distracted by Jason's deadly grace, I hadn't noticed Chris draw what appeared to be a sawed-off shotgun. She had it aimed at John's chest.
If you kill me, they'll kill you,
Cece gasped between shallow breaths and pathetic whimpers.
Worth it,
Jason said coldly, and I knew he wore a sadistic grin. No, this can't be happening. The situation was spiraling out of control. There were few remaining options that included my friend's survival. Utter desperation filled me. Damn it, I can't lose them. I can't lose him. Of its own accord, a plan formed in my mind. I focused all of my mental energy on Cece. Miss me, bitch? Her whimpers suddenly ceased. I hoped it was because she'd heard my voice in her head and not because Jason was following through on his threat.
I couldn't let him do it. I refused to watch him die. Wasting no time, I continued my assault on Cece's mind. He'll do it, you know, and then what'll you have? Nothing. You'll be dead. You won't even be avenged. Your little followers won't get a shot off. I'll see to that. Think about it, Cece. If I can talk in your head, what else can I do? Cece sobbed. No, it can't be. It's not possible. Her words echoed in my mind. A massive headache was forming in my skull, and my body was beginning to shake from a sudden chill. It was difficult to keep my voice from sounding strained in her head. Oh, it is you, psycho bitch. I'm in your head. Should I stay and play around? I attempted to make my tone even colder as I thought, call them off and get the hell out of here. I couldn't hear her response through a sudden whooshing in my ears. It felt like there was too much blood saturating my brain, making my head throb with an explosive intensity. I tried to see how the scene played out, but my vision was narrowing, dimming. I put all of my effort into watching and listening, but it wasn't enough. Leaden, my eyelids shut, and my head slumped to the ground. Jack's warm body huddled against me as my world faded out of existence.
Chapter 28. Zoe. The morning was gloomy. The weather had progressively worsened, and I wasn't excited about training under the looming, possibly rain-filled clouds that churned in the angry sky. In the warmth of my sleeping quarters, I readied myself for a day of flailing and falling. I layered myself in some of the training attire I'd required from the one-stop shop on base, the PX, according to Harper. With the exception of my brown tank top and combat boots, the army green long-sleeve shirt, cargo pants, and socks, all labeled with Fort Knox, made me look like a walking billboard for the base. My goal? To keep my arms warm, my legs shielded from the scrapes that would come from every scuffle and fall, and to protect my feet from the heel stomping and ankle twisting I would undoubtedly endure. Based on experience, I knew my agility was lacking, but I dressed optimistically. I also knew that the bulkier my clothes were, the more difficulty I'd have bobbing and ducking, and running away. Hoping to minimize the amount of tearing and knotting my long hair would sustain, I weaved it into a thick braid. With my black tresses pulled away from my face, it was easier to see the faint yellow remnants of the bruise on my cheekbone. However, taking in my overall appearance, I was pleasantly surprised. I looked pretty badass. Looked being the operative word. I relished the idea of venting some of my irritation. I was still stewing over what had happened with Jake. His matter-of-fact tone pissed me off, and his inscrutable attitude was getting old. Self-defense lessons would start after breakfast, and unfortunately for Harper, as my trainer and partner, he'd be receiving the brunt of my pent-up aggression. Walking into the mess hall, I found Harper sitting at a long table with Sarah, Biggs, Clara, and Jake. The last thing I wanted was to sit next to Jake while he exuded the mysteriousness that annoyed me so much. Outwardly unfazed by his presence, I passed him on my way to the stainless steel tubs filled with mounds of steaming food. With a smile, I filled my plate with hash browns, bacon, and scrambled eggs, and wondered who was to thank for such a glorious meal. I heard chattering and laughter bubbling up from the tables behind me, and it instantly brightened my mood. The sounds filled the large dining room with vibrancy and comfort. "Hey, Croft, you mind grabbing me some OJ while you're up?" Harper called out. Assuming he was talking to me, I peered back at him. Croft? Yeah, you know, Laura Croft, Tomb Raider, Relic Hunter. You look like her today. She's hot, Biggs added, and I couldn't help but laugh. She's a video game character, Sarah said disapprovingly. She's not hot. She kicks ass. That's totally hot, Biggs reiterated. Jake chuckled. Yeah, she's pretty hot.
Distracted by Jake's comment, I filled a cup until orange juice spilled over the rim. Shit! I spat. Wiping my hand on my pants, I headed to the table. Biggs scooted over to make room for me. Thanks. Harper nodded and winked as I handed him the sticky cup. His charm and playfulness sometimes made me forget he was a medic. I'd always imagined doctors as old and stuffy. Harper was definitely neither. I took a sip from my own cup of orange juice and nodded. Sure thing. Avoiding Jake's penetrating stare was impossible. He sat directly across from me, his attentive eyes alternating between Harper and me. Guilt poured off of him every time our eyes met, but his closed-off expression remained. As I slowly ate my breakfast, I lost myself in thought. I couldn't help wondering what Jake had done before the virus. But even as I told myself I shouldn't care, I knew I did. The simple fact that he wouldn't talk to me made me all the more curious. Jake was tall and strong, someone my dad would have called a strapping young man. With his military-style clothing and close-cropped hair, he could easily be mistaken for a member of the armed forces. I just couldn't picture him taking orders from anyone. Given his rugged appearance and macho build, he could have been a lumberjack. However, I couldn't picture that without the idea of him stripping off his clothes while gyrating to techno music. That made me smile, just a little. "What are you grinning about?" Harper whispered near my ear. "Nothing," I lied, shoving a forkful of hash browns into my mouth. "You ready for your lessons today?" He wiggled his thick eyebrows up and down. I laughed, realizing Harper's eyebrows were a character themselves. He wouldn't be the same without them. I was relieved to see Harper's playful banter had returned. Summer's death had been difficult for him. I could still feel his remorse, just as I'd been feeling everyone else's. It was impossible to ignore. "I think so, although you seem a little too excited about it." I smirked. I'm starting to wonder if I should be nervous. I eyed him carefully, waiting for a muscle twitch or an averted gaze to give him away. "I'll look out for you." His promise was compromised by a mischievous grin. "Yeah, I'm sure." "What, you don't trust me?" He scoffed. "I'm always looking out for the best interest of—" "Yourself," I interrupted, and he laughed. I glanced at Clara as she stood. She was watching me intently. When she noticed me looking at her, she flashed a bright smile and glided away. The pale purple of her yoga pants triggered my memory. And nearly violet eyes flashed in my mind, recalling the look on the mysterious dying woman's face and the feeling of Jake's misery. I suddenly felt nauseated. I looked up and found Jake staring at me. "Are you okay?" he asked. "You look sick." I had to blink to clear the image from my mind. "Yeah, I'm fine," was all I could think to say. "All right, baby girl," Harper said as he stood. "Let's go. Time to get to work." He looked over at Jake. "You coming?" I glanced back and forth between Harper and Jake. "Excuse me?" Jake studied me with unreadable eyes before walking away in silence. Frantically, I followed Harper as he marched down the hall. "I thought I was training with you, H." He shook his head. "No, Jake's your sparring partner." His casualness was maddening. "Great." Walking outside, Harper surveyed the ground and bent down to pick up a few branches and sticks, though I didn't know why he needed them. "You don't like Jake, huh?" He examined a few large twigs before approaching me, seeming a little too entertained by my discomfort. I rolled my eyes. "I'm trying to like him, but he's sort of a dick. He's making it nearly impossible to get to know him, or even talk to him. He won't even let me thank him properly for, I dropped my hands to my sides, realizing I'd been gesturing around wildly. Harper shrugged, which only increased my annoyance. You don't know Sanchez all that well either. Some people are just more private than others. Why is he defending him so much? Not wanting to admit it was true, I remained silent. Give him a break. Besides, he's leaving as soon as his wounds heal. And to answer your question, I am teaching you, but Sanchez brought up a good point. You need to be able to defend yourself against anyone, Zoe. His eyebrows shot up in acknowledgement. Hey, Jake. Perfect timing. I turned to find Jake standing behind me with his arms crossed. I needed to tell Harper that Jake was miraculously already healed. Instead, I was distracted by Jake's inscrutable expression. He looked neither eager nor opposed to being there. Harper cleared his throat, then explained, I want Zoe to learn how to use things around her as weapons at any given moment. She won't always have a gun or a knife or us. He walked over to me, presenting a twig, a stick, and a small branch. Pick the one you want to start with. We'll switch it up as we go. I shrugged and grabbed a gnarly, foot-long stick. After an hour of step-by-step training with Harper, I knew how to effectively knee, kick, elbow, and headbutt my way out of an assailant's hold. In theory, anyway. The stick, which was supposed to be functioning as my weapon, ended up causing me more bodily harm than Harper. Then he pulled Jake away from sparring with Sanchez. Now let's see how well you can put everything together, Harper said, grinning. Show me what you'd do in scenario 1, baby girl. Jake's bigger than you and 5 times as strong. Oh, come on, I'm not that pathetic, I retorted. Harper ignored me and continued. What are you going to do if he has his arms wrapped around you from behind? It was difficult to stay focused as Jake's observant eyes watched me, waiting, but imagining the pleasure I'd feel at taking out my aggression on him, one scratch, stomp, and jab at a time, was enough to inspire my determination to learn. I stood with my back to him, anxiously waiting for his arms to wrap around me. I desperately hoped my body would have zero response. Distracted by Cooper barking as he played with Sanchez a few yards away, I spun around. Just as I did, Jake's arms wrapped around me. His scruffy cheek rubbed against mine, tickling my skin. His breath was warm on my neck, and an earthy scent wafted off him, diverting my attention from what I was supposed to be doing. Wait, what? The pressure of his solid arms wrapped tightly around me was unexpectedly exciting. You're not even trying, Zoe, Harper said, snapping me out of my unwanted, lusty haze. Ah! I finally started to struggle. Jake's hold was unyielding as I wriggled around. After only a few seconds had passed, I was already winded. This is embarrassing. I took a deep breath. Situation 1. A man comes up from behind me. I'm supposed to... Using my thigh muscles, I leaned forward and immediately sprung backward as hard and fast as I could. With the force of my body movement, I knocked Jake off balance and tried to hit his face with the back of my head. My efforts were fruitless. He tilted his head to the side, and the back of my hand missed his face, nearly giving me whiplash as it ricocheted off the top of his shoulder. Shit! I hissed, trying to ignore the sharp pain in the back of my neck. Unsure what to do next, I leaned forward, lifted my legs off the ground, and let my body weight hang limply in his grasp. He stumbled forward, no doubt surprised by my unconventional methods. His head bent down toward me, and I quickly planted my feet back on the ground. As he tried to regain his footing, I headbutted him in the nose. Son of a bitch! He rasped, but his hold tightened. I still couldn't wriggle away. As I continued to struggle, I heard snickering and stopped. Harper and Sanchez were laughing hysterically as they watched us. What do you call that? You look like a monkey, Harper said as he continued laughing, and I realized I must have resembled a cat struggling to escape the suffocating arms of its owner. Jake let go, and I crumpled to the ground with a thud. I was glad to be away from the distracting sensations I felt in his arms, but the sharp pain that shot through my knee upon impact was an unwanted replacement. Catching my breath, I stood up.
Nice headbutt. Would have been more effective if your hair wasn't padding the contact,
Jake told me. Although I knew he was right, I resented his smart-ass tone.
That was definitely one way to do it, Harper agreed. But you didn't get very far, baby girl. Try it again, only this time, let's practice using the second scenario.
Harper took a step back, clapping his hands in an effort to keep me motivated, and Jake immediately seized me from the front. Winded, I quickly tried to collect myself, but with his arms wrapped around me, his scent assaulted me and derailed my concentration yet again. As I struggled, my hair stuck to the stubble of his face like Velcro. I must have looked utterly ridiculous with his arms around me and my face buried in his neck. My curiosity faded as I once again recalled the image of the woman I'd seen in Jake's memories, lying limp and dying in his arms. What part had he played in her death? Unease washed over me at the reminder that Jake was practically a stranger. I reprimanded myself for forgetting that, and common sense kicked in. I was supposed to be kneeing him in the groin, so that's what I did. Distracting Jake with a fake headbutt should have worked, but he'd been watching me train and knew the moves Harper had taught me. It was easy for him to avoid my attack. I tried to knee him, but he blocked my attempt with his leg. He laughed heartily as I struggled in his hold. He's enjoying this way too much. Infuriated, I bit his neck with guilty pleasure. Although the element of surprise would have sufficed, I bit him harder than necessary, and he shouted in pain. I kneed him in the groin as hard as I could, and when his grip loosened, I elbowed him in the face. Squirming out of his hold, I began to dance victoriously. Jake's expression was a mix of anger, pain, and amusement. He winced a couple of times, but my celebration was short-lived. He was in less pain than I'd hoped. Bent over and breathing deeply, he smirked.
Feel better?
Actually, yes, I do, I admitted. Harper sauntered over with his mouth drawn into a proud smile.
Great job, baby girl. A little unorthodox, but hey, it worked.
He wrapped his arm around my shoulder and pulled me in for a friendly squeeze. You said I'd have to think on my feet. I looked back at Jake, who was still bent over in fading pain, watching us. Harper laughed.
All right, enough playtime for today. Let's get to work.
He motioned toward the hospital.
Thanks for your help, Jake. See you in there.
I made my way to the hospital with Harper, donned my white jacket, and started preparing the tetanus boosters we'd planned to administer to everyone. I barely had time to pull out my syringes, needles, and vials before Sanchez began sending people in. Dave entered and headed straight to Harper's table in the treatment bay beside mine, thankfully without a glance in my direction. Tanya was next to arrive, and she headed over to me. Hey, how are you feeling? I asked while I wiped her arm with an alcohol swab. Okay. Tired, but I guess that's what happens when you don't sleep much. You should take a nap after we're finished. You might be sore for a bit, but it'll pass. We talked for a couple minutes after I finished administering the vaccination, and then she excused herself. I smiled as she waved and exited through the swinging doors. Sarah was my next patient. Dread was painted all over her face. She hated needles and turned green just thinking about getting a shot. It's okay, it'll only prick a tiny bit and then it's over. I tried to reassure her with a promising smile. It always hurts. I especially hate when I have to rip the Band-Aid off. It always pulls the hairs on my arm and stings. Sarah, I promise I'll... Oh, hey, Biggs! As she looked behind her, I stuck the needle in her upper arm. Ow, Zoe! That was mean!
Her eyes narrowed and she stuck out her bottom lip. Knowing it was mean, I mirrored her expression. Sorry, I was only trying to help. I couldn't help but laugh as I wiped the injection site. It wasn't that bad, was it? Look, I'll even leave the bandage off for you. She sighed. I guess not, but still. You're just upset that he wasn't really standing there, I mused. She tried to repress her smile, but I could feel her happiness at the thought of him. I wish everyone was this easy to read. You love him, I said in a sing-song voice. Sarah hopped down from the table. Now, that would just be silly, wouldn't it? She said dryly. And why's that? We've only known each other for a week or so. Yeah, well, silliness is all we have now, isn't it? Rationality went out the window the moment the world started falling apart. I think it's safe to say you should follow your instincts. Sarah's face seemed to brighten at my encouragement, and she gave me a quick hug. Thanks, Zoe. She practically skipped out the door, leaving me with an amused grin as Clara walked in. Although she smiled, my mood immediately soured. Hi, she cooed as she sat on the table. Hi. Strange girl. You're not afraid of needles too, are you? I began disinfecting her skin with an alcohol wipe. She laughed sadistically, sending a rush of chills down my spine. I take that as a no, then. Clara didn't flinch or blink an eye as the needle pierced her skin. Instead, she simply stared at me. At that moment, I was both afraid and curious to know what she was thinking. I didn't have to wonder for long. What's going on with you and Jake? She blurted quietly. Her jealousy was apparent. Excuse me? I choked out as she glowered at me. Suddenly, her lethal gaze melted, and her demure smile returned. It's just that he and I have a special friendship, and I want to make sure you're aware of it. That's all. A switch flipped inside me, and I suddenly didn't care how much Clara unnerved me. Well, if that's the case, then I'm sure you have nothing to worry about. I put on a fake, condescending smile, slapped a bandage on her arm, and called out, Next! Her eyes narrowed in consideration, but right when she opened her mouth to speak, Jake strolled in. I felt the heat of his stare and glanced at him, Clara's eyes following suit. Jake, she purred. We were just talking about you. Really? He looked amused. That's twice in one day. His eyes swept back over to me. Clara's face tensed with animosity as she followed his line of sight. I tried not to let my blank expression waver. You're over there. I pointed Jake toward Harper's table, and he kept moving. Obviously dismayed that she couldn't provoke me, Clara folded her arms and stomped away.
Chapter 29. Danny. I'd finally woken in the small patch of woods behind Graham's house the previous afternoon, with only a few hours of daylight left. I hadn't known why I'd blacked out, nor where everyone had gone, but I had known my continued survival depended on finding more food. Luckily, I'd successfully scavenged some nearby homes and managed to avoid further contact with people, both known and unknown, before returning to the ranch. With at least a week's worth of food stocked in the ranch house, I was free to focus on settling in. I had to stay somewhere in town, at least until I figured out what had happened to Graham's, and the ranch was as good a place as any. Besides, the animals and residents needed someone to take care of them. Since nobody had died in the house, the air was blissfully gag-free. The ranch house also had functioning plumbing, 2 fireplaces, and a working gas water heater. As I cleaned the front room and arranged the rustic furniture in a way that befit my survivor lifestyle, casting a large couch as my bed, a coffee table as my desk, and a bookshelf as my closet, I considered finding a way to contact Zoe for the 1000th time. There was no internet, no landline, and no cell signal to rely on. But there's always MG. My thoughts flashed to the confrontation I'd witnessed between my friends and Cece on Graham's deck. I didn't know how it had ended, but I was pretty sure it wasn't in bloodshed. Unfortunately, one thing was certain. Caring for me had almost cost Chris and Jason their lives. Zoe's better off without me. Everyone is. By lunchtime, I ran out of things to do in the house. Though there were plenty of chores associated with maintaining the ranch and its dozens of animals, there was an off-site errand that was far more urgent. I needed to figure out what had happened to Grams and to Zoe's dad. I'd made a promise to Zoe. I rounded up Jack and donned my empty pack to once again sneak through the sparse woods and tall grasses surrounding the town. We made it to Graham's garden without incident and carefully walked the perimeter. Nobody was in sight, and there were no fresh human scents for Jack to follow. Jason and Chris were gone. I felt a sharp pang of disappointment in my chest, turning my relief to bitterness. Feeling strangely empty, I snuck back into my childhood home. Jack and I quickly searched the interior, making absolutely sure the house was vacant. Certain of our solitude, we scoured every room one by one. We found nothing but memories and dust. In the basement, we ravaged Grams's fabled food stores, stocking up on canned meats and a variety of homemade dried soups. The house was filled with remnants of the woman who'd raised me, yet Grams herself wasn't there. Where are you, Grams? We finally ended up in the kitchen, the hope of finding any sign of her whereabouts hanging by a thread. As I searched around the room, I spotted a plain white envelope stuck to the fridge. The handmade magnet holding it up was one of the few presentable items I'd created in the many art classes Zoe had coerced me into taking. It consisted of a thin circle of clay etched with a perfect Celtic knot, representing the love between a mother and daughter, or in our case, a grandmother and granddaughter. It had taken me 5 weeks and 4 attempts to get it right, but my efforts had been more than justified by the tears in Graham's eyes when I'd given it to her on her 65th birthday. Removing the magnet and envelope from the fridge, I recalled my many failed attempts to replicate Graham's distinctive old-fashioned penmanship. I ran my fingers over the single word written on the front. Danny girl. My dwindling hopes swelled. She might be alive. In a haze of eagerness, I shoved the magnet and envelope into my jacket pocket and rushed back to the ranch. I set the sealed envelope on the coffee table, sneaking glances at it as I scurried back and forth between the kitchen and front room to make tea. Finally, steaming mug in hand, I snuggled into a blanket on the couch and stared at the beckoning envelope. What's in it? A letter? When did she write it? Is it good news? With shaking fingers, I set down my cup of tea and picked up the envelope. As I opened it, a torn photograph and an antique iron key plunked onto the coffee table's unfinished oak surface. A young Zoe and Jason peered up at me from the faded image, captivating me, but I knew the partial photo couldn't provide the answers I sought. Instead, I focused on the folded letter that was still partially encased in the envelope. I gingerly pulled it out and immediately recognized the note's flowery stationery. According to the date, it had been written a couple of weeks ago. As I began to read, I both savored and feared each successive word.
December 9, 2012. Danny girl, my dearest granddaughter, I hope you know that you have always been more than a granddaughter to me. You've been a daughter, and one for which I am eternally grateful. I lost my Ciara, but I gained you. You were worth it. As you requested, I looked for Zoe's father. I found him. Tom was sitting against a tree on a bluff overlooking the ocean, dead.
He had a key on a string and a torn photograph of Zoe and Jason clutched in his hand, both of which are in this envelope. Please give these things to Zoe or Jason if either of them survives. If you survive. You must know and accept this. I am sick and dying. I'm too old to recover from something killing even the young and healthy. I'm going into the forest for my eternal rest. Don't roll your eyes at me, Danny girl. It's the only way to guarantee my return to nature with so few people around to take care of the bodies. Do not go looking for my body, Danny girl. I don't want you to remember me that way. I mean it. If you care for me at all, you will leave my body be. I pray that you will one day read this, for then you have survived. I love you always, my Danny girl. Grams.
With a handful of sentences, my whole world came to a crashing halt. Grams. She's dead. She'd stepped in and raised me after my mother died in childbirth, had molded my teenage temper into a tool to be used by a grown woman, and had instilled in me the importance of embracing my heritage by teaching me her native language and traditions. She's dead. How can she be dead? I craved the release of tears, but my body denied me. Numbness saturated me as part of myself seemed to dissolve. Grams was gone. Time passed in my suddenly empty and meaningless world, and I eventually succumbed to the exhausting fog of depression. My eyelids felt swollen with the unfulfilled need to cry. Seeking temporary relief, I closed my eyes and let sleep claim me. I became aware of the dream only after he arrived, like his presence awakened my conscious mind without disturbing my sleep. Dreams were normal, incomprehensible, and forgettable until MG arrived. He gave them substance and matter. With his involvement, I felt like I was living in two different worlds. I was huddled on the ground, staring at the bodies of Grams and Tom. They looked so perfect, like they might wake up at any moment. But I knew better. They were gone, dead. As my conscious mind merged with my dreaming self, I let out a low, keening moan. Grams was dead. Gently, MG crouched in front of me and lifted my face with gentle, graceful fingers.
Danny, what happened?
Through a barrage of sobs, gasps, and incoherent words, I told him about my discovery, about Grams. I finished with, "Everyone's dead. I shouldn't be surprised."
Not everyone.
He said softly and took me into his arms.
You can always go to Colorado, to the colony, to meet up with your friends. You wouldn't be alone there.
Shaking my head against his shoulder, I whispered, "I don't know. I just don't know. I don't think I can handle working on this tonight. You should probably go visit your other people." He held me close.
They can wait.
Chapter 30. Zoe. The hospital off base was desolate, an empty labyrinth completely deserted by its former inhabitants. Where are all the sick, dead people? Harper's practiced footsteps were barely audible as he advanced down a linoleum hallway. I couldn't say the same for mine. As we rounded a corner, he scanned the area with his assault rifle, prepared for whatever vile thing we might encounter. Given his usually playful disposition, it was easy to forget he was trained to kill. As we combed through the potentially dangerous building, his training gave me solace. "Stay close behind me," he whispered, concentrating on the dark corridors ahead. I shivered. Searching the facility for supplies was a really bad idea. Every raised hair on my body confirmed it. "Don't you think we found enough stuff?" I waited for Harper to answer, but he didn't, so I prattled on. "We can only take so much with us when we leave anyway. I readjusted the canvas duffel bag strap crossing my chest. Besides, this place is huge. It can't be safe to... We'll argue later, Harper said, dismissing my concerns as he continued down the hall. Be quiet. I followed him, my eyes darting around as I tried to focus on anything besides my racing heartbeat. An empty nurse's station was cluttered with medical books and files, and stray papers littered the floor like a rogue whirlwind had swept through the space. Some of the doors lining the hallway were shut, and I couldn't suppress my morbid curiosity. What's behind them? Just as I was wondering when we would reconvene with Jake and Sanchez, the sound of static startled me. Harper, Sanchez said, interrupting our radio silence. Get down to the ER. There's something you need to see. Her ominous tone filled me with dread, and I had the sudden urge to run away screaming. That doesn't sound good, Harper said, reaching back to squeeze my hand. No shit. Move fast and keep close. I hurried behind him as we turned left, right, and then left again before finding a stairway door, an emergency exit. He pushed the heavy door open and walked through, but I hesitated. I didn't want to be immersed in the pitch blackness. I held the door open with sweaty palms while Harper did a quick sweep of the stairwell. Returning to the door, he looked at me, nodded once, and then motioned for me to follow him. Taking a deep breath, I shadowed him down the stairs. When Harper reached the first floor landing, he glanced back at me once more before flinging the metal door open. Again, he scanned the area with his rifle, and I sighed with relief when he found no reason to pull the trigger. Turning to the left, he advanced down the hallway. How do you know where to go? I asked in a quiet rush of words. He pointed the muzzle of his rifle toward a sign that read "Emergency" and had a long red arrow pointing in the direction we were moving. Oh. Duh. Feeling stupid, I shook my head. The first floor was much like the upper floors, only it was brighter and everything seemed less intimidating. Picture windows lined the walls, letting in daylight and providing a clear view of the parking lot and the rolling storm clouds. I stopped in front of a window, mesmerized by the bone-chilling sight of countless abandoned cars. While I stared out the window, Harper kept moving. When I turned and found him disappearing around a corner, I ran after him, afraid of being left alone. Rounding the same corner, I slammed into his tensed, motionless body. I staggered back. Jake and Sanchez were standing beside him, equally still and staring outside through a wall of windows. I followed the direction of their eyes to the courtyard, and my body stiffened in horror. I dropped my bag on the floor. A mountain of decomposing bodies filled the space. There were hundreds of them, maybe thousands, haphazardly piled on top of each other like an enormous mound of garbage. Before I could look away, I spotted a pair of milky, glazed-over eyes. I couldn't stop myself from staring, from memorizing the rest of the face, the gray, decaying skin and the purple, crusty sores clustered around the lips. It was more than I could bear. Oh my God. I gasped and turned away, flinging myself at the nearest person, Jake. Unexpectedly, his protective concern blanketed me. Afraid to open my eyes again, I ignored my pride and awkwardness as I buried my face in his jacket. Keep your eyes closed, he whispered near my ear, wrapping his free arm around me. Looks like some of the fresher ones have bullet wounds, and a lot of them are wearing fatigues, Harper said. Who? Sanchez cleared her throat. Who stacked them like that? It was the first time I'd heard fear in her voice. We need to get out of here, Harper said. Suddenly my mind was flooded with uncontrollable aggression. Images of blood-spattered walls and mangled bodies inundated my thoughts. I shook my head frantically, trying to dispel the scenes from my mind, but compulsive hostility and insatiable anger overwhelmed my control. I couldn't escape. When I realized the onslaught of images and feelings weren't coming from Jake, I peered up at him, confused. His imploring eyes met mine as a stronger wave engulfed me, and I struggled to keep the emotions and memories separate from my own. The room seemed to swirl around me, and my eyelids became too heavy to keep open. Only partially aware, I felt my body weaken and my knees give out. Jake's arms tightened around me, and the sound of gunshots rang through the hospital as I lost consciousness. When I opened my eyes again, a tree was bouncing past me, and I could hear heavy breathing. I blinked, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. It took me a moment to realize I was the one bouncing, not the tree. Jake was carrying me while he ran. "Why are you running?" I asked him weakly. As we distanced ourselves from the hospital, my mind cleared, and I realized something was wrong. "What happened?" I panicked and wrapped my arms around Jake's neck. Straining to look over his shoulder, I saw Sanchez leaning against Harper as she hobbled after us. She was wincing in pain. "Oh my God!" I struggled to get out of Jake's hold. "I'm fine," I said, and he hesitantly set me on the sidewalk. We were in the parking lot behind the hospital, and for some reason I felt safer knowing there was distance between us and the mountain of dead bodies. I wasn't sure if the breeze really carried the smell of rancid, rotting flesh, or if it was just my imagination. "Keep moving, Zoe," Harper said as he and Sanchez caught up to us. He pushed me toward Dave's truck. "Was it crazies? How many were there?" I asked frantically, flinging open the truck door so Harper could help Sanchez climb inside. She was bleeding from her abdomen. Harper tossed my duffel bag of scavenged medical supplies into the truck bed before he climbed into the back seat after Sanchez, tugged off his long-sleeve shirt, and pressed it against her wound. "What can I do?" I asked, but they ignored me. "Get in," Jake shouted as he jumped into the driver's seat. I did as he commanded, yanking the passenger side door shut as he sped out of the parking lot. Sanchez's breathing was ragged, and muffled whimpers escaped from her as the truck jostled her around. I turned in my seat and asked Harper, "How bad is she hurt?"
"I don't think any organs or arteries were hit, but I can't tell for sure. I gotta get a better look at her."
Harper glanced at the back of Jake's head.
"Can't we go any faster?"
Jake pressed harder on the gas pedal. "It had to have been crazies. How many were there?" I asked Jake quietly. I didn't want to distract Harper as he helped Sanchez reposition herself in the back seat.
5,
Jake said, taking a deep breath.
"We're lucky nothing worse happened."
I looked back at Sanchez again and hoped she wasn't as bad as she looked. Blood soaked her shirt around the wound and was smeared on Harper's hands and t-shirt. Jake glanced into the rearview mirror, and his paranoia flooded me. "How many are still alive?" I asked, worried an army of crazies would drive up behind us.
"Those 5 are dead, but who knows if there are more."
I nodded and turned toward the window. Thunder rumbled in the distance, and I figured it wouldn't be long before the clouds burst and poured rain down on us. I rubbed my throbbing head and took another deep breath. Sanchez didn't cry or complain, but her blood-smeared grimace made it obvious she was in bad shape. "I could use a drink," she rasped. Her comment put a smile on Jake's face. It was the first time I'd seen him smile. The expression seemed strangely natural and welcoming on him.
"I think we can manage that,"
he said. I looked back at Sanchez. Her head was resting on Harper's shoulder, and she was struggling to keep her eyes open. "You better hurry," I whispered to Jake. "I think she's going into shock." Harper glanced up to find me watching them and asked,
"What the hell happened to you back there?"
I shook my head, trying to recall everything that had happened before I'd fallen to the ground. I guess I could feel them getting closer. Their emotions sort of blindsided me. They were just too strong. The horrifying images from the crazies' minds flashed in my head. Their minds were just wrong. They're so far gone. Harper nodded as Jake carefully brought the truck to a stop outside of our hospital. Harper and Jake unloaded Sanchez, and we rushed into the emergency room. As I hurried toward the first treatment bay behind them, I felt an unexpected comfort at being back on base. It was the closest thing I'd had to a home in weeks. Sanchez cringed as she was gently set on an examination table. She was taking shallow, quick breaths and was clutching the edges of the table so tightly that her knuckles were turning white. Harper slipped back into medic mode as he pulled on a pair of surgical gloves.
Zoe, hand me some bandage scissors.
I hurried over to one of the drawers of stainless steel instruments I'd organized for him a few days before and found the scissors. After handing them to him, I hastily collected the supplies Harper would need: sutures, several sizes of surgical needles, iodine, gauze, a local anesthetic, and morphine. Setting the tray with all of the supplies on a cart beside Harper, I watched him cut off Sanchez's blood-soaked shirt, exposing the bullet wound in her side. The hole itself was smaller than I'd thought, only the size of a dime instead of the gaping wound I'd imagined. Harper glanced up at me.
Zoe, she'll need clean clothes. Can you go find some?
I nodded, and he added,
Something loose. And bring some for me, too.
I nodded again and hurried into the hallway. Halfway down the corridor, I stopped and wondered what I should tell anyone who happened to see me in my disheveled state. I spun around and ran back toward the emergency room to ask. I slowed just before pushing through the swinging doors and could hear my friends talking in hushed tones.
If we're staying here indefinitely, we gotta burn that place down, and soon. We can't risk any of them finding us.
Harper's voice sounded strained. Jesus, Harper! Sanchez gasped.
That was the local. You'll feel better in a few seconds,
Harper told her. I didn't hear Sanchez's reply. I was too focused on the knot in my stomach. Staying here indefinitely? We aren't leaving? All rational thought disappeared. I was overwhelmed with the thought of never seeing Danny and Jason again. Jason won't come here. Or maybe he would? No, he'll want to stay at the colony with his team. Jake's voice broke my chain of frenzied thoughts.
Trust me, it's safer here.
This is his fault? Backing away quietly, I turned to leave. I dutifully retrieved clean clothes for both Sanchez and Harper, avoiding everyone but Cooper. The husky followed slowly behind me as I begrudgingly walked back to the hospital. Before heading into the emergency room, I stopped to steady my nerves. After a few deep breaths, I entered without making any eye contact and handed the clothes to Jake. I'm going to find Biggs, I lied, offering the first excuse that popped into my head, and hurried out of the room. As I rushed across the base toward the pond, chaotic thoughts churned in my mind. I looked around at the less than welcoming scenery. Ragged, dormant tree branches reached out like withered witch fingers, beckoning me toward them. The wind picked up, whipping past me, and I shivered, unsure whether it had been caused by the frigid gust or my outrage. Were they even planning on telling me? It was clear that if I wanted to go to Colorado, I'd be going on my own. I thought about my self-defense lessons with Harper and Jake. Situation 1, someone comes at you from behind. Situation 2, someone grabs you from the front. I had a better understanding of how to defend myself, but I was no expert. I knew the chances of making it on my own were slim. I had minimal instinct and even less survival skill. Amazingly, I wasn't scared of what might happen to me. I was stupidly determined. As I stood by the pond brooding, the charcoal gray sky continued to dim and thunderclouds churned ferociously. The first drop of rain landed on my cheek, quickly followed by others. I welcomed the rain, wanting it to wash away all of my troubles, but I was too cold to stay outdoors any longer. I turned to leave and jumped. Jake was standing almost directly behind me. I had no idea how I hadn't heard him.
I thought you went to find Biggs,
he said, taking a step closer to me. He seemed unconcerned by the increasing rain. I really didn't want to talk to him. His mere presence made me combative. I needed some air, I said icily. His eyes narrowed. Are you okay? His concern was infuriating. It doesn't really matter, does it? I snapped, turning my back on him and wandering closer to the water. I didn't want him to see the seething play of emotions on my face. Hearing his heavy footsteps approach, I blurted, "Why didn't anyone tell me we were staying here indefinitely? And when did you decide to stay?" Jake's silence aggravated me even more, and I rounded on him. He was too close, and I had to step back to avoid bumping into him. His eyes were filled with an emotion I had no interest in understanding. I pushed his feelings away and resolved to stop trying to figure him out. Unable to look at him, I started to walk away, but his hand grasped my forearm before I could move out of his reach.
It's not safe there.
Oh, now he wants to talk, I thought caustically, but took the bait. It's not safe where?
Colorado.
I sensed his earnestness, but was too stubborn to consider his warning. Well, it's not safe anywhere. I tried to tug my arm from his iron hold, but his hand squeezed tighter.
You don't understand.
Jake's voice was grave, but I barely heard his words. He was apparently oblivious to the water running down his clenched jaw, to the rain-drenched shirt clinging to his torso. But I wasn't. I struggled to prevent my eyes from scanning his sculpted body. My attraction to him was like lighter fluid on my fiery rage. Of course I don't understand, Jake. How could I? You never explain anything, and I'm sick of trying to figure you out, I shouted.
I've been there.
His words were like forbidden fruit. I straightened and awaited the explanation I desperately hoped would follow. Finally, he said, I'm from there. The pain in his eyes was obvious. What happened to him? Why won't he go back? And that has what to do with the colony exactly? Jake's free hand clenched into a fist.
Damn it, Zoe, I'm from Colorado Springs. That's practically on Peterson's doorstep. I left when all this started for a reason.
I staggered back in surprise, and hope surged through me as I considered what he might know. Have you been to the colony? He shook his head, and my sudden hope evaporated.
No, but trust me, we don't want to go there. Especially not you.
Why? What happened? Jake hesitated, but then seemed to come to a decision.
My sister was like you, changed by the virus. Soldiers came for her in the beginning, and she thought killing herself was better than being taken away by them.
The woman dying in your arms, I whispered sadly, suddenly feeling the need to comfort him. For the first time, his silence told me everything I needed to know. He wore grief and regret like an invisible scar, always there to remind him, to punish him. My voice cracked as I asked, what were they going to do to her?
I don't know, but they had guns and were ready to use them. They weren't giving Becca a choice, and she refused to go with them the only way she could.
As an afterthought, he added softly,
She saw something, and whatever it was worse than killing herself.
Despite the rain dripping down my face and over my lips, my mouth grew dry at the thought of being held against my will, of being experimented on. Maybe I should reconsider. I wiped the rain from my eyes as a sudden realization filled me with terror. Danny and Jason are headed there, and Danny's on her own. I'm really sorry for what happened to your sister, but... Jake dropped my arm.
I didn't tell you that to make you sorry. I told you so you could protect yourself. Staying here might be the only way to do that.
It was the most emotion I'd ever heard in his voice, and it frightened me. I appreciate your concern for my safety, Jake. I really do. And I understand why you think I should stay here, but I can't. I have people waiting for me. I have to go, with or without you guys, I said honestly and walked past him, heading toward the barracks. Questions about Jake's past fought to escape my lips, but I held them back. I knew if I lingered to ask, to get to know him better, he might succeed in convincing me to stay. Chapter 31. Zoe. After dinner that night, I sat on the couch in the common room, basking in the warmth of the fire. I felt numb. My body was like an ice box, frozen from the inside out. My bones felt brittle, and even in a long-sleeve shirt and sweatpants, I was shivering uncontrollably. Emotionally, I was raw. The crazies' memories were seared into my mind, and their emotions had felt more severe and unsettling than any I'd ever experienced before. I felt fractured and exposed, and the fire provided much-needed comfort after a day of unwanted surprises. On the floor at my feet, Cooper snoozed peacefully. He'd taken a sudden interest in me, following me around and staring at me with concerned, watchful eyes. Focusing on my drawing, I critiqued the likeness of the pond. I was struggling, my hands and mind working disjointedly to convey what I remembered. The drawing was a weak version of the image I saw so vividly in my head. It was drab and boring compared to the life I knew hid in the hibernating landscape. I hadn't felt like myself for weeks, but I was having a particularly disconcerting evening. My eyelids had grown increasingly heavy over the past hour, but I resisted the urge to turn in for the night. I dreaded the nightmarish images that awaited me whenever my eyes closed. Instead, I'd nested in the corner of the couch, armed with a book, my drawing pad and pencils, and a steaming cup of chai tea to keep my mind occupied for as long as possible. Unfortunately, thoughts of leaving the group continued to fill my consciousness. "Hey!" Clara's chirping voice jolted me from my restless mind chatter. She flopped down beside me, smirking as my pencil hand jumped across the page. I didn't want an extra branch there, bitch. Clara was one of the last people I wanted to talk to. She creeped me out, especially her bright, vivacious blue eyes. Despite their angelic color, they seemed to house the soul of a devil. Her lips were too red, her smile too wide. Sighing and attempting to smile, I looked over at her, reluctant to give her much attention. "What can I do for you, Clara?" She situated herself comfortably beside me and analyzed my sketch. "Oh, nothing. I just thought I'd come check on you." She looked at me, mimicking the disingenuous smile I'd plastered on my own face. "You've been so quiet since you and the others got back. I just thought I'd see if there was anything I could do to help." Corralling all the patience I could possibly muster, I turned back to my sketchbook. "I'm peachy, Clara. Thanks for your concern, but I'm really not in the mood to chat tonight." I hoped my sarcastic tone would send her on her way. "Oh, don't be shy." She batted my arm playfully. "I can tell something's wrong. You've been pouting since you got back from your trip into town. I can tell you're suffering." I shook my head dismissively. "Well, I'm sorry to break it to you, but I'm fine. Don't worry about me." Out of nowhere, Clara's mood shifted, and hostility fogged my senses, even though her feigned, concerned expression remained intact. "Jake told me what happened," she said, sounding sympathetic. Glancing at her, I wondered if she was full of shit or if Jake really would have told her about our conversation by the pond. How close are they, anyway? "Oh, yeah? And what exactly did he tell you?" Part of me hoped he did have a big mouth, just so I'd have one more reason to get as far away from him as possible. But another part of me felt sick at the idea of Jake talking to Clara about me at all. At my question, her coy smile faded and her eyes hardened. Apparently that hadn't been the response she'd been looking for. I could feel betrayal and animosity radiating from her as she resituated herself on the couch beside me. Clearing her throat, she straightened her blouse and avoided meeting my gaze. After a moment, she looked at me with empty eyes. "Oh, don't worry about it," she said. "Your secret's safe with me." Confused, I shifted on the couch to face her. I could feel myself getting sucked into her conniving trap, but both exasperation and curiosity led me to ask, "And which secret is that?" Clara's eyes darted around the room. Her face was flushed, and she seemed extremely anxious. I had to fight the urge to make a wise-ass remark about her 7 personalities. My mind reached out to hers, trying to understand her sudden discomfort, and it was an effort to reel it back in. "Are you okay?" I asked, watching her face redden before my eyes. "I'm fine," she shrieked, standing abruptly. "I just hope you know he's with me. You're damaged goods, to say the least. I wouldn't get too attached if I were you." For reasons I didn't understand, her scathing words were like claws raking down my flesh. "Whatever," I snapped. "I'm really not in the mood for mind games right now. Just leave me alone." "Everything okay?" Sarah asked as she strode up behind the couch, glancing worriedly between us. "I'm fine," Clara shrieked again. "Cooper, come!" When Cooper only looked up at her blankly, she huffed and stomped away. "Wow." Sarah sat down beside me as she watched Clara stalk off. She folded her legs under her, mirroring my position on the couch. Her warmth beside me was comforting, a pleasant relief from Clara's chilly antagonism. "She's really got it out for you, huh?" "Apparently," I mused. "I'm not really sure what she thinks is going on, but she was clearly a mental patient before all of this," I joked. Sarah giggled. "True." She leaned her head on my shoulder and shifted my sketch pad so she could see it better. "What you drawing?" "It's supposed to be the little pond down the hill by the woods. I've been going there a lot lately." I thought of Jake. He seemed to be a steady fixture there, but I refrained from adding him to the drawing. "Oh, yeah. Riley and I took a walk over there the other night. It's sort of peaceful, isn't it?" I grinned at the warmth her voice held when she mentioned Big's first name. "Why are you smiling, Zoe?" Sarah blushed and looked away, calling Cooper up onto the couch. He jumped up eagerly, settling in beside Sarah. "How's it going with you two anyway?" I asked. "It's good," she said casually. "Good? That's all you have to say? I saw him come out of your room 2 mornings in a row," I whispered, pretending to be shocked. Sarah only had time to giggle before Harper came in and said, "Everyone in the mess hall, we have to talk." His expression was troubled, and he looked exhausted. I knew they'd planned on setting fire to the other hospital, but I wasn't sure how they'd fared, especially with the rain. Sarah and I slowly extricated ourselves from the plush couch, both of us comfy in our pajamas. Seeing Harper in his fatigues made me feel guilty for lounging around. "Come on, people," he called out as we entered the dining room. Finally, Dave, Tanya, and Stacy strolled in behind us with pool cues in hand, and we all sat down at one of the long cafeteria-style tables. Harper positioned himself on a neighboring tabletop, one knee up with his arm resting over it. He rubbed his eyes and sighed. "All right, listen up." He started by telling everyone the condensed version of what had happened in the hospital off base and reassured us that the situation was being taken care of. Normally, Sanchez would have led the meeting, but she was still recovering in her room. She'd been lucky the bullet hadn't hit any vital organs. "Let this serve as a reminder to everyone. If we face dangers like these here, think about how dangerous it is everywhere else." I knew it was true, but as he continued speaking, I found myself distracted by the rain pounding against the window panes. It was oddly soothing, even though I knew it was only a matter of time before I'd be facing the elements alone. The idea didn't bother me as much as I thought it should have. Instead, I wondered if the combination of howling wind and torrential rain was the closest I would ever come to hearing the sound of rhythmic waves washing over the beach again, a sound I'd grown up listening to.
Zoe, did you hear me? Harper asked.
I looked away from the windows, surprised to see everyone staring at me expectantly. Even Jake had appeared at some point during Harper's speech. He was leaning against the wall in the back of the mess hall. His clothes were wet, though he didn't seem to care. I glanced at Harper sheepishly. Sorry.
I said we've decided to stay here for a while.
I know, to wait out the winter, I responded, knowing full well he'd meant we were making Fort Knox a more permanent home. I wasn't sure why I was playing dumb, but I found satisfaction in making it difficult for him to break the news to me.
No, I mean, we aren't even sure we'll leave then. We've decided to stay here indefinitely.
I just stared at him. Part of me was hurt because he hadn't told me sooner. Foolishly, I'd expected more out of our friendship, but another part of me didn't feel much at all. Okay, I said, wanting the conversation to end. The longer he stared at me, the closer I came to breaking down, and I hated crying in front of others. Harper's eyebrows drew together in confusion. Why are you looking at me like that? I snapped. You thought I'd be pissed that you didn't tell me sooner? Well, it would have been nice if you had. Harper's confusion melted into exasperation.
Zoe.
I stood quietly and said, It's fine, Harper. I know you're looking out for everyone's best interest. His eyes fixed on me for a few heartbeats before he spoke.
Really?
He asked in disbelief. Yeah. Agreeing was all I could do to avoid an argument. I'm sure they're all okay with staying, especially after what happened out there today. I paused, looking around the room at my uncertain companions before returning my gaze to Harper. Is there anything else? I asked weakly.
No, that's it.
He scrutinized my face, trying to read the inner workings of my mind. Stop staring at me like that, I said. I smiled to deflect my prickling tears.
Tell him the truth,
Jake said. The moment I heard his baritone voice, I felt the color drain from my face. Please don't, I silently begged. At the sound of him walking up behind me, I turned around and glared at him. I willed him not to say any more. I didn't want to fight.
What do you mean?
Harper asked, and I silently cursed Jake. Meeting Harper's eyes, I tried to keep my composure, but I was too mentally exhausted. On top of everything else, the day's events proved too much for me to handle. I understand why you want everyone to stay here.
But...
He interrupted, his tone sharp and disapproving. But I'm still leaving to find Danny and my brother. I'm sure you understand. Tears blurred my vision, but I feared blinking would only encourage their flow. Zoe, you can't... Please don't argue with me, I pleaded. I really can't do this tonight. I have to go.
No, you don't. You can...
Yes, I do, I shouted. Acute frustration and loneliness consumed me. You don't understand. My tears were unstoppable, pouring down like water over rocky cliffs.
You've been through a lot today, baby girl. Let's talk about this tomorrow.
His placating, friendly tone returned as he tried to calm me down. I'm not going to change my mind, I sobbed. I was cracking, afraid I would shatter completely.
You're not going alone,
Jake said, the conviction in his voice thick and resolute. Trembling, I looked at him. He was standing at the far end of the table where everyone else sat. They all stared at him, but he didn't seem to notice. I won't let you come with me, I told Jake, wiping my eyes. Thinking of how much pain he'd experienced in Colorado, I knew going back was the last thing he wanted to do. Jake! Clara cried, her shrill voice startling me. You can't leave me! You said you'd take care of me! She tossed her plastic cup across the room. Everyone looked to her in surprise. Realizing she was suddenly the center of attention, Clara added, We're all safer here. Desperation dripped from every word. She glanced at me with searing hatred in her eyes. She's right, I said. There's no way you're coming with me.
Who's gonna stop me? You?
He asked snidely.
We leave in a week. You better be prepared.
He turned and stalked away. I didn't want Jake's death on my conscience, not to mention his personal misery. Too many emotions bombarded me. My own despair and frustration mixed with the others' worry, confusion, and fear. My body quivered, and I lost all emotional control. When Sarah rushed over to me, I fell against her and cried. The emotions drowned me, but crying felt good.
Come on, sweetie. Let's get you to bed.
At Harper's warm whisper, my heart broke a little more. Sweetie. I thought of my father. His seemingly insignificant terms of endearment had told me he loved me even when he couldn't say it outright. I'll probably never see him again. Crying harder, I collapsed my knees on the floor. Harper crouched down and gathered me into his arms.
It's okay,
he said as he stood, holding me close. I wrapped my arms around his neck and pulled myself closer to him. The heat of his body soothed me, and I felt more comforted than I had in days. I'm sorry, I apologized through ragged breaths. I know you have enough to deal with.
It's okay, baby girl. It's been a long day. You just need some rest.
After Harper tucked me into bed, he quietly escaped through the bedroom door. I glimpsed Jake leaning against the hallway wall outside of my room. He anxiously looked in at me just as the door shut. It's okay, Sarah said. I'd forgotten she was lying beside me. She wrapped her arms around me consolingly, and I was grateful for her presence. It saddened me to think of leaving her. I'd always thought I was a relatively strong person, but looking back at the weeks that had passed, I saw how frail and weak I truly was. I fell asleep to the sound of my choking sobs and Sarah rubbing my back. The next day, I woke up alone in my bed. I'd slept through the whole night, not even stirring when Sarah left. As humiliated as I should have been after my complete meltdown, I was just grateful for a full night's sleep. Knowing there was much to do before I left Fort Knox, I readied myself for the day. After throwing on a sweatshirt, I pulled on a pair of jeans, ran a brush through my hair, and headed toward the mess hall. I needed to find Harper, both to thank him and to apologize for commandeering his briefing. But I could take a few minutes to eat breakfast first. When I walked in, I found Tanya and Clara chatting quietly at one of the dining tables. My confidence wavered as I thought of the gratification my emotional breakdown must have given Clara, but I just smiled and tried to ignore the satisfaction illuminating her face. "Oh, you're finally awake," Clara said, smirking. I ignored her and looked around for everyone else. Sadly, the breakfast buffet had already been cleared. Damn it. What time is it anyway? As I stood in the doorway frowning, Clara sighed impatiently. When I looked at her, she pointed to a foil-covered plate on the counter. "For you," she said and returned to her conversation with Tanya. Puzzled, I glanced back and forth between her and the dish, uncertain why she would make me a plate of food. Clara rolled her eyes. "Harper saved you some breakfast. If you don't eat it, I will." She sounded harsh and irritated, no longer making any attempt to mask her dislike for me. I headed over to the plate and uncovered it. I hadn't eaten much the night before and was starving, so I carried the small feast of potatoes, gravy, and biscuits to an empty table and sat. Tanya rose and walked over to my table. "How are you doing?" she asked meekly. She was pale and sickly, and she had dark circles under her eyes, but even in her deteriorating state, her kindness was genuine. "I'm much better, thanks. How about you?" I hadn't talked to her much since the night her sister died. getting better, but I'm dealing with it the best I can." She squeezed my shoulder before turning to leave. I felt a strange void inside her, like parts of her had been stolen. I wasn't shy as I shoveled the cold food into my mouth, and after inhaling half of it, I realized something wasn't right. Amidst the savory flavors, I could taste something metallic, and my tongue began to tingle. Alarmed, I spat out my mouthful of food, but it didn't help. As I reached for my glass of water to rinse out my mouth, Clara appeared beside me and snatched it away.
"I'm not letting you leave with him," she said scathingly.
Get over yourself and give me my fucking water," I demanded, but there was a high note of fear in my voice. I stood, trying to take the glass from her hand. As my skin touched hers, I saw her memory of what she'd done. It flashed in my mind like a bolt of lightning, leaving imprints and evil shadows. She poisoned me. She fucking poisoned me.
"Feeling all right?"
Clara asked, batting her eyelashes and smiling innocently. I hunched over as my stomach gurgled and churned, tangling into knots. Once again, I reached for the water, but she yanked it away, dumping it out on the floor beside her. Her grin lingered.
"Sorry, I can't let you do that."
My stomach cramps worsened, and I broke out into a cold sweat. I knew I didn't have much time. I needed to find help. Tanya has to be close. Trying to run for the door, I doubled over in pain and cried out. Fire seemed to be scorching my insides. Bile rose in my throat, and I began salivating profusely, unable to swallow. I spat desperately.
"I really hate you, Zoe. I'm not completely sure why, but I have to admit, this is a very good day for me."
Her cheerful voice was like a hammer in my head as I twisted and spasmed on the mess hall floor. The cool cement soothed my hot skin. My stomach bloated, feeling like it would explode at any moment. I shoved my index finger down my throat, gagging myself until I threw up everything I could. Relief was instantaneous, but it was only momentary. I grew dizzy and my vision blurred. I tried to scream, but only a whimper broke free. I couldn't walk. I could only writhe in excruciating pain. I prayed someone would find me before it was too late. One last time, I attempted to push myself off the floor, but my arms gave out. My hair was matted to my face, damp with the bile and food that had been inside me only moments before. My intestines cramped so badly that I thought they might rip apart. Hearing the sound of footsteps in the adjoining hallway, I felt sudden relief that someone was coming to rescue me. But when long seconds passed without any other sounds, I realized it had just been Clara walking away. She had left me there to die, alone. I thought I heard my father calling for me off in the distance. "Dad," I croaked. I could hear Danny and Jason too, but I couldn't see any of them. "They're not here. I'm dying." My fingers and toes itched and burned, and cold tears streamed from my eyes. I was in too much pain to cry out, so I silently gasped for air and hoped each breath wouldn't be my last. As my body went numb, my slowing heartbeat thudded in my ears. The decreasing pain lessened my fear, and I sighed with relief. I couldn't remember why I'd been so afraid. Slowly, I drifted into unconsciousness. Chapter 32. Zoe. I stood among the giant trees, their carmine trunks rough and thick. They towered over me like monstrous blades of grass above a tiny ant. It was peaceful and quiet under their canopy, and white puffs of cottonwood danced in the breeze, blanketing the giant's fallen comrades. Their hulking carcasses rested haphazardly in their forgotten graveyard, strewn about the forest floor to decay unmourned. The moss adorning the trunks was a welcome sight. It had been too long since I'd seen such vivid, vibrant shades of life. I feared the fantasy would dissolve around me, and it did. Trees were replaced with the worn, overstuffed furniture and warm fire of Dave's cabin. I saw myself nestled against the arm of the couch, an army green blanket wrapped around me. Harper leaned down to hand the other version of myself a steaming mug of tea, before sitting beside Sarah on the opposite couch, smiling. The familiar cabin was replaced with unfamiliar surroundings. Brick walls and modern picture windows exposed an expanse, twinkling cityscape. An inky body of water reflected the glowing lights. Soft lighting and smooth jazz filled my senses, and I caught my breath when I spotted Jason and Sanchez. They were sitting together at a table with a group of people. My brother laughed and chatted with Sanchez like they'd been friends forever. She looked beautiful. Her dark blue jeans hugged her hips, and a tight burgundy V-neck sweater emphasized her generous chest. Her lips were rosy, and her cocoa-colored hair was long with loose curls. She was smiling in a way I'd never seen before, as was Jason. I didn't have much time to watch them before everything around me changed again. I was suddenly walking through a deserted hospital. The wide, bright halls were deathly silent, and my stomach lurched at the rank smell of sickness and decay permeating the air. A petite blonde woman appeared in the hallway. Wearing jeans and a red sweatshirt, she wandered restlessly down the hall. She turned around, and a terrifyingly familiar pair of piercing blue eyes stared back at me. Clara. Fear and rage made my blood boil, scalding my insides. "You're taking me with you, right?" she asked with pleading, troubled eyes. Turning to discover who Clara was talking to, I found Jake standing before me. His forlorn expression was heartbreaking. It was the same look he'd worn when he'd mentioned his sister. He nodded, and they too dissolved from sight. I woke momentarily, a muted pain thrumming through my body. I tried to recall what had happened to me. I couldn't understand why I felt heavy and numb, why my mind was so garbled. Blinding light burned my eyes when I struggled to open them. Sanchez and Jake moved hastily above me. Hands on the bare skin of my stomach startled me, pushing and prodding for something. "Is it like she said it would be?" Sanchez asked softly.
"She wasn't specific,"
Jake answered. Foggily, I wondered what they were talking about. "Good. I hope she was right about the other part, too," Sanchez said before their voices faded away. Struggling to remain conscious, I could vaguely see Harper through my veil of dark lashes. I could sense his urgency, a wave of panic washing over me. Immediately, it was dulled by a sleepy fog that was settling in my head. The metal table was cold against my bare skin, rousing my body out of its dormant state. A faint odor of blood piqued my anxiety, and I felt my body tense. Warm fingers rested on my forehead, exuding calmness. I felt hands on my arm. It was Biggs. I could feel his steady energy through his gentle touch. His concern put me at ease, and as it did, unconsciousness grabbed hold of me again, pulling me back into darkness. I was alone again, lying on a hard, cold floor in a blackened room. My body was paralyzed, and I tried to scream, but my mouth was sewn shut. I heard Clara's gloating words before she appeared above me. "I told you I'd get my way." Her bright blue eyes twinkled with devilish delight, and her mouth curled into a broad smile. "Oh, what's wrong? Too dead to speak?" she taunted. A floodgate opened, and the horrifying reality of my impending death came rushing back to me. My stomach burned and my mouth watered as I struggled to breathe. Clara stood over me, watching me die. Like she'd been summoned by my dying brain, Danny appeared beside me. A look of ferocity hardened her pixie-like features. "You didn't get me, and you can't have her!" Danny seethed as she crouched to slice the stitches from my lips with a razor-sharp blade. "Danny!" I screamed, surging forward. I grabbed my throat. Inside, it felt raw. My chest heaved, and my eyes refocused as I tried to make sense of my surroundings. The room was dim and quiet, and I was alone. A single wardrobe stood in front of me, and realistic depictions of seascapes and people decorated the walls. My drawings. I was in my room, at Fort Knox. "I'm glad to see you're awake," I heard Sanchez say in my head. Still in a haze of drowsiness, I looked over to see her standing in the doorway. A carefree, fun image of her flashed through my mind. Sanchez and Jason. "How you feeling?" she asked quietly as she stepped into my room. I saw something in her eyes I'd never noticed before, a friendly, concerned look that made me feel closer to her. I remembered she'd been shot, but she looked recovered enough. "You're awake!" Sarah exclaimed, her voice bouncing around in my head as she hurried into the room. She set a glass of water on the desk and ran over to me. "How are you feeling?" I tried not to whimper as Sarah wrapped me tightly in her arms, but my body ached all over, and a few small sounds leaked out. Noticing my discomfort, Sarah released me, easing me back down with hands on my shoulders. "I'll go get the guys and tell them you're awake. Now we can start!" She abruptly ran out of the room. I watched her leave, then looked at Sanchez. "Clara is locked away. Don't worry about her now. You need a rest," Sanchez said as she moved closer to my bed, resting her hand on my leg to reassure me. She was studying me like a complex equation was written across my face. "She poisoned me," I recalled aloud. Every word scraped the inside of my throat like a barbed wire, and my head was pounding. "I know, but we've got her under control, Zoe. You're safe now. We all are." I knew that wasn't exactly true, but I appreciated the sentiment. Hearing chatter and footsteps in the hall outside of my room, I let out a deep sigh, leaned back against my pillow, and smiled. It was nice to have so many caring people around. However, a rush of emotions and concern flooded my mind, and my throbbing headache worsened. "There's my girl," Harper said, a forced smile plastered on his face as he walked through the door. Biggs followed, and Dave, Stacy, and Tanya trailed behind him, one by one. Their smiling faces were contagious, and I couldn't help but grin as they all schlepped in to see me. The only person I hadn't seen was Jake, but I brushed my disappointment away. Dave sat on the end of the bed, his hair curling around the edges of his baseball cap. "How you feeling?" "I'm a little confused," I admitted. "How long was I asleep?"
3 days, but they've been taking good care of you."
Dave's smirk was easy and cocky, the way it used to be. "It's good to see you're awake," Stacy sighed. "Harper said you shouldn't have met—"
"Stacy,"
Biggs said, cutting her off.
"But she needs rest."
Sanchez's tone was the only directive Dave, Stacy, and Biggs needed before turning to leave with sullen smiles and dragging feet. As they filed out, I glanced at Harper. Our eyes met briefly before he looked away. His avoidance was making me so anxious I was practically jumping out of my skin. "Whatever it is, just tell me," I said.
"Calm down, Zoe. You're fine,"
Sanchez said in my mind again.
"It doesn't seem like it."
I stared at Harper, willing him to tell me what was making everyone act so weird. He eyed me warily, probably wondering what I'd been talking about when I'd responded to Sanchez. You shouldn't have survived, he finally confessed. I shook my head in confusion. I don't get it. Is it a bad thing that I did? He began to pace in the cramped space. No, Zoe, of course not. It's just that by the time we finished, you weren't even breathing. Your heart stopped. Your kidneys and liver shut down before Jake pushed me to keep going, and he was right.
Harper was beside himself. He looked at me, mystified.
We did the transfusion, and it worked. Miraculously, it worked.
He said in awe, like he was still trying to figure out how I'd survived. Transfusion? You had to give me a blood transfusion?
Yeah, you were so far gone. Your body shouldn't have accepted it, whether he has type O or not. But it was the only option we had left.
He? My heartbeat quickened. Whose blood? I asked, already assuming it was Jake's. Harper ignored my question and continued berating himself.
I thought you were too far gone for it to work, Harper repeated. But
the sorrow in his eyes was nothing compared to the remorse I knew he felt.
I wasn't going to continue if I hadn't listened to Jake.
But you did. You saved my life, H. If it weren't for you and Jake, I would be dead. I swallowed painfully. I can't imagine how to thank you for what you did. Stopping at my bedside and looking down at me, Harper let a gracious, authentic smile transform his face. He sat on the bed and pulled me into his arms.
You scared the shit out of me, baby girl.
I grimaced as Harper's hold tightened around me, but relief at being alive trumped my discomfort.
I just don't get it,
Harper whispered. It was Jake's blood, I said, my eyes meeting Sanchez's. They didn't know about Jake's remarkable ability to heal. You haven't talked to him about any of this? Harper loosened his embrace and pulled away.
What do you mean?
Both he and Sanchez were looking at me, bemused. I shook my head, not feeling completely comfortable with sharing someone else's secret. You haven't talked to him about this, I repeated.
No, I just thought...
Harper looked back at Sanchez, who stood at the foot of my bed.
Well, I don't know what I thought.
I watched Sanchez and Harper a while, waiting for them to fit the puzzle pieces together. You think it's Jake's blood, Sanchez eventually said. You think his blood healed you? I nodded. Harper watched me closely.
What do you know, Zoe?
I looked over at Sanchez, who turned away quietly, gazing out the window into the darkness. Tell him, whatever it is, Sanchez said. It's time to figure this shit out. Given the green light, I told Harper everything I knew. I told him about Jake's injuries and how they'd healed too quickly, and that at one point both Taylor and Johnson had thought he was dead. And I told him about Sanchez's voice in my head. I knew that between Jake, Sanchez, and me, we weren't just freaks. We were part of something bigger.
Where was I during all of this?
Harper asked in disbelief. He glanced back and forth between Sanchez and me. Around. I waved a hand in Sanchez's direction. I don't know why she didn't tell you about her thing, but I never told you about Jake because, well, I don't know. It just didn't feel right. And obviously Jake hasn't been very forthcoming with any information, so I wouldn't expect him to tell you. How's Jake going to react to them knowing? He had to know we'd figure it out, Sanchez said, deep in thought.
He knew it was the only way to save you.
Harper shook his head, seemingly unsurprised.
Is there anyone else you know about? Anything you've seen that might help us understand what others might be capable of or dealing with?
I shook my head, completely forgetting about Danny's people, and downed another glass of water, thinking about Jake. The immensity of what he'd done, saved my life again, weighed heavily on my mind. I didn't know what the hell to do about it.
Thanking him was like extracting teeth from the back of a bear's mouth, intimidating and dangerous. I figured he would play it off like it was nothing more than the right thing to do, infuriating me in the process. "Stop worrying, Zoe," Sanchez told me as she turned to leave. "We'll figure all this out together. Later." My head was pounding and my eyelids were drooping. I felt Harper's hand on my forehead and slowly opened my eyes. He smiled his warm Harper smile. "Get some rest, baby girl." A peaceful calm spread over me, relaxing the tension in my body. My cluttered thoughts dispersed like waves receding from the shore. He was calming me with his own emotions. I smiled up at him. "How do you do that?" I whispered. With a faint shrug, he said, "I'm glad it's been working." The warmth of his palm on my forehead soothed me, and I felt sleep pulling me under. Heavy footfalls broke the silence, and I heard the deep, muted rumble of Jake's voice. "How is she?" "She's tired, but perfectly fine," Sanchez reassured him. My eyelids flew open again, though I could barely keep them that way. My body felt light, and sleep tugged persistently at my consciousness. "Jake," I whispered, trying to stop myself from falling asleep mid-word. Harper lifted his hand from my forehead, his body no longer shielding me from Jake's penetrating gaze. Each of Jake's cautious steps brought the handsome, frustrating, confusing man closer to me. Too exhausted to overthink things, I could only smile and say, "Thank you." The furrowed brow shadowing his dark eyes softened. "I'm glad you're okay." Satisfied that he hadn't completely dismissed my gratitude, I let my eyelids close and fell asleep. I woke the next afternoon feeling almost completely rejuvenated. Although I was still tired, my body felt strong and healthy. Even more surprising, I was starving. Shuffling into the hallway, I found Cooper curled up outside my door. I called him to come along as I headed for the mess hall. I ran into Sarah along the way, and after eating an early dinner, she and I took Cooper for a walk. Luckily, the sun was still shining, welcoming me to my second chance at life. As we walked, Sarah kicked the occasional pebble, and I repeatedly threw a stick for Cooper to retrieve. Sarah spewed all the gushy details about her and Biggs after filling me in on what had happened while I was asleep. She giggled and gossiped, explaining in detail what had taken place after Tanya found me unconscious. Her nonchalance made it seem less real, which I strangely appreciated. "What about Clara? What happened to her?" I asked. "Jake tore the place apart looking for her. Sanchez had Daves and Biggs put her in a holding cell because she's obviously insane. Not to mention they were worried Jake might kill her. He was really angry. Only Harper, Biggs, and Sanchez know where she is, just in case. I think they're worried about Tanya, to be honest." Sarah's features pinched in confusion. "But she's the one who told them about you, and she's sick, so..." Approaching footsteps interrupted our conversation, and we turned to see Stacy coming up behind us, her shoulder-length, dirty blonde hair pulled back into a stubby ponytail. She looked at me sympathetically. "How are you feeling?" "Much better, thanks. Sarah's just filling me in on what I missed while I was out. How are you?" "Oh, fine." "Well, that's not true, actually. I've been thinking a lot about what happened to you, and I feel horrible about it." I looked at her, baffled. "Why?" "It's just that I feel like I should have caught on to all this a lot sooner. I should have said something to you." "What do you mean?" Sarah piped in. "It was obvious Clara didn't like you, even though she never went so far as to say she was going to try to physically harm you. I just feel like I should have seen the signs or something." "Stacy, I appreciate your apology, really. But if we're placing blame, I'm just as guilty," I said, trying to reassure her. "I knew Clara didn't like me, and I would have been able to see it coming if I'd paid closer attention. I guess, but I was with her in the gym the whole time you were dying. I feel really shitty about it. I just hope you don't think I had anything to do with it. Knowing she was sincere, I nudged her shoulder. Of course I don't. Clara's a psycho. I wouldn't be surprised if she'd escaped from a mental institution or something. Well, that may be closer to the truth than you think. What? Sarah and I asked in unison. Keep in mind that I don't know her much better than you do. She was only here about a week before you all arrived, Stacy disclaimed. But she tells Tanya a lot, and I've overheard some conversations that make me think you might be on to something. What? I scoffed. Like she was really in a mental institution? Maybe. I know Jake found her in a hospital. She told us as much herself. I overheard her telling Tanya she couldn't really relate to losing a sister. She told us she hated her own family, and that they might as well have locked her away in a dungeon. She made it very clear she'd never forgive them. You think they put her in a hospital? I asked. Stacy shrugged. It's possible. She said she hadn't seen them in 7 years, and that her best friend was someone named Jensen. They were very close until he did something to piss her off, so she said she taught him a lesson. Knowing what she did to you, she probably killed the poor bastard. But why would Jake rescue her if she was locked away in a crazy ward? Why was he even in a crazy ward? Sarah wondered. I thought about the dream I'd had of Jake and Clara when they were in the hospital, and it all started to make sense. I think she reminds him of his sister, I said, so he felt like he had to help her. His sister? How would you know that? Sarah asked. You guys are barely around each other, except for when he's saving your life, Sarah joked. She nudged me and giggled. Have you two been spending secret time together? I gave her a flat look, and she cleared her throat. Or not. Oh, Stacy chirped. I forgot the whole reason for coming out here. Harper wants you back at the barracks. The sun was setting, and I was getting tired, so I conceded. We made it back to the barracks just as Dave and Biggs were exiting with blankets and steaming mugs. There they are, Dave said, smiling at us. Here. He handed me a cup of hot chocolate and a blanket. You're gonna need these. Thanks, I said. What are we doing? I asked as they ushered us around the corner of the barracks to an open field between the pond and our building. I wondered why bench seats, presumably from a van, were aligned end to end on the dead grass. Sanchez strode around the corner of an empty building. It's about time, she said dryly. The show's about to start. The show? But it's dark. My question was ignored, again, leaving me both curious and confused. The night was chilly, and I was glad to have a blanket to wrap around me as I situated myself on one of the seats. I'm so excited, Sarah squealed as she cuddled up next to me. I don't mean to sound like a broken record, but what are we doing? I asked. Again. You'll see, was all Sanchez said as she sat down beside Sarah. We were going to do this when you woke up last night, but you needed more sleep, Sarah explained. Well, sorry to ruin your plans, but no one told me we were having a show, I said. Just then a muffled thump sounded in the distance. A dimly glowing rocket whistled as it soared high above us. With a thunderous boom, it exploded. Brilliant red embers burst forth and illuminated the sky. Another bang followed, and I saw a second rocket fly skyward. It blossomed in the darkness, and glittering shades of purple and green rained down, leaving a smoky impression in their wake. I had tears in my eyes before I could fully understand the implications of the fireworks show. My heart caught as I realized it was for me. Isn't this great? Stacy screeched. It's just like at home, right? It's beautiful, I said, wiping my eyes. I can't believe Harper did this. As the sky flashed red and orange, Stacy's face angled toward me with a look of surprise. Harper didn't do this. Looking at her, I waited for confirmation, but somewhere deep inside I knew. It was Jake. His quiet facade was just that. He was an observer. He'd showed me that himself. As the fireworks continued above us, I struggled to understand the feelings that were swirling inside me. I was confused and surprisingly happy, and I had so many questions. I suddenly felt sick with nervousness. Are you all right? Stacy asked, leaning in as I brushed away another tear. I told you I liked fireworks, I said, and she and Sarah giggled. We sat mesmerized until the final twinkling colors had faded from the sky and the last of the smoke had been carried off by the breeze. We all started clapping. Bravo! Sarah shouted before reaching out to grab my wrist. Come on, it's freezing. Let's go inside. She let go of me, stood, and wrapped her blanket around her shoulders. I'd been so enthralled by the show that, for once in my life, I hadn't really noticed the cold. I'll be in soon, I said, rising. I walked behind the barracks, stumbling through the moonlit night toward the place the fireworks had originated. I had no idea what I was going to do, but I'd never experienced such unexpected kindness. Between the fireworks and Jake saving my life, again, I was unable to form any articulate thoughts. Finally, I heard Jake's muffled voice and knew he was nearby. My steps became clumsier the closer I drew to him. I wasn't sure he understood the magnitude of what he'd done for me. Wiping away another tear, I rounded a corner just as Harper and Jake exited a warehouse together.
Hey, baby girl,
Harper said quietly and continued walking back toward the barracks. Jake was locking the sliding metal door as I approached him. Time passed agonizingly slowly as I waited for him to face me. When he finally turned around, a look of surprise filled his eyes. I could feel a mixture of emotions emanating from him. Without hesitation, I shrugged my blanket to the ground, stood on tiptoes, and threw my arms around him. In the cold of the night, his body was like a furnace, and he smelled faintly of sulfur. Thank you, I whispered, and felt his powerful arms wrap around me. He held me tightly against his body.
I'm just glad you're okay.
The sincerity in his voice made my heart pulse with unexpected delight, and I was filled with a sense of calm. I reveled in the moment we were sharing, one I knew I was lucky to have. Jake had given me the perfect gift. Chapter 33. Danny. The days that followed my discovery of Graham's fate passed quickly and unremarkably. I worked around the ranch, getting to know the animals and their needs. After assessing our supply levels, I knew that before long I'd have to do another scavenging trip, this time to the feed and tax store in Sebastopol. It would be a day-long trip, and I didn't relish the thought of getting back in the saddle so soon. My butt still felt like it had cushioned a 50-foot fall. I was surprised it didn't resemble a purple and blue watercolor painting. In the back of my mind, and sometimes in the front, I worried about Jason, Chris, and Kai. I worried that I would never see them again, and that they would hate me if I did. But most of all, I worried that Cece and her minions had somehow overtaken them and that they were dead. The nights following my discovery were another matter entirely, further fracturing the two worlds I inhabited, the fixed world of reality and the fluid world of my dreams. In sleep, MG would join me, always banishing my increasingly horrifying nightmares of Cam. We would then discuss my ability, increasing my use and understanding of it. With each passing night, my relationship with the mysterious man blurred. He'd gone from stranger to instructor to partner, until eventually we'd become friends.
Our discussions grew progressively complex and personal, filled with evaded questions and unexpected reactions. While I was mucking out a particularly disgusting stable stall, I recalled one especially confusing interaction. Dumbfounded, MG stared at me from across a round wrought iron table. At my request for a fully clothed setting, he'd taken me to a Parisian cafe for some coffee and pastries. In his swim attire, he was just too distracting. Not that I told him that, of course.
You called how many to you?
He asked, surprised. Well, I didn't exactly count. At least a couple hundred. But I didn't mean to. I was aiming for just the animals in the pasture. I shrugged. I guess my aim was a little off.
I'll say.
He took a healthy gulp of his café au lait, nearly choking on the steaming drink.
And when you dismissed them, they just left?
I nodded. For the most part, I had to concentrate, but once I slipped into the right state of mind, it was easy. Smiling, I remembered their soft mental touches. Most of them said a goodbye of some sort, too. It was sweet. And odd. Holding up his hand, he said,
Wait, you spoke to them and they responded? All of them?
I nodded again, feeling too much like an oversized bobblehead. MG closed his eyes and massaged his temples with his fingers, seeming to focus his thoughts. When he finally spoke, he sounded apprehensive.
And you're certain that woman heard you?
Yes, absolutely. And Jason, too, even though I didn't really mean to speak in his head. I felt more than a little proud of my rapidly increasing control over my ability. After I did something once, like call the horde of woodland creatures, it was easy to repeat. I hadn't had the chance to practice, but I was fairly certain it would be that way with human minds as well. MG whispered something under his breath that sounded an awful lot like fuck, and began methodically mauling his croissant.
Do you think you can do the same things with people?
What do you mean? His darkening mood confused me.
Can you communicate with hundreds of human minds at the same time? Can they talk back?
Probably, I said, raising one shoulder. I knew from his reaction it was the wrong answer. Sounding completely resigned, he said,
I've come across quite a few people with abilities similar to yours, but none is as powerful. None can hear responses. You have to be careful. You might be one of the most important people left alive, and we can't risk your death.
After a deep breath, he added,
Danny, you need to go to the colony. You'll be safer there than you are on your own.
I'll think about it, I told him. Is that where you are? I grumbled to the nearly clean stall floor. Would I go to the colony if MG was there? Thinking about going to Colorado to meet MG in person was oddly alluring. In my loneliness, he was the only person I'd really interacted with. He'd earned my trust by comforting me, listening to my struggles, and helping me with my exciting new ability. And above all else, the thought of hurting him with my presence didn't muddle my insides like it did with Jason, Chris, or Zoe. Plus, he was acutely attractive and had made his interests known, which might lead to some pleasant diversions down the road. For some reason, though, the thought of sleeping with anyone besides Cam or Jason made me feel sick. Cam was gone, but Jason wasn't. Not that it even matters. I might as well be his little sister. He doesn't want me. He never has and never will. Maybe I'll just stay here forever, I told Wings as I passed her stall and headed further into the stable. I'd taken to speaking out loud when mentally communicating with my non-human friends. Somehow, it helped me feel less alone.
Yes, good. Stay with family.
Wings responded, poking her head through her open stall doorway. Of course, she didn't actually say family, though that was how my mind interpreted it. Instead, it was a jumble of images and feelings revolving around our motley group of animals. Oddly, her suggestion didn't sound too bad. The heavy workload around the ranch made the days pass quickly, and the animals offered a certain level of comfortable companionship, especially since we were able to communicate in a rather unconventional fashion. I could become a post-apocalyptic pioneer, living off the land and growing old with nature as my only solace. It would be a hard life, but peaceful in its own way.
Sounds lonely.
A male voice said from the far entrance to the stable. I swung around, pointing the shovel at the intruder. Recognizing the man's friendly face, I gasped, "Kai?"
In the flesh.
As he approached, another man entered through the open door. His striking resemblance to Kai, smooth, angular facial features and straight, jet-black hair, barely prepared me for my friend's next words.
That's my brother, Ben.
Your brother? Shocked, I dropped my impromptu weapon. It clanged loudly on the cement floor. Kai stopped a few feet in front of me.
Yep. He found us at our house back in Fort Bragg. He was surprised, to say the least.
I nodded and then leapt forward, throwing myself into Kai's arms. I missed you, I exclaimed, willing myself not to cry. I hadn't known what had happened to Jason and Chris after the whole Cece incident, but if Kai was okay, it was likely that they were as well. I miss you guys so much. Kai wrapped his arms around me.
Me too, Dee. Me too.
A moment later, I released him and approached his brother. I extended my hand and said, I'm Danny. It's nice to meet you.
Likewise,
he replied, shaking my hand quickly. His voice, unlike Kai's, was tinged with the faintest Japanese accent.
You've caused quite a fuss. You're different than I expected. Shut up, Ben,
Kai told his brother. Turning my attention back to Kai, I asked, How'd you find me?
Remember what I said about the weird feelings I was having?
I nodded.
Well, with Cece, I could feel her anger and hatred building up until she did all that stupid shit. Now it's happening with you, except you're giving off sadness instead of anger. I'm not sure how, but I recognize the sadness is coming from you, and it got stronger the closer I came to you, led me straight to you, and it feels like you're about to do something really stupid.
Well, I'm not going to kill myself or anything, I said defensively. Kai looked at his brother, who nodded. Seriously? Did he really think I was suicidal? And what's with the need for brotherly confirmation?
No, but whatever you're thinking of doing, it'll leave you very unhappy, even if you don't realize it now. That's why I can feel the negativity, the sadness, pouring off you.
Pondering his assessment, I realized he was right. I'd been considering becoming a hermit, forsaking human contact altogether. Cutting out Zoe and Jason, Chris, and even Kai would leave me miserable for the rest of my life. I could survive surrounded by only my four-legged friends, but in the end, death would seem like a relief. But I can't go back. I didn't want to be alone, but I also couldn't stand the possibility that I might endanger my friends again. Damn rocks and hard places. And Kai continued.
Come with me and Ben. We'll take you back with us.
Shaking my head, I said, But Jason and Chris, they almost got killed because of me. I saw...
What did you see?
Kai asked, narrowing his eyes. Biting my lower lip, I sighed. I saw Cece go after Jason and Chris at my grandma's house. After looking at his brother again and receiving another nod, Kai whistled.
So it's true. Jason said he heard you. Said he was sure you were out behind the house somewhere.
I brushed his words aside. You abandoned them. That bitch and her sycophants nearly murdered them, and you weren't there. Kai held his hands out in front of him and stepped closer.
Danny, you have to understand. Jason made us stay at his place while he and Chris checked your house. Cece and her idiots followed him. They were supposed to be looking for gas. The rest of us, we didn't know what they were doing. We were just following Jason's orders.
Oh, I said, my anger instantly dissipating.
You don't have to worry about her going after you or anyone else. She's long gone. So are John and the rest of her flock, and good fucking riddance. I'm pretty sure she's actually controlling them, and not just with her
Kai stopped talking and cleared his throat.
I mean, I think she's like me, but her thing is controlling dumb shits who are stupid enough to touch her.
Kai shook his head in annoyance and continued.
The only shitty part about them leaving is that they took the Humvees and everything that was in them.
I had suspected as much. That Cece was gone, and felt immense relief. It was short-lived. My stomach knotted as I registered the implications of Cece being able to control other people. How many can she control? How does she do it? And now she's out there somewhere.
Please come back. If you don't, I'm not sure how much longer the rest of us can stand Jason. He was a cold son of a bitch before. Now he's rabid. He's crazy moody, especially when he's drinking. And by moody, I mean completely unreasonable. He's becoming impossible to...
At his words, fury began coursing through my veins. I tried to contain it, but it seeped out anyway. And what would you do? Betray him? Abandon him? Attack him? You're just like her!
Holy shit.
Kai stared at me with wide, wonder-filled eyes.
No,
he said tentatively in my mind.
I'll stand by him. I promise. Is this real?
Clenching my jaw, I nodded sharply. Remotely, I registered the confirmation that I could hear human responses telepathically.
What's going on?
Ben asked. Kai shook his head.
It's impossible.
Oh, but your thing is possible? Don't be such a hypocrite.
She can...
Kai stammered. I can talk in his mind. In anyone's. I guess you could call me a telepath. I finished pointedly. To my surprise, Ben simply nodded, accepting my claim without argument or exclamation. I studied him. What can he do? What about Jason? What about all the people Zoe's with? Holy crap. What about all of the survivors? My friends and I needed to stick together. I'll come back, I said definitively. Kai and Ben just stared at me, and we stood in awkward silence. So, I'm surprised Jason didn't come with you.
He doesn't know we're here,
they said in unison. Interesting. I will come back. Tomorrow. Kai looked baffled, so I explained. I have some issues I need to sort out, personal things, and, well, I can't do it around Chris. She'll get in my head and try to do it for me. I need to do it. I paused, wondering how exactly I would sort out my feelings for Jason by morning. Kai, promise me you won't tell Jason where I am. I stared into his brown eyes, and sensing his reluctance, willed him to give in. Hesitantly, Kai nodded.
Fine, I won't tell him. Today. But I'm telling him first thing in the morning. You should probably be ready for him to storm up here.
Great, I said unenthusiastically. An angry Jason. What a great way to start the day. I took my sudden apprehension out on Ben, who was nodding again. Why do you keep nodding? I demanded, glaring at him. Wide-eyed, Ben said,
Oh, I can tell when people are lying. You're not.
Huh. That's useful. He shrugged.
It can be kind of annoying. You'd be surprised how frequently people lie about stupid things.
I can imagine. Looking outside, I noticed it was dusk. You guys should get going. You know how the crazies like to come out and play at night. I stepped forward to give Ben a brief hug. I'm glad he found you alive. Kai's hug was longer, punctuated by an eager,
"I'll see you soon."
a timid surge of joy shot through me. Finally, things were looking up.
January.
Chapter 34. Danny. I'd been sleeping, but I was suddenly awake. I blinked, letting my eyes focus in the darkness. I was staring up at a post and beam ceiling, and it took me a moment to remember where I was, the front room of the ranch house. Grudgingly, I sat and rubbed the sleep from my eyes. The couch was warm beneath me, beckoning me to stretch out and fall back asleep. But there was something nagging the very edge of my memory. I had the vague impression that Jack had been in my dreams, showing me something important. Hackles raised, Jack slowly backed through the doorway from the hall, triggering my memory of the dream. The front door. The doorknob. Jiggling, just like I could hear it doing at that moment. Oh crap, I thought, piecing it all together. Somebody was breaking in, and the only doorway from my makeshift bedroom led to the same hall as the front door. I was in major trouble. I had just enough time to scramble off the couch and crouch by the doorway with Jack next to me before I heard the front door crash open. I panicked as I realized my gun was on the couch on the opposite side of the room. I'd stowed it under my pillow before falling asleep. Idiot! Maybe I can hide. Maybe they'll pass me by. Maybe... The hallway's hardwood floor creaked under the intruder's footsteps, the sound growing closer with every passing second. I held my breath as Jack moved into the center of the room, snarling ferociously. "No, Jack, what are you doing?"
"Help you,"
he responded solemnly.
"Run away."
I didn't have time to protest or even move before the man stomped up the hall and through the doorway. Focused completely on my vicious dog, he didn't notice me flattened against the wall beside the doorframe. As Jack strung him further into the room toward the couch, and unfortunately my gun, I slowly inched closer to the hallway. When I placed my right foot in the doorway, the worn wood floor moaned. Horrified, I froze. I held my breath and looked over my shoulder at the man. His eyes met mine. Forgetting Jack, he lunged at me and shoved me back first into the hallway wall. I hit it with a thud, knocking several picture frames to the floor. Glass shattered around my bare feet, but I'd hit my head so hard that I couldn't stop myself from staggering. A shard sliced into my heel right before the intruder's hurtling body slammed against mine. He smelled of rancid sweat and stale cigarette smoke, and his bloodshot eyes glinted wildly. He was definitely a crazy. A second later, Jack attacked him. As he tore at the crazy with teeth and claws, I attacked with knees and hands. My few self-defense lessons kicked in, possibly saving my life. I rammed a knee into his groin, then smacked his left ear with my open hand. I wasn't sure if I'd actually landed the blows on purpose, or if they'd been a random result of my frantic flailing. Regardless, insanity had hindered his physical prowess, and he was unable to block my strides. The man stumbled back, tripping over Jack and crashing into the opposite wall. Without a backward glance, Jack and I fled. We tore down the hallway, out the front door, across the wide gravel driveway, and through the door at one end of the stable. The horses whinnied and stomped as we sped by the first few stalls. "Be quiet, please. The bad man can't know I'm here." Instantly, the building fell silent before the sound of my bare feet slapping on the cement floor. Just as I sidestepped into the fourth stall on the right, an ominous screech sounded from the door at the far end of the building. The door I never used because of its rusty hinges. I smiled grimly. He didn't know my exact location, but I knew his. I also knew the next stall down housed almost all of the ranch tools, each a potential weapon. If I can just get to them. I studied the darkness, weighing its density, and decided I could probably make it without the crazy seeing me. It's now or never. I breathed in and out once, twice, then held the third breath and slipped out of the stall as quietly as possible. Jack followed me, quiet as a shadow. The few seconds it took me to reach the next stall seemed to last for days. Shaking with adrenaline, I ducked through the open doorway and searched the barely visible walls for some sort of weapon. Unfortunately, grabbing anything would make too much noise and dissolve my only advantage. Trying not to panic, I squeezed my hands into tight fists and took several deep, steadying breaths. Quietly, but not quietly enough, the man passed by the empty stalls and unknowingly neared my hiding place. Desperate, I begged the horses. I needed distraction. In an explosion of noise, they began kicking the walls and neighing loudly. I seized the nearest shovel, the same one I nearly accosted Kai with, and gripped it tightly in my sweaty hands as I crept closer to the main aisle. Pausing, I told the animals, "Quiet now." Stillness settled in the dark building. Faintly, I heard the man resume his slow, shuffling pace, unaware of the danger awaiting him, unaware of me. As he drew closer, I coiled to strike, my muscles trembling with tension and fear. Besides my shovel, I realized my ability could also be used as a weapon, repercussions be damned. "Stop!" I shouted in the man's head. His clothing rustled as he froze mid-step and looked around.
Damn voices,
he grumbled and continued creeping along.
"Leave me alone."
Crap, he's still coming. Frantically, I opened my mind and begged anyone or anything. "Help, please. I'm being attacked by an insane man. Please help me, please." I felt thousands of minds connect with mine, human and otherwise, draining me of energy almost instantly. Terrified, I broke the connections. What the hell did I just do? Adrenaline seemed to be the only thing keeping me standing. Seconds later, the man moved into sight. All of the horses in the stable thrashed and cried. Other animals scratched and banged on the walls from outside the building. The man looked around, hearing a commotion his eyes couldn't identify in the darkness. Taking advantage of the momentary distraction, I stepped away from the wall and swung the shovel like a baseball bat. The dull, dirty metal rang out like a church bell when it impacted his skull, causing the handle to vibrate painfully in my grip. Immediately, he crumpled. Seconds later, my legs gave out, and I followed him to the cold cement floor. Using my ability on such a massive scale had weakened me, and adrenaline could only last for so long. I could feel my hold on consciousness slipping. I wasn't sure if the man was dead, but it didn't matter. I was unable to make my muscles listen to my brain's orders to stand up and flee. My head was pounding, and I was shivering, both from cold and from terror. I curled into the fetal position, letting myself be soothed by Jack sniffing and whining. I could feel other furry things, some small and some as large as my dog, nuzzling me. They surrounded me with their warmth, cutting through the aching chill that had seeped into my bones, and I slipped comfortably into unconsciousness.
"So, what should we do?"
An indistinct female voice asked. Angrily, a man replied,
"I don't fucking know. They're not gonna hurt her. At least I don't think they are. Jack wouldn't just stand there if he thought she was in danger."
Another man said. "I think we should shoot them. They're obviously dangerous. Look what they did to that guy. They tore him apart." A shrill voice said.
"Shut up, Holly. You're not helping,"
the first speaker ordered. She continued in a softer volume.
"I think they're protecting her." "I agree,"
said a new voice.
I think we should wait until she wakes up. And if she doesn't, what then? We just leave her behind this wall of animals?
The angry man asked. What the hell is going on? Who are they talking about? Why am I so hot? What's poking me? Wait, where's the crazy? Did I kill him? Look, I think she's moving, one of the voices claimed. Me? Are they talking about me? Suddenly, my eyes popped open, and I gaped in astonishment at what I saw in the darkness around me. I was surrounded by a barrier of pacing creatures, including several coyotes, foxes, bobcats, and a gigantic cougar. And, of course, faithful Jack was among the animals protecting me from the people I'd overheard. I felt like a planet being orbited by a deadly belt of fur, teeth, and claws. Beyond the fierce predators, a small crowd of familiar people with flashlights watched with a variety of expressions. Kai and Ben were sharing a look of wonder. Holly was scowling at Dalton and Hunter, whose faces were blank. Chris was smiling, but it was Jason who captured my attention. The look in his eyes made him appear slightly more savage than the wild creatures circling me. I sat up slowly and immediately felt dozens of small, furry bodies wiggle and readjust themselves around me. Instead of panicking, which would have been normal, and frankly would have made me feel less like a mutant ninja animal whisperer, I smiled at the mass of rabbits, mink, and cats curled up on and around me. Without them, I would have frozen to death, having passed out on the cement floor of an unheated building in the dead of winter. The animals had kept me warm, the wonders of a living blanket. As Jason took a step closer, my protective guard abruptly stilled, forming a solid, threatening shield intent on one thing, keeping him away from me. Jason paused with one foot forward, his muscles twitching with the need to keep moving. "Let him pass," I ordered. A narrow, Jason-sized gap opened between the cougar and a pair of foxes. The three animals separated and sat patiently, looking like stone lions guarding the entryway to a castle. "No way! Did you guys see that?" Holly blurted. But everyone ignored her, instead staring in shock at the obedient animals. Everyone except Jason. He lurched forward through the makeshift gateway and dislodged a handful of the smaller creatures huddled around me as he crouched at my side. The common cats were the most displeased, hissing and groaning in feline irritation.
Are you hurt?
He implored, scanning me from head to toe and back again before his eyes met mine. His desperation stole my breath. I wished I had Zoe's ability so I could understand what he was desperate for. I don't think so. Jason, No! I shouted suddenly, snapping my head to the right. Holly had raised her pistol and was aiming it at the cougar, whose muscles were tense to pounce. Everyone froze, animals included.
Ow,
Kai said, shaking his head.
Was it really necessary to shout so loud in our heads, too?
I hunched, leaning away from Jason, away from everyone. Sorry, I guess I got a little excited. At least Holly had lowered her gun. Before the situation spiraled out of control and someone or something got hurt, I dismissed my furry defenders. To my surprise, each nuzzled part of my body before leaving, even the cougar. I felt like a piece of land claimed by dozens of property owners. Delightful. After the last undomesticated animal had left the stable, Chris rushed to my side, displacing Jason, who stood and began pacing. "What the hell just happened?" Holly screeched. "You guys saw that, right? That was like a cougar or something. What if she sicks it on one of us next?" Jason halted and spun to face her.
Shut the fuck up, Holly,
he ordered harshly.
Kai, find the lights in this place.
he added before he gathered everyone but Chris around him and began giving hushed, emphatic orders. Chris and I both squinted when the overhead lights came on, and she continued patting and prodding me everywhere in her search for injuries. She was very thorough. "Hey!" I exclaimed as she pressed against my ribs beneath my breasts. "I like you, Chris, but not that much."
Calm down, hun. I'm just making sure nothing's broken.
"Well, you don't need to feel me up in the process. I'm okay, I promise." She puckered her mouth, trying not to laugh.
You've got a pretty nasty cut on your heel. How'd that happen?
I thought for a moment, recalling all that had happened after the crazy had broken in. Part of me couldn't believe I was still alive. I stepped on the glass from a broken picture frame. It was when he, attacked me in the house, I explained, my voice trembling a little. Chris gently squeezed my shoulder.
Worst decision he ever made, huh?
She said, but it was her touch more than her words that soothed me. Damn, I love her ability.
Just give me a few minutes to get you patched up, and then I think you and Jason should have a little chat. Clear the air.
I groaned. Is he mad? I asked tentatively, watching Jason pace up and down the stable aisle. He reminded me of the cougar who'd watched over me so closely during my loss of consciousness. Chris barked a laugh and said,
Hun, mad doesn't come close. The email from his sister telling him why you left, that didn't really go over so well.
Oh, I looked down at my hands, feeling miserable. Chris left my side momentarily to retrieve a first aid kit from her pack. I flinched when she cleaned the stinging cut on my heel, but felt lucky it wasn't deep enough to need stitches. After dropping some antibiotics in my palm and handing me a water bottle, she said,
So I'm going to clear everyone out of here. Start setting up in the house. Can you and Jason please try not to kill each other?
I gave her a flat look.
I'll take that as a yes,
she said, rising. She walked away without a backward glance. I sighed, trying and failing not to look at the glistening skeleton about a dozen feet away. The crazy's corpse had been picked clean, mostly. There were still pieces of bloody clothing and globs of hair. I struggled to make my mind reconcile the horrific sight with the man who'd attacked me only hours before. With unexpected pity, I hoped it had been the blow from the shovel that had killed him, not the animals tearing him apart alive. It was too horrible a fate to wish on anyone. Well, except Cece, maybe. Picking myself up off the freezing floor, I hurried away from both the ghastly scene and my vengeful thoughts, ignoring the throb in my heel. Unfortunately, I was instead approaching Jason in a confrontation I was nearly as eager to avoid as my attacker's decimated remains. I fell in step behind Jason as he strode away. "Jason?" I asked meekly. He halted abruptly, and I bumped into his back with an "Ugh!" While I regained my balance and some modicum of decorum, Jason turned to face me. I took several hasty steps backward. Everything about him was stiff, his clenched fists, his taut neck muscles, and his unusually thin lips. Silently, he stared at me, though it felt more like getting a full-body MRI. "Jason,
You what?"
he exploded, stalking toward me. I backed up, my pace increasing with his, my sore heel forgotten. Though my mouth opened, no words came out. I was struck dumb by the waves of sheer fury emanating from him. It was how I imagined I had looked when I'd confronted him about moving Cam's body, just a hell of a lot smaller.
You left without a word. You came to my room, you said goodnight, and you knew you were leaving.
He said coldly, his tone like a thin layer of ice encapsulating an inferno.
Zoe didn't give me your message until the next fucking night.
I spent a whole day not knowing what had happened to you, not knowing if you were dead. And then my sister tells me about Cece's goddamn note. You didn't tell me.
He yelled, still pushing me back with the force of his anger.
Why the fuck didn't you tell me? I could have helped you.
You could have died, I screamed back. I was trying to protect you.
I could protect myself.
I scoffed. Sure, like you protected yourself at Graham's house? As soon as the words were out, I wished I could catch them and stuff them back down my throat.
How'd you... You were there. I knew it.
After a brief pause, he lowered his voice and added,
You made her leave, didn't you? What did you do?
Each word was pronounced precisely, making his quietness more ominous than his earlier yelling. Gulping in the suddenly scarce air, I explained, I spoke in her mind. I threatened her. If she didn't... Backing into the rusty door, I whispered, I couldn't let her do it, Jason. I couldn't lose you. He stopped inches from me, his toes nearly touching mine.
I almost killed her. Multiple times. Fuck, Danny. I should have. But Chris and Kai might have. If I'd screwed up, Cece and the others would have gone after them, maybe killed them.
He turned and walked several steps away, hiding whatever unwanted emotions plagued him. Jason, When he faced me, his outward composure had returned. He was, once again, the emotionless statue I'd come to know so well. Quietly, he said,
You should have told me about the note when you first read it. We could have figured it out together.
I know. It was simple but true. The realization may have come slowly, but I knew that whatever happened, whatever threat loomed ahead, Jason and I would face it together. The meaning of together was still a great unknown. Friends? More? But he needed to know I believed in him, depended on him, trusted him. I'm so sorry, Jason. I won't leave you again. His momentary composure abruptly disintegrated, revealing frustration and anger, as well as hope and joy. In 2 purposeful strides, he was on me, his hands forcing my shoulders against the door, as his lips devoured mine. He was relentless, stroking my tongue with his as soon as our bodies met. It was unlike any kiss I'd ever experienced, devoid of thought or reason, purely based on mutual need. If Jason had continued kissing me forever, I would have gladly obliged. But, of course, he didn't. Seconds after restraining me, he pulled back and spun away.
Fuck!
He shouted, punching the wooden slats between 2 empty stalls, before striding off.
Chapter 35, Zoe. You're not focusing! Sanchez's voice rang in my head. She was sitting only inches from me on one of the picnic benches in the quad. She'd caught me glaring at the barracks. I'd spent too much time within its walls and was grateful to finally be outside. Really? Do you have to yell? Well, pay attention, Sanchez said. Your turn. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath, trying to remove myself from the present. I tried to block out the beautiful sunset I wanted to watch and the bullfrogs croaking loudly down at the pond. I tried to ignore the fact that I yearned, as usual, for an early spring. Finally pushing all distractions from my mind, I pictured Sanchez sitting in front of me. I thought of her mind, her face, and the way she tended to glare at me impatiently, but nothing came. Let me try something else, I thought out loud. Erasing the image of Sanchez from my head, I thought of the universe. I thought of blackness and infinity, of all the stars and planets and galaxies, and how insignificant I was in relation to it all. Again, nothing came. Taking another approach, I opened my eyes and reached out to touch her. Her impatience was heavy, burdening my senses, so I let go. "Well, we know touch works without fail," I said in exasperation. I wish I knew how to control this thing. "And your mind?" "I'm still working on that one." Taking a deep breath, I again attempted to reach out to her with my mind. "I have no idea what I'm doing," I muttered. I couldn't help but laugh at the bizarreness of the situation. "I can't believe I'm trying to read your mind." "Just concentrate. I'm sure you're more in tune with your unique talent than you think." I focused all my attention on seeking the surges and tingles of energy I felt floating around the periphery of my consciousness. They would come and go as they pleased, meowing and pawing at the back door of my mind like stray cats. I was able to ignore them most of the time, but once I was seeking them out, they'd scurried away. Trying to concentrate on the unknown was a challenge, but I must have done something right. I felt a tug on my consciousness. Opening myself up to it, I felt a sense of impatience and frustration dancing around me, two emotions I easily identified as Sanchez's. Pulling them closer with my mind, I reached further in. I saw myself through Sanchez's eyes, sitting in front of her with my legs crossed. I barely recognized myself, and I wasn't sure if it was because I was looking at myself through someone else's eyes, or because I'd changed so much. A lot had happened over the past few weeks. I'd lost weight, making my cheekbones more prominent, and I looked weak, even though I felt stronger than I ever had before. Defensively, I sat up straighter. Losing myself in Sanchez's mind, I watched a montage of memories parade through my awareness, a tornado of emotions swirling around them. Sanchez was worried about us. Our group was in the mess hall eating dinner, and she anxiously watched us from afar. Her mind was bombarded by the pressure of being our leader and trying to protect us against the unknown. Sanchez was looking in a mirror, her face wet from crying. She pushed her emotions away with fierce determination and wiped the tears from her cheeks. Refocusing on her reflection, she made sure she appeared perfectly composed. She sighed before straightening her outfit and walking out her barracks room door. Sanchez stared down at her fallen squad members, slaughtered and strewn on the snow-covered ground. Sanchez and Harper were lying in bed together, younger and uncertain, different than I knew them. Sanchez was driving through the desert, looking out at the barren land around her with a gleeful smile on her face. Sanchez was peering between her childish fingers as she hid her face. She was cringing as her father's hand came down across her mother's cheek. Her mother was crying and running after him as he drove away. I'd seen too much, and with a jolt I pulled myself away from Sanchez's mind. Sitting in front of her, I saw a different woman than I had before. Instead of austere and distant, I now saw her as strong, protective, and guarded. She was a true survivor, an independent woman forged from suffering and loss. For the first time, thinking of never seeing her again once I left for Colorado made me feel sad. "Are you all right?" Her hand brushed my arm. "Zoe, are you okay? You're really pale." "Yeah, thanks. That was just..." I knew she wouldn't appreciate that I'd seen the memories of her past, felt her deepest fears and emotions. "That was more difficult than I thought." "What's it like? What'd you see?" she asked anxiously. "It was a rush of images I couldn't really piece together, but at least now I think I know how to access them," I said, giving her half the truth. She smiled hopefully. "But it worked?" "Yeah." I nodded as she watched me intently. I wasn't sure what other private memories I would uncover if we continued, So I said, "But it took a lot of energy. I'm sort of zapped. I'm going to call it a day, okay?" "Sure," she said, but there was a hint of skepticism in her voice. To avoid any further questions, I stood abruptly. "Sorry, I'm getting antsy. I need to move around. Must be all that time in bed." I stretched my back dramatically and said the first thing that came to my mind. "I think I'll go for a walk. I'll see you at dinner." Sanchez nodded, and I strolled away. Folding my arms, I pretended to be lost in thought as I scuffed my feet along the pathway. "We'll talk more later," I heard Sanchez say in my head. Without turning, I waved to her and continued toward the barracks. Walking inside, I meandered, unsure of what to do. Dave, Stacy, and Sarah were deep in conversation in the common room, and the others weren't around, so I was on my own. Realizing that what I'd said to Sanchez was true, I'd done enough sitting around, I snatched my sketchbook and a few pencils from my room and headed back out to capture the final rays of the sunset. In an attempt to avoid Sanchez, I moved between vacant buildings toward the gym. I hadn't done much exploring, especially not after what we'd found in the hospital off base. Walking around alone was intimidating, but I welcomed the fresh air. Maybe I'll find Harper and Biggs in the gym. As I continued on, I soaked in the landscape around me. Dead leaves lined the gutters of the well-worn roads, and withered weeds poked through jagged cracks in the sidewalk. I wondered if Fort Knox always looked so desolate. I tried to imagine red and orange leaves on the trees in autumn, and green grass and blooming flowers along the pathways in the spring, but I'd only known it as a barren, abandoned base, and I couldn't picture it as anything else. Coming around the corner of the small post office, I heard a clanking noise. I froze, unsure if I should continue my exploration. After hearing it again, the distinct sound of metal hitting metal, I decided to investigate. I poked my head around the corner of the building and saw a few old cars parked alongside a repair garage and scattered throughout a small parking lot. In the right stall of the garage, a wheelless Humvee was suspended on a lift, and a black panel van occupied the stall on the left. Another bang suggested someone was working inside. Curiously, I wandered closer to the garage, expecting to see Biggs piddling around. Instead, I found Jake bent over the open hood of the van, his long-sleeved thermal shirt pulled tightly over his arms and back while he wrenched. His sleeves were pushed up so they bunched around his elbows, and I couldn't help but notice the muscles in his forearms flexing with each twist of his wrist. "Hey," I said stupidly, knowing that if he found me watching him and I'd said nothing, it would be even more awkward. His body jerked and he bumped his head on the van's hood. "Shit," he barked. I hid my sudden grin with my sketchbook. "Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you." He stared at me for a moment, taking me in, ensuring I wasn't crazy. Small streaks of grease stained his forehead and left cheek, indicating he'd used a dirty arm to wipe his face.
"What are you doing here?"
he asked harshly, but his flushed cheeks and ragged breathing indicated he was just flustered. "I was taking a walk and heard some noises," I explained as I made my way into the garage. Surveying the unfamiliar surroundings, I noticed the shop was littered with dirty objects that I knew nothing about. I was sure they were all parts of cars, or tools for fixing broken parts of cars, but the whole mess looked like a bunch of junk to me. Tools with red and black handles were strewn about on workbenches, covered in a layer of dust that told me they hadn't been used in a while. The cement floor was stained with grime. I could feel it under my shoes, sticky and gritty. Dirty red rags decorated the large, tiered toolboxes and stools. The shop was a complete mess, exactly the way I expected a repair garage to be, except for the area around Jake. He had a row of sockets and wrenches lined up on the floor in front of the van, descending in size, almost a perfect half-inch away from one another, The tools lay waiting to be used. Jake was cranking a wrench, making it click rapidly as his wrist moved in a back and forth motion. A semi-clean red rag hung out of his back pocket, and a folded beanie lay on a stool nearby. He's a neat freak, I realized. Probably a perfectionist, too. I nodded to myself. That explains a lot. His cool exterior was only a glimpse into his need to remain in control. As he continued working, I perused the shop. The more I walked around, the more I realized I liked the unique way the place smelled.
Why are you smiling?
Jake asked quietly, looking up at me. Am I smiling? My smile widened to a grin. I guess I've just never been in a garage like this before. I like it. The look on his face changed, a sort of surprise replacing his curiosity. What's wrong with this one? I asked, pointing to the van he was working on.
I thought the battery was dead, but it's...
Registering my confusion, he paused and stood straighter.
I'm replacing the alternator,
he said. Oh, cool. Nothing you can't handle then?
No, not unless I break something else,
he joked dryly. Sidling up to the van, I leaned in. You like to work on cars?
It keeps my mind busy.
He turned back to the maze of metal and hoses under the hood. I nodded and straightened. I understand. That's why I like drawing. Jake said nothing and returned to cranking the wrench. No matter how much he played it off, he seemed to know exactly what he was doing. There was no hesitation or fumbling in his movements. He can fight. He fixes cars. He knows how to put on a fireworks show. Can I ask you something else? Reaching down into the engine, he nodded. It's about the fireworks, I said before I could lose my nerve. Jake withdrew from the engine and straightened, the look on his face reflecting my own feelings of discomfort. Although I was a 26-year-old woman looking at a 30-something-year-old man, my heart raced like I was a teenager and he was the first boy I'd ever liked. Liked? I don't know if I'd go that far. He intrigues me. That's all. Why'd you do it? Changing my mind, I amended. I mean, how? He glanced at me and after a brief pause, shrugged indifferently.
I lit the fuses.
My eyes narrowed in frustration until I noticed something. Although his face was expressionless, there was a glint of amusement in his eyes. He was teasing me. I might have fallen for his antics a week earlier when I thought my presence repulsed him, but I'd come to know better. His actions told me more about him than his words ever would. Two can play this game, Mr. Vaughn. As I schemed, my pulse quickened. Obviously you lit the fuses, I said coolly, inching closer to the van. I wondered what it would take to provoke an honest reaction from him. I leaned against the van, resting my elbows on the cold metal framing the engine bay. Without fully knowing what came over me, I arched my back, feeling my breasts bulge out the top of my tight V-neck. My pants hugged my ass as I stuck it out noticeably. The motion pulled my shirt up slightly to reveal a hint of my lower back. Jake's eyes moved over my curves, quickly assessing every inch of me. My mind betrayed me, and I wondered what it would feel like to have his hands on me. He must have wondered something similar because his eyes briefly glazed over with desire. For the first time, I felt strong around him, in control. I grinned in victory, and he narrowed his eyes, looking down to clean the wrench he'd been using. Letting the moment go, I straightened from my ridiculous pose, waiting for my heartbeat to slow down. Why do you have to be so vague? I asked. I mean, where did you even get the fireworks? Or do you know how to make them? This time he smiled.
No,
he said with a chuckle.
I can't make fireworks. Harper and I found a stockpile when we were searching for fuel a while back.
Oh. The disappointment in my voice surprised me. Jake must have heard it too because he gave me a sidelong glance.
You thought I made them?
I blushed. No. Yes. I don't know what I thought. It shouldn't matter. I shook the distracting thoughts from my head. Jake set the now spotless wrench aside, and as he wiped the grease from his hands, his questioning eyes met mine. Feeling awkward, I backed away. The playfulness had suddenly evaporated, and I felt like I was in the way of his work. But I wasn't quite ready to leave. I spotted an old ratty leather recliner in the next stall. It had a folded blue tarp draped over its lower half, covered in dust. Reluctant to wander back out into the dying light, I walked over to the chair and peeked under the tarp. It was clean. Knowing I'd found as good of a place as any, I pulled off the tarp and draped it over a nearby lift. "Do you mind?" I asked, pointing to the chair. Jake glanced over at me and shook his head. I was glad he didn't ask me why I was hesitant to leave. I didn't know the answer. I curled up on the chair and opened my sketch pad, trying to ignore the unease in my stomach. As Jake repeatedly glanced my way, I quickly began sketching. Although I'd never attempted them before, the shapes came easily. Before long, I had captured the slightly beat-up van on my page. Jake was there too. I hadn't been able to resist capturing his rugged beauty. I was looking down at the living room of the home I'd grown up in. Muffled sounds came from upstairs. I strained to hear the desperate words being uttered, but my consciousness was jumbled and I couldn't decipher them. I couldn't think. I cringed as the shouting and cursing continued. My dad and Jason suddenly materialized in the living room, completely unaware of my presence. Like a reclusive spider hidden in the recesses of a wall, I watched what unfolded with trepidation. My brother was bigger than my dad. Jason's clenched fists and jaw were intimidating, but my dad seemed just as imposing. He was more solemn and threatening than I'd ever noticed before, and he looked older than I remembered. His features were blanketed with an all too familiar sorrow. His eyes were filled with loneliness, and their outer corners were wrinkled from a lifetime of worry. Jason's gestures were forceful as he exchanged harsh words with my dad. His eyes were ablaze with so much anger that I almost missed the sadness crinkling his brow. Like a pair of earplugs had been removed, I could suddenly hear Jason's venomous words.
"I can't stay here anymore,"
he yelled. Both men's chests heaved under their shirts.
"She's dead, Dad. I'm not doing this anymore. I don't want this life."
I immediately knew who he was talking about. Mom. My dad pushed his index finger roughly against my brother's chest, and Jason's rage consumed him. Without saying another word, Jason turned and stormed off. Running his fingers through short hair silvered with age, my dad turned in my direction. Somehow, in my disembodied state, his eyes were able to focus on me, and they widened with shock. The room from my childhood home abruptly melted away, only to be replaced by another familiar setting, our family car. No longer incorporeal, I was a little girl sitting in the back seat of our brown and beige wagoneer. I watched sunlit scenery pass by the window and played with the hem of my dress. Looking down at my lap, I giggled at the sight of my favorite yellow sundress and kicked my small, sandal-clad feet happily. As darkness overwhelmed the sunlight, a sense of dread filled me. Something horrible was about to happen. I smelled a citrusy scent and immediately knew it was my mother in the driver's seat. My eyes prickled with tears. I longed to see her face. "Mommy?" I asked timidly, wishing she would look at me, wishing I could finally see her face. She remained silent and ignored me, driving like it was any other day. I couldn't remember what she looked like. My eyes darted to the rearview mirror where I hoped to catch a glimpse of her feminine features, but the image was blurred, like it was forbidden for me to see. The foreboding presence of something malevolent hovered around us. The air was thick with a suffocating fear, and I saw my mom's body stiffen as she felt it too. I heard the sound of her hands tightening around the leather covering the steering wheel. Even though I was too small to see around the seat back, I knew my mom's knuckles were white and that her hands were shaking, just as mine were as they gripped the skirt of my yellow dress. "Mommy," I said again. "Shh," she cooed softly as she looked over her shoulder at me. Where her face should have been, there was nothing but smooth, featureless flesh. "Shh, it's okay, Zoe," she said again, despite having no lips or mouth to speak from. Petrified by the empty face in front of me, I tried to close my eyes, but my lids wouldn't shut. I tried to call out for Daddy or Jason, but only faint sobs escaped my lips. The faceless woman reached for me. I tried to pull away from her slow, mechanical movement, but my seatbelt was suddenly too tight to move or even breathe. Gasping for air between muffled shrieks of terror, I attempted to yank my wrist away from her cold, bone-white fingers. "No!" I cried out immediately before my body lurched forward. My neck snapped back, almost broken in half. I could see the front of the station wagon, crushed like an accordion against a dingy brick wall. Adrenaline made my heart race. I was trapped, covered in blood. I was dying. I couldn't breathe. The faceless woman sat motionless, pinned against the steering wheel. Her arm was draped over the dashboard, and the fingers that had been on my skin moments before twitched. My body lurched as I gasped for air. My hands fell to my lap, suddenly paralyzed, and I took my final, searing breath. Jolting awake in bed, I looked around the room. Moonlight shining through the mini blinds cast striped shadows on the wardrobe and the far wall. I was in Fort Knox, in my room in the barracks. I was safe, and I was alone. The cotton sheets clung to my sweaty skin. Peeling them from my body, I felt like I was shedding the gloom of my nightmare. My face was clammy, my hair was matted against my cheeks and neck, and my body was shaking. The dream that had haunted me throughout my childhood had returned. Fearing what might come when I closed my eyes again and not knowing what else to do, I climbed out of bed. I grabbed my sketch pad from the nightstand and made my way toward the door. I opened it, only to trip over Cooper, who was stretched out in the doorway. I stumbled and caught myself against the wall. "Damn it, Coop," I quietly admonished, but it wasn't his fault that it was dark. We were conserving the fuel we needed to power the generators. Seeing a faint light flicker down the hallway, I realized someone was in the common room. I headed that way, Cooper moseying languidly behind me. When I saw Jake sitting on the couch reading by firelight, I paused, but Cooper trotted across the room to him. Hearing the dog's nails clicking on the floor, Jake looked up, and his eyes met mine. "Hey," I said weakly. He stood abruptly, looking pensive.
Is everything okay?
His voice was hoarse from a lack of use, and I held back a smile as he cleared his throat. I nodded. Once again, he had a look on his face that I'd seen numerous times, one of thoughtful concern. But this time I understood it better. "Why do you always think something's wrong when you see me? Am I really that bad?" His eyes narrowed, and I acknowledged the silliness of my question with a modest smile and a shrug. "Okay, well, this time you can't save me. Don't worry." One of Jake's eyebrows arched inquiringly. "I had a bad dream and couldn't get back to sleep, but it's nothing some drawing won't fix." I held up my sketch pad. "What about you? Can't sleep?"
Something like that.
"You can keep reading. I won't bother you." He nodded, walking over to the fire. He threw on another log as I situated myself on the couch, wrapped myself in a blanket, and opened my sketchbook to draw. I tried to ignore the awkward silence between us for the second time in a day. Jake remained by the fire, leaning against the wall.
Would you dream about Clara?
I shook my head. No, it was a nightmare I've been having for a while.
You want to talk about it?
His concern was genuine, but I couldn't imagine explaining it to him. I didn't want to sound even more pathetic and broken than I already did. Again, I shook my head. You can sit down, I offered, not wanting him to feel like he had to leave. Jake looked back at me with a rare grin on his face.
I can.
Wow, that's 2 grins in one day. You know what I mean. I didn't come in here to ruin your chill time.
My chill time,
he repeated playfully. Laughing, I rolled my eyes. Shut up. I'm glad I can entertain you. I thumbed through some of my drawings in search of a blank page.
Those are really good,
he said as he sat down a few inches from me, making the couch feel cozier.
Can I see?
I hesitated.
Never mind.
He turned away from me. No, it's fine, I said hastily. I was so amazed that he was partaking in a conversation with me. I didn't want to mess it up. Here. I handed him my sketch pad with both reluctance and anticipation. I wondered what he would think, and I tried to remember all that I'd drawn.
You sure?
Yeah, I just have a lot of bad ones in there. It's more of a doodle book than anything. I'd never shared any of my sketchbooks with anyone other than Danny, but for some reason I wanted Jake to see it. He didn't say a word as he flipped through pages of realistic depictions of some of what I'd seen over the past few weeks. I became lost in thought as I remembered the time and place I'd started each drawing. There were even some sketches I'd completely forgotten about. Jake lingered on a sketch of a Labrador retriever. That's Sammy, Dave's dog who died, and that's the cabin we were staying in when Harper and the crew met up with us. Jake turned a few more pages. Those are a couple drawings I did on the drive here. They're not very good. Before I knew it, there were forgotten sketches of Jake. Angry ones. His likeness stared up from the page, composed of dark lines and harsh shading that reflected my opinion of him at the time. His drawn eyes were flat, cruel, and judgmental, so different than the pair currently watching me. Oh, you can skip those. Blushing, I reached over and started flipping the pages as quickly as I could. I was clearly having a bad day. Jake watched me too intently as I searched for something else, anything else, to show him. Finding my drawings of Cooper, I stopped. You might like these, I said, trying to refocus his attention. His eyes absorbed the contents of the pages as he flipped through them, but he remained silent, leaving me to wonder what he thought of them. He analyzed the images like there were hidden messages within the lines and shading. Sitting so close to him, I was becoming distracted by our proximity. I leaned away. The last drawing was of Cooper's face, and just as I was about to speak, Jake's hand moved toward it. He gently ran his fingers over the page like the drawing might come to life.
It's perfect.
Really? I whispered, not realizing I'd been holding my breath. Thanks. As he reached my most recent drawings, depictions of Harper filled the pages, over and over. The images of him smiling in his white lab coat looked true to life. I was practicing, I tried to explain, though I didn't know why I felt the need to say anything at all. Finally closing my book, Jake handed it back to me and picked up his own. He casually rested his elbows on his knees.
Thanks for sharing.
The distance in his voice had returned, instantly annoying me. Sure. I pulled myself back into the opposite corner of the couch. What are you reading? He showed me the hardback's dilapidated cover.
The Count of Monte Cristo.
I've never read it, but the movie was great. It's my favorite book. I've read it about 20 times.
I didn't doubt it. With its scuffed cover and worn binding, the book was practically falling apart. Yeah, the binding needs a little restoration. If you put some sort of cover on it, that at least stopped the rest of it from crumbling. His eyebrows rose in question.
I see,
He said. I know a lot of random stuff when it comes to preserving things. Working in an art gallery was one of my former trades.
And your other trades?
He asked, sounding genuinely curious. Let's see. Well, I've never worked on cars, put on a fireworks show, or shot a gun, but I did work at an art supply place and was a live model for some of the art classes at the U in Salem. Jake grinned knowingly. My clothes were on, I clarified. Oh, and I was a bartender for a few years, and I dabbled in making saltwater taffy back home.
Bartender?
He asked, chuckling. Even his smile is mysterious.
That sounds like trouble.
Smiles, laughing, and a little less awkwardness. We're breaking all sorts of records today. I relaxed at the sound of his deep, rumbling laugh. I think that's the first time I've ever heard you laugh, I said, and instantly worried I'd just ruined the progress we'd made.
Not a lot of things make me laugh, I guess.
He leaned back further into the couch. Well, I'm glad my bartending is entertaining you, I said, feigning annoyance. What about you? What are your other trades? Jake thought for a moment before saying,
Nothing very interesting.
He was avoiding my question, but I didn't push him. I glanced down at my sketch pad, leaving him to return to his book, but I could tell he was distracted. Do you think we'll ever be not awkward around each other? I asked, breaking the silence. My question hung in the air as he continued reading. Finally, he turned the page, and without looking at me asked,
You mean, like, friends?
Yeah, I mean, like normal people who can have a normal conversation. He peered at me.
Funny. I thought that's what we were doing.
His tone had hardened. Yeah, I guess.
I don't have a lot of friends.
Jake added reluctantly. I didn't know how to respond, so I leaned back and stared at my empty page. I couldn't concentrate with him sitting beside me. I wondered what he was thinking. I started to doodle on the page, unable to stay focused. I thought about our silent flirtation in the garage, the blood transfusion and the fireworks. I kept asking myself what it all meant, or if it meant anything at all. I wondered why it was bothering me so much that he wouldn't open up to me, why it preoccupied me to the point of drawing my knot tattoo over and over again. I sat, stewing in questions, further confused by the sense of unease I felt radiating from Jake despite his calm appearance. The sounds of the fire, book pages turning, and my pencil tracing the length of the textured page were all that filled the passing minutes. Yawning, I guessed an hour or so had passed, and since I had to wake up early, I figured I should get some sleep. Gathering my things, I stood. Well, I'm training with Harper tomorrow, so I should call it a night. Folding the blanket and laying it on the back of the couch, I met Jake's narrowed eyes.
You're still leaving?
He asked, sounding surprised. Yes, I said simply, not wanting to start an argument. And you're not coming with me. Good night. Chapter 36. Danny. Careful not to wrinkle the priceless photo sheltered in the safety of my coat pocket, I searched around the ranch for Jason. He wasn't in the house, the stable, or the pasture. After the kiss, oh, what a kiss, he'd disappeared. I'd enlisted the help of dozens of animals in my search and was keeping the mind connections open in case they tracked him down. Finally, I heard the faint sound of Jack's howl,
and I knew he'd found my quarry.
Come, hurry. Strange.
My dog said as he appeared at the crest of a nearby hill, barking non-stop for emphasis. Okay, hold your horses, I'm coming, I grumbled, stalking up the hill. It was cold, and after connecting with so many minds in my call for help the previous night, human and animal minds, I was as exhausted as a person could be without collapsing. Something about using my ability on people seemed to wear me out more than anything I'd ever experienced, and my several-hour nap hadn't rejuvenated me completely. After walking for a few minutes, Jack and I spotted Jason in a sparse copse of cypress trees. He was hacking his way through their trunks, tree by tree, his bare, glistening back bunched and flexed with each swing of the axe. Part of me wanted to just stand and admire him from afar, but I'd been looking for him for a reason. Once I was close enough that I didn't need to shout, I asked, "What are you doing, Jason?" He paused with the axe raised, but didn't face me.
Chopping firewood.
Duh. He swung again and again. This is kind of far from the house. Double duh. Another pause.
Yep.
Another swing. I rounded the tree he was currently hacking away at, careful to keep clear of the axe's arc and the erratically jettisoned wood chips. Jason avoided looking at me while I studied him. Other than his curt answers, he acted like he was completely alone. He seemed to lose himself in the meditative motion, and I lost myself in watching him. Lift, swing, thunk. Lift, swing, thunk. He wore an expression of grim determination as his chest and abdominal muscles rhythmically clenched and released. Clenched and released. It was hypnotizing, and erotic, and annoying. "How will you get it all back to the ranch?" I asked, watching his focused, granite expression. There was so much beneath his attractive surface. I wondered how many women had bothered to consider who he was on the inside, when his outside would more than make up for pretty much any personality flaws. He was complicated and conflicted. He had always been, though he rarely let it show. It took the world ending for me to realize it.
I'll carry it,
he said between swings. It'll take a long time. Lots of trips, I commented. Apparently I was turning into the queen of obvious. Pause.
Yep.
Swing, thunk, pause.
That's the point.
Lift. Heaving a huge sigh, I said, "We need to talk." I was growing irritated with his apparent need to ignore me. In my pockets, my hands clenched into fists. I had to remind myself to be careful not to crush the photo. Pause.
Can't. Busy.
Swing, thunk, lift. Stop being such an ass, I thought angrily. Pause.
But I'm so good at it.
Swing, thunk, lift. Crap. I hadn't meant to speak in his head. I definitely needed to get that under control. My mind was overflowing with inappropriate thoughts that I desperately wanted to keep private. "This is important, and difficult enough without you flinging that thing around," I snapped. He said nothing. Swing, thunk, lift. Swing, thunk, lift. Around us, dozens of small, furry shapes were tentatively wandering closer, making me realize that I'd been maintaining my connection to the animal scouts. I struggled to disconnect from their minds. Exhaustion was making my telepathy increasingly difficult to control. Finally, as I continued to watch Jason take out his pent-up aggression on the tree, I lost it. Damn it, Jason! I shouted. Tears of frustration swiftly welled and spilled down my cheeks. Silent sobs clenched my gut, making my throat close spastically. Abruptly, the ceaseless swing, thunk, lift stopped.
Shit.
Jason muttered under his breath. He watched me with wide, troubled eyes.
Don't do that. I didn't mean to. I shouldn't have done what I did back there.
What? I choked out between sobs. Did he just say he shouldn't have kissed me? That made me cry even harder. He approached me slowly.
With Cam and everything. And my sister. I shouldn't have.
Oh, shut up! I shrieked, unwilling to listen to all the reasons kissing me was a mistake. Just knowing he regretted it was unbearable. This isn't about that. The axe slid from Jason's hand, thumping on the damp ground.
It's not? Then what?
He quickly closed the distance between us and took my face in his hands. They seemed to burn my cold cheeks.
What is it?
It was so much harder to form the words when he was being gentle, not to mention when he was standing close enough to feel his enticing heat. Like a coward, I closed my eyes. I know what happened to your dad, I said in his mind. Determined not to leave him to face his pain alone, I forced my eyes open. He's dead. Jason's eyes searched mine and he swallowed repeatedly.
How do you know?
He asked, his voice hollow and weak. Grams left a note for me before she died, I said, my throat catching on the final word. Unable to speak coherently, I had to finish in his mind. She found your dad sitting near the ocean. He was already gone. Is it getting harder to talk in his head?
Oh. We...
Jason stammered, trying unsuccessfully to voice different thoughts. He abruptly moved away from me, picked up the axe, and threw it with a savage roar. It flew end over end and crashed against one of the trees he'd mangled, dropping to the ground with a muffled thud. I tentatively touched his shoulder, and he faced me, a storm of hatred, rage, and regret churning in his eyes. As he searched my face, the storm dissipated, and his expression softened. A single tear escaped from one of his eyes and slid down the chiseled planes of his face. His palpable anguish threatened to revive my own tears. He fell to his knees in front of me and wrapped his arms around my hips, pressing the side of his face against my down-patted chest. I ran my fingers through his short, thick black hair. It was a little longer than it had been when he'd found me in my Seattle apartment, but not yet long enough to show the loose curl I knew it held. He was the strongest man I'd ever known. He was my rock. But for a brief period of time, I needed to be his.
I'd hoped.
He choked out, his arms clenching around me tighter.
I'd thought maybe, just maybe, but it was stupid. Hope,
He growled.
is for fools.
I tightened my grasp on the sides of his head and forced him to look up at me. No, Jason, I whispered. Continuing in his mind, I said, losing hope, that's for fools. What do you think happened to all those people who survived the virus and then killed themselves? They lost hope. They're the fools. But us... I paused, basking in the way his eyes drank me in, wondrous and hungry. We have wants and desires and people we believe in. We have hope, and when we lose it, we might as well lie down and die. Staring up at me, Jason seemed on the verge of saying something. For what felt like minutes, he said nothing. Finally, his arms loosened around me and his hands grasped my hips. I trembled at the change in his gaze and shivered at the increasing chill in the air. I was suddenly dizzy, unintentionally swaying from side to side, and my head felt like it might explode. Am I gonna pass out? Not again. Not now. My vision darkened around the edges and my knees abruptly gave out. I would have collapsed to the ground if Jason hadn't been holding me up.
Danny?
He asked.
Danny, what's wrong?
I tried to keep my eyes open, to breathe deeply, but my brain's commands weren't being received. My ability used too much. As my body went completely limp, Jason hooked one arm behind my knees, the other around my shoulders, and stood. Instead of falling to the soggy ground, I was cradled in his protective arms. Cold, I whispered against his bare shoulder, acutely aware of the contrast between the frigid air and his scorching skin. It's dark.
It's the middle of the day.
Jason muttered worriedly as he began walking at a quick clip. So cold, tired, I mumbled, my head lolling back over his arm.
No, Danny. Shit. Stay with me,
he urged.
I need you to wrap your arms around my neck. Can you do that?
I think, maybe. My tongue felt swollen, my arms leaden. I focused all of my remaining strength on following his directions. I felt the same as I had behind Graham's house and after I'd hit the crazy with the shovel, except it was 100 times worse.
Good,
Jason said, hugging me tightly against his blazing body.
Now hold on.
He began to run. The jarring motion helped me hang on to consciousness, and in a few minutes we were crashing through the front door of the ranch house. Startled by the commotion, Kai asked,
Jason, what's... Her body temp's too low. Fill the tub with hot water,
Jason ordered. Running out of strength, my arms released their hold on Jason, and my head fell back. I blinked and was suddenly lying on the couch I'd been using as a bed, my clothes being gently peeled away. Though I slapped uselessly at the hands undressing me, first my coat, then my jeans, and then my sweater were removed, until I was shivering in only my bra and panties. I was wrapped in layers of blankets like a swaddled infant and scooped up into Jason's strong, comforting arms.
Is it warm?
Jason shouted ahead as he carried me.
Yeah, but not full yet,
Kai called back. Jason's voice echoed slightly when he said,
Go, I'll finish.
Within seconds, he had removed and discarded my cocoon of blankets and partially submerged me in the steaming hot water. It burned, but I savored the feeling, grasping at the chance to be anything but freezing. The situation didn't make sense, though. I was in the water, its delicious heat was lapping at my skin, yet I was still enveloped in Jason's iron hold. He's in the tub with me? As the water level rose, Jason slid our bodies further down in the cramped tub, submerging my entire torso. With one arm wrapped around my waist and the other around my shoulders, he kept my face above the water. With my head resting in the hollow between his shoulder and chest, I watched my hands float near the water's surface. My dim vision grew stronger, and my breaths came more easily as my core temperature increased. Jason, I whispered once the water began to cool. He tensed.
Yeah?
Thanks.
Sure.
He relaxed, letting me melt back into him. I eyed the two very masculine, bare knees sticking out of the water on either side of me. Jason?
Yeah?
Are you, wearing anything? His chuckle vibrated against my back.
Let me think. I believe I left a little something on. Do you want me to fix that, Red?
Though his words were filled with innuendo, he sounded relieved. I don't... Can I just go to sleep? I'm so tired. I snuggled against him, relishing the feel of his body as my eyelids grew heavier.
Sleeping in a bathtub, not a great plan.
Jason said.
Let's get you out and dried off. Can you stand?
Peering down at myself, I realized I was wearing only my bra and underwear, and shyness overwhelmed me. Maybe. Will you close your eyes, please?
Are you serious?
He laughed.
I just undressed you, and it's not like I've never seen you in a swimsuit.
Well, it's been a while. I squeaked. A lot changes in a decade.
I've noticed.
He paused briefly before informing me.
My eyes are closed.
Carefully, I stood and stepped from the slippery tub. As I did, I turned to watch him to make sure he didn't peek while I removed my soaked undergarments and dried off. I robed myself in a thick gown of blankets, studying the man whose quick thinking had just saved me from something. What the hell was that anyway? Death by internal freezing? I was quickly understanding that certain uses of my ability charged a high price, impromptu naps and killer headaches being the going rate. But this had been different, more dangerous. Okay, you can open your eyes. Jason did so and stood smoothly, letting the water stream over the enticing ridges of his body. I spun away, my heart instantly pounding. I'm gonna go get dressed and lay down, I said in a high-pitched voice.
Whatever works for you, Red.
He teased. I hurried from the bathroom, slipped into some sweatpants and a t-shirt, and curled up on my makeshift bed. I was out cold before Jason emerged from the bathroom. Okay, so stick your foot in the stirrup. No, Kai, the other foot. And then pull yourself up. You're big, strong guys. I'm sure you can handle it, I teased. Jason had already mounted, while Kai and his horse were doing a little square dance with his foot stuck in the stirrup.
Can't you help?
Kai called in my general direction.
Like, make it stand still or something?
I snorted, unable to hold the laughter in any longer. Won't help you. You'll just end up doing this again next time. You've got to figure it out.
Thanks so much, Dee. You're a huge help.
I try, I said, quieting my giggles. 3 hours later, we were walking our horses down Bodega Avenue. On our mission to scout and gather supplies pertinent to our impending departure, we loaded our bags with medicine and hygiene items, some food, spices, salt, liquor, and dog food. We'd found, but hadn't yet taken, a huge supply of feed and some useful tack at a farm close to our own ranch. We'd have to come back for it. Oh! I exclaimed as we passed by a cedar-sided bungalow. We should stop in there. Might be some useful books. Jason shrugged and dismounted. Using as few words as possible had become his new standard around me. It was driving me insane, especially considering that he rarely let me out of his sight. He'd become my silent, ever-present shadow. A big, protective, lethal one. Kai scrutinized the sprawling brown home.
Why? What am I missing here?
This is Mr. Grayson's house. He was a teacher at our high school back in the day. He sort of collected books on everything, and his house functioned as the town's unofficial library. You know, because we don't have a real one. He seemed to think he could educate the entire community through the power of books alone, I explained.
Got it,
Kai said. I was no longer a stranger to breaking and entering, but the whole, let's break into the house of our old teacher so we can steal his books thing felt odd. Regardless, it ended up being quite the fortuitous stop. As we were skimming the bookshelves lining the walls from floor to ceiling, searching for anything that might prove useful in our post-civilization world, we heard the crack of a dropped book on the weathered wood floor.
What the?
Came a man's voice from the front door. It was Mr. Grayson. His hand was still on the doorknob, his mouth was gaping open in shock, and a heavy tome rested at his feet.
What are you? I never thought someone would. Books, you know. Wait, Danielle? Is that you?
He asked, finally expressing a complete thought. Pierced by his sharp stare, I was instantly transported back to high school. I rushed to explain. Yes, Mr. Grayson, it's me, Danny. We, didn't think anyone was here or that anyone would mind if we, well...
Borrowed some books from my private collection, assuming I was dead.
Mr. Grayson finished. His expression turned musing as he examined each of us from a distance.
I'd wager,
he said, breaking the tense silence,
that your companion is Jason Cartwright. Am I correct? Yes, sir,
Jason affirmed. Mr. Grayson pondered the situation for another long moment, allowing the silence to expand. I jumped when he finally spoke.
Danielle, if I remember correctly, I would expect to find you here with the younger Cartwright, unless she has succumbed to the...
No, I hastily interrupted. Zoe's alive. She's just not, well, here. Last we heard from her, she was at Fort Knox with some military people. She's safe, though, I think. I hope. He nodded, and his lips quirked into a slight smile.
I see. Well, I don't know this other lad, but I'll assume for the moment that he's fine since he's with you two. I suppose you'd like to know about the past month here in our lovely little coastal paradise.
Sarcasm dripped heavily off of the end of his statement. Good old Mr. Grayson.
But I have somewhere I must be in a short amount of time. Will you meet me here tomorrow?
He asked politely. The three of us exchanged questioning looks and shrugs, finally nodding to each other. Why not?
Wonderful. Does 1 o'clock in the afternoon work with your schedules?
I coughed, choking down a laugh. Schedules. Hilarious. Ignoring me, Jason replied,
Yes, sir. We'll see then.
As we left, I glanced back at Mr. Grayson and couldn't help but wonder about his pressing engagement. Just the idea that he had somewhere to be was surprisingly foreign and amusing.
Chapter 37. Zoe. Waking the next morning was rough. I'd tossed and turned all night, thinking about Jake and the expression on his face when I'd left the common room. I was still exhausted and wasn't even close to ready for a day filled with training and travel planning. Throwing off the covers, I pried myself from the warmth of the bed and slipped my feet into my brown fur-lined slippers. I knew I'd need hot water if I was going to carpe diem, so I grabbed the towel hanging over the desk chair and headed out the door. The frigid air gnawed at my skin as I made my way down the empty hallway. Hearing the clacking of pool balls, I knew Dave was awake and playing his usual early morning game of pool with Stacy. I realized I was probably the last one to get up and dragged my feet lazily along the ground as I entered the empty locker room. The air was still steamy from someone else's shower. After opening my locker, I sluggishly pulled off my sweatpants. My shirt quickly followed. As the steam dissipated, the brisk air bit at my exposed skin. I hate winter. The cold tortured me as it lingered, seeming to mock my constant discomfort. Hearing the sound of a plastic bottle hitting the shower floor, I jumped, swiveling around in surprise. I held my crumpled shirt against my exposed chest. The sound of bare feet on tile preceded Jake as he strode around the corner of the line of lockers, completely naked. Rumpling his hair with a towel, Jake almost ran into me before noticing my own mostly nude body frozen in front of him. He stopped abruptly, his expression shifting in recognition. Surprise, confusion, intrigue. Beads of water glided down his skin, and his arm flexed as his fist clenched the towel hanging at his perfectly trimmed side. My eyes followed the droplets as they trickled down his sculpted abs, gravitating toward his... Realizing I was gawking at his nakedness, I raised my eyes to his face. He was curiously appraising my own barely covered body. His look was covetous, and he abruptly shifted his towel to cover the evidence of his interest.
I didn't know anyone else was in here,"
he said casually. Why is he just standing there? He was still naked, and I had to turn away or risk drooling. Shit, I mouthed, realizing I was in the most deliciously awkward situation of my life. I didn't know you were in here either. My boy-short bottoms and tangled mess of waist-length hair were all that covered my backside. One hand quickly moved to cover my face, and I considered putting my shirt back on. But then I'd have to pull it away from my boobs.
I'm pretty sure I put the white towel on the handle,"
he said. The playfulness in his voice was back, and I could feel heat painting red splotches up my neck and cheeks. Yeah, I guess I missed it. I'm not really a morning person. In the locker's small mirror, I could see his short hair, wet and spiky, and my body hummed at the thought of running my hands over it. Are you planning on getting dressed by chance? I murmured.
"Am I making you uncomfortable?"
I could tell he was smiling. Facing him, I fought the grin that threatened to expose my delight. Slightly. I wasn't expecting to see a naked man when I woke up this morning.
"You don't like naked men?"
His uncharacteristic joke made me laugh as I tried to focus on only his face. Of course I do. I just wasn't prepared. I pointed at him. For this. He said nothing and chuckled as he strolled toward the door, his firm glutes flexing. I thought I glimpsed a smirk on his freshly shaven face as he turned the corner, wrapping his towel loosely around his waist as he vanished. Breathe. Again. I took numerous deep breaths, gathered my shampoo, conditioner, soap, and razor, and headed for the showers. I was anxious for the hot water to wash away my sudden desire. Seemingly indestructible and with a body fit for battle, Jake reminded me of Achilles, and I wondered what his weakness might be. I couldn't help but smile as I recalled his sexy grin. After my shower, I dressed and braided my hair, put my things away, and headed to the mess hall for breakfast. Of course, I found Jake there, sitting at a table with Biggs. Great, just the three of us, I thought sarcastically. Suddenly feeling self-conscious, I lost my appetite.
"Feel better?"
Jake asked with a barely there smirk. You could say that, I said before I could stop the words from escaping. A jovial glint danced in his eyes.
"Yeah?"
Biggs' head turned back and forth between us until, thankfully, he interrupted. When you're finished with breakfast, Zoe, we'll start training. Harper can't today, so you're stuck with me. Okay? Yeah, that's great. Thanks. I realized I hadn't seen Harper for a few days, not since the fireworks show. And the fact that I hadn't really noticed his absence was surprising and made me feel horrible. Is Harper okay? I asked. Biggs stopped chewing, like my question required a lot of thought. Why do you ask? I haven't seen him in a couple days. I eyed him closely. Just wondering, I said, promising myself I would find Harper before training. The three of us finished eating in silence, and after a while, Jake and I took our trays into the kitchen. As we scraped off our plates, we exchanged stolen glances until we heard Sanchez march in and whisper something to Biggs, who still sat at the table, jotting down notes. I looked over at Jake curiously. Do you know what's going on? He shook his head. After a second thought, I asked, would you even tell me if you did?
I have no idea what's going on,
was all he said as we watched the secret exchange. Biggs looked up at me and smiled weakly. I'm sorry, Zoe. I have to bail on our training today. I'll catch up with you later, he blurted, hurrying away before I could ask any questions. Abandoning my plate in the sink, I debated whether I should follow after him like an annoying little kid.
If you're serious about leaving,
Jake said,
you need to keep training.
He ruminated for a moment, completely unconcerned with what was happening with our other friends.
Do you want my help?
Despite his kindness, he seemed to find little pleasure in his offer. Knowing Jake might convince me to stay, I was hesitant to accept his help. Sure, I said, accepting anyway. A small part of me simply wanted to be around him.
I can show you how to fight and how to use a gun and a knife, but that's about it,
he said. You can? I teased.
I know enough to get by.
He flashed a mischievous grin, and for a moment I saw the Jake I'd encountered in the locker room. To begin our workout, we started by jogging to the gym. The day was pleasant and getting warmer as we ran down the sidewalk. How do you know enough to get by, exactly? I asked between breaths, hoping, but not expecting, to catch a glimpse into his past. Maybe he knows karate. I doubted it. I couldn't picture a younger version of him being dropped off at a dojo.
I got into a lot of trouble growing up,
Jake said after a few strides. Can you please be more specific? I don't mean to pry. I know how you hate that. But as your new trainee, I feel I deserve to know what I'm getting myself into. Are we talking skills and precision or hardcore street fighting? I half joked. Jake smiled.
I moved around a lot. I was a stupid kid and wasted my time doing a lot of stupid things.
Had he practiced karate as a child or gone target shooting with his dad, my curiosity would have been satisfied, but his dismissive explanation was much more Jake-like, alluding to the untamed side I sometimes saw in his eyes. I fought the temptation to dig deeper, to learn about him through his memories. I thought about how far we'd come the last couple days, and I didn't want to ruin our developing friendship by knowing too much too fast. Plus, there was that whole none of your business vibe. So let's just be clear. We're not cage fighting or anything, right? I asked playfully, trying to keep the conversation light.
No cage fighting,
he said.
Although, that's an entertaining thought.
His rough laugh made me giggle. I stopped jogging. I just giggled.
Are you okay?
Jake asked as he stopped and stared back at me with a mixture of curiosity and concern. Reality hit me like a ton of bricks falling one by one. Each brick an interaction between Jake and me during the short time we'd known each other. As they landed, I recalled every word, every look, every gesture, and my conflicted emotions for him became clearer. I'm into him. I like being around him. If the world was normal, I'd want to date him. The image of his sister dying in his arms flashed in my mind, and I knew I could never have him. I'm leaving for Colorado. His sister died there. He only wants to come along to protect me because he couldn't protect her. I don't even know how he really feels about me. As he anxiously approached me, I grasped for control. I'm fine, sorry, I told him, waving him away.
You don't look fine.
Gee, thanks. I jogged ahead, trying to stay focused on our day of training. Come on, we've got a lot to do today. I hated pushing Jake away like that, but I didn't know what else to do. I was too caught off guard by my troublesome feelings for him, and I just wanted to ignore them. When we reached the gym, we began our session with some kickboxing. Jake started by showing me how to throw a proper punch against a heavy punching bag.
Harper can show you how to wiggle your way out of an attacker's arms all he wants. But then what? You need to learn how to fight back. Otherwise, getting away would be pointless.
As he demonstrated, his triceps flexed with each extension of his arm, taunting me. I wished he'd put his long sleeves back on, as much as I wished I could tear off everything he was still wearing. Why did I have to realize this now? I groaned inwardly.
Why are you stopping? Keep going,
he demanded. I hardly see how this is helpful, I whined, getting out of step with the heavy bag. It knocked into me with a thud, and I almost fell over.
If you can't defend yourself against an inanimate object, how can you expect to protect yourself out there? I won't always be there. You need to learn how to take care of yourself.
I sighed. You're right. You won't always be there because you're not coming with me. Shaking his head, he hit his bag harder.
Whatever you say,
he said, mocking me. Why do you have to say it like that? Why can't you just help me and not try to make me feel like shit for wanting to leave? Is it really that difficult?
Yeah, it is. I'm surprised Harper's not chaining you to your bed. That's what I'd do.
Harper's not in charge of me. He's not my dad, not my boyfriend. Jake's pensive frown told me he'd assumed otherwise. You thought we were together? I asked, taken aback. He just smirked at my words and continued assaulting his heavy bag. Left, right, then left again. Between the nicknames and the flirting, I could see why Jake might have thought there was something going on between Harper and me. Beyond that, I was intrigued that he'd given it any thought at all, and happy that the revelation seemed to satisfy him. Even if Harper and I were together, I said, he wouldn't get a say. I continued to kick my bag, my building aggression making my strikes more powerful. Besides, he's got his own shit going on, apparently. I could feel sweat beading on my neck and chest, and fatigue was spreading through my thighs and butt. Plus, since I have your blood inside me, I think there's a chance I'll be... Jake stopped mid-punch, catching his bag as it swung back to him.
Jesus Christ. You can't count on that, he said angrily. It might have been a one-time thing. I can't believe you're not taking this more seriously.
I rolled my eyes and continued kicking to avoid his scrutiny.
Turn your foot out or you'll break your ankle,
he ordered and resumed beating the shit out of his own bag. I stopped kicking and steadied myself to catch my breath. Would you calm down? I don't want you to come with me, I lied. So why are you making such a big deal about it? Between strikes, he said, Calm down. I didn't save your life just so you could leave and get yourself killed. Sorry if I seem a little pissed about it. I took a step toward him. Why do you care so much anyway? Jake stopped abruptly and scoffed.
Isn't it obvious?
I shook my head. No, not really. You're about as clear as mud, and you're unpredictable. I have no idea what to think of you. His chest heaved, and he looked directly into my eyes. His gaze was charged with an electric current I could feel buzzing through me. I swallowed thickly. Carefully, he said,
I care about what happens to you because I care about you. I don't want you to get killed.
His sincerity angered me even more. You don't care about me, I snapped. Let's be honest, Jake. You just feel like you have to protect me because I remind you of your sister. I I couldn't believe what I'd said. I knew it wasn't true.
You know that's not why,
he said through clenched teeth. He stepped closer, and the heat of his body wrapped around me, tempting me to lean into him. Instead, I timidly took a step backward. Isn't that why you saved me to begin with? Rage filled his eyes as he again closed the distance between us.
Oh, so if I saw you getting raped and you didn't remind me of her, you think I would have walked away? Give me a fucking break.
Infuriated, he turned away from me and paced back and forth.
For supposedly being able to read people's minds or whatever, you're really shitty at it.
I already told you, I try not to. I thought...
Stop it. Tell me what's really going on,
he demanded. I wavered. Everything Jake had said during the last few minutes was finally sinking in. I desperately wanted to tell him how I felt, that I cared about him too. Before I could react, the heavy metal door swung open and Sanchez stepped inside. "We've got a situation," she said gravely. "Both of you, come with me." She turned and walked out of the gym, oblivious to the argument she'd interrupted and expecting us to follow her. I glanced at Jake, and the fierce glint in his eyes told me our conversation wasn't over. Both of us were still breathing heavily as we followed Sanchez in silence, hurrying to catch up with her. A gentle breeze cooled my sweaty skin, making me shiver, and I rubbed my arms for warmth. I could see Jake eyeing me from the edge of my vision, willing me to look at him, but I refused. I didn't know what the hell to do. I was ashamed of what I'd said and was afraid of what might happen when our conversation continued. As we made our way toward the barracks, I spotted Harper. He looked haggard as he eased himself down onto the bench of a picnic table. I ran to him, taking in his appearance, and squatted in front of him. "What's wrong, H?" Harper smiled and kissed my forehead.
I'm fine, baby girl. I'm feeling a lot better, just really tired. I haven't been sleeping very well,
he explained as he straightened, portraying the cocky facade he knew I wanted to see. He patted the bench.
Have a seat.
I did and glanced over at Jake, who was standing in front of us. Even he appeared concerned, his eyebrows drawn together and his mouth pressed into a thin line. Harper's eyes shifted back and forth between us, and he hesitated. "Whatever it is, just tell us," I pleaded. "Don't beat around the bush. I'll reach in and grab it if I have to," I threatened, realizing my freakish empathy thing was pointless if I didn't start using it to my advantage. He winked.
Promise?
I tilted my head to the side and exhaled in exasperation.
Calm down, I'll tell you.
The late morning sun was bright, and Harper squinted into the light before closing his eyes. Its rays seemed to rejuvenate him right in front of us.
I've been seeing things, strange things,
he said, watching me to gauge my reaction before glancing at Jake. "You're like Sanchez, Jake, and me. The virus changed you too," I clarified. Harper nodded.
I've been having bad dreams for a while now, but they've gotten worse recently.
His eyes didn't leave Jake as he continued.
The night before it happened, I saw Zoe being poisoned. Why the hell didn't you say anything?
Jake practically growled. Harper's eyes narrowed at him, and Jake's fierce expression faltered, melting into shame.
It was too late, Harper said defensively. When it really did happen, when you were poisoned, I was shocked.
He looked at me, his eyes filled with regret.
You died in my dream. That's why I practically gave up. I didn't think we could save you.
He paused.
But here you are, and not because of me. If Jake hadn't known he could save you, if he hadn't made me do the transfusion.
Harper shook his head, and I could feel his self-disgust. The look on his face was heartbreaking. I threw my arms around him, squeezing him as tightly as I could. Jake didn't know for sure, H. You did everything you could. It's okay. Jake averted his gaze, and Harper scoffed. Releasing him, I sat up and waited for him to continue. He rubbed his hands over his face. And then last night, I dreamt of a fire. I knew it was here on base, but I couldn't tell where. I just know it'll happen. I can feel it, he said, shaking his head. There was death and fear and screaming, but I woke up before I could see anything else. I studied Sanchez, who'd been standing silently, and then Jake, who'd sat down on the opposite side of the tabletop, his feet on the bench and his elbows resting on his knees. I could feel Jake's fear as he watched Harper intently. I had the distinct impression that there was something they weren't telling me. When the wind shifted direction, carrying with it the faint scent of smoke, we all straightened in alarm. "Please tell me Biggs is burning something," I said, but before anyone could respond, one of the common room windows shattered, scattering shards of glass on the ground below. Black smoke billowed out, and flames lapped up the edges of the window frame. "What the fuck?" Sanchez exclaimed quietly, stealing the words out of my mouth. Before we could react, more windows burst. The fire spread hungrily, seeming to instantaneously engulf the barracks, the place that had become our home. Greedy flames consumed the walls and windows, and dense smoke filled the sky with a gray haze that blocked out the sun. I was lulled into a horrified trance by the crackling, roaring inferno. I heard movement behind me and looked over my shoulder to see Sarah, Biggs, and Cooper running toward us. The terrified look on Sarah's face as her eyes found the flames triggered my own fear, and my heart seemed to stop. "Where are the others?" I shrieked. "Dave and Stacy were playing pool," Sanchez said hollowly. In an instant, Jake was running toward the barracks, toward the flames, toward the death Harper had seen in his dreams. Without thinking, I was up and running too. "No!" I heard someone scream as I chased after Jake. It wasn't until the second scream that I realized it was me. "Someone grab Cooper!" Sanchez ordered, and her arms latched around my chest, ripping me to the ground. I struggled against her, but the more I resisted, the more physical she got, grappling with me on the gravel. "Get off me!" I cried, but she ignored my demand. From my uncomfortable vantage point, I watched a surreal scene play out. Cooper's fluffy tail hung low as he sprinted toward the barracks following Jake. Harper grabbed the husky and pulled him back, away from the blaze. In vain, I made a final attempt to break free from Sanchez's hold. "Stop fighting me, Zoe! He'll be fine! He'll live!" she yelled, but I barely heard her. I saw Jake open the main doors and immediately stepped to the side, hesitating. A ferocious ball of flames exploded through the doorway, seeming to reach for him. Instantly, I stopped fighting. Sanchez froze behind me, her arms and legs still tight around my body. The moment Jake lunged into the hungry flames, terror flooded my senses, paralyzing me. Although I hoped he would survive, I wasn't ignorant enough to think him immortal. "Dave's in there too." Tears streamed down my cheeks as I thought of how scared he must be. Something wet dripped on my shoulder, and I craned my neck to see Sanchez's face, expressionless as tears leaked from her eyes as well. Her grip on me loosened slightly, but I didn't move, feeling her sorrow. She'd mourned the loss of her friends who died from the virus. She'd mourned the team members who had fallen victim to the crazies. And now she was mourning the innocents who were burning to death inside the building after having survived so much. "I'm getting medical supplies," Harper yelled, running in the direction of the hospital. Sarah, restraining Cooper by his collar, was sobbing in Big's arms. He held her like the universe was ending. His eyes were glassy, and all color had drained from his horror-struck face. "Isn't there something we can do?" I asked Sanchez, taking a deep breath. She shook her head. "No," she said helplessly. I stood and started pacing back and forth, attempting to rein in my hysteria. Jake was probably going to die, and I was so angry at him, at myself, that I screamed. "He'll live, Zoe," Sanchez said, trying to reassure me again, though I could feel her uncertainty. After hesitating and looking back and forth at Sanchez and me, Biggs said, "She's gone," so quietly that I barely heard him over the roaring flames. "What do you mean, Sergeant?" Sanchez said, her face filled with dread. "Sarah and I just checked on Clara. She wasn't in there," Biggs explained. "We saw the smoke." He shook his head. "I should have taken a goddamn radio with me." Biggs looked back at the fire, and his eyes widened with realization. "It spread too quickly. Shit, our fuel." Biggs abruptly ran in the direction of our fuel supply. Sanchez marched back and forth, completely mystified. "How can she be gone? I'm the only one with the goddamn key." Sarah watched Sanchez nervously. "The door to her cell was open," she said. "Somehow, someone let her out." In the midst of our confusion, Cooper resumed barking and tugging against Sarah's hold, nearly tearing her arm from its socket. "Don't let him go," I yelled and pointed at Cooper before I took off running. I knew he'd sensed Jake before seeing him stagger out from behind the burning barracks. With a body flung over his shoulder, Jake barely took 3 steps around the corner of the building before falling to the ground. My legs carried me toward him faster as adrenaline took control. Nearing him, I compared his sizzling body to the limp form beside him. Tanya was unconscious, with sooty smudges on her face and clothes, while smoke was rising from Jake. His clothes had burned off, and he was covered in a patchwork of raw blisters, melted flesh, and charred, flaking skin. "Oh my God, Jake!" I screamed. I reminded myself that he was different, that he of all people might be able to survive such severe burns, but his scorched flesh only bolstered my creeping doubts. "The gunshot wound healed," I reminded myself, "but this is his whole body." "Harper! Someone! Help him!" I shouted, but Harper was nowhere in sight. Falling to my knees, I held my hands over Jake, not knowing what to do. The stench of burnt meat assaulted the back of my nose and clung to my tongue. Trying to bridle the churning of my stomach, I searched in vain for an unmarred part of his body. "Oh God," I breathed as I turned away. I vomited until there was nothing left in my stomach. "Harper, hurry, please," I begged, wiping my mouth with the back of my hand. My throat burned, and sweat and tears made my skin clammy. As I sat on the ground shaking, I noticed the spiral-bound corner of a singed book peeking out from beneath Tanya's legs. My sketchbook. My heart felt swollen, and it was difficult to breathe. I thought my heart just might burst open and drown me in misery if I was never able to thank him. "You stupid, stupid man."
Chapter 38. Danny. Before the virus, I never really thought about the world ending. At least the world as I knew it. If I had, I probably would have imagined complete anarchy. Well, the world ended. And there definitely were people handling the situation in a more predictable way. Raping, murdering, stealing from other survivors. But not on our ranch. Structure and discipline were the backbone of our survivor lifestyle. The morning after we ran into Mr. Grayson, we spent hours setting our schedule for the next several days. We were planning to leave for Colorado in a week, agreeing that horseback would be the most reliable mode of transportation. Mandatory writing lessons were assigned to the morning hours every day. We couldn't afford incompetence or ignorance. "No, Holly, pick a direction and stick to it," I shouted from my perch atop Wings in the arena. Holly was jerking her horse's reins frantically, causing the creature to trot in a haphazard zigzag at her contradictory commands. I jumped when a hand patted the outside of my thigh. "What? Oh, Jason." I stared at the hand that seemed to be searing its print onto my leg.
About time to head over to Grayson's,
Jason said. "Now?" I peeked at my watch. It was noon. "Oh, I lost track of time."
"Come on,"
he said, sliding his hand up to my hip.
"Hop down so I can suit you up."
Barely concealing a shiver, I swung my far leg over Wings' rear. I was grateful for the stability of Jason's grasp as I slid to the ground. He'd been watching over me like my own personal Secret Service since the internal freezing incident. As soon as my feet touched the ground, he let go and led me into the stable. An array of knives, guns, and holsters were laid out on a workbench. As he helped me secure a thigh sheath over my jeans, I had to remind myself that he was touching me out of necessity, not desire. Regardless, my body trembled.
"Nervous?"
Jason asked, glancing up as he tightened the final strap.
"Don't be. It's just Grayson."
Swallowing roughly, I nodded and shrugged into my usual shoulder holster. I inspected my pistol just like Jason had taught me, checking the chamber, inserting a loaded magazine, chambering around, and ensuring the safety was on. Even with all the deadly equipment, I looked innocent compared to the lethal badasses that Jason and Kai became. Ever since Dalton and Holly had a nearly fatal encounter with crazies while hunting, we'd been entering every situation, even the most seemingly benign, prepared for combat. We arrived at Mr. Grayson's house about 10 minutes before our scheduled meeting. Briefly scouting the premises for crazies, we found only soggy grass, dripping trees, shrubs, and a chattering squirrel. At exactly 1 o'clock in the afternoon, we knocked on the navy blue front door. We'd left the horses in the backyard, hidden from the road, with instructions to alert me if they spotted any strangers.
"Kai, man, what's going on with you?"
Jason asked.
"You met the guy yesterday. He's totally harmless."
Kai's hand hovered near the sidearm at his hip, his eyes shifting incessantly.
"I don't know. It just feels... something doesn't feel right. There's tension and worry."
He trailed off, unable to find adequate words to describe whatever ominous sensations he was picking up.
"Right. Well, calm down, okay?"
Jason said just before the door opened. Mr. Grayson stood in the doorway, wearing the same type of wool cardigan he'd always worn in class, along with an unfamiliar expression of frustration. 2 men flanked him, one exceptionally chunky, the other quite thin. Chunky held a shotgun, and Thin held a hunting rifle, though both weapons were aimed at the floor. In one smooth motion, Jason stepped in front of me and drew his pistol, aiming it at Chunky. Kai drew his sidearm a split second later, his sights on Thin. Of course, Mr. Grayson's thugs responded in kind. It was probably for the best that neither Jason nor Kai had chosen to wield the assault rifles strapped to their backs. Chunky and Thin didn't need further motivation to pull their triggers. Shocked, I felt fiery anger flood my veins. How could he set us up? Immediately after thinking it, I knew the lanky, salt-and-pepper-haired man wouldn't betray us. His obvious frustration was starting to make sense. "Mr. Grayson," I said calmly from behind Jason. I could feel Jason's tension and was worried any movement would trigger gunfire. "I'm sure this is all just a misunderstanding. We're not here to hurt you, like you're not here to hurt us, right?" After a shaky, deep breath, Mr. Grayson unfurrowed his brow.
"As always, Danielle, you've seen to the heart of the matter. These fine young gentlemen are here, though unrequested, for my protection."
He shot an angry glance at each of them and continued through clenched teeth.
"Since I am in no danger, they can put away their weapons."
Each clearly enunciated word seemed to be aimed both at his bodyguards as well as at Jason and Kai. All 4 armed men hastily lowered their guns, expressing embarrassment with hushed apologies.
"Now that that's over, please come in,"
Mr. Grayson said, holding his arm out as he stepped away from the doorway.
"I have tea and coffee prepared in the kitchen. If you would, just seat yourselves at the table."
An armed standoff followed by tea and coffee. How civilized, I thought, stifling an extremely inappropriate giggle. Once I was seated at the table with Jason to my right and Kai to my left, I took a moment to examine Mr. Grayson's bodyguards, wondering if they were people I used to know as well. They weren't. After inquiring, Mr. Grayson served Jason and Kai coffee and made me a cup of tea. He prepared the same for himself and sat in a chair opposite us at the round walnut table. Apparently satisfied that we wouldn't hurt their charge, the other 2 men disappeared to some other part of the house.
"It's best you save your questions until the end of this tale,"
Mr. Grayson said, his voice sure and resonant like that of an ancient bard.
"Otherwise, I might leave out something important. Agreed?"
The 3 of us nodded. I was eager to listen to his rendition of the past month's happenings in our sleepy hometown. Based on Jason's barely discernible expression, he shared my anticipation. Kai, on the other hand, just looked at us, confused. He'd never experienced a riveting history lesson delivered by one of the region's most loved teachers. Leaning forward, Mr. Grayson intertwined his leathery fingers and rested his hands on the table.
"It was the last week of November when we first noticed people catching the virus. Our numbers of infected seemed on par with the rest of the West Coast, and we weren't worried. By the end of that week, we'd lost 1 person, an infant, the first to be infected in Bodega Bay. Sad as it was to lose a life barely started, we still weren't worried. Infants and the elderly are the easiest prey for any flu."
He shook his head softly, a small, sad smile deepening the creases around his mouth.
"Entering the first week of December, our town rode on a wave of forced normalcy and departed in a torrent of uncontrolled despair. Most of the young and elderly were dead or dying. From the increasingly sporadic, reliable news reports, we gathered that the same had happened everywhere else along the West Coast, if not the whole country, maybe even the world. 80% of the town's population had succumbed to the virus by mid-December, and news from the outside had essentially stopped. A new town council formed by the end of the 3rd week. The council was composed of 9 elected members, including me, and we began creating a plan to help the town's remaining 247 residents survive in this changed world. For a few days, it went well. Everyone was eager to help, willing to fulfill any role they were assigned. We were getting by. By the end of the 3rd week, we started noticing a couple of strange developments. First,
Some people were displaying unusual talents, and second, others were exhibiting a lack of emotional control and various symptoms of insanity. Some abnormal behavior is, of course, acceptable in such extreme situations, but this was far beyond that.
He flexed his fingers, creating white splotches on the backs of his hands.
After the first few people displaying unusual talents were verbally attacked and ostracized by townsfolk, labeled as freaks, everyone started keeping to themselves. Some of the emotionally unstable survivors tried rallying others against the freaks, leading to 5 violent deaths. Our population was down to 242. After that incident, few people were willing to help with the town's survival planning. Instead, they chose to stay in their homes, defending themselves and their remaining family members, and keeping any new talents a secret. They'd only venture out to attend the nightly town meetings.
He paused, locking eyes with each of us.
That all changed on Christmas Eve. The town council put together a holiday feast, hoping to create a feeling of community and camaraderie that might help alleviate the recent tensions. Only 74 people, a fraction of the remaining townsfolk, showed up. Those present worried about many of their absent friends, people who'd expressed an interest in attending the event. Before eating, we set out in groups to check on the homes of the missing families. What we found was almost too horrible to comprehend. Half of the houses were empty, while the others were occupied by the remains of ghastly atrocities. We called it the Christmas Eve Massacre, in remembrance of those who were murdered. You see, it was the occupants of the empty houses who committed the heinous acts, ripping apart 35 of the flu survivors. We don't know why they did it. We only know who they are. We call them the Lost Ones. The sane town members, now numbering 74, have relocated to the most defensible position in town, the boats moored at Sandpoint Marina. We keep watchmen out at all times and usually travel outside of the defended area only in armed groups. Every person has memorized the names and faces of the 107 remaining lost ones. If seen, they are killed if possible, and avoided if not. Now,
Mr. Grayson said, separating his hands and splaying them palm down on the table.
we'd like to invite you and your people to join us at our town meeting tomorrow evening. Due to the many tasks we must attend to during the day, it doesn't begin until 7:30, so I'm afraid you'll be required to travel to and from the marina in the dark. Even so, I sincerely hope you'll attend.
He settled back in his chair, folding his hands and resting them on his lap. Shaken from the spell woven by his hypnotic voice, I was able to feel the cool wetness of tears streaking down my face. I was also able to feel Jason's strong fingers intertwined with mine, our joined hands dangling in the space between our chairs. I met Jason's eyes briefly, and upon seeing the raw horror and sorrow they contained, tightened my grip. An awful thing had happened to our town, to our people, and there was nothing we could do about it.
Do you have any questions?
Grayson asked, breaking through the lingering fog of emotion. At a complete loss for words, I shook my head.
Thank you, sir, for telling us this.
Jason paused.
This news will definitely increase our defenses. And yes, some of us will attend your meeting tomorrow night. I'm sure we'll have plenty of questions by then.
Mr. Grayson nodded.
Now,
Jason said, his eyes again meeting mine.
We should get going.
He gave my hand one last squeeze and gently placed it on my knee. I looked from my hand to Jason to Mr. Grayson, and my head finally cleared. "Wait!" I blurted. "Do you think maybe Could we borrow some of your books? There's still so many things we can learn to have a better chance at survival.
Oh, yes, I forgot. Of course, Danielle. I set aside a handful of books for you based on the ones you pulled and left here yesterday. They're on the table by the door. And please,
He stood and held his hand out toward the rooms full of bookshelves.
take any others you think you could use.
Filled with unexpected relief, I bounced out of my chair, ran around the table, and flung my arms around my former teacher. "It's so good to see you, Mr. G," I said, a hitch in my voice. "I'm glad you're not dead." Mr. Grayson gently patted my back.
And you, Miss O'Connor. Hey there, Scrubby D.
Kai said as he entered the kitchen. I was in the middle of an assault on a stack of mismatched ceramic dishes that were slathered with a stubborn layer of baked beans. Tasty, but eerily similar to stucco once it dried. Since I was moderately lethal in the cooking department, I usually ended up with dish duty. Honestly, I didn't mind. "Hey there, Special K," I replied, cringing at my own lameness.
Special K? Really? I'm cereal. Is that all I am to you?
He teased. I spared him an eye roll and continued scrubbing. Kai hopped up to sit on the tiled counter a few feet away.
We need to talk, Dee.
"About what?" I asked.
You tell me. You're the one sending out the anxiety vibes.
I ignored him, scrubbing with renewed vigor. He leaned toward me like he was preparing to tell me a secret.
Holly and Jason are sitting by the fireplace right now, together.
He told me.
They're even whispering.
"What? If he has sex with her, I'll kick him in the balls, repeatedly."
You do realize you just said that in my head, right?
Did not.
Yep. You said, what if he has sex with her, I'll...
Okay, fine. I accidentally dropped my latest clean plate back into the dirty water. "So what if I did?" I grumbled, picking the plate back up. Kai laughed.
So, you can't control your telepathy. You're talking in people's minds when you don't mean to. If certain people hear certain things, then a certain you will be very embarrassed. Just saying.
Oh. I'd known my telepathy was far from under control, but I hadn't known that stray thoughts were leaking out. Sorry?
Come on, Dee. Let Chris help. She's itching to get her invisible little fingers in your brain. She just won't ask because she's, polite and shit.
That's creepy. He shrugged.
You trust her, right?
Of course.
So let her help.
I thought about it. Learning to control my ability could be invaluable. It could give us a way to contact Zoe, something becoming increasingly important as our departure neared, especially considering that MG had apparently gone AWOL from my dreams. Of course, it could also save me from some horribly embarrassing moments. Fine.
You sure? Your anxiety just spiked.
He informed me, rubbing his temples with his fingers.
It kind of feels like you're going to make a run for it.
I said fine, didn't I? I snapped. I felt a twinge of guilt for taking my grouchiness out on Kai, especially since my anxiety seemed to be giving him a headache, literally.
Cool,
he said, hopping down from the counter.
I'll tell Chris.
As he left the kitchen, I grabbed a discolored blue bowl and attacked it with a scrub brush. "This'll be awesome," I muttered. Trying to ignore the impending brain torture, I lost myself in the monotony of washing dishes. It was both therapeutic and finger-wrinkling. Eventually, I placed the last dish in the drying rack, drained the dishwater, and washed my hands. When I turned away from the sink, I nearly screamed. Chris was lounging in the chair at the far end of the rectangular oak kitchen table. My left hand flew to my chest,
Chris, how long have you been sitting there?
Don't know. Maybe 15 minutes.
She said, pursing her lips as she studied me.
I'm going to test you. Jason?
Within seconds, Jason strolled in and leaned his shoulder against the doorframe.
Need something?
Yes.
Chris pointed to a chair at the opposite end of the table.
Sit. Danny's letting me test her telepathy. Let's see. I think it'll work best if we have you knock on the table each time you hear a full thought from our girl.
Jason's eyes shifted to me, seeming to ask for permission, before he gave a single nod and straightened. He walked across the room and eased his powerful body into the empty chair at the head of the table. Chris looked at me and explained,
I have a few theories about your, what'd you call it? Oh yeah, your ability. Anyway, I want to test my theories. I'm going to write down a list of sentences and then give the list to you. I want you to point to each sentence as you read it so I know which one you're on, and read silently. And don't read ahead. I want you to send only the underlined parts to Jason's mind, okay?
Got it, I said, moving to sit in the chair nearest Chris. She took a few minutes to scribble the words in a notebook, underlining select parts as she went, and eventually tore the sheet from the book. She scooted her chair closer to mine and handed me the paper.
Okay, I'm also going to be paying attention to what's going on in your brain while you're doing this. Go ahead.
She told me, her pen poised over a blank notebook page. I felt like the subject of a bizarre psychology experiment as I looked at the sheet of paper. My name is Danny O'Connor. Zoe is my best friend and I miss her. Puppies are adorable. Puppies are disgusting and ugly. This is the end of the world. Why did so many people have to die? I promise not to run off again without Jason and Chris, even if a crazy psycho slut bitch is threatening me. Jason is absolutely gorgeous. If he sleeps with Holly, I might have to kill her. I love him. I read the first 2 lines silently, projecting my thoughts to Jason. He knocked twice. I successfully sent, or refrained from sending, the next 3 lines, receiving a snort and a knock when I told him that puppies were disgusting and ugly. When I read the 6th line about people dying, images of Cam, dead, filled my thoughts. I felt so much guilt. Guilt for surviving when he hadn't, guilt for leaving him to die alone, and guilt for having feelings for Jason. It didn't matter that I'd always had feelings for him. After receiving 4 knocks from Jason, I wondered exactly what my stupid mind had sent to him. I glanced at him just as he rubbed the back of his neck. Not good. I delivered the 7th line according to plan, but the final 3 were a mortifying mess. I clutched onto the "Jason is absolutely gorgeous" line desperately, against Chris's wishes, but accidentally sent the following line about him sleeping with Holly. When he knocked, making a coughing, choking sound, I wanted to crawl under the table. With flaming cheeks, I tried not to send the final line, "I love him," to Jason. I refused to look at him, instead glaring at Chris. She was cracking up. I cursed her for including those final 3 words.
Oh my God. Too funny.
Still laughing, Chris pointed to the "Jason is absolutely gorgeous" line.
You didn't say that one in his head, even though you were supposed to.
She pointed to the "if he sleeps with Holly" line.
But you said that one.
I hoped the universe had a sense of decency and that Jason truly hadn't heard the last sentence.
What did she say that made you knock 4 times in a row?
Chris asked after she'd quieted her laughter. When Jason didn't respond, I looked at him. He was watching me with a blank expression.
Well?
Chris prompted. Jason cleared his throat.
She said.
he began, but stopped, leaning across the table and grabbing Chris's notepad and pen. He scrawled several lines quickly, tore out the paper, folded it, and handed it to Chris.
That.
He said, his voice rough. Without another glance in my direction, he stood and left the kitchen. Chris unfolded the paper, read it several times, then crumpled it up in her left hand. "What's it say?" I asked, frustrated. Shouldn't I know my own thoughts?
You really want to know?
Of course I do. It came from my head. Chris placed the wadded up paper on the table in front of me.
Fine, but don't make it a bigger deal than it is, okay? I'm sure he doesn't even know who you're talking about. He can be unbelievably dense. Though, everything might just be easier if he knew exactly how much.
With shaking fingers, I smoothed out the paper and read silently. Why did Cam have to die? I loved him. I told him I'd stay with him. Why am I feeling like this about someone else? I studied the thoughts I'd sent to Jason, written in his sharp, slanted handwriting, trying to force them out of his memory and back into my head. His abrupt exit suddenly made perfect sense. I tore up the paper and grumbled, "Damn it, stupid crappy brain." Chris, who'd started writing furiously in her notebook, paused to peer at me.
Stop that,
she scolded.
We learned a bunch of things about your ability. You can lie. That could be really useful. Your emotions can hijack it, but we already kind of knew that. I wonder what makes it possible for someone to talk back.
She stopped speaking and furrowed her brow.
Did you hear me say that?
She asked eagerly. I didn't hear anything you didn't say out loud, I told her, much to her disappointment. Apparently she'd been attempting to mind talk.
Well,
she mumbled, making notes. So it's not that. I'm kind of tired. Do you still need me? I asked, standing. She stopped writing and looked up.
What? No.
I wonder if maybe... Leaving Chris to her mad scientist mutterings, I slinked from the room. Being a guinea pig was exhausting, and I could feel a mild chill settling into my body. As I tiptoed to the bathroom to wash up for bed, I begged the universe to have mercy on me. Please don't let me run into Jason. For once, the universe obliged.
Chapter 39. Zoe. Contentment settled over me as unfamiliar snow-covered mountains appeared in the distance. They lined the horizon, and the green needles of spruces and pines peeked from under winter's blanket. A young girl's voice carried from within the dense tree line.
"Where are you?"
My attention shifted to a treeless hillside where snow crunched under a young man's footsteps as he trudged uphill. "I'm over here," he called. "Hurry up." It was Jake. I could tell by the rumbling timbre of his voice and the tinge of impatience it so often carried. The sun shone down on him, making his damp forehead glisten. The girl's laughter echoed as she emerged from the trees at the foot of the hill. She looked about 11 years old, with coffee brown braids framing her round, flushed cheeks. Her eagerness to catch up with Jake was that of a little sister, and I realized I was watching him with Becca.
"You're going too fast,"
she whined. "If you want to know what it is, you gotta work for it," Jake yelled as she trekked up the hill behind him. I moved closer to him and could see the amusement lighting his eyes.
"What's all this about, anyway?"
she asked, huffing as she hurried to catch up with her brother. "It's just over here. We're almost there." Reaching a clearing at the top of the hill, Jake paused and looked back at Becca.
"Holy moly, that's a steep one."
she said, taking dramatically deep breaths as she joined her brother. With a smile, Jake motioned her to the crest of the hill, and they looked down at the children playing below. "So this is where they always go," she said solemnly. There was a sadness in her eyes I didn't understand. "Becca!" a young girl shouted and waved from the bottom of the slope. A tall, blond young man around Jake's age stood behind her, smiling as he nodded at Jake. Becca's frown was replaced with a broad grin at the sight of her friends. She looked over at her brother and exclaimed, "It's Lizzie and Gabe!"
"Yep,"
Jake said.
"You should go join them."
Her face scrunched in disappointment. "You think Lizzie'll let me use her sled?"
"Why don't you use your own?"
he asked with a smirk, but Becca was too distracted by the playing children to notice. She furrowed her brow. "Hello! It's broken. That's why I didn't bring it. You know James and Christy won't get me a new one."
"What about that one?"
Jake asked, pointing to an improvised sled resting against the lone tree to the left of them. Becca's eyes brightened. "You made me one?" she shrieked and ran to it. "Why? I mean, what's it for?" Standing the sled on its side, she studied it excitedly.
"Your birthday, duh."
Sorry to break it to you, Jake, but that's still 4 months away." Becca's eyes focused on part of the sled, and she gasped. She leaned closer and said, "You used your skateboard. And are those skis?"
"My skateboard was old,"
he said with a shrug and shoved his hands into his pockets. He seemed to revel in his sister's surprise.
"I found the skis. Consider it an early birthday gift."
Becca didn't blink as she inspected every inch of the makeshift sled. "But you love this thing. I can't believe you used it."
"Whatever, don't worry about it,"
he said.
"You've been complaining all winter about not having a sled. Just enjoy it."
Her smile widened, and she ran to him, stood on her tiptoes, and threw her arms around his neck. "Thank you, Jake," she giggled. "You're the best brother, even better than Gabe."
"I should be better than him,"
he laughed.
"I'm blood."
Suddenly the world turned to night, and I was standing in the shadows of a dark forest. No longer blanketed with snow, the ground was instead covered with a carpet of pine needles. There was the distant sound of a dog barking, and beside me, the crackle of forest debris. I turned and looked down at the ground. A large body was stirring, struggling to sit up. I took a step closer. It was Jake again, no longer a teenager, completely stunned as he scanned the area around him, trying to orient himself in the dark, imposing forest. Midnight shadows blackened his eyes as he listened, waiting. The dog barked again, and with a jolt, Jake tried to stand. He lurched forward onto his hands and cursed in pain. Reaching an arm behind him, his fingers found the hilt of a knife protruding from below his left shoulder blade. He froze in a moment of both confusion and understanding.
"Bennington, you son of a bitch,"
he rasped. Twisting his arm further behind him, Jake groaned and wrapped his fingers around the knife's handle. He struggled to pull the blade from between his ribs and roared in pain. After a long, painful moment, he used a tree for leverage and gradually climbed to his feet, letting the combat knife fall from his hand. It landed on the ground with a muffled thud, and his hands clenched at his sides. Spotting a handgun lying on the ground near his left boot, he struggled to bend down and pick it up. Shoving it in the waistband of his pants, Jake stumbled toward the distant barking.
"Cooper!"
he yelled, and his steps faltered. Almost instantly, the forest disappeared, and a room coalesced in its place. It was illuminated solely by a floor lamp that stood in the corner between a leather couch and an antique secretary desk. Becca, now a grown woman, stood in front of the desk facing Jake, her nearly violet eyes familiar, yet resolved to do something unthinkable.
Gabe promised they won't hurt you,
Jake said, a pleading look in his eyes.
Come on, Becca. We'll figure this out. But we need their help.
Hands behind her back, she shook her head slowly. As she did, the ends of her mussed-dark hair brushed her collarbone. Uncertainty gnawed at Jake. He didn't trust the military men fanned out behind him, assault rifles at their sides. But he desperately wanted to trust Gabe, his closest friend. Becca blinked, her lips parted in a slight smile, and she pulled her hands out from behind her nightgown. Her fingers were wrapped around the handle of a long, slim kitchen knife. Without hesitation, she rammed the blade into her stomach, angling it up into her heart. Her legs gave out instantly, and she crumpled to the floor. A mixture of pain and relief twisted her delicate features. What followed seemed to happen in a single second. Jake fell to the floor beside his sister's writhing body with tears in his eyes. Becca coughed as she tried to speak, blood staining her teeth. I strained to hear her, but her words were inaudible to me. Spinning around, I looked at the 4 men standing behind me. 3 of them aimed their rifles at Jake, who was still crouched on the floor. Beyond them, Gabe stood in the doorway, his face horror-stricken. He wore fatigues like the other 3 men, but he wielded no weapon. Hunched over Becca's now motionless form, Jake was shaking.
Get them out of here,
he yelled.
You knew. You lied to me.
I didn't, Gabe choked out.
She needed help.
Stirring from sleep, I opened my eyes to see the stark walls of one of the trauma rooms surrounding me. I'd unintentionally fallen asleep at Jake's bedside. His burned and bandaged body was lying to my right. Harper stood on the other side of the bed, checking Jake's vitals. As I sat up, I gently released Jake's bandaged hand from my grasp. I stretched, and Cooper, asleep at my feet, stirred from his slumber. "How's he doing?" I asked Harper, my voice only a whisper. He peered at me with tired eyes and rubbed the scruff on his face. Softly, he said,
"Hey, baby girl, I thought you were asleep."
"I was, but he's dreaming. It makes it hard to sleep."
"Slow wave sleep. That's a good thing,"
Harper assured me. "So, he's doing better?" I wondered how it was possible for Jake to heal. Any normal person burned so badly wouldn't have survived. Harper sighed and observed his patient for a moment.
"Yes, but it's hard to tell how much better. It's only been a handful of hours. I've never really seen burns like these, not to mention had a patient with the potential to heal so quickly."
Harper paused, deep in thought.
"I'm not sure what to expect."
Glancing down at his clipboard, Harper assessed his notes.
"His heart rate is still slower than I'd like, but he's stable and apparently dreaming. I'm just trying to keep him hydrated and as pain-free as possible at this point."
Harper looked at Jake.
"He's going to have to do the rest."
Jake was having another brief moment of semi-consciousness, and I could feel his sudden rush of panic and misery. He's in pain, but at least his pain means he's still alive. "Can we give him more morphine?" I asked as Cooper rose and rested his head on my knee, his ears perked forward and his doggy eyebrows raised. I absent-mindedly scratched the back of his neck. Harper looked from me to Jake.
"Is his pain getting bad again?"
Nodding, I repositioned myself in the chair beside the bed. I hadn't left Jake's side since Sanchez and Harper bandaged him up. It didn't matter that my clothes were dirty or that my hair was a tangled mess from struggling against Sanchez on the ground. Time seemed to have slowed after the fire, hours feeling like days. "What time is it, H?"
Late. You should clean up and get some rest. Real rest. I'll stay with him.
He offered, injecting more morphine into the inline of Jake's IV. By the smell of smoke lingering on me, I knew it was time for a shower. All right. Are we using the locker room downstairs?
Yep. There are scrubs you can put on for now,
Harper said, jotting something down on his clipboard. Yawning, he sat in a chair on the other side of the bed. Do you want to grab some coffee or something first? I asked. I'll stay with him until you get back.
Good call.
Harper stood, yawning again.
I'll be right back.
I gave him a sympathetic smile as he left. My face felt swollen and dry, and my eyes burned. As I watched Jake's chest rise and fall, I wondered if he could hear us talking. Cautiously, I leaned in so I was closer to his head. Jake, I whispered, I'm really pissed at you. I can't believe you did this. And I can't believe you rescued my stupid sketchbook. What made you think... I shook my head. You better not have gone back for it or something ridiculous like that. I struggled to hold on to my irritation, knowing that if I could stay frustrated with him, that I still had hope he would survive. We can argue about that later, I promised. Tears blurred my vision. Tanya didn't make it, I continued quietly. Dave and Stacy are gone too, but you probably already knew that. We'll have a burial for everyone before we leave. At least that's what Sanchez said. We're leaving as soon as you get a little better. It's not safe here with Clara out there. Somewhere, I explained. Cooper yawned, and I glanced down at him. Coop's watching over us, I said and smiled. Anyway, after we stock up at the PX again, we're heading west to Sarah's house. We'll be safer there until you're fully recovered. A giant lump grew in my throat as I thought about what Clara had done. How could she do this? I just don't understand. At the thought of Dave and our other friends suffering, I wiped away a tear. I stood and started pacing to settle my nerves, but questions still tainted my thoughts. I should have known something. I've been practicing. After she poisoned me, I started listening to everything. I was frustrated that all my practice had been for nothing. I don't understand. Recalling what Biggs had said about Clara's escape, that her cell had been unlocked, I tried to think of a solution. Who let her out? Who would? None of us would have. Did she somehow force someone to do it? My mind raced. Too many questions, too few answers. Take a break, Zoe. Sanchez's voice echoed in my head as I heard her footsteps in the hall. She paused in the doorway, looking comfortable in baggy scrubs, and her wet hair was pulled back into a ponytail. Where's Harper? I asked. He was falling asleep standing up, so I told him to get some downtime. Sanchez walked into the room and took a seat on the other side of the bed. Go ahead and get cleaned up. I'll watch him. I looked at Jake once more, told myself I couldn't do anything to make him heal any faster, and made my way downstairs to the locker room. Digging through a stack of clean scrubs, I searched for something that might fit me. Finally settling on a mismatched set, a blue top and green pants, I headed for the showers. Although the hot water was soothing, I didn't revel in it as I usually would. I was in a daze. Dave's dead. I couldn't prevent myself from imagining his final moments. Did he burn to death? Was it the smoke? Was Stacy with him, or was he alone? My chest felt heavy at the thought of him dying alone. We all could have died today. Even under the warm water, the realization made me shiver. My head was still pounding from the earlier barrage of other people's emotions, terror, sorrow, guilt, relief, and from witnessing Jake's dreams. Embrace it, Zoe. You're alive. I ran my fingers through my soapy hair.
As it fanned down my lower back, I considered whether cutting it off would be more practical. After I'd finished showering, braided my hair, and dressed, I headed back upstairs toward one of the empty hospital rooms Sarah had readied for us, only stopping when I heard Big's muffled voice coming from behind a metal door. I tiptoed closer to the door and leaned in to listen.
To make a choice. We can't do both. We lost too much fuel in the fire,
Biggs said. Harper grumbled something indiscernible. More loudly, he said,
And then we have to go, because we sure as hell can't stay here.
But how do we move him? Biggs' voice sounded concerned, and he seemed to have a hard time saying his next words. Will he even make it?
Shit. I have no idea,
Harper said. The sound of someone kicking something startled me.
He should be fine, assuming he regenerates fast enough, but I haven't seen much of a change yet. I don't know how fast it works, or how thoroughly he'll recover.
As I processed their conversation, I wondered how we would get Jake anywhere without hurting him. Because Jones and Taylor had sabotaged all the vehicles we'd found on base, our options were limited. All we had at our disposal was a van Jake had fixed, and Dave's truck. The police cruiser's too small to be useful.
I wish I had better news,
Biggs mumbled.
Sanchez thinks we should leave tomorrow at first light.
Not wanting to hear any more, I continued on toward the prepared rooms and didn't stop until I reached a bed. Lying down, my body surrendered to sleep almost instantly. After a couple hours of restless dreams and another few of prepping to leave, I helped Sarah load our meager belongings into the vehicles. The black van would transport Jake, bandaged and unconscious. I'm sort of worried about finding my folks, Sarah admitted as we loaded Harper's medical supplies into the back of the van. Seeing movement out of the corner of my eye, I jumped. It's just a bird. Not knowing Clara's whereabouts was making me paranoid, but I felt safer when I spotted Cooper trotting over to us. Sarah seemed oblivious to my skittishness and continued. I mean, I've come to terms with the fact that they're probably dead, but I don't want to find them. I'd pretty much come to the same conclusion about my dad. Sympathetic, I tried to reassure her. We'll check the house for you, Sarah. You won't have to see anything. I wouldn't want you to remember them that way. I wouldn't want to remember Dad that way. She smiled gratefully. Did you ever figure out what happened to your dad? It was like she'd read my mind. Frowning, I shook my head. What about your mom? I shrugged. She died a long time ago. I never really think about her. I lied. Oh, was all Sarah said in response. We didn't talk about our parents anymore after that, but I could still feel her apprehension about returning home. By the way, thanks for letting us stay at your house. It means a lot to me, especially now, with Jake. Lost in thought, Sarah chewed on her lip. Her shame tickled my consciousness. Zoe, do you ever think about Jordan? I shook my head guiltily, but then I reined in my emotions. Thinking of the departed was a slippery slope of misery I wasn't willing to slide down. I tucked the last case of medicine into the van, and we walked back into the hospital. Really? I haven't either. Not that I don't care. I just feel like so much is going on, and I haven't had much time to stop and think about it. She paused. I feel bad. I nudged her as we trudged through the emergency room doors. I think that's normal. Maybe it's our mind's way of protecting us, Sarah said wistfully. Yeah, probably, I agreed. Let's see if they need any help moving Jake. She nodded, and we headed toward the trauma room. When we arrived, Harper and Biggs were still packing up a few things, so we stood beside Jake's bed and waited. My eyes wandered to the charred cover of the sketchbook lying on the bedside table. I still hadn't opened it. Sarah followed my line of sight. There's tons of drawing stuff at my house. You're welcome to it, she offered. My dad used to draw a lot. I felt an unexpected sense of relief. Thanks, Sarah. That'd be great. She watched the sketchbook like it might do a trick. It's sort of amazing that he rescued that from the fire. I just hope he makes it so I can ask him why, I said, shaking my head. He will, Zoe. Biggs told me about his healing thing. What makes the burns any different from the bullet wound? Or the knife wound? I stared at Jake's gauze-wrapped body. I guess it's just that, well, it's hard to imagine someone surviving something like this, don't you think? Of course, she said. But people are changing. I'm not sure we can count on anything we used to think was normal. I nodded. Besides, I think you know why. My brow furrowed, and I glanced at her. Why what? Why he saved your sketchbook. Sarah gave me a knowing smirk. He likes you, she sang. I couldn't help but smile back at her. Thank you, Sarah. I hoped she knew how grateful I was for her friendship over the past month. Though her presence used to annoy me, I'd come to rely on it. Nudging me, she said, "You do the same for me."
Chapter 40. Danny. Closing the lime green journal I'd been using as a stand-in for writing to Zoe for over a week, I set it on the coffee table, stood, and stretched. I had so much to tell her when we finally met up in Colorado. I'm telepathic, MG is real, there are a bunch of survivors in Bodega Bay. I shook my head and felt a slight smile curve my lips. It still awed me that dozens of people from my hometown had survived. Seeing and speaking with them at the town meeting last night had been amazing, and what Mr. Grayson told us after the meeting was equally incredible. He would be coming with us. Zoe was going to be so excited when she saw him. Frowning, I thought, and then I'll burst her bubble by telling her about her dad. I sighed, dreading that moment, even though it was still many weeks away. Aside from the gentle glow of the fireplace set in the adjacent wall, my cozy makeshift bedroom was dark, befitting my souring mood. We kept the fires going pretty much all hours of the day. We had a huge stockpile of wood, so there really wasn't a reason not to. Plus, it was cold, and the rain hadn't stopped for 2 days. Feeling restless, I snuck down the dark hallway to the kitchen in search of a midnight snack. 2 steps into the room, I paused. I'd assumed everyone was asleep. I'd been wrong. Along with the faint orange glow from the great room's fireplace, the murmur of hushed voices was sneaking under the closed door at the far side of the kitchen. I couldn't help but listen in. My inner Snoop needed to eavesdrop on the secret conversation taking place beyond that door. Carefully, I tiptoed closer. Jason's voice became clear as I approached.
I'm not interested in her like that.
Her? Her who? Me? I wasn't surprised when Chris responded. They almost always spent the late night hours strategizing together.
Well, she's definitely interested in you like that. You should clear up this little misunderstanding before we end up with another difficult situation. Think about it. We can't risk Danny going off on her own again just because you have women issues.
They are talking about me.
She said she wouldn't.
Jason snapped. And I won't. Crap. Shut up, thoughts. Crap. Stay in my head.
Oh, come on, Jason. Don't be so dense. This is exactly the kind of thing that could push her over the edge.
After a long pause, Chris added,
We may not be able to find her next time.
Jason's response was too quiet for me to hear.
You're an arrogant ass, you know,
Chris told him. Ignoring her, Jason said,
I don't have women issues.
Chris snorted softly.
Jason, you've had women issues since the day I met you, and you always will. It's just who you are. Talk to her soon, while it's still manageable. Fine,
he said.
I'll do it tomorrow.
Not if I don't let him. Having heard enough to make my chest ache, I hurried on silent feet back to my room and crawled under the blankets on the couch. I couldn't believe he'd kissed me, had been nearly naked in a bathtub with me, but wasn't interested. How could I have been so stupid to think any of that mattered? He'd been exceptionally distant since I'd rejoined the group, even when he was standing right beside me. Open your eyes, Danny. He doesn't care. Slow, tormenting hours passed before I finally fell into a fitful sleep. For once, my dreams were completely devoid of both rotting Cam and my friendly dream invader. Instead, my night was filled with nightmares of falling and drowning. I blamed Jason. When I woke, I felt like a piece of Jack's poo. My poor dog had spent most of the night whimpering softly on the floor beside the couch, staring up at me with worried eyes.
Hun, you look like shit,
Chris told me as I sat beside her in front of the great room's fireplace. Grumpily, I wondered if she was sitting in the same place as she had been when she told Jason to clear up this little misunderstanding with me. Tell me about it, I grumbled. Zoning out, I watched her stir thick oatmeal in an iron pot on the fire. During my morning hygiene routine, I'd done everything I could to mask the havoc wreaked by my restless night. My hair was a tangled mess that I'd managed to wrangle into a braid, and dark circles shadowed my eyes. To top it off, I'd run into Jason 4 times in the 40 minutes since I'd left my room. I was pretty sure the encounters were intentional, probably so he could get the clearing up over with. Like a real adult, I fled every time I saw him. His latest attempt to waylay me had come as I'd entered the great room. I'd scurried away and sought shelter next to Chris.
What was that all about?
Chris asked, motioning in Jason's direction with her elbow. He was leaning against the door frame, blocking almost the entire doorway as he pretended not to watch me. His arms were crossed, and there was a crease between his eyebrows. "What?" I asked, aiming for innocence. Apparently my wide eyes and parted mouth didn't fool Chris. She snorted.
You totally just shunned Jason. Why are you avoiding him?
Pulling up my knees, I hugged them to my chest. Maybe I don't want to hear what he has to say.
Why? You don't want to visit your house?
What? I asked sharply.
He's going to his dad's place to look through some things and thought you might want to go with him.
She frowned.
You know, stop by your grandma's, since we're leaving in a few days and all.
But I thought... I snapped my mouth shut before I could reveal my late-night clandestine activities.
You thought what?
Nothing, I said too quickly. My face burned with embarrassment, and part of me wanted to jump into the fire to avoid saying anything else.
Right. Tell me, or I'll pick you up and carry you over to him myself,
Chris threatened. Fine, I grumbled. I sort of overheard you two talking last night. As she stared at me, I could almost hear the conversation replaying in her mind. She was slowly shaking her head, not understanding what I was getting at. I pursed my lips. He said he wasn't interested in me, and you said he needed to clear things up before I get upset and take off again. Which won't happen, by the way. He was right about that. At least he trusts me. To my abject mortification, Chris barked a laugh.
I was telling him to clear things up with Holly, you ninny. I was worried she'd turn into another Cece, obsessing over him like an idiot.
She snorted.
She's already halfway there.
Breathless, I felt like my heart was about to explode.
Oh,
I didn't know she was so into him. I mean, I knew she was into him, just not as much as, other people. Chris watched me with a small smile tugging at her lips.
other people? Who could you possibly mean?
She asked, batting her eyelashes.
I don't know,
I mumbled. Just people.
Oh,
She said, smacking her palm against her forehead in mock surprise.
you must be referring to the other people I'm talking to right now.
I blushed furiously and glanced at Jason. He was still leaning against the door frame, and I was desperately hoping our voices were quiet enough to be drowned out by the crackling of the fire.
You should talk to him. Alone.
Chris told me. Why? What if... I don't know. Joy and misery mixed into a heavy lump that settled in my stomach. Was it possible that Jason had actually developed feelings akin to mine? That he was interested in me? That he desired me? It was something I'd written off for so long that I had a hard time allowing myself to consider the possibility, even after the kiss. I felt like hyperactive butterflies had taken up residence in my chest.
Just do it.
Chris said, ladling oatmeal into a bowl. She shoved the dish into my hands.
The sugar and stuff's on the table over there. By Jason. Convenient, don't you think?
I tried to smile my thanks, but I probably looked more like I was about to be sick. With shaking hands, I carried the steaming bowl to the table and set it down. I took a deep breath and faced Jason, who loomed casually a few paces away.
Danny.
Jason, I said breathily, voicing his name more like a caress than the curt greeting I'd intended. God, I'm pathetic.
Why have you been... Never mind. I'm going to my dad's soon. Do you want to come? We could stop by your house too.
I couldn't believe it. Chris had been right. Part of me had still expected him to crush my heart by telling me my infatuation was hopeless. Yeah, I'd like that, I said, sounding like I was accepting an offer for dinner and a movie. He stared at me for a few seconds, face blank, and then said,
When'll you be ready?
I just need to eat and get my weapons and saddle the horses, so...
I can take care of the horses.
My eyebrows raised of their own accord.
What? I'm a quick learner.
He said with a shrug.
Especially when you're my teacher.
He turned away from me and walked toward the back door. What does that even mean? I thought as I watched his retreating form.
I'll be waiting, Red. Enjoy your breakfast,
he said before shutting the door. I did. As I devoured the brown sugar and raisin-loaded mush, I decided oatmeal was my new favorite food. I ate quickly, mostly because I was eager for the promise of alone time with Jason, but also because I was looking forward to being home again. No matter what happened in my life, Graham's house would always be home. I scrubbed my bowl clean in the kitchen, stopped by my temporary bedroom to gear up, rounded up Jack, and headed out to the stable, to Jason. I found him in the driveway with Wings and a chestnut thoroughbred, both saddled for riding. A dense fog spread out as far as I could see. I took my time examining his handiwork while Wings whined incessantly in my head about wearing a bridle. Oh, pretty girl, I'm taking it off right now, I told the pouting mare as I undid the leather straps.
Sorry, I forgot she doesn't need one,
Jason said as he watched.
Is she mad?
I laughed and hoisted myself into the saddle. Not really, but you owe her an apple. Her words, not mine. Wings began walking lazily down the gravel driveway. Jason mounted his horse with ease and caught up quickly.
Well, good. I'd hate to have her for an enemy. She seems fierce.
He says you're fierce, I told the majestic animal beneath me, and her gait gained some prance. You did a good job, I told Jason as our horse's hooves crunched along in the gravel. I'm impressed. Jason chuckled.
Red, don't you know impressing you is my #1 priority?
His words were light and teasing. Someone's in a better mood. Bringing my hand up to my chest, I gasped melodramatically. Oh my! If impressing me is #1, what comes in at #2? He looked at me askance, his eyes narrowing to mischievous slits.
Wouldn't you like to know?
Smiling, I shook my head. The sound of the horse's hooves changed from crunching to clopping as we reached the paved road. Oh, I almost forgot. I moved Wings closer to Jason's horse and took the picture out of my pocket, handing it to him. I've been meaning to give you this. I was going to when I told you about your dad, but, well, you know what happened. Graham's found it in your dad's hand. He was also holding this, I said, fingering the heavy silver chain around my neck. I pulled the attached key out from the collar of my coat. It was warm from my skin. Lean closer, I told him, lifting the chain over my head and holding it out. Jason bowed his head toward me, and I secured the chain around his neck, resisting the urge to brush my fingertips over his smooth skin. I have no clue what it's for. Examining the old-fashioned iron key, Jason said,
I do.
We rode on in silence for long minutes, Jason lost in thought as he stared at the key, me lost in wonder as I watched him.
It opens a box,
he finally said. A box? What's in it? Based on his reaction, I figured it must be something important. With a bitter laugh, he explained.
My dad. He never let us look in it. He always wore this around his neck, but even that wasn't enough security for him. He'd hide the box, changing the location if he suspected we'd found it. By the time I was old enough to unlock it without the key, I'd come to understand that he deserved his privacy and secrets, so I stopped looking. Zoe, on the other hand.
What? I asked, curious. With a small, genuine smile curving his lips, he shook his head.
I bet she still looked for the damn thing every time she visited. She was obsessed.
I felt like I'd been skewered in the chest with dull rapier. She never told me about it. Tucking the key underneath his clothes, Jason laughed softly, but just for a second.
She was probably ashamed. A grown woman searching through her dad's underwear drawer.
Oh, right.
What's wrong?
Nothing, I lied. Why wouldn't she tell me about the box? Fortunately, unlike Chris, Jason left unsaid words and hurt feelings alone. I was grateful. I didn't want to talk about my simmering emotions. I didn't want to cry in front of Jason again. I thought Zoe and I told each other everything, but his revelation made me question that. The willingness to confide our deepest secrets, our darkest fears, was the foundation of our friendship. Yet she hadn't told me about her obsession with her father's mysterious box. Had I hidden things from her too? I don't think so.
Too late, old man.
Jason whispered, breaking me from my mental tailspin. He was studying the back of the picture, reading and rereading the words written by his father. I'd read it so many times that I'd memorized it, though I didn't completely understand the meaning behind Tom's words.
Zoe, be strong. Your mom and I love you and your brother. Never doubt that. And remember, Every scar is a memory. Jason, I didn't listen to the wood. I should have. I'm sorry. I'm so proud of you.
What? I asked softly. Jason began speaking, his words floating ahead of him in the morning fog.
We fought all the time. I'm sure you overheard. He'd wanted me to make certain choices. He forbade me from joining the army, but I did it anyway. We didn't talk for nearly a year after that.
I didn't know it was that bad. His jaw muscles tensed and he nodded.
But things were getting better. We didn't fight as much when I visited, and we even talked on the phone, just to catch up. But he always sounded disappointed when I talked about my career. He used to say, "Every piece of wood has a story. If you listen to the wood, the carving will come to life."
So, in this case, you're the wood? Jason looked at me sideways, a deliciously crooked grin tilting his lips, and my cheeks heated. You know what I mean, I told him, a little shrill. After a throaty chuckle, he resumed his gaze ahead. As we passed the empty, overgrown lot where Zoe and I had built a girls-only fort, I knew we were almost to his house. Jason seemed to be searching the increasingly dense fog for its outline, or maybe for his father.
Yeah, so he finally accepted me, accepted my choice. And now he's gone.
I'm sorry, Jason.
Me too.
His familiar house slowly took shape in the mist, steely blue and boxy, seeming to beckon us forward. We dismounted in the driveway and fenced the horses in the backyard with Jack. Let me know if you hear or see anyone, I told my dog, receiving a bark in acknowledgement. As we entered the house through the back door, I recalled the thousands of times I'd walked, danced, and ran up and down its halls. My memories were divided into two eras, Jason and post-Jason. After he'd left for the army, the walls had always felt a little thinner, the air a little less substantial. And in not one of my memories of the house was I ever alone with him. Suddenly the walls felt wild and alive. I followed Jason as we passed the rooms I was most familiar with, the kitchen, living room, and Zoe's upstairs bedroom. Something about the way Jason moved, the easy set of his shoulders, spoke to the magic of home. He was relaxed in a way I hadn't seen him for years.
Wherever he hides it, it's always in his room,
Jason said. He led me down the second-floor hallway to the furthest bedroom. I wanted to help Jason search, but simply felt too awkward rummaging through my best friend's father's things. I'm going back to Zoe's room to see if there's anything she'd want me to bring to her. Jason shot to his feet and purposefully strode out of the room with me close on his heels. He didn't stop until he reached Zoe's bedroom. He entered, took a quick peek around, said,
"Go ahead,"
and then left me alone in the comforting space. As I soaked up the familiar plum and apple green decor, I was transported back to my teen years. Practically every other night had been spent giggling with Zoe under the fluffy comforter, gushing about boys and sharing dreams. We'd been so happy, so carefree. Will we ever feel like that again? I wandered across the room to the bulletin board hanging over the desk. It was covered with a hodgepodge of pins, photos, notes, sketches, and tiny trinkets from throughout Zoe's life. She'd been collecting memories on that board since before we became friends in 4th grade, and only her favorites stayed up for long. I was staring at a mini museum of my best friend's life. My best friend who didn't tell me about the things she was most obsessed with. Reaching out, I unpinned one of the sketches an exact match of the tattoo on the inside of my wrist. It was the drawing we'd taken to the tattoo parlor where we'd had identical Celtic knots inked on our skin, proclaiming our eternal sisterhood. I had no doubt that Zoe would want it. I set the sketch on the top of the dresser, exchanging it for a framed photo, and sat on the bed lost in thought. In the picture, we were perched on the edge of a deck, our backs to the camera. My hand was raised to Zoe's ear, shielding my words as I whispered some extremely important secret to her. Considering we were juniors in high school, it was probably about my latest crush or some juicy gossip. I'd always loved the photo, thinking it captured the essence of our friendship so well, always whispering secrets into each other's ears. But at the moment, it seemed to shout that I was the one whispering while Zoe kept her secrets inside, hidden.
Found it,
Jason said, frowning when I looked up.
Are you?
I'm fine, I interrupted, wiping a lone tear from my cheek.
Okay. I'm heading into my room. Feel free to join me when you're done in here.
His eyes lingered on my face for a few seconds before he turned and crossed the hall to his old bedroom. I wasn't about to miss the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to explore Jason's personal space, so I pulled my unraveling emotions together, tucked the picture frame and sketch into my backpack, and joined him. Crossing the threshold into forbidden territory felt like pushing through a force field. Tom Cartwright hadn't redecorated his kids' bedrooms into impersonal guest rooms like empty nesters tended to do. He'd kept the spaces exactly as they'd been, waiting to welcome Zoe and Jason home at any time. In Zoe's case, the drawers and closet had been emptied long ago, leaving behind the shell of the girl who had lived there. With Jason, however, it appeared as though he'd still been occupying the bedroom for the past 12 years. The walls were nearly bare, with only a few pieces of sports memorabilia pinned to their steel blue surfaces. A faded, masculine scent clung to the air, making me think of the many nights Jason had spent in the room while I'd been hunkered down with Zoe across the hall. I wondered if he'd been alone, or if my middle school mind hadn't realized he was sneaking girlfriend after girlfriend into his room. Or maybe he'd just climbed down the tree outside of his window and met up with them elsewhere. His epic reputation by the time I'd entered high school, the year after Jason had graduated, suggested that at least one, if not both, was true. On the wall opposite Jason's bed, a long shelf displayed several dozen wooden figurines and a few framed photos of his dad and sister. While Jason knelt on the floor, digging through a trunk in his closet, I picked up a miniature carved cat, curled in sleep. It was exquisite. Did your dad make these?
Huh?
Looking over his shoulder, Jason saw what I was holding and frowned.
Some.
His head disappeared into the closet again as he clarified.
I actually made most of them.
I lost myself in examining the little pieces of art. The cat looked so realistic, like it might uncurl its tiny body and arch its back right there on my palm. I was starting to understand what Tom meant about listening to the wood.
That's the last one I ever made,
Jason said quietly. I jumped, my fingers reflexively closing around the carved cat. I'd been so entranced by the intricate feline figurine in my hand that I hadn't noticed Jason approach. He was right behind me.
Sorry,
he said.
I thought you heard me.
He reached over my shoulder and plucked a simple, slightly disproportionate fish off of the shelf. It was about the size of his thumb.
This is my first.
They're beautiful. I didn't know your dad taught you to carve, I told him, opening my hand to reveal the sleeping cat. Jason laughed bitterly and gave a small shake of his head.
He wanted me to follow in his footsteps,
take over the family business.
The carvings seemed to unsettle him so much that I felt guilty when I asked, would you mind if I, kept this? I raised my hand a few inches, showing him the tiny feline. He shrugged.
Keep it. Keep any of them.
Jason returned to the closet as I examined each carving carefully, wishing I could take them all. I settled on the sleeping cat, the lopsided fish, and a remarkably detailed seagull in flight. Jason finally emerged from his closet with a few items: a rolled-up canvas kit of some kind, an incredibly worn leather journal, and an equally worn earth-brown leather jacket, and stuffed them into his backpack, along with the pictures from the shelf and a carved bear standing on its hind legs. That one, he said, had been carved by his dad. He also gave me a few old t-shirts to wrap my priceless treasures in. I was worried they would get damaged. Before we left, we scavenged some peanut butter, crackers, fruit snacks, and an unopened bottle of apple juice from Tom's pantry for lunch. We settled at the kitchen table with our non-perishable feast and ate in companionable silence. When I rose and carried our empty plates to the sink, Jason asked,
"What are you doing?"
"The dishes?"
"Why?"
"Because, I dropped the dirty plates into the sink. I don't know, it just felt right. Being here makes it seem like things are normal." Standing, Jason finished off the apple juice, drinking it straight out of the bottle, and said,
"I know what you mean. I keep expecting my dad to walk in and lecture me about responsibility and carrying the family torch."
He raised his backpack onto the chair and unzipped it.
"It feels normal. Except for one thing."
"What's that?" I cocked my head and leaned my lower back against the counter.
"We're here together. Just us."
He looked at me, his electric blue eyes seeming to really see me for the first time.
"The world's not normal. Everything's different. We're different."
I nodded, shifting uncomfortably under the weight of his stare. "Aren't you going to open it?" I asked, motioning to the intricately carved box he'd just placed on the table. About the size of a cigar box, it was fashioned from cedar and had delicate iron hinges. It had, without a doubt, been crafted by the talented hands of Tom Cartwright. Jason's eyes shifted to the box, mercifully releasing their relentless hold on me.
"Not yet. Zoe'd kill me."
"Oh, right, 'cause she's obsessed with it and all."
"We're done here,"
he said. He was watching my face closely.
"Let's head out."
I nodded, not trusting my voice to hold steady if I spoke. My chin tried to quiver, but I stilled it by clenching my teeth. Jason quickly wrapped the box in a terry-cloth dish towel and loaded it into his pack. Dozens of words were perched on the tip of my tongue, anxiously waiting for my mouth to open so they could fly to Jason's ears. But I clutched onto them desperately, instead settling for companionable silence. As we rode to Graham's house, I basked in the silence, but once we walked through the front door, it turned expectant and tense. It was almost palpable, growing and pulsing in the air around us. Ignoring the tension, we started in Graham's bedroom, where I searched for keepsakes. Jason sat on the end of her bed, watching me as I wandered around her room. I'd always thought of her possessions as flowery and old-fashioned, nothing I would ever want for myself, but they suddenly held incalculable value to me. Searching through her vintage buttercup yellow jewelry box, I was struck by the realization that I was looking through her favorite necklaces, rings, and earrings, all things she would never wear again. I was surprised to find the long silver chain with its heavy silver pendant, a medallion the size of a silver dollar imprinted with the hands, heart, and crown of a claddagh ring that Grams only took off to bathe. It had been a gift from my grandpa on their wedding night. Did she leave it for me? With trembling fingers, I picked up the necklace and reverently slipped it over my head, tucking the pendant beneath my shirt. The chain was so long that the cool metal settled low between my breasts. Before leaving the room, I sprayed a little of Graham's lavender perfume. With horror and wonder, the delicate scent made me feel like she would come striding through the doorway at any moment. Jason sat quietly and watched, letting the silent tension continue to build. Finally, I led the way upstairs to my childhood bedroom. The closer we came, the more nervous I felt, like I was doing something forbidden. Grams had maintained a strict policy against boys in bedrooms, specifically my bedroom. On top of that, Jason had never even been in my house, let alone in my bedroom. Self-consciousness overwhelmed me as Jason entered the room behind me. Juxtaposed with his undeniable masculinity, the space seemed so much girlier than usual, so innocent when compared to his intense sexuality. I often felt the same way about myself in his presence. Having him in my room, studying my white, vine-embroidered comforter, antique vanity, and menagerie of stuffed animals, felt like letting him open me up to peek inside. I felt exposed, naked. With an odd mixture of discomfort and curiosity, Jason stood in the middle of the room. Unlike in Graham's bedroom, he seemed to have a hard time figuring out where to sit. He approached the bed, hesitated, and turned to the vanity chair. He shook his head before making a decision, displacing a large stuffed dog on the window seat. The dog, Ralph, remained in his grasp, resting on his lap. Again, he watched me, but said nothing, letting me look through my belongings undisturbed. It was impossible to ignore his increasingly pensive presence, but I made a show of pretending. As I perched on the edge of the mattress, searching the drawers of the nightstand only a few feet from Jason, I found the purple diary I had written in throughout high school. There wasn't a secret written on its pages that Zoe didn't know. But if I read her diary, how much of its cherished contents would end up being news to me? Hot tears slowly snaked down my face, and the silence reached a critical point.
Danny?
Jason's voice was a soft rumble. I shut the drawer, leaving the diary inside, and turned all of my attention on him. I smiled faintly at the sight of him, such a strong, tough man, holding a stuffed animal.
What's wrong?
If I said nothing, he would let it go. Or he'd wait until the next time I drowned in silent tears to ask again. But I didn't want him to let it go. I wanted Jason to know me, insecurities and all. It's Zoe, I told him.
And the box?
I sighed, still arranging my thoughts into a comprehensible pattern. Yeah, I guess you could say that. I paused, then the words spilled out without thought. She didn't tell me about it. She's been obsessed with it forever, and she never told me about it. If it's so important to her, how could she not tell me? I thought we were closer than that. I thought we told each other everything. Now I just don't know. Spurred on by my admission, the steady stream of quiet tears flowed more quickly. I wiped them away with both hands.
Does it change anything?
I considered his question carefully, thinking about Zoe and everything we'd been through together over the years. No. My voice was wobbly, but my answer was honest. Zoe was my best friend, and I loved her. even with the stupid secret box. Jason lifted a single shoulder, not taking his eyes off me. Abruptly, something changed in his face, making the contours more evident. As he studied me, he seemed intensely intimidating.
Why were you avoiding me?
What?
This morning. Why were you running from me?
Well, I don't think I was actually running. It was more of a quick walk, possibly a slow jog. Jason's bland expression said,
And?
Sighing, I prepared to spill my guts. I didn't want to hear what I thought you were going to say. Jason was practically turning to stone before my eyes. Completely monotone, he asked,
And that would be?
I giggled unexpectedly, feeling my pulse increase and my hands tremble. The last thing I wanted to say spewed from my mouth before I could stop it. Did you care about Cece? Wide-eyed, I slapped both hands over my mouth. Until I'd blurted the question, I hadn't realized how much his relationship with that psycho bitch had been bothering me. I'd spent a good portion of my life mooning over Jason, so I was pretty practiced at being jealous of any chick he was involved with. It was a familiar, expected feeling, but with Cece it was far more intense, like at a murderous level. The questions shattered his stony facade, and I watched the shadows of a handful of emotions flash across his face. Shock, confusion, embarrassment, fury, worry, surprise, hope, curiosity. Only the massive amount of time we'd spent together over the past month, where I'd had the opportunity to analyze his every nuance, allowed me to interpret each minute change in his expression. He shook his head and looked down to study Ralph, the stuffed dog he was holding.
She was just someone to pass the time, a means to an end.
To top off my mortification and flaming blush, my mouth opened of its own accord again. And Holly, is she... I covered my entire face with my hands, peeking between my fingers like I was watching a horror movie. A hint of a dimple appeared on Jason's left cheek, as the corner of his mouth turned up slightly.
No. Why do you ask?
No reason, I squeaked. With a supreme lack of grace, I scrambled over the bed, away from Jason. I stood in front of the dresser set against the opposite wall and opened the top drawer, what Zoe called my junk drawer, to busy myself by searching through its contents.
Danny.
Jason's voice was hushed, but it still made me jump. I'd been so focused on my fake rummaging that I hadn't noticed him coming up behind me. Again.
You never answered my question. Why were you avoiding me? What did you think I was going to say to you?
I ceased my pointless searching and grasped the top edge of the open drawer. Defeated, I said, I overheard your conversation with Chris last night. The one about clearing things up. I thought you were talking about me and... I paused, closing my eyes and taking a deep, unsteady breath. I didn't want you to, so I avoided you. Jason placed his hands on either side of mine, trapping me between him and the drawer.
Danny,
he said, his voice deep and rough. His breath caressed the back of my neck.
Turn around.
I squeezed my eyes shut and shook my head.
Turn around.
Though his words were demanding, his voice held the barest hint of a plea. After a few seconds of indecision, I removed my hands from their death grip on the drawer and lowered them to my sides. I slowly pivoted until my back pressed against the open drawer, and then I opened my eyes. Standing so close to me, Jason seemed even taller than usual. I forced myself to look up, and to meet his sapphire eyes. Back and forth, his eyes scoured mine.
Do you really want to do this?
He whispered. More than anything. Swallowing consciously, I nodded.
Are you sure?
I nodded again, my eyes fixed on his. My heart was beating with such force that I was certain he could hear it. Only when my back side pressed against the dresser did I realize Jason had slid the drawer shut, forcing me backward. Parts of his jacket and jeans brushed against mine, tickling the hyper-aware skin beneath. I suddenly felt overheated, like I might melt into a puddle right there on my bedroom floor. He leaned in with deliberate slowness, bringing his burning eyes and slightly parted lips closer to mine. Even though we'd kissed only once, I craved the feel of his lips, the brush of his tongue. His eyes flickered from my mouth to my eyes and back repeatedly, giving me time, letting me decide, making sure I wanted him. I did. My heart pounded and my breaths came quickly, like the air was too thin. Is this really happening? Leaning forward, I tilted my face up and brushed my lips softly against Jason's. The barely there contact still sent a thrilling jolt through my body, charging the length of my nerves and circling back to collide low in my abdomen. The sensation intensified, causing a delicious ache between my thighs. Jason's eyes darkened to a deep midnight, and he breathed deeply. His hand slid underneath my braid, grasping my neck to pull me closer, as his other settled in the curve of my back and held me flush against him. The tip of his tongue slipped out and slowly wet his lips. I watched the movement, entranced. When his lips again touched mine, I was lost, completely and utterly. My hands slid up over his coat and twined behind his neck, holding him against me. I opened my mouth to him, and our tongues collided. A low purr escaped from my throat, and he answered it with a guttural growl. We kissed as though we were starving. The only thing that could satiate our hunger was more of each other. I let go of his neck for a single purpose, to unzip and remove his coat, then his holster. They landed on the floor with a soft thump, and seconds later my own coat and holster joined his. Not once did we break our kiss. His hands moved over my long-sleeved shirt, seeming to light my nerves on fire. They slid down my back and over my hips, eventually teasing the skin above my belt before slipping lower over my jeans. Abruptly, he gripped the backs of my thighs and lifted me up, encouraging me to wrap my legs around his hips. I did so eagerly. He carried me to the empty wall beside the dresser, pressing me against it with a grunt. I squeezed my legs and arms around him more tightly, freeing his hands to roam over my body. They seemed to be everywhere, my hips, breasts, neck, almost like he'd sprouted a few extra arms. I moaned at each new sensation, shocking myself with my brazen reactions. I was so incredibly eager for what I hoped would happen next. Jason had just shifted me from the wall to the bed and was kneeling between my legs, removing my shirt, when Jack's panicked warning invaded my mind.
2 legs. Many. Smell wrong. Close. Hurry.
Jason, stop! I breathed, clutching his wrists before he could yank my shirt over my head. When he let go, it sat uselessly around my neck like a scarf. Chest heaving, Jason looked down at me in disbelief. I could see the question form in his eyes. Had I changed my mind? To reassure him, I traded his wrists for his face and pulled him closer for a deep, though brief, kiss. I'm sorry. We have to leave. Now, I said against his cheek. Jack said people are coming. Crazies.
You gotta be fucking kidding me.
Jason exclaimed, standing and taking a step back. I instantly missed the feel of him. He raked his eyes over the slender curves of my shirtless body one last time. "Fuck!" he repeated before resituating his clothes and quickly grabbing his holster and coat. I hastily pulled my shirt back on and rearmed myself as well. Zipping our coats and grabbing our packs, we sped down the stairs and through the kitchen. According to Jack, the crazies were approaching the front of the house, but he and the horses were still out back. We rushed out the back door, practically leaping into our saddles, and sped off through the sparse woods beyond the garden. As we rode, I used Jack and a handful of volunteer animals to scout both ahead and behind us. The crazies weren't following us. They were still searching in and around the house. Our desire for safe surroundings and formidable allies drove us back to the ranch at a gallop. We were all, horses, humans, and dog, panting when we trotted into the stable. Jason jumped out of his saddle and helped me down, having noticed me sway when we slowed at the driveway. During the ride, I'd maintained a mental connection not just with Jack, but with the dozens of other scouting animals as well, and it was exacting its toll.
Are you okay?
Jason asked, setting me down facing him. His eyes searched every part of me, seeking out an ailment that couldn't be seen. "I'm fine. Don't worry. I just need a snack and maybe a nap." I stood on tiptoes and gave him a slow, promising kiss. To reassure him, I told myself.
Can you make it inside on your own?
He asked when we separated. I nodded.
Go lay down. I'll take care of everything out here.
As I walked away, he added,
And Red?
I looked at him over my shoulder. Yeah?
This isn't over.
He promised. Good. Chapter 41. Danny. Smiling, I opened my eyes to see the fire's gentle glow on the wall. Jason must have built it back up while I was asleep. Quick, heavy footsteps mingled with the soft sound of the crackling wood. It's him, I thought excitedly. He knelt near my head and gently pulled the blankets lower. While I waited for his touch, my giddiness was almost impossible to contain. Suddenly, a rank-smelling hand was over my mouth, and hot, foul breath brushed my ear.
Pretty girl,
he said, and he most certainly wasn't Jason. My already increased heart rate spiked.
Wanna have some fun?
A gunshot cracked from another part of the house, and the man momentarily loosened his grasp on my face. Sensing my only chance, I shifted and bit down on the meaty flesh between his thumb and index finger until blood oozed into my mouth. I gagged on its warmth, on its metallic taste. Shrieking, the man shoved me away and I fell off the couch, but not before my fingers closed around the handgun I'd stowed between the kitchen and the couch back. I'd finally learned my lesson. Guns stay within arm's reach, always. Stumbling, I extricated myself from the blankets and stood, aiming my gun at the repulsive intruder. I spat as much of his blood from my mouth as possible, terrified by what diseases it might be carrying. Almost as alarming was the familiarity of his face. Mr. Monk. He'd been a teacher at my high school alongside Mr. Grayson. He'd taught PE and had a well-deserved reputation as a pervert, at least among the girls. A large group of his female students had eventually gone to the principal and then to the police, and Mr. Monk had been charged with multiple counts of molestation. Last I'd heard, he was still in prison.
Bitch!
Mr. Monk howled, clutching his bleeding hand to his chest. Oh, you have no idea. I growled and fired the pistol. The bullet impacted his shoulder, twisting him to the side. Without hesitation, I pulled the trigger again. The second bullet shot straight through his temple, and he collapsed to the floor, his head hitting the hardwood with a heavy, wet thunk. Lowering the gun, I spat again, spraying pink saliva in his direction, and hissed, "Asshole!" Anger was all that kept me from crying, screaming, puking.
Danny, are you okay?
Jason shouted, his voice preceding his arrival. As he ran into the room, I heard more gunshots elsewhere in the house. Jack followed him in, hurrying to my feet and whining pathetically. As Jason's eyes landed on the crumpled heap on the floor, he froze. Cautiously, he moved closer to the dead man and stared at his hemorrhaging head.
Is that Mr. Monk?
I wiped my mouth with the back of my wrist. Yeah, I killed him, I said weakly, beginning to shake. Mr. Monk was the second man I'd killed in less than a week, and my psyche was having some not-so-minor issues avoiding the reality of my actions. I'm a killer. Jason shifted his intense blue eyes to my face.
Did he touch you? Did he hurt you?
When I didn't respond, he closed the distance and grabbed me by the shoulders.
Danny!
Tearing my eyes away from the oozing mound of lumpy, bloody gore that had once been the side of Mr. Monk's head, I whispered, "Not this time." I just wished I could stop shaking, stop remembering.
What are you...
Jason's mouth fell open. His eyes widened, and he searched my face for answers, his throat convulsing rhythmically. He tried twice to speak before words actually formed.
You were one of them? One of the girls he...
I looked away, disgusted and ashamed. Yeah, but I was a lot luckier than the others. Zoe, she found me in his office before he could get his pants down. She knew I had a meeting with him about my grades. I laughed bitterly. Grades? What a joke. I thought I was going to suffocate with his hand over my mouth. I couldn't fight him off. I was too weak, too small. I don't know what she did. I could only see the wall, but one second he was there and I could barely breathe, and the next, Zoe was hauling me out of his office while I cried in her arms. Mr. Monk said he'd kill us if we told.
I didn't know.
Jason's voice was tight, restrained. Nobody did, except Zoe, the other girls, the principal, and the police. It was hard to keep Grams from finding out. I shook my head. So hard. I didn't want to tell anyone, but Zoe made me. She said his threat was empty. She said that if enough girls got together and told the truth about him, he'd go away and never hurt anyone again. I looked at the dead man and smiled. When I spoke, my voice was cold. Now he's dead. Jason pressed his fingers against my jaw and gently turned my face back to his.
Why's your mouth bloody? Did he hit you?
I bit him. I snatched a water bottle off the coffee table, took a swig, swished the water around in my mouth, and spat the mouthful into the fire. I did it 3 times. I can't get rid of the taste of his blood. Without hesitation, Jason clamped his hands on the sides of my head and kissed me, hard, giving me something else to focus on. His touch and his taste drove the unhappy memories from my mind. He was the perfect distraction, and I could tell he was desperate to help me forget.
Fuck!
He growled, breaking contact and taking a step back.
He deserved a slower death. fucking bastard.
When I took a step toward Jason, he held out his hand.
We're leaving tonight, as soon as possible. Change into something warmer.
His eyes scanned my body, taking in my pajamas, cotton shorts and a tank top.
Something much warmer. And get your things together.
What? We're leaving? But we're not ready. We don't even have a saddle for Mr. Grayson, I said without a breath's pause.
He can use Dalton's shit. We have to leave. They'll come back with more.
But Dalton...
He's dead,
Jason said harshly. Oh. I hadn't been close to Dalton, but I could feel tears suddenly welling in my eyes. Turn around, I said unsteadily, and waited until Jason obeyed to swap my pajamas for a bra, sweater, long underwear, and jeans. What about everyone else? I asked, zipping my jeans. I hope they're okay.
They're alive. What do you need to pack?
Jason was walking around the room, picking up the various possessions I'd strewn about. It was remarkable how much I'd settled in since I'd only been staying there for a little over a week. It's fine. I can take care of my own stuff. Go get your things together, I told him, setting my hiking pack on the couch. Jason shook his head and handed me my journal.
I'm not leaving you alone,
he told me. Jason,
No.
Very carefully he repeated.
I'm not leaving you alone.
For a few long seconds we stared at each other, chests rising and falling heavily. It felt like a magnetic force connected our eyes, preventing us from looking away. Finally, I cleared my throat and nodded. Together, Jason and I packed all of my belongings and then his before heading out to the stable. As the first to arrive, we began saddling 8 of the horses for riding and the rest as pack animals. We currently had 15 horses, including the handful we'd gathered into our herd over the last few days from nearby farms and ranches. We fit the goats with dog collars and leashes, unwilling to leave them behind. The protein from their milk would be an invaluable nutrient once scavenging for food became less reliable. As the others arrived, we added their backpacks to ours on the riderless horses. It was a hurried, late-night job that would require a lot of rearranging in the morning, especially considering all of the supplies and equipment we still needed to gather as we traveled. Once everyone was packed and had mounted their horses, we assembled in a misshapen circle in the driveway. Nudging his mount forward, the same chestnut-brown thoroughbred he'd ridden earlier that day, Jason addressed the group.
We've lost Dalton. He fought until the end, giving us the warning we needed to survive the attack. We all owe him our lives.
Everyone but Holly nodded gravely. She just stared ahead with empty eyes. They'd been close friends, she and Dalton.
When we have a night to rest, we'll honor his memory.
Jason paused, meeting the eyes of each individual.
We're heading east. It'll be hard, but you all know that. Some of us have new, unique skills, abilities.
He looked at Chris, Kai, Ben, and finally me.
And others may be able to do things we've yet to discover. We have to use every advantage. Kai will lead us. Pay attention to the feel of the path ahead, and Danny will be in constant communication with the animals around us. If either of them says stop, you stop. If they say get down, you get the fuck down. Understood?
Everyone murmured or nodded their assent.
All right. We're pairing up for the duration of the journey. Anytime you leave the immediate vicinity of the group, you will let your partner know, or better yet, bring them with you.
He studied each of us, then said,
Let's go with Hunter and Holly, Ben and Kai, Daniel and Chris, and Danny, you're with me.
It took me a moment to remember that Daniel was Mr. Grayson's first name.
Any last questions before we head out?
When everyone shook their heads, Jason said,
Today'll be long, so save your strength whenever possible. Kai, lead on. You feel different,
Kai said, sitting in the chair opposite me. I'd settled in what had been a private dining room, soothed by its rich brown wood, creamy walls, and burgundy carpet. Jason had left me alone in the isolated room to write in my journal while he washed up. Apparently modeled after a French chateau, the winery was filled with ivory marble floors, rich mahogany furniture, and crystal light fixtures. The main tasting room, a vast chamber with a 2-story high ceiling and ornately carved tables of various sizes, had become our camp for the night. Nobody seemed overly interested in privacy after what happened the previous night, instead opting to share one big room. I eyed Kai. Thanks? He grinned.
Anytime. But really, you feel like a bomb that's been diffused. Before, you just felt like a bomb.
Okay, why are you feeling me exactly? Leaning forward, Kai rested his elbows on the table.
Jason's orders. Everyone gets checked out by Chris and me, making sure nobody's losing it.
I'm not losing it.
So you say.
Kai cocked his head to the side like he was trying to hear the words of a barely audible song.
Huh. That's interesting.
What? Knowing he was listening to what could best be described as my emotional volatility was starting to creep me out.
Nothing really. It's just that Jason felt similar,
he said, letting his eyes refocus on me. They had a mischievous glint. Kai, I warned. His mouth tensed as he tried not to smile.
It's about time.
We are so not talking about this. I scooted my chair backward, planning to flee. My sex life was not about to become a topic of public conversation.
Do us all a favor and get it over with.
Before I could stand, hands were on my shoulders, holding me firmly in place.
Get what over with?
Chris asked from directly behind me, and I groaned. Kai said nothing. Instead, his grin widened.
Oh, got it. Seriously,
Chris agreed. Out of nowhere, she asked,
have your nightmares stopped?
Her question threw me off balance, and I'd already been teetering between furious blushes and outrage. Yeah, a few nights ago.
Good. There's a bit of a difference here. And here,
she said softly. I sensed a ghostly nudge inside my head with each here. It was the first time I'd actually felt her ability at work, though I knew she'd had a huge part in helping me deal with losing Cam. Do you mind? I yelped. I grasped my head and shook it wildly in a futile attempt to block her meddling.
Oh, sorry, hun. Didn't know you could feel that.
Well, at least she had the decency to sound slightly embarrassed.
Though I wonder what this part does. It's sort of pulsing.
Along with another nudge in my mind, my body instantly heated and blood collected in several specific areas. Chris! I squealed, horrified. Laughing raucously, she let go of my shoulders.
I thought it might be that. You should probably go find someone to help take care of your new problem.
That wasn't even a little bit okay, I huffed, stalking from the room. I seriously considered ambushing Jason and getting it over with, but even in my unnaturally aroused state, I was just too exhausted. I'd spent the entire 14-hour journey mind-hopping from animal to animal, scouting out potential dangers. We'd avoided 3 small bands of crazies using the critters' information. At the moment, I just wanted to wash up and fall asleep. Only Holly and Mr. Grayson, both hunched over a map and talking in hushed tones, were in the enormous tasting room when I walked in. I gathered some clean underwear, socks, sweatpants, and a t-shirt from my pack, along with my toothbrush and toothpaste, and wandered across the marble entryway to the ladies' restroom. I could hear water running in the men's room next door and figured Jason was still in there. In the bathroom, I took the closest possible thing to a shower, using only the sink, hand soap, and about 1,000 paper towels. When I was satisfactorily clean and wearing sweats and a t-shirt, I emerged from the bathroom. Jason, lounging against the wall beside the door, reached out to snag my arm. Pulling me to him, he lowered his lips to mine for a deep, slow kiss. As his fingers journeyed beneath my t-shirt to tease the freshly cleaned skin at my hips, I sighed and broke our kiss, resting my head against his chest. He smelled like soap, and underneath that, like Jason. He smoothed down my shirt's hem and wrapped his arms around me, making me feel like nothing could hurt me.
You're tired.
I nodded against him. Understatement of the century. Jason chuckled.
Come on, I have a surprise for you.
A surprise? I asked, eagerly peering up at him. My sudden anticipation fizzled as I looked into his glittering eyes, and just for a moment saw Zoe staring back at me. They were so different in so many ways, but their irises, a mixture of blue, teal, and green, like shallow water in the tropics, were nearly identical.
What's wrong?
Jason asked, seeing my grin wither. Nothing new, just worrying about Zoe. What if she can't get to Colorado? What if we can't find her? What if she's hurt or worse? Pinching one of my damp curls, Jason held out the vibrant auburn spiral.
I love your hair. Always have. It's bright, like you.
Though his words were flattering, I had no idea where he was going with them.
You and my sister. You balance each other out. She's serious and pessimistic, but you see the glass half full. Use that. She's strong. She's fine. She has to be. Okay?
I closed my eyes and nodded, holding back the worried tears threatening to spill down my cheeks. Zoe's strong. She's okay. She has to be. With our fingers intertwined, we headed back into the tasting room, to a corner where tables were arranged oddly on their sides. Combined with the walls, they created an isolated, tent-sized alcove with a narrow opening near one wall. "Jason!" I exclaimed, laughing. "You built a fort!" He watched me timidly, possibly a first for him.
I thought we could sleep here. Together.
He said softly, and all his shyness disappeared.
I don't want to share you. Not with anyone. Not in any way.
Oh. Wow. It was my turn to play bashful as I took in the 2 sleeping bags laid out side by side within the makeshift walls. Can they be, joined? I asked, gazing up at him through my lashes. A slow smile spread across his face.
They already are.
Looking closer, I could see that the sleeping bags weren't just next to each other, but were zipped together. Narrowing my eyes, I said, "A little presumptuous, don't you think?" Jason's smile widened into a wicked grin, and he led me by the hand into our little haven. Watching me closely, he slipped into the forest green sleeping bags. I followed, and once we were both lying down, he wrapped his arm around my waist and pulled me closer against him.
I want you, and I will have you,
he whispered as his fingers trailed up and down my arm, giving me goosebumps.
Is that presumptuous?
I shook my head, smiling against his faded blue t-shirt. And I will have you. It was my last thought before falling asleep.
Chapter 42. Zoe.
It was practically a miracle that we arrived at Sarah's without a hitch. While the rest of us waited down the road under the skeletal branches of an elm tree, Sanchez and Harper did a sweep of the house and grounds. Standing beside the van, Biggs and I gawked at the picture-perfect plantation home before us. It was ivory with black shutters and a porch that wrapped around both the first and second stories. Due to its grandeur, I half expected to see Rhett Butler walk out between the Ionic columns and greet us in the circular drive. Holy shit, I breathed, feeling completely inadequate in jeans and a Fort Knox sweatshirt.
I know, right?
Sarah said as she strolled up behind Biggs and me. Crossing her arms, she stood in the space between us. I didn't know there were plantations in Missouri, I said.
Well,
Sarah said, drawing out the word.
It's not exactly old, per se, but it is original. Daddy designed it and had it built for my mom for their 10th anniversary.
My eyebrows shot up with surprise. Wow, that's a nice gift. Biggs whistled, and out of the corner of my eye, I saw him shake his head. I know you said your parents were well off, but I didn't realize you meant capital R-I-C-H.
Same thing.
Sarah shrugged, and I could tell she was starting to get self-conscious.
Good for us, right? We probably have everything we need in this place.
Sanchez and Harper finally exited through the front door, giving us a thumbs up. The house was empty of both crazies and rotting corpses, and we could proceed inside. Biggs and Sarah moved Dave's truck up to the house while I followed in the van. As I drove through the gate and up the extended driveway, I had a better view of the grounds. They were sprawling, with hundreds of live oaks spreading over the hills beyond the house. It was obvious that the lawn and flower beds had once been perfectly manicured, but they'd been neglected for weeks. The plants were withered, and the grass was overgrown. After unloading the vehicles, we made our way through the giant black double doors and into the house. The foyer was bright and expansive, like Jay's house in The Great Gatsby. Tiles of ivory marble with gray and black swirls stretched to pristine white walls, where hand-painted, smoke-gray vines twisted ornately above white wainscoting. Long black runners climbed mahogany staircases that were flanked by intricate wrought iron banisters. The twin staircases gently wound up opposite walls to meet at a landing directly above the main hall. Pastoral paintings of rolling hills and golden plains hung on the walls leading to the second floor, and there were wilted palms on either side of the bottom steps. I could see a grand piano beside a fireplace in a sitting room to the right, and black leather couches and a wall of old-looking books, all different colors and sizes, in the room to the left. At least 4 mahogany doors were visible upstairs, presumably leading to bedrooms. Although the house was practically a piece of art itself, it was the paintings that held my attention. I took a step toward the nearest piece, barely able to contain my excitement. The landscape resembled Thomas Cole's The Fountain of Vaucluse, with its jutting mountaintops and a winding river that raged through a canyon. But something was different. The clouds seemed unfinished, and there was too little shading. "Oh my God," I whispered, my mouth gaping. "It's an earlier version. It's an original Thomas Cole." "What's wrong, baby girl?" Harper asked absently as he carried some of the medical equipment for Jake into the library. "Nothing," I said, knowing Harper wouldn't share my astonishment. I peeled my eyes away from the painting and approached him, promising myself I would examine all of the artwork later. "What can I do to help?" Harper reassured me he didn't need any help, so wanting to keep my mind off Jake's recovery as much as possible, I busied myself with listless tasks. After taking inventory of the food in the kitchen and the enormous pantries, I added our reserves to the count. I checked one of the bathrooms for running water and found that the plumbing, like the electricity, wasn't working. I hoped we'd remedy that once Biggs hooked up our generator to the well pump like he planned. I noticed little things, like the thick layer of dust that covered the shelves and furniture, and the stale smell in the air, leading me to believe the place hadn't been inhabited for months. Where are you, Mr. and Mrs. Thompson? As I rummaged through various cupboards and drawers throughout the first floor, I heard Sarah's voice coming from the room with the piano. Following the sound, I called ahead. Sarah, do you have candles? Where? I trailed off as I realized she was bickering with Biggs. No one's going to get us, Sarah said in exasperation as they entered the foyer. The place hasn't been ransacked or anything. Clearly no one knows this house is even here.
This is a city, Sarah. Foothills are not. There are crazies around, I guarantee it. Do you want to take a chance that Clara followed us somehow and will try to kill us in her sleep?
Biggs asked, sounding genuinely concerned. Sarah blanched. No need to be so severe, babe.
Yeah, well, I'm not assuming anything anymore. I'm teaching you how to use a gun, too. You see that psycho bitch, you shoot her until you know she's dead.
He ordered and walked away. Sarah caught my eye. He's losing his mind, she mouthed. I smiled as she walked closer and grabbed my bag. Come on, I picked out a special room for you, she said. Since we don't know how long we'll be here, you'll need your own space. Trust me, this house brings out the crazy in people. She looked back at me with an apologetic smile before leading me up the left staircase. I followed her to one of the doors visible from the bottom floor and stopped short as she looked over her shoulder, her face suddenly aglow with excitement. This was actually my favorite room growing up, she said, dropping my bag and opening the door to peek inside. She hesitated like she was expecting someone to jump out. Noticing my confusion, she smiled. I can't stop thinking about Clara now. Sorry. She flung the door open, and I dragged my duffel bag and backpack into the room. Compared to any bedroom I'd ever lived in, it was humongous and fit for an aristocrat. A huge 4-post bed was backed against the left wall, an antique writing desk was situated in the far right corner, and a plush camel-colored fainting couch sat in front of drawn brocade drapes. Why do you like this room so much? I asked. It's amazing. But what about your bedroom? Yeah, well, I was grounded a lot, so I got tired of my room. She waved the idea away and grabbed a handful of the drapes. As she yanked them open, I was awed by what she revealed. The best view in all of St. Louis. At least I think so. She gestured to the giant picture window overlooking what I thought was a pond at first, but from my vantage point I could see was actually a silvery lake extending between the hills. My own little paradise growing up, she explained. It's beautiful. The sun was sinking into the horizon, a golden sphere seeming to set the withered forest ablaze. Yeah, I know. I used to whine all the time about wanting this to be my room, but Mom said she spent too much money decorating mine to give in. Decorating? I pictured pink and purple princess wallpaper and ballerina figurines cluttering her shelves. Decorating how, exactly? Sarah smiled at me and shrieked with glee. Come see, she said, running out of the room and down the hall. Wow, that's enthusiasm, I muttered. I dashed after her, laughing as I tried to keep up, and fearing I'd get lost if I didn't. Pausing outside a door, Sarah turned to me. Her face was serious, and her finger poked my breastbone. You have to promise you won't judge me, Zoe. I went through a princess, fairy, phase thing, and my mom never let me live it down. I tried to control the smile threatening to spread across my face as I promised, Scout's honor. I was barely able to contain my anticipation. All right, she said and threw open the door, revealing her fairy forest hideaway. A mural covered the walls. Mossy tree trunks reached from floor to ceiling, ferns sprouting at their bases and leafy branches stretching overhead. The canopy bed was pink and white with feathers hanging from the bedposts. Pixie clothes made from feathers, twigs, and flower petals hung between the trees on the walls, and a round mirror framed with metal twigs took residence by the desk. Silk ivy weaved around the doors and windows, and the closet was like another world. A layer of tulle separated it from the living space, and I could only imagine what I might find inside. "Wow," was all I could think to say. Sarah turned to me slowly, barely able to contain her building gaiety. "I know," she squealed. Grabbing my hands, she started jumping up and down, screeching and giggling. I couldn't help but join her. "Why are we so excited?" I asked breathlessly as we hopped in place. After a moment, Sarah dragged me over to the bed and pulled me up onto it. "Come on, Zoe, you know you want to," she said. I rolled my eyes, unsure why I was indulging her, but I couldn't resist. We bounced up and down, squealing like 12-year-olds. When we finally fell back on the mattress, winded and elated, it felt like we were best friends who'd just been asked to the prom by the cutest boys in school. Our ridiculousness made me think of Danny, and I wish she was with me. She would have praised me for letting go and then chided me for not doing so more frequently. I wondered how she was doing. I wanted to tell her about Jake and Clara, about Dave, but I had no way to contact her. I didn't even have a way to find out if she was still alive. "Well," Sarah said, sitting up on her knees and straightening her bubblegum pink Fort Knox t-shirt. "I know it's moronic, but thanks for humoring me in a frolic. It's sort of nice to be home, even if it's under such shitty circumstances." The clearing of a throat startled us, and we both looked at the doorway. Biggs walked in, an exaggerated expression of horror on his face. "Are you expecting me to sleep in this room?" he asked fearfully. Sarah grinned. "Yep." "Right. I figured as much." Biggs plastered a counterfeit smile on his face as he looked at me with a "please kill me now" expression. "Harper asked about you, Zoe. I think Jake might be." Before Biggs could finish, I was up and out of the room. I ran down the hall and stairs, careful not to stumble down the staircase, and flung myself into the library. "Is he awake?" I panted, hurrying over to the bed situated in the corner between two walls of books. Jake lay there, still bandaged and motionless. Harper eyed me curiously, appraising my appearance. "What were you doing?" "Nothing," I said, smoothing my clothes self-consciously. "Why?" "Your hair is all crazy and stuff." "Oh, whatever, H. Did he wake up?" I looked back at Jake's body. It doesn't look like he's moved at all. "He was moaning a minute ago, but he hasn't moved at all. I upped his morphine dose. I need you to tell me if he needs more." "Is moaning bad or good?" I asked, walking around the bed. I placed my hand on Jake's bandaged arm, opening my mind to him and waiting for one of his brief moments of semi-consciousness. "I think it's a good thing, baby girl." Jake's mind roused momentarily. I could feel his confusion and fear, but his panic and misery were almost non-existent. "He's okay for now," I reassured Harper. "I think you need to take a breather, though. I'll stay with him. It'll make me feel better anyway." Harper nodded, but before leaving, he winked. "Fix your locks, Croft. I don't want you scaring him back into unconsciousness if he wakes up." Rolling my eyes, I snatched a throw pillow off the nearest couch and tossed it at Harper, just as the door closed behind him. Finding a mirror in the library wasn't difficult. They were everywhere throughout the house, making all the rooms appear larger than they already were. I studied my reflection in the one hanging on the wall behind the couch and snorted. Horrendous. Pulling my hair out of its braid, I combed my fingers through it before gathering it into a ponytail. I could see the muscles on my arms flex as my hands worked, and was pleasantly surprised to know my training was paying off. I wasn't a badass by a long shot, but I was different, stronger, better, what I needed to be if I would continue to survive. I remembered the Zoe who'd worked at the art gallery, the prim and proper, reserved professional who'd sold artwork, curated shows, and struggled as a starving artist. She would shake hands and smile demurely when all she wanted was to tell clients they had horrible taste in art. And then I remembered the Zoe who'd worked at Earl's, the flirty, cocky, mysterious woman who would bat her eyelashes if it meant she would get a better tip, or skimp on putting alcohol in a drink if a customer was being an asshole. What Zoe am I now? Shaking the inconsequential question from my mind, I searched the shelves of books lining the walls. I studied the bindings, looking for stories that seemed interesting enough to read to Jake. How They Work, A Guide to Mechanical Engines. Boring. The Ultimate Man's Survival Guide, Recovering the Lost Art of Manhood. I'll snag that one for later. Julius Caesar, too difficult. Sense and Sensibility, Jake would kill me. Journey to the Center of the Earth, That's when I found it. Alexander Dumas, The Count of Monte Cristo, broken into 2 volumes, stood beside its classical companions. Removing the first volume from its resting place among other aged text, I inspected its worn navy blue binding before opening its cover. I gently fingered the brittle, age-stained pages to find the date I was looking for. 1846. Why am I not surprised they have a first edition? I pushed an oversized leather armchair to Jake's bedside, settled in, and began reading aloud. The antique pages turned quickly, and the more I read, the more engrossed I became with Edmund's story. Before I knew it, days had passed, and I'd read the entire book nearly 3 times. Every time Edmund escaped from Chateau d'If and reclaimed his freedom, I hoped Jake would break free from the mental purgatory his injuries had trapped him within. When he woke, would he tell me my translations of the French names had improved, or that my commentary was rubbish? He would probably tell me I was horrible at reading aloud, since I didn't change my intonation for the different characters. But I continued reading anyway. When my voice grew hoarse from overuse, I sketched, trying to capture the sunsets that reached above the lake each day. And when I grew frustrated with drawing, I talked to Jake. I told him how strange it was sleeping in such a large house, and that I felt like Scarlett O'Hara in Gone with the Wind as I made my grand entrance down the staircase every morning. Except, instead of a hoop-skirted gown, I wore sweats or jeans. I told him that he didn't have to make Cooper sleep outside my door anymore because the dog slept with me every night and followed me everywhere I went anyway. Some nights, I drank too much and blubbered on about my dreams and my family. I told Jake about Danny and how she was the only person who'd ever cared enough to look out for me. I explained that she was more than a friend, more than a sister, that she was part of me. That's why I have to get to her, I told him, desperately wanting him to understand. As the days passed and I ran out of activities to keep my mind occupied, panic resurfaced. On our 4th day at Sarah's house, Harper decided to check the burns beneath Jake's bandages. I should have done it sooner, but I didn't want to disturb any healing. He sighed. There was no bleed through. I'm hoping that's a good sign. Mindfully, Sanchez and I helped Harper snip the gauze at Jake's fingers. We started gently peeling it away from his skin so Harper could clean Jake's wounds. My eyes became glassy as we freed his perfect thumb from its stained sheath of bandages. I carefully continued uncovering Jake's entire hand, trying to control my anticipation, and moved up his sculpted arm. I exhaled with relief. It was working. His body was regenerating. He appeared flawless, but he still wasn't awake. Unable to resist, I slid the backs of my fingers down his forearm to his cupped hand, letting them rest on his palm. Heat flooded my neck and cheeks, and I wasn't sure if I was blushing out of excitement from feeling his skin against mine, or because I was embarrassed about caressing him while he was unconscious, in front of Harper and Sanchez. I looked up to find them both watching me closely. Zoe, let's give Harper some, privacy to work," Sanchez said, escorting me out of the room. She passed me off to Sarah. Stunned by Jake's recovery, I let Sarah lead me down the hall. I was vaguely aware that we'd left the house and were heading down the path to the lake. All I could think about was Jake. We walked to the end of the dock and sat down across from one another, each leaning our back against a piling. "So this is good, right?" Sarah said, apparently baffled by my quietness. She pulled her hood up over her head and readjusted her bug-like sunglasses. "Yeah," I agreed, still shocked that Jake's body was healing so well. "He's gonna be okay," I told her, and for the first time, I actually believed it. "Yep," she said, a smug look on her face. "Shall we celebrate?" With a naughty grin, she pulled something out of her sweatshirt pocket, a black flask with a marijuana leaf etched on it. Laughter exploded from me. How can I say no to that? A toothy grin spread across Sarah's face. "You can't. That's the point." Unscrewing the top, she took a swig of its liquid contents, made a sour face, and passed the flask to me with a wink. "Aged to perfection." Taking a drink, I cringed as what tasted like rum burned going down, warming my empty stomach. "Where did you get this thing?" I asked, holding up the flask. Leaning back on the dock, Sarah ignored a heavy breeze and basked in the rays of the sun. She looked like a movie star, elegant, confident, and comfortable. "I bought it when I was in high school, to freak out my mom." Laughing, we told each other stories about how we terrorized our parents until the flask was empty. When it was too cold to resist the warmth indoors, we headed back into the house, feeling buoyant as the liquor coursed through our veins. We had a few more shots before Sarah disappeared with Biggs in tow. The night passed in a blur, and when everyone went to bed, I found myself sitting at Jake's bedside. He was sleeping soundly, completely free of bandages. Utterly fascinated, I studied every exposed inch of him. In the candle's flickering light, stubble barely obscured the clean lines of his jaw. I had to sit on my hands to keep from reaching out and running my fingers over the soft curves of his slightly parted lips. His hair had grown back, short and silky, and occasionally his brown lashes fluttered. The rhythmic rise and fall of his chest was mesmerizing. He just looks like he's sleeping. Eventually, I lost myself in what-ifs and I wonders and began to doze. I dreamt of seagulls flying above me, screeching through damp sea air. I dreamt of wet sand beneath my feet, molding to the shape of my toes, and the briny smell of the wind as it whipped my hair around my face and stung my eyes. But my dreams were interrupted by a muffled sound, and my consciousness stirred. A throaty rumble soothed me as I drifted in a state of partial awareness. I felt like I was floating, and a sudden blanket of warmth lulled me back into restful sleep. The next morning, the click-clack-click of Cooper pacing on the hardwood floor woke me. It took me only a moment to realize I wasn't in the chair, but was instead nestled in a bed. As I took a deep breath, the smell of rubbing alcohol filled my nose. My hair was splayed over my face, partially blocking my view of the room, and I felt the pressure of a warm body behind me and quiet breathing tickling my ear. My heart fluttered as I realized where I was. Slowly brushing my hair out of my face, I was astonished to find Jake's arm wrapped around me. "How the—" "Zoe, what are you doing?" Sanchez said disapprovingly in my mind. I raised my head to find her standing in the doorway to the foyer, her face a mixture of both horror and skepticism. Carefully removing the covers, I snuck out of Jake's bed. I tiptoed out of the room, trying not to wake him, and gently closed the door behind me. I don't know what happened, I said, shrugging defensively. Did I climb into his bed? I hadn't drank that much, had I? Biggs is making breakfast. Be back down here in 10. Sanchez's voice followed me as I headed up the staircase to brush my teeth and change clothes. Yes, Mother, I muttered. I felt like I was 17 again and had just been grounded for sneaking a boy in through my bedroom window. As I opened the door, I wished I had time to sneak under the bed's plush down comforter for a quick nap. My mind was still fuzzy from sleep, or maybe from the shots I'd taken with Sarah after we'd returned to the house. Unfortunately, Sanchez's disapproving expression had promised she would retrieve me if I took too long. After combing out my tangled hair, I brushed my teeth and washed my face, trying to quantify how much I'd drank. Pulling on a clean purple V-neck and a fresh pair of jeans, I stepped back to appraise myself in the standing full-length mirror beside the desk. At least I don't look hungover. I shrugged and headed for the door. As I turned the curved bronze door handle, I heard my name echo in the grand entryway. Zoe! Harper yelled again, and I flung open the door. I know, I'm coming. Jesus! You've eaten without me before. I hurried to the nearest stairway. Halfway down the stairs, I froze. Jake, wearing a white t-shirt and plaid pajama pants, stood in the foyer. Everyone else was crowded around him, but he was staring at me. Sarah gestured back toward the library. You should sit down, Jake. I'd rather stand. I need to ask you some questions. Make sure you're all right, Harper said. I could barely hear their demands over my thudding heartbeat. Seeing Jake out of bed, I felt weightless, and the constant worry that had been taunting me all week fizzled away. Morning, Jake said, his voice rough. He stood near the doorway to the library with attentive eyes, waiting for a response, but I could only stare at him in astonishment. After a few rapid heartbeats, I finally whispered, Morning. My voice was trapped in between excessive excitement and disbelief. You were gone when I woke up, he said coolly, but a wry grin followed. It melted every part of me, weakening my knees until I almost fell down the stairs. I barely noticed Sarah and Harper whispering something to the right of Jake, or Sanchez watching us from his left. I couldn't look away from Jake's all-consuming eyes. You read Dumas, he added in my silence, and I instantly knew he'd heard everything. What I'd told him about my family and Danny, about Clara, and about how infuriated I was with him for running back into the fire. Nodding dumbly, I felt my chin quiver and a tear streak down my cheek. Another followed, and before I could stop myself, I was running down the stairs, running to him. I leapt into his arms and wrapped my limbs around him, squeezing desperately. I was afraid he would disappear. You're awake, was all I could think to say as he held me snugly against him. His chest moved with mine, and I clutched his sleeves in my hands. He was real, and being wrapped in his arms was even more comforting than I'd imagined it would be. Thank you, he said quietly, his lips brushing my ear. I can't believe you heard me, I choked. I can't believe you're awake. I suddenly realized I'd launched myself at a man who'd nearly died only days before. I leaned away from him and searched his face. Am I hurting you? He shook his head. I wiped the tears from my cheeks with one hand. Of course I'd fall apart in front of him, again. I was doing so good, I whimpered. Jake chuckled and looked deep into my eyes, searching for something.
You were in my dreams.
Was I blubbering like an idiot? I asked sarcastically. Suddenly conscious of the scene I was making, I unwrapped my legs and lowered my feet to the cold marble floor.
Come on, Jake.
Harper called from the library.
Let's check your vitals.
But Jake said nothing, his gaze holding mine as he backed away, one step at a time.
Come on, Sleeping Beauty,
Harper said, ushering Jake into the room. Before turning away, Jake smiled at me.
All right, Doc.
Chapter 43. Danny. Chris sat on a boulder a few feet away, the weak rays of the fading winter sun turning her blonde hair an ethereal silver gold as she studied me. Behind her, the surface of an expansive lake reflected the pines and snow-capped mountains surrounding it, looking like Monet's version of the breathtaking alpine scenery. Chris and I were sitting near the lake shore, several hundred feet from the tents in their dense shield of trees.
There has to be a way. You can't keep going like this,
Chris said. I'm fine. I waved her worry away and shifted on my own little boulder. My butt wasn't enjoying the cold stone, especially not after another day spent in the saddle. She snorted.
Yeah, you're so fine that you almost slid right off your horse.
I shrugged. I'd been maintaining a connection with the animals around us for the past 4 days, ever since we left Bodega Bay. It was necessary, but it also came at a high price, leaving me completely exhausted. Except at night. Once we stopped each evening, I would find several dozen nocturnal animals and ask them to keep an eye out for other two-legs. Even though I kept the connection with them open while I slept, using my ability throughout the night, I tended to feel a little better when I woke each morning. I should have been more worn out. It just didn't make sense. On the other hand, the unusual dreams about stalking deer through deep woods and soaring over snowy peaks made perfect sense. The animals' thoughts were bleeding into my subconscious and influencing my dreams. Chris pursed her lips for a minute before speaking.
Maybe it's like a passive and active thing, like you're trying harder when you're awake. Can't you just turn it down or something, so it's not as tiring?
I don't think so. It's more of an on and off thing. I'm either connected to a mind or I'm not. Frustrated, Chris huffed.
Well, you're always connected to Jack, right?
Yep.
But that doesn't wear you out, right?
I shook my head. Doesn't seem to.
So it's also a numbers game. The more minds you're connected to, the more energy you expend.
Nodding, I gave a tight-lipped smile. And people's minds are harder, like they're trying to kick me out.
But why are you less tired in the morning? You said you're still doing it at night.
Chris said, thinking out loud. We'd already been over it multiple times. Narrowing her eyes, she asked,
How do you find them? The minds, I mean.
I don't know. At first, it was like casting out a net and seeing what I caught. But the past few days, I've sort of been able to see them in my head. She leaned forward, intent.
Like radar?
I thought about it briefly, picturing a black screen with sonorous beeps, bringing green shapes intermittently to life. I think, maybe.
So right now you can tell me where the nearest living mammal is besides me.
Her eyes were bright, excited. It took only a moment of focus. Down there, I said, pointing to the ground beneath us. It's a group of something small. They're hibernating, I think.
If you do whatever you just did, how long could you just observe without actually connecting?
I'm not sure. Want me to try right now? I asked, and Chris nodded. Exactly as I'd done with the small, furry family beneath us, I focused on the part of my brain that let me hold conversations in others' minds. It was like removing headphones to hear what somebody was saying. I closed my eyes, blocking out distracting visual stimuli, and a world of living minds blossomed around me. Every other time I'd entered the observation state, I'd been looking so intently for specific individuals that I'd missed the wonder of the collective. It was breathtakingly beautiful, like an orchestra of stars pulsing together in harmony, playing the song of life. I lost myself in their melody. It was balanced and perfect and random and right. When one throbbing mind extinguished, another appeared elsewhere. Death and life, the natural order of things. Like the mythical sirens, each mind hummed, luring me in. I wanted to take the next step, to bridge the chasm separating us. I wanted to connect.
Danny?
Chris asked softly, pulling me back from the precipice. The sound was wistful. As I opened my eyes, I felt rejuvenated, like I'd spent the day at a spa instead of on horseback. How'd it feel? I smiled. Great. Gets dark fast here, huh? It had been late afternoon when I'd closed my eyes, but twilight had fallen. Without taking her eyes from me, Chris rubbed her hand over her mouth before resting her chin on her fist. Sitting on a rock, with an elbow on her knee, she could easily have been posing for the female version of Rodin's The Thinker.
Your eyes have been closed for almost an hour,
she told me slowly, letting the words sink in. Shocked, I stared at her.
And you don't feel more tired?
She asked. I shook my head. I felt awesome, completely alive, like the mental immersion had pumped me full of endorphins.
Can you tell the difference between people and animals when you're, in observation mode?
I nodded.
What's your range?
She asked. At my confused look, she amended her question.
How far can you see?
I began, but had to clear my throat. I don't know. I could feel everyone in the camp, but that's not that far.
She said, pulling a map out from the pack she'd set down beside her rock. According to your scouts, the last group of people we passed was in that little town about 5 miles back. Can you try to reach that far?
I nodded again and re-entered the state of concentration. Reaching out, I expanded the diameter of my awareness, each new life increasing the lure of the siren song. Suddenly, a cluster of armored human minds appeared, and I gasped. Gritting my teeth, I said, I feel them.
Go further,
Chris's distant voice instructed. I pushed on. The further I stretched my awareness, the more clumps of humans appeared. It wasn't tiring exactly, just difficult to resist completing the connections. I was about to pull back, overwhelmed by the millions of living creatures pulsing around me, when I noticed it. It was like the glow of city lights in the dead of night, barely visible over a hill crest. It drew me in, and again I pushed on. As a throng of human minds appeared, the sliver of a gap between my mind and all others threatened to vanish. I was so painfully close to connecting to all of them, thousands of human minds. If I did, I was certain it would permanently fry my brain, but I didn't seem to be strong enough to resist their magnetic pull. No, too close, too many, I repeated over and over. I was vaguely aware that I'd begun rocking back and forth on my boulder and had buried my face in my gloved hands. Suddenly, I was no longer moving, and my mumbling stopped. I could barely think through the need to close that final infinitesimal distance separating my mind from all the others. Someone was pulling on my wrists, trying to remove my hands from my face.
Danny, look at me.
Jason's voice was strong, deep, and reassuring, but it also held terror. His was a voice that should never sound terrified. Barely cracking open my eyelids, I peeked at the man kneeling on the ground before me. His eyes were bright, wild, and his face was ferocious. He looked away and roared at Chris.
What did you do to her?
Not Chris's fault, I groaned, reaching up to grasp Jason's wrist. Too far. Too many people. Too much. Can't stop. Jason pulled off my gloves and grasped my hands almost painfully, but his voice was calm when he spoke.
Focus, Danny. Come back to me. You have to fight. You can do this.
The pulsing minds didn't blink out of existence, not like when I'd stopped using my ability completely, but they suddenly stopped pulling me toward them. It was like I'd flipped a switch that muted their enticing song. I quickly retracted my awareness until it barely extended beyond our camp. I wasn't sure why I hadn't passed out, why I didn't feel the bone-deep exhaustion I'd grown used to, but I certainly didn't mind. Smiling weakly at Jason, I removed his hands from my shoulders and held them in my lap, ignoring the salty tears on my cheeks. Thank you. He scooted forward, wedging himself between my knees, and wrapped me in a fierce embrace.
Sometimes you scare the shit out of me,
he said, his voice gruff. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. If a mind voice could tremble, mine did. Chris rose and quickly skirted around us, saying,
I'm just going to go do something. Not here. Fuck. I'm not used to this.
Jason exclaimed as he stood and stepped backward, leaving me alone on my rock. The lure of the mines instantly resurfaced at full force. Oh! I exclaimed and leapt up after him. When I seized his hand, the lure faded again. It's you! Jason didn't seem to hear me. Unexpectedly, he turned to me, grabbed my face with his hands, and crushed his lips against mine. Rising on tiptoes, I clutched his jacket at his sides and pulled his body closer. I made an involuntary throaty noise and readied to reel in my awareness completely. The mines! The lure! Jason! Jason, wait! I gasped as he started backing me toward our tent. He had taken to setting it up a short distance from the others, so we'd at least have the appearance of privacy. Even so, I was exceptionally grateful the sun had set and our companions couldn't watch us groping each other. Jason, I said sharply once we reached our tent. Wait! I have to tell you something.
What?
He unzipped the tent and then did the same with his coat, shrugging it off and tossing it inside. Our enormous moss-green tent had 2 rooms and was a few inches taller than me at its apex. Something happens when you touch me, I told him. He held my eyes, unzipping my down jacket and sliding his hands along my shoulders to slip it off.
You have no idea what can happen when I touch you,
he said, tossing the coat on top of his in the tent. As Jason clenched my waist in his hands, pulling my body to his, I took a deep breath and held on tightly to my thoughts. But his hands were moving under my shirt, sliding up my rib cage. His thumbs traced along the curve of my bra just under my breasts. I shook my head, refocusing. I mean, something happens to my telepathy when you touch me, I told him, and he stilled, his mouth inches from mine.
What?
I gained control when you touched me, then lost some of it when you walked away, and then it came back when I grabbed your hand. It's like you make me stronger. His face was unreadable, his hands unmoving. Jason, I think you have an ability too. Not for the first time, I wondered if MG had been right when he told me that everyone who survived the virus would eventually develop a strange new skill. At least everyone who wasn't a crazy.
And that ability is what exactly?
Thinking hard, I bit the right side of my lower lip. It was a silly, manufactured habit that had become second nature. I could remember Zoe laughing at me when I'd practiced it on her in 7th grade. Around that time, I'd realized that teenage boys were less interested in smart, nice girls and instead preferred pretty, flirty girls. So I'd practiced being flirtatious until I no longer had to think about it. I'd transformed. Jason's eyes flicked from mine, lower to the soft pink flesh pulled between my teeth. His hands tightened around my ribs, and he licked his lips. Maybe it's like a megaphone, but it amplifies other people's abilities instead of their voices? I tapped my pointer finger gently against my lips, another of those silly habits, before pressing it against his chest. Or it could be like a volume dial, turning other people's abilities up or down. That could be super useful.
Sounds boring.
Not even. What if someone was going to hurt us with their fancy superpower, and they could, I don't know, shoot lasers out of their eyeballs or something, and you could stop them by using your own crazy awesome ability? He straightened, looking down at me with narrowed eyes.
Do you think it's possible?
I smiled. I think you're already doing it. When he raised his eyebrows, I explained. So there's kind of this guy who can enter people's dreams, and he was entering mine, mostly when I was on my own. He did it a few times in the week before I left, but not when you stayed with me that one night. But anyway, he helped me figure out what I can do. He's actually where the ability thing came from, and he hasn't shown up since I rejoined you guys. So I'm thinking, it's you. You must be blocking him somehow. Stupidly, I'd become lost in my explanation and hadn't noticed Jason's face harden to a motionless stone. Crap! Idiot! His jaw clenched, sharpening his features, and then he spoke.
Some guy's been visiting your dreams for weeks?
I nodded reluctantly.
Who is he?
Jason's voice was hot and cold in an uncomfortable mixture that made me want to run away from him. Instead, I locked my knees, refusing to take a step backward. I don't know exactly, I told him truthfully. I call him MG, for Mystery Guy. He's never told me his name.
What does he do when he visits?
Let's see. He was helping me figure out how to use my telepathy, and he would get rid of my nightmares about Cam, but I don't really have those anymore. Cringing, I added, Annie comforted me the night I found out about Graham's.
Comforted you? How?
He held me. I snapped. That's all. I pushed Jason's hands away and tried to step around him into the tent, but his arms shot out, blocking me.
I told you, I'm not used to this,
he said, looking straight ahead into the moonlit woods. Lightning lit up the night sky as Jason looked at me, and his eyes glowed like blue fire for a fraction of a second. When darkness returned, I could still feel the heat of his gaze. As thunder rumbled through the mountains, Jason's right arm, the one blocking my path into the tent, flexed and wrapped around me, pulling me into a tight embrace. My desires overpowered my mind, and I smiled against his sweatshirt. You can be such an asshole. He laughed, deep and rumbling, and rested his chin on top of my head. He began running his fingertips down my back, tracing my spine through my sweater, gently, smoothly, tantalizingly. That feels good, I purred, squeezing him tighter. You remember that one winter formal when you were a senior? It was the only dance we'd both attended. I was the only 8th grader there, invited by a freshman boy who lived down the street from me, Tommy. He was cute but had possessed a decidedly flimsy backbone. When we joined with his group of friends before the dance, the girls slowly pressured him into ignoring me. By the time we arrived at the dance, oohing and eyeing at the tacky attempts to turn the gym into a fantastical ice kingdom, I might as well have been invisible.
Yeah, I remember.
Jason said.
I didn't like seeing you sitting there alone.
Jason had found me sitting by myself at a table in the corner of the gym, near tears, my dress's layered purple tulle skirt fluffed out around me. He'd sat in the chair next to me and lifted my chin with a single finger.
What'd he do?
He'd asked. Nothing, I'd whimpered. That had been the problem. It was my first high school dance, and my date hadn't talked to me since we'd arrived, let alone danced with me. And I'd always loved to dance. Not that I was any good at it.
Want me to kick his ass?
Jason had asked, making me smile a tiny, sad smile while I shook my head. He'd grinned then, heartbreakingly handsome in a charcoal gray suit with a tie that matched his sapphire eyes perfectly.
Wanna dance?
I'd looked up at him as he'd stood and offered his hand, my lips widening to an elated smile. Yeah, I'd love to, I'd said, feeling like the most beautiful girl in the gymnasium. He'd danced with me for 4 songs, including a slow dance, before his friends caught on, passing me around like the belle of the ball. One of them, a junior at the time, I actually dated the following year. You made me a legend that night, you know, I told Jason, laughing.
What do you mean?
On the first day of school the next year, I showed up, and all the girls either wanted to be my friend or hated me because Jason Cartwright totally had a thing for that redhead, I quoted. It took me 2 months to convince everyone I wasn't your secret girlfriend. Ridiculous, I know. And then a ton of guys asked me out because they thought I had been your secret girlfriend at one point. As if you, Mr. Hot Shit Senior, would have dated an 8th grader. Jason chuckled.
Did you notice your little shit of a date wasn't nearly as popular the next year?
What'd you do? I wondered, looking up at him with fascinated horror. Jason smirked wickedly.
I didn't actually do anything to him, but my boys and I did threaten to kick the shit out of anyone who was nice to him.
Jason, I scolded, smacking his chest.
What? He deserved it,
he said, lowering his head to press his lips against mine. It was the perfect way to shut me up.
No more talking,
he breathed. His hand slipped between us, and he unfastened the top button of my jeans. In response, I pulled away from him, stepped into the tent, and slipped off my boots. I removed my sweater, long-sleeve shirt, and tank top in one smooth motion. At the sound of the tent zipper, I turned to see Jason had followed me in, zipped the tent, and was watching me as he removed his boots. My jeans and long underwear came off together, collecting my socks along the way. In the chill of the winter night, I was standing in a dark tent, nearly naked, with a fully clothed man. With Jason. Despite the cold, I felt near melting.
I wish I could see you better,
Jason whispered, his rough voice sounding too loud. He disrobed quickly, not even pausing before removing his snug boxer briefs. Lightning flashed, illuminating him completely for an instant. He was so terrifyingly masculine, so powerful and so beautiful. A low, appreciative sound escaped from my throat. I'd seen him naked once, though he didn't know it. Near the end of my junior year of high school, Jason had come home on leave after finishing a tour in Afghanistan. I'd been laying in Zoe's bed, my best friend sleeping deeply beside me, and had turned to face the partially open door when he'd walked by. It was early, maybe 5 in the morning. He probably hadn't expected anyone else to be awake. At least, that was the only excuse I could come up with for why he'd walked from his room to the bathroom completely nude. Even in the dim morning light, I'd been able to see his incredibly defined physique and his impressive manly attributes. It had actually been the first time I'd ever seen a fully nude man in real life. He'd ruined all other men for me, setting a standard they couldn't meet simply because they weren't him. I twisted my arms behind me to unclasp my bra and flung it on top of the pile of my other clothes. Or at least I thought I did. I was too busy savoring the sight of the statuesque man before me to care. I didn't have time to slip out of my underwear before Jason reached me.
Let me,
he said, plucking my hands from the top of my panties. He frowned suddenly.
Do we need?
I'm on the pill, I told him, cutting him off. I'd been good about taking my little yellow pills and had scavenged a several-year supply just to be safe. The last thing I wanted to bring into the tortured world was a kid. And then I remembered it was Jason, a man who'd been with who knew how many women. Unwanted pregnancy might not be the only thing I needed to worry about. Unless, we need to because, awkward. He shook his head.
I'm good.
I bet you are. After a long, lingering kiss, Jason's mouth laid a path over my chin and down my throat. On his way to my purple boy shorts, he was diverted by various landmarks, paying special attention to a couple of popular ones and a few less visited, before reaching his destination. He took note of the touches that made me gasp or giggle or clench my fingers in his hair. Each time he looked up at me, I knew that no guy, not even my beloved Cam, had stood a chance against the man immortalizing my body with his mouth. As Jason knelt and slid my panties down, freeing first one foot, then the other, I shivered.
Are you cold?
He asked, his voice even rougher than usual. Under his penetrating stare, I shivered again. No. Holding my gaze, Jason slid his hands up my legs, from ankle to thigh and higher. I gasped. Jason was finally touching me where I'd wanted him to touch for over a decade. When he felt the evidence of my desire for him, he growled. My throaty moans grew more ardent as his fingers gave way to his mouth, to his tongue. Eventually, his firm grasp on my hips was the only thing keeping me upright. When Jason stood again, I was frustratingly close to the edge and aching to feel him inside me. I needed him more than I needed air to breathe or gravity to hold me to the earth. As I closed my hand around his length, asking, demanding, he inhaled sharply. He wasted no time in easing me down to the sleeping bags and settling himself between my thighs. My legs shook as he entered me in one smooth motion. He wasn't gentle. His eyes never left mine, darkening to obsidian when I wrapped my legs around his body and urged him on, to hold nothing back. Hovering above me, he sheltered me from the harsh, decimated world while we joined in one of the few truly beautiful legacies of our broken species. We needed each other, needed to feel connected more than we needed satisfaction, though the end result came regardless. As he pushed me to ecstasy, I groaned and arched and trembled beneath him. His climax erupted immediately after mine. I savored his every sound and expression as he shuddered within me, around me, over me. I never thought this would happen, I told him quietly, running my fingernails up and down his smooth back. He nuzzled my neck in response, his breathing ragged. Later, when we were lying together in the joined sleeping bags, he'd tightened the arm he'd wrapped around my middle and pulled me closer to his still unclothed body.
Did you think about it often?
He asked, and I could feel his breath against the back of my neck. I nodded, burying my face in the little half pillow. But I think you already knew that, I mumbled, embarrassed. His deep chuckle confirmed my suspicions. Jason had known I'd wanted him for pretty much ever.
Will you keep thinking about it?
He asked, kissing my shoulder. His low, rough voice made me want him again, made my body ready for him. More than ever, I whispered. He groaned.
Just knowing that is going to drive me insane.
Good, I breathed. Minutes later, I corralled all of my courage and asked, Did you ever think about it? About me? Before everything happened?
Does it matter?
No, I said, assuming I had my answer. Jason touched his lips to the skin beneath my ear and whispered,
I did.
Before grasping the inside of my thigh and easing back inside me. Chapter 44. Danny.
I don't see why you two can't just ride together. Like, share a horse, then you can boost your power the whole time.
Holly said, sitting directly across the morning campfire from Jason and me. We were all bundled in our warmest clothes. Though the winter had been mild so far, we were camping high in the foothills of the Sierra Nevada, and the current temperature was near freezing. Jason and I had just finished telling the whole group about the previous night's discovery, that Jason seemed to be able to amplify or nullify other people's abilities. We definitely didn't tell them any of the night's other developments, but I was pretty sure everyone knew. Though we'd tried, we hadn't exactly been quiet.
Yeah, Red,
Jason said, grinning wickedly.
I could boost your power the whole time.
I elbowed him gently at the lame innuendo, and he chuckled. We'd be too heavy, I explained to Holly.
But you're like totally small,
Holly said. Jason leaned closer and murmured near my ear so only I could hear.
You really are very small. I almost couldn't fit my...
Cutting off his taunting whisper, I blurted, I may be small, but he's huge. My already blushing cheeks flamed as I realized what I just said. Jason roared in laughter and squeezed my hand while Holly gaped. That's not what... I trailed off with a sigh, wishing I could execute a foot-from-mouth extraction.
Whenever you're finished,
Chris said, settling a wry look on each of us.
I have a suggestion.
She looked at me.
Maybe today you could use your mental observation while we're on the road. If you need to actually use your telepathy, I'm sure Romeo here,
she glanced at Jason,
will be close enough to touch. That work?
Jason flipped her off, and I nodded in agreement. Chris added,
Maybe it'd be a good idea for you to not speak out loud at all. To always use your telepathy. It'll be like intensive training for your brain. It'd be nice if we could get you strong enough that you don't even need him.
She nodded in Jason's direction. I shrugged and said, Sounds good, in her head, then turned to Jason. His expression had blanked, a sure sign that he was hiding some strong emotion. Making a wild guess, I said to him alone, Don't worry, I'm sure you can give me some other reasons to keep you around. His expression didn't change, but a mischievous glint flashed in his eyes.
I'm sure I can,
he said, confusing everyone but me. 5 hours later, we were hugging the mountainside as we rode along snow-covered Highway 50 just south of Lake Tahoe. It was snowing steadily, and we were all hunched over in our saddles, trying to retain as much body heat as possible. All of a sudden, a fairly large cluster of people burst into life in my mind, momentarily destabilizing my control over my ability. I slowed wings, which was Jason's signal to stop the rest of the group. He always rode beside me, especially since being in observation mode made me semi-oblivious to my surroundings. There's a large group about 5 miles ahead. They're either on or near the road, and they're stationary, I told him, glad I didn't have to lower the wool scarf wrapped around my face to speak out loud. Jason relayed the information to the rest of our group and removed one of his gloves before reaching for my hand. He gently pulled one of my own fleece-lined gloves off and intertwined his fingers with mine, asking me to communicate with some of the creatures near the group of strangers. Surprisingly, Mr. Grayson was the first to comment on the news.
I don't know what you're planning,
he said, looking at Jason,
but I think we should seriously consider staying with these people tonight.
When Jason and Chris both looked at him dubiously, he explained,
I doubt the snow will let up anytime soon, and it'll be far easier to protect ourselves from the elements in an established camp. We can't forget that these are the same mountains that defeated the Donner Party so gruesomely.
After several minutes of discussion, everyone agreed that, for once, approaching other people would be worth the risk. As my companions briefly strategized, I received information from a couple of my scouts. I relayed their intel to Jason and Chris. The eagle said that Two Legs cover an area about the size of the water next to her nest. Not a big help, I know, but the bird seemed proud of the size of her lake. Plenty of fish for her young or something like that. From what I can tell, I definitely think there's more than 100 of them, but I'll be able to tell more when we're closer. Oh, and the mountain lions said they smell like good meat. Not like the bad meat Two Legs they've been coming across, so I'm guessing they're not crazies? Jason stared at me, unblinking, his face unreadable. I smiled and gave his hand a squeeze.
I didn't know mountain lions ate people,
Chris said. Kai moved his horse closer and asked,
Mountain lions? What are you talking about?
Seeing his confusion, I included Kai in my next thought. Sorry, Kai. Maybe, maybe not, Chris, but they said they've come across a bunch of dead Two Legs. Not sick, just wrong. They didn't say anything about eating them, just that they were bad meat.
That's creepy,
Kai said silently. I shrugged. They're predators. It's what they are. Can you sense anything? He shook his head.
Too far. Maybe in a couple miles.
Jason cut in.
Okay, well, let's keep moving. We can talk as we ride.
Jason and the others came up with a plan that we would stick to unless Kai sensed impending violence. We would approach the strangers as a group, with Kai and Ben feeding their impressions to me, which I would then share with the rest of our group telepathically. If anyone lied or intended us harm, we'd know. I would pretend to be a deaf mute, requiring Jason to lead me around, and therefore have an excuse to hold his hand, boosting my power the entire time. When touching him, I could maintain constant contact with every member of my group. It was late afternoon, and we were nearing the large group of strangers when I sensed two of them start to move directly to the left of us, in our direction. A couple of them are headed straight for us. I think they know we're here, I told Jason as I dismounted, trying not to sink too far into the snow. He followed suit, grabbing for my hand as soon as his boots hit the snow-covered highway.
Tell everyone. Remind them not to talk to you out loud. Not ever,
he told me, and I nodded, doing as he ordered. The crunch of twigs and crusty snow preceded the pair's arrival. A man and woman, both exceptionally unremarkable looking, emerged from between the pines and firs that lined the road. They wore jeans, navy blue down jackets, and hiking boots.
Greetings, travelers,
the man said, quickly followed by the woman's, We've been expecting you.
Really?
Jason asked doubtfully. The man gestured to the abandoned highway.
The prophet Mary foretold your passage along this road.
Ben says he's telling the truth, I told my group. This Mary chick must be able to do something special, too. Using a significant amount of false charm, Jason grinned and said,
Well, lucky us. We've been looking for more people. Gets pretty lonely out here. Are there many more of you?
The man and women smiled beatifically.
The prophets asked us to welcome you and to show you around,
said the woman, not answering Jason's question. The man's words followed as soon as she finished speaking.
I'm Mark, and this is Jen.
After introductions were given, I told my group, they're giving me the creeps. Anything, Kai?
Nope. In fact,
he added,
they're the most peaceful people I've felt. It's a nice break. Lead on, my new friends,
Jason said, motioning toward the woods with his free hand. To me, he said,
Wait until there are ways ahead, and then put a bridle on your horse.
I don't have one.
I do,
he replied, rummaging through one of his saddlebags. He handed me the bundle of leather straps once Jen and Mark turned away. We waited a few minutes for our guides and companions to blend in with the trees before bridling wings. Is there anything you aren't prepared for?
Us,
he answered, holding my gaze as he reclaimed my hand.
Come on.
After 20 minutes of weaving the horses and goats through the seemingly endless forest, artificial colors came into sight. They filled every possible clearing between the evergreens. We seemed to have arrived in a city of tents, bright fabric spreading as far as the eye could see, which, considering we were in a forest, really wasn't that far, but the sight was odd enough.
You may stay here for the night,
Jen said, indicating a small clearing near the edge of the mass of tents.
The prophets will send for you in the morning. Explore as you like, but please don't approach the temple until your morning escort comes for you,
Mark added. Abruptly, Mark and Jen turned and waded into the sea of tents. Empty tents. Where the hell are all the people? As the pair walked away, we converged in a huddle. There was a lengthy discussion about the potential benefits and dangers of staying the night, and then we voted. Everyone agreed that one night wouldn't be too big of a risk, and it would allow us to mingle and gain some valuable intelligence. That is, if the people who used all those tents ever showed up. You're anxious, I told Jason hours later as we huddled together on a fallen log beside our campfire. It was well into the night, and we were alone, having been assigned the task of guarding our shit. Our friends were making nice with the natives, who had returned to their campsites after sunset in a massive wave of bodies. Jason tightened the arm he had draped around my shoulders and kissed my temple.
No, I'm alert.
How late do you think everyone will stay out? I asked, yawning as I finished the thought. With every passing minute, the fire's warmth was lulling me closer to unconsciousness.
No clue,
he replied,
but I'm guessing late.
Hoots and joyous screams and raucous laughter had been echoing throughout the forest since the campers had returned from wherever the hell they'd been. I felt like a parent waiting up for her teenagers to return home, wondering if they would miss a curfew. I also felt tired, which I emphasized by yawning again.
Go to sleep, Red. I'll stay up.
I shook my head against Jason's shoulder. I'm staying up with you. A quiet chuckle rumbled in his chest.
We'll see.
About 15 minutes later, I was nodding off under the cozy safety of Jason's arm. I woke in our tent, glued against Jason's side. He was already awake, staring blankly at the nylon roof. It was, after all, well after sunrise, though that fact was barely noticeable from the light seeping through the cloudy sky. Jason always rose with the sun. Hey, I said I was going to stay up with you, I complained. He shrugged.
And I said, we'll see. It's time to get up. We don't know when they're coming to take us to these prophets.
When did everyone get back? I asked, ignoring the whole getting up thing. I kissed his bare chest and gently bit down. One of Jason's hands slipped under my t-shirt, teasing the sensitive skin below my belly button.
Careful, Red. If you start this, everyone here will know you're not really a mute. The noises you make,
he said, groaning softly. I'm not that... I trailed off as he slid his fingers lower over the thin cotton of my underwear. I moaned softly but involuntarily. Okay, point taken. He didn't stop, but instead caused me to make a few more throaty noises. Jason! His fingers stilled.
Sorry.
You better be. Even my mind voice sounded frustrated. He'd done a good job of getting me worked up, and I couldn't do anything about it. Damn it! Removing his hand from my nether regions, Jason planted a soft kiss on my lips and met my eyes.
I'll make it up to you tonight. Promise.
I squeezed my eyelids shut, blocking out my view of the desire burning in his eyes. That's so not helping. Jason laughed softly and kissed my neck.
Back to your question. Not everyone came back last night. At least not by 2 o'clock, which is when I carried you in here. Holly kept watch. Said she hadn't been sleeping much anyway.
Oh, that's, very, would you stop that? My breath quickened as Jason continued to pay attention to my neck.
Nope, not until you get up.
Fine, I mentally huffed. I shoved the sleeping bag lower and scooted out, slapping Jason's hands away as he continued to find sensitive bits of flesh to tease. You are such an ass! Smirking, Jason propped himself up on an elbow and watched me dig around the tent for the long underwear and jeans he'd stripped off me the previous night.
We've already established that.
I snorted and glanced at him over my shoulder. He slid out from the sleeping bags, looking like an underwear model who'd just finished a photo shoot, and joined me in the search for warm clothes. Eventually, we found everything we needed, including thick down jackets, boots, gloves, and wool hats, and we stepped out into the blessedly snow-free morning. Jason glared at the sky, like his menacing scowl alone could frighten away the chance of snow. Everyone except Kai was already sitting around the campfire, looking nothing. Not hungover, not laughing, not talking. They were blank. They look weird to you? I asked Jason as he spat toothpaste onto a low shrub. He nodded. I continued brushing my teeth beside him, pondering the reason for my friend's odd behavior. Maybe they'd discovered something really disturbing about these people. Or maybe they'd all participated in an orgy and were too horrified to admit it. I didn't know, but I was sure as hell gonna find out. Where's Kai? I asked everyone after I'd stowed my toiletries.
Oh, Kai?
Chris replied.
I think he's with... The prophets are ready for you.
Jen, the eerie woman, unknowingly interrupted.
You'll need to leave your dog here,
Jen said. Mark explained.
The Prophet Cole has outlawed dogs from the camp entirely.
Jack comes, I growled in Jason's head.
He's a service animal,
Jason said, holding up my hand.
You see, she's a deaf mute, and he's her hearing dog. Either we all stay out here or the dog comes with us. The prophets are more than welcome to...
Mark, the woman said.
The Prophet Cole is reasonable. I'm sure he won't mind. Lie,
Ben told me, and I shared the information with the rest of my people.
Does she have a leash for him?
Mark asked while I smiled at him dumbly.
Make sure he sticks to you like glue.
Jason told me.
I've never seen her use one, but I've also never seen him leave her side. It's unnecessary. Very well,
Mark stated.
follow us.
While we meandered down a narrow, zigzagging pathway between tents, I asked Chris, "What's up with you guys? You're all acting sort of zombie-ish."
I don't know what you mean.
She said.
Everyone here was really welcoming last night. I've never felt so free, so at peace.
I didn't say anything more and just looked around at the others. Free? At peace? Now? As nice as it sounded, it was one of the most ridiculous things I'd ever heard. I passed my concerns on to Jason. He agreed. I wasn't sure what I was expecting. Maybe not a step pyramid or a colonnaded Greco-Roman temple, but definitely not a yurt. Resting on an outcropping of sand near an expansive lake, the rough, octagonal log structure had a steady stream of smoke rising from its center. It didn't really have a roof, but instead was more dome-shaped and was maybe 30 feet in diameter.
This is the temple of the prophets of the New World,
Jen proclaimed, holding her arms out wide like the yurt was a magnificent sight to behold. Mark urged us forward, shooting a surprisingly irritated look at his companion. It was the first show of real emotion I'd seen on anyone besides Jason all morning.
Come, it is not good to keep the prophets waiting.
As we followed our guides through the structure's arched entrance, we were wrapped in unexpected warmth. A substantial fire burned in the fire pit in the center of the yurt, and 3 oversized, rough-hewn chairs were arrayed on a small platform beyond it. Their occupants, a man and old woman on either side, and a short, rotund woman in the center, sat in the chairs like they were thrones. The man, evidently the Prophet Cole, was an attractive, middle-aged gentleman of average height and build. In the previous world, I would have marked him as a lawyer or a corporate businessman. The far woman was so elderly and frail-looking that I couldn't believe she'd survived the virus. The middle chair was larger than the other 2, as was its occupant. She was obese, or what Grams used to call dumpy, out of kindness, and had a splotchy face that was simultaneously round and saggy. Her sheer unattractiveness was at odds with the 2 gorgeous, shirtless men kneeling on either side of her chair, petting her arms, hands, legs, and whatever else they could reach. "Oh my God," I said to Jason. "Is that—"
Kai.
Jason completed my observation with appropriate disgust. Kai was one of the partially naked men fawning all over the grotesque woman. Chris knew. This morning. She was about to tell me where he was. She didn't care. I paused and my stomach clenched. "Jason, something's really, really wrong." In perfect harmony, the 3 seated people spoke.
We are the prophets of the New World. We have foreseen your arrival and desire you to join the followers of the one true religion. With us you will find safety and above all else, peace. We welcome you.
"Rehearse much?" I thought sarcastically to all of my companions, hoping the cynicism might break through their fog.
We would like to stay with you and your people for a few more nights,
Jason said.
But then we really should continue on our way.
"A few more nights? Are you nuts?" I asked him.
No, just wait.
The fat woman eyed Jason appraisingly and smiled.
I am the prophet Mandy, and these are the prophets Mary and Cole. You are more than welcome to stay with us for as long as you like. Let us dismiss this talk of leave-taking until you've seen everything we have to offer,
she said, her voice turning throaty. Why is she talking like she stepped out of a Jane Austen novel? And why is Kai fawning all over her? I asked the group. Nobody responded. Watching the two young men caress the repulsive prophet was making me feel sick. And not only because the display disgusted me, I was pretty sure I knew what was going on. How do you all feel about the prophet Mandy? Anybody feeling warm and fuzzy? I asked my companions.
You're kidding, right?
Jason said. Chris, standing on the other side of Jason, said,
She doesn't seem too bad, but I don't know. Something seems off.
I think she's amazing, Holly said, and Hunter and Mr. Grayson echoed her thoughts. Ben's response was the most conflicted, convincing me that my hypothesis was at least semi-accurate.
She's not entirely truthful, but I want to trust her. She's just so... I don't know. I want to stay with her. I feel at peace around her.
Jason, I said frantically in his head alone. She's doing something to everyone. Like what Cece did to some of the guys, controlling their minds or something. Except it's working on everyone. I think I'm safe because you're unconsciously shielding yourself from her, and I've been touching you since we arrived, so you must be protecting me too. And Chris is standing closest to you, so she's not quite so enamored. But Holly, Hunter, and Mr. Grayson are practically in love with her. Plus Kai, that's just wrong.
Shit,
Jason said silently. Can you use your ability on them? You know them or whatever? I asked Jason.
I don't know how to fucking control it.
He snapped. Out loud, he said,
Prophets, do you mind if I speak with my people for a moment? Your kind offer is very persuasive.
The hideous prophet Mandy inclined her head regally, and Jason gathered the others close to him. He carried on a show of bland conversation, discussing the many benefits of staying with the obviously mind-controlled cult, leaving out the mind-controlled cult part, while I explained the situation in their minds. Once everyone was within a few feet of Jason, the Mandy fog started to clear from their heads, and they grew panicked.
Try to keep them calm and stay close to me if they can. I'll try to... I don't know. I have no idea how to use this fucking ability.
Jason said. It's okay. It'll be all right. I'll tell them. We'll figure it out. You and me, okay? I replied, attempting to calm him down.
What is your decision, Jason?
Mandy asked with husky familiarity.
We'll stay indefinitely, of course.
He answered, smiling. He was so good at masking his emotions. It was unnerving.
Very well,
she said.
Everyone may leave, except you.
She looked at Jason.
And my pretties, of course.
She patted Kai's shoulder as she spoke. To my surprise, the other two prophets rose to leave with the rest of my companions. She's got to be the one controlling everyone, I told Jason, and he silently agreed. When the yurt was empty of nearly everyone, only Jason, Jack, Kai, the other shirtless man, Mandy, and I remained. The fat woman simpered.
Why is that stringy little thing still here? Send her away.
Jason nearly choked on his words.
Oh, great prophet. She's harmless, and she's only comfortable when I'm around. Besides, you can say anything around her, and she won't hear a word.
Mandy stood, flinging the hands of her worshippers away, and I watched with avid fascination as her lumps and folds rearranged under her weather-inappropriate chiffon gown. It was emerald green, strapless, and way too tight, and with her hair teased into a poofy updo, she carried an uncanny resemblance to Ursula.
I said send her away. If you refuse, my pretties will kill her.
Mandy threatened, motioning for Kai and the other man to approach us. From behind them, they drew long knives with blades that shimmered like mirrors, reflecting the fire's flames.
Over my dead fucking body,
Jason growled, drawing his sidearm and aiming it at the self-proclaimed prophet. At my side, Jack was snarling ferociously, his hackles raised and his lips retracted to show his gleaming canines. Abandoning my vow of silence, I pleaded, "Jason, wait! What if—" But Jason didn't have the luxury of waiting. Kai and the other man would be on us in seconds. Without hesitation, Jason pulled the trigger, and slimy chunks and crimson ribbons erupted from the back of Mandy's head, coating her throne and spattering the wall behind her. It took her massive body a few moments to collapse onto the dais, and by the time it had settled, the fog of her control had lifted completely from Kai and the other man. Kai looked at us, his face frozen in horror, and his knife slipped from his fingers.
Oh, God. What am I... Fuck!
I had no idea what he'd been through over the past 9 hours, but I could tell by the horrified look on his face that it was bad. Like, scarred for life bad. More than a few blood-curdling screams sounded from outside the desecrated temple, and I wondered what atrocities the followers of the one true religion had endured under Mandy's manipulation. What would Cece have done in Mandy's place? I shuddered, hoping I never found out.
Holy shit.
Jason muttered. The second Pretty had launched himself onto Mandy's corpse and was ferociously mutilating it with his knife. The three of us just watched him, unwilling to interrupt what we could only assume was well-deserved retribution.
You're always telling us you want it harder, deeper. Is this hard enough?
He cried out as he stabbed again and again, and blood splattered onto his body.
Do you want it deeper, mistress?
It was almost a mercy that the monstrous woman was already dead. I grew instantly nauseous, both from the verbal confirmation of how Mandy had been wielding her mind control and from the sloppy sound the knife made as it ripped through her seemingly endless layers of flesh. Parts of her body no longer resembled anything human, looking more like ineptly butchered cuts of meat. Finally, when his blade was clinking against bone with every strike, the man dropped his knife and crawled and scooted away from the decimated corpse awkwardly. He was headed straight for me, and I was too stunned to move. Jason's hands gripped my upper arms painfully as he picked me up and flung me toward Kai. I stumbled into my friend right before the man's gore-covered body collided with Jason's leg instead of mine. Jason staggered backward from an impact that would have sent me sprawling on the floor. As soon as I'd fallen against Kai's solid torso, he'd caught me in a fierce hug. He seemed to need the comfort as much as I did. The abruptness of being manhandled shocked me out of my horrified trance, and my brain finally processed the slaughter I'd just witnessed. Slipping out of Kai's desperate hold, I lurched to the yurt's wall and vomited. It was all too much. Too much blood and carnage, too much cruelty, and too much messed up behavior. The world had just become too much. Tears streaked down my face, and as the convulsive heaves ceased, my body trembled. I wiped my mouth, welcoming the white-hot rage that had slowly overpowered my need to vomit. That woman, that vile thing, had enslaved innocent people, scarring them, claiming their lives. She deserved worse than she'd received. When I turned to face the others, I saw Jason helping the bloody, shell-shocked man to his feet. I approached them, voicing my anger. Jason, these people were enslaved. Not just their bodies, but their minds. She took their will, Kai's will. This is goddamn mind rape. My words were dripping with revulsion. No doubt my fury at what Mandy had done was fueled by my intense hatred for Cece, the only other mind-controlling bitch I knew. Reaching Jason's side, I desperately wished for a way to clean out my mouth. It tasted of bile and my throat burned. I stared up into Jason's eyes to find him looking at me with such despondency that I could no longer hold in my disbelief. She wasn't even a crazy. She was just mad with power. God, Jason, she probably wanted to make you one of her toys. The thought of him being used, controlled, spurred me on. Promise me, if we find any more like her, we stop them.
We'll do what we can,
He said, finding my hand and squeezing it.
We should get the hell out of here. Who knows how these people are going to react now?
Before Kai or I could respond, the man with blood dripping from his fingertips regained his composure enough to speak.
I don't suppose... Would it be okay if I came with you guys?
His voice was surprisingly timid.
I don't have anyone left, and I can't stay here. There are too many memories. I don't know,
Jason said hesitantly, likely considering the group's safety. However, the excuse he voiced was,
we don't have any extra horses.
I studied the man more closely, trying to look past the thick coating of crimson covering his body, and realized he was far younger than I'd thought. How old are you?
I turned 16 last week,
He said. He's just a kid. No wonder he reacted like he did. An idea formed in my mind. How much do you weigh? He looked confused, but answered,
140, maybe a little more.
He can ride with me on wings, I suggested to Jason.
But you said 2 people couldn't.
No, I said you and I couldn't. You're too big. But wings can handle this kid and me.
He'll be touching you all day,
Jason growled.
I won't touch her,
The kid said, sounding frantic.
Why would I touch her? Not that there's something wrong with her, you know. I'd totally touch her. No, I mean, shit.
Hush, I told the teenage boy. Under all that blood, he truly was adorable. He'd probably been a heartbreaker at his high school before the world went to hell. He's just a kid, Jason, I implored, raising his palm to my lips. Besides, if he's riding with me, he can make sure I don't fall off. You and Chris both keep telling me about how I'm swaying in the saddle. After a moment of thought, Jason answered,
Fine, but he's your responsibility. And if he steps 1 foot wrong, he's out.
Despite his harsh warning, something in his eyes told me he was glad I'd given him a reason to say yes.
I won't step a foot wrong, I swear,
the kid promised. Thank you. You're a very good man, I whispered to Jason, wishing I could wash the sour taste from my mouth so I could kiss him. You don't have any gum by any chance, do you?
Yeah, I think I do.
Miraculously, after fishing around in several pockets, Jason pulled out a deliciously minty stick of breath relief wrapped in its pretty foil package. Oh my God, you're so amazing, I moaned after the first few chews. Jason chuckled but said nothing. Catching the devilish glint in his eyes, I turned rosy. What's your name? I asked the young man as he exited the yurt.
Carlos,
Jason said.
Go wash that shit off.
He motioned toward the lakeshore a few yards away.
And do it quickly.
The kid obeyed, even though the lake water had to be painfully cold. Eventually, we made our way back to our campsite, stopping briefly at Carlos's tent so he could change and gather his things. The scene surrounding us was utterly heartbreaking. Some people wailed and moaned on the ground, while others screamed and tore at their hair. Even the other prophets seemed to have been set free from Mandy's control, and they looked equally as miserable as everyone else. What did she do to these people? Will they ever be okay again? Despair, self-hatred, and guilt clouded the impermanent village, and I couldn't help but think, Zoe would be in hell right now. When we reached our companions, Jason introduced Carlos and said,
"From now on, we avoid all groups of people larger than our own until we get to the colony. Understand?"
While we'd been at Carlos's tent, I'd filled the others in on everything that had happened inside the temple, so nobody argued with the need to pack up and leave as quickly as possible. Everyone nodded except Holly and Hunter.
"I'm staying here,"
Holly said. Jason studied her face for a long moment.
"Are you sure?"
She nodded.
"It's just too hard without Dalton. He was a good friend, and I really need a change. Besides, I think these people could use all the help they can get."
She was right. The crowd of strangers seemed lost, completely helpless. Hunter stepped up beside Holly.
"I'm staying too." "It's your decision,"
Jason said and nodded toward the horses.
"You can keep your horses and a goat each, but the rest of the animals come with us. We've got too much shit to give up a pack horse."
They agreed. We all said tearful goodbyes, and they disappeared among the despairing survivors. It was surprisingly difficult to watch them walk away, considering I hadn't known either of them well. But Holly and Hunter had been there, unrequested but constant companions, for a month. Will we ever see them again? I shook my head, reminding myself it wasn't the time for long, introspective moments. "We should probably get going," I said to no one in particular.
"I know,"
Jason said. "We can still get a pretty good day's ride in."
"I know. Pack it up, guys."
"It'd be nice to have some daylight by the time we make camp today, especially with that promise you made earlier," I said, looking at Jason with wide, innocent eyes. There were several scandalous things I'd been planning to do with him in the light of day. Besides, I needed something to focus on other than the image of Mandy's mutilated body.
"I know, Red,"
Jason said, his eyes blazing.
"Everyone, move your asses."
"You're riding with me, kid," I told Carlos after everything was loaded back onto the pack animals.
"Kid?"
he asked dubiously.
"I'm bigger than you."
"Stick with kid and things will go easier for you. At least as long as you're riding with me. Trust me," I said. Out loud, I followed with, "Have you ever ridden a horse?" Carlos nodded.
"My abuelo owned a ranch in Texas. We'd visit every summer. He had a bunch of horses."
"Well, hop up then. We need to get going." It was definitely going to be nice to have another person in the group who knew their way around a horse. It took us a few tries to figure out the best position for two riders, but we settled for Carlos in the saddle with me wedged between the horn and his lap. It only worked because I was petite enough to fit. It wasn't exactly comfortable, but the young man could easily hold me in place if I started to sway. Unfortunately, Jason's jaw clenched every time he looked at us. I was getting the distinct feeling the arrangement wouldn't last for long. "There are rules," I told Carlos as the horses trudged along the snow-laden highway later that morning. "Well, it's really just one rule. Do whatever I tell you, or Jason," I said and felt his body tense against mine. "Don't worry, it won't be anything crazy. Besides, if you don't like life with us, you can always leave."
"I heard what you said back there about making the big guy agree to take out anyone like Mandy,"
Carlos said.
"I want in, and I won't leave you."
"It's your choice," I told him.
"That's why I won't leave you,"
he said softly, and I nearly crumbled into tears. To have no will, no choice, was abominable. I clung to the hope that the colony would prevent us, including the young man sitting behind me, from ever falling into such a twisted trap again. That evening, after we'd put in another full day on horseback and had set up camp, the sun ruined my indecent plans by setting. Not that it stopped Jason. At the first opportunity, he dragged me into our tent and practically tore off my clothes.
I don't care if I have to walk. You're not riding in that kid's lap again.
He stated, removing our final pieces of clothing. Fine. I lowered him down to the sleeping bags, pushed him onto his back, and straddled his hips. I'd rather ride in your lap anyway, I whispered, sheathing him inside me and savoring his satisfied groan. I spent the rest of the evening showing him just how much I really meant those words.
February. Chapter 45. Zoe.
Wake up!
Sarah hissed near my ear. It felt like I'd barely closed my eyes when she tore the blankets off me. Wake up! What? I whined, peeling my eyes open. The remnants of another restless night made my head feel like an overgrown jungle of thorny thoughts. Ever since Jake told us that Clara had held some sort of power over Tanya, I hadn't been able to shake a feeling of dread. When Clara wasn't in my dreams, my dying mother was. It had been days since I'd had any restful sleep.
I need your full attention. Every single drop of it. Come on.
Hurrying to the drapes, Sarah pulled them open, and the light of dawn stung my eyes. The sun is barely up, I groaned, but my complaint fell on deaf ears. What's so important? I huffed. And why so early? I stretched and wiggled in bed, trying to shake off the fog of bad dreams and to loosen my achy muscles. Training had resumed and was kicking my ass.
Listen to me closely, Zoe. I need the brutal honesty you've always been so good at giving. To other people.
My eyebrows pulled together as I considered her words. I'm going to assume there was some flattery in there somewhere. Sarah waved my words aside and began pacing. Groaning again, I sat up. The thought of leaving the pillow-top mattress made me even grumpier. Do I look as bad as I feel?
Yes, probably,
Sarah answered as she appraised my appearance. I folded my arms and leaned back against the pillows, annoyed. That was a rhetorical question, Sarah. Now get on with it. What's going on? She was anxious, still pacing back and forth. Her hair bounced in its ponytail with each troubled step. What? Pausing, Sarah looked at me through pleading, tired eyes.
I think I'm pregnant.
What? I screeched before I could stop myself. Sarah having a child seemed like a cruel joke, but I could feel her turmoil and immediately felt horrible for thinking that. Seeing the pathetic look in her eyes, I made an effort to regain my composure. I mean, are you sure? Shaking her head, Sarah resumed her preoccupied stride.
Not completely, but I missed my period. It was supposed to come over a week ago. I'm starting to assume the worst.
What are you going to do? Astonishment softened my voice. She hurried over to the bed.
That's what I need your brutal honesty for, Zoe. I'm freaking out.
Her chest was rising and falling like she'd just run up a dozen flights of stairs, and I could hear hysteria creeping into her voice.
I need you to tell me what to do.
You don't know for sure that you're pregnant, I reminded her.
Again, I'm starting to assume the worst.
She walked toward the window, popping each of her knuckles as she stared outside. Realizing the implication of her words, that being pregnant would be a worst-case scenario, I asked, I know it's not ideal given the circumstances, but would you never want a baby with Biggs?
Do I seem like mother material to you? Because I'm pretty sure I'd make a terrible one. Not to mention, this isn't the best time to be procreating.
Curling a tendril of her hair around her finger, she resumed her pacing by walking to the door and then back again. Don't you, use protection? I mean, how did this happen? No, don't answer that. I squeezed my eyes shut and shook my head, trying to dispel the images I'd conjured. I was on the pill for a while, but I ran out. We were being careful, but there were a couple times when we got a little forgetful, I guess you could say. Her eyes were fearful. This is huge, Zoe. What if he doesn't want a kid? Resting the back of my head against the top of the mahogany headboard, I thought of Biggs and knew he'd be a great father. He had enough patience and compassion for the both of them. I smiled, trying to placate Sarah. Don't jump to conclusions, okay? First, let's talk to Harper and see if you're right. You might just be late. Then we'll worry about Biggs and what to do, okay? Sarah nodded and seated herself on the edge of the bed, biting her fingernails nervously. I've been feeling sort of sick lately, she confessed while I got dressed. I thought it was because of stress. Maybe with Clara and the whole Jake thing. But my gut's telling me that's just wishful thinking. Well, there's only one way to find out. I'll go get Harper and you can tell him what you told me. He'll know what to do. I headed toward the door. But what if he tells Riley? I stopped in my tracks. You should tell him. You're right, Sarah. This is huge. Biggs needs to know. I will tell him. I'm just scared. I've never been in this position before. What if the thought of me being pregnant is revolting to him? She whined. Placing my hands firmly on Sarah's shoulders, I looked into her eyes and very carefully said, whatever happens, just remember that Biggs loves you. He'll be supportive. He would want to know that you're this upset. I straightened. Who knows, he might even be able to make you feel better about the whole thing. I flashed a supportive smile and crossed the room to the door. I'll be right back. Try to think of fairies and princesses while I'm gone, I said, trying to lighten the mood before I scuttled out of the room. That's not funny, she called through the door. I searched the first floor, listening for muffled voices that would give away my companion's whereabouts. As I was heading into the library, I heard the steady footsteps of someone hurrying up behind me. Unwanted, Biggs' lust for Sarah and images of her tousled hair and naked body infiltrated my mind. Ew. Crap. Hey, Zoe, Biggs called out as he ran up to me. Have you seen Sarah? I smiled as convincingly as I could, trying to force the images of them having sex from my mind. Friggin' stallion. She's in my room. Girl talk stuff, I said nonchalantly, fleeing into the library before he could get any more information out of me. We'll be done soon. He followed me, and I wondered why he was suddenly feeling sympathetic. Strange. When I faced him, he shook his head and said, I'm sorry, Zoe. Harper told me about your whole prophecy thing. I mean, I knew about it before, but I guess I just didn't know all the details. You doing okay? I was instantly confused, knowing I didn't possess any sort of prophetic ability, but I nodded anyway. That's gotta be weird to think about, he said. Oblivious to what he was talking about, I fished for a satisfying explanation. Yeah. I nodded again. What are your thoughts about the whole thing? Biggs was always so chatty. I hoped that if I kept him talking long enough, I could get some answers. Honestly, I'm not surprised by much anymore. But man, I can't imagine how it feels to know someone predicted your death. He placed a supportive hand on my shoulder and slowly shook his head. I'm just glad I'm not in Jake's shoes. I don't know how I'd handle knowing I was predestined to cause someone's death. It's all pretty crazy, right? He paused, waiting for me to agree. Yeah, it's weird, I said hollowly, trying not to let his words overwhelm me. A few seconds passed as I grasped for some kind of understanding. My confusion turned to shock, and finally betrayal took root in the pit of my stomach as Biggs' words sank deeper. A prophecy that I would die because of Jake? And no one said anything to me? Every nerve in my body bristled with unease as Jake's confusing behavior toward me started to make sense. Big's eyes widened, and I could feel his acute discomfort. But you made it through, yay! His fist pump was weak, and he forced a timid smile before his face dropped. You didn't know about any of that, did you? He ran his fingers through his short blonde hair, clearly distressed. Shit. Nope, I said slowly, my voice low with disbelief and anger. Okay, so I'm going to go now. Will you send Sarah down when you ladies are done chatting, please? Sure, I said flatly, and Biggs hurried away. Turning on my heel, I marched toward the dining room, hoping to find Harper. The fact that Harper and Jake hadn't told me such a huge secret about me pissed me off. After everything I'd been through with Jake, he hadn't uttered a word, and Harper, who I'd thought was my friend, had been just as secretive. How the hell did I not sense this? Harper and Sanchez were debating whether we should stay or leave as I stomped through the swinging kitchen door and into the dining room. I tried to remember that Sarah needed my help and that I had to focus on her situation, not mine, but when Harper smiled warmly at me, anger heated my cheeks and I glared at him. Sanchez turned in her seat to face me. Yes, Zoe? I ignored her. Refusing to look at either of them, I stared at the crystal chandelier hanging above the oversized mahogany table. Harper, Sarah needs you upstairs, in my room. When they said nothing, I added, It's sort of important. Hastily turned and walked away. Hoping I wouldn't run into anyone else before reaching the sanctuary of my room, I hurried toward the entryway. Unfortunately, as I got to the foyer, Jake and Cooper strolled in through the front door. I ignored the warmth in Jake's eyes as I hurried up the left staircase and disappeared into my room. I slammed the door behind me. You okay? When I heard Sarah's trembling voice, I was instantly grateful it wasn't me sitting on the bed, crying about pregnancy and babies. She fiddled with the hem of the sheets, and her eyes were red-rimmed and puffy. Forcing a smile, I answered, Yeah, fine. Harper's on his way. We'll get this figured out, don't worry. Everything will be okay, you'll see. I sat down on the bed beside her, wringing my hands with unease. A light knock on the door startled me, and Harper popped his head in. Can I come in? His nice guy charm was suddenly irritating. Of course you can. I asked you to come up here, didn't I? His relaxed facial features hardened at my curt tone. Whoa, who spit in your porridge this morning? He asked incredulously as he strolled into the room. We'll talk later, I said with false cheer and stood. You need to focus on Sarah right now. I walked to the window, hoping to find a distraction floating on the choppy waters of the lake below. I listened as Sarah explained her situation, and as Harper encouraged her to believe that everything would be all right, no matter the outcome. Eventually, I tuned them out entirely. I thought of better, simpler times, when the most difficult decisions I had to make were which shifts I wanted to take at Earl's, or which art pieces I wanted to showcase at the gallery. I wanted to worry about what to wear to work and not have to deal with freakish abilities or crazies or prophetic secrets. A despairing whine snapped me out of my daydreams, and I turned to face the bed. Sarah had received a positive result from a urine test, and her eyes were again filled with tears. She threw herself back onto the bed, moaning and cursing about the unfairness of it all. Not knowing what to say, Harper and I stood awkwardly beside the bed. Good thing I had what we needed, he said under his breath. Are you sure? Sarah asked, oblivious to his comment. I mean, should we run the test again? He sighed. We've done it 3 times, Sarah. I'm 99% sure you're pregnant. You need to tell Biggs. Before Sarah could argue, a voice from near the doorway startled us. Did I hear my name? Biggs peeked around the door, his eyes falling upon his distraught girlfriend, who immediately sprang to her feet. "What's wrong, babe?" He saw her teary, swollen eyes, and hurrying over to her, wrapped his arms around her. Sarah shook in his hold, divulging the news between staggered breaths. "But that's great news!" he shouted and looked around the room. "Did you hear that? We're having a baby!" "It's still the very early stages," Harper cautioned him from the attached bathroom as he washed his hands. But Biggs didn't seem to hear Harper, or he didn't care. Instead, he lifted Sarah up and swung her around like she'd just accepted his marriage proposal. Only her face was blotchy and distressed, while his was filled with immense joy. "You want to have a baby?" Sarah asked in between his laughing and hooting. "Of course I do. Don't you?" When Sarah didn't say anything, Biggs' enthusiasm deflated. I could feel his joy drain from him as he looked into her frightened eyes. "I'm not sure how to be a mom," she said truthfully, watching his face for another heartbreaking reaction. "And I can't say we're living in a baby-safe environment. We don't even know where we're going from one week to the next." Her lip quivered. "We're like bums." I stifled a laugh before it could escape my throat. Biggs' eyes continued to watch Sarah closely. So did mine, as she deliberated aloud. "What if something happens during the pregnancy or birth or after? There are no hospitals, no medicine." He gently pulled her toward him, and she shuffled into his arms once more. Resting his chin on the top of her wild hair, he sighed. "Things may never get better, babe, but I know that I don't want to stop living after we've survived so much." His eyes were suddenly alive again, and his tone elated. "I could teach the baby everything about survival, at least everything that I know. We have Zoe and Harper and everyone to help us. We won't be alone." He searched her eyes for some sort of acceptance. "Sarah?" As she brushed away a stray tear, her face widened with an unexpected smile. "It sounds kind of nice when you say it like that." Biggs gathered her up into his arms and carried her out of the room. "I'm gonna be a daddy. I'm gonna be a daddy." His chant echoed throughout the cavernous house, and Sarah's giggles faded as they disappeared down the hall. Distracted by the excitement, I hadn't noticed Harper coming up beside me until I saw him out of the corner of my eye. "Now," he said and paused. "What's wrong? Are you pregnant too?" I rolled my eyes. "You have to have sex to get pregnant," I snapped, turning to face him. "Hey, I offered." He teased, but I ignored him. "Well, then, what's wrong with you?" I gave him a withering stare. "What do you think?" He shrugged, clearly annoyed. "Damn it, Harper. Why am I the last to know about this prophecy thing between you and Jake? What the hell's going on?" Harper's look of frustration disappeared, and his eyes clouded with guilt. He sighed and sat down on the edge of the bed. "Sorry." "Don't I get any explanation? Biggs mentioned something about Jake being involved in my death, like it's common knowledge. Apparently you've all known about it for a while, and all I get is sorry? How long did you guys know I was supposed to die?" I paced, trying to ignore the regretful look on his face. "First of all, we didn't tell you because we didn't know if it was true. Jake sure as hell didn't. At least, not until he actually saw you for the first time. And even then, he wasn't sure if he should believe it. This is all so surreal. You know that as well as anyone. We didn't know what to do. This is new for all of us, Zoe." He finally took a breath. "I'm sorry you feel..." "Betrayed? Frustrated? Pissed?" I seethed. "Yeah, but this has been hard on all of us, too.
We didn't know what to do.
He repeated.
There's no manual.
No shit, I spat. I couldn't decide what was bothering me the most. That I hadn't known what was going on, or that I felt betrayed. Suddenly, fear bubbled up, replacing the anger that had laced my words only moments before. I could have tried to protect myself, H. When Harper threw his arms up in exasperation, I walked toward the stairs. I suddenly felt claustrophobic and needed to get out of the room.
We didn't know it was Clara, Zoe.
I could hear his footsteps on the landing behind me, and I paused at the top of the stairs.
We didn't know if it would really happen. Jake was only told that you'd die and he'd be the cause. But how were we supposed to know if that was true? It's not much to go off of, so why tell you? So you can stew in fear for who knows how long?
Groaning, I sat down on the top step. Too many questions floated in my head, so I grabbed the most tangible one. Who told him this prophecy? I looked back at Harper when he didn't answer. He shoved his hands into his pockets.
Why don't you talk to him about it? He knows the details,
he said quietly. Just then, Jake stepped into the entryway and looked up at us. Based on his somber expression, I could tell he'd overheard our conversation, but I wasn't ready to talk to him about it. I want to be alone, I said quietly, standing. I passed Harper and went back into my bedroom, closing the door behind me.
We all decided to not tell you, Harper called through the door. It wasn't just Jake's decision.
Eventually, I heard him pad down the stairs, exchanging muffled words with Jake. I tried to ignore them and sat on the bed. My mind was a bottomless pit of questions. In an effort to avoid them, I thought about Sarah and her baby. I worried about her. While Sarah had been born into wealth and luxury, her child would be born into more primitive circumstances. No prenatal care, no epidurals, no pediatricians. We were still learning about how to survive in our new life, about the abilities and about the crazies. How can she possibly take care of a kid? There were too many uncertainties, and I certainly wasn't convinced she'd make the best post-apocalyptic mother.
Well, I'd be pissed too,
Sarah shouted, her voice jarring me from my musings. She flung open my bedroom door. Apparently privacy was a foreign concept to her. There you are! Is everything okay? Riley told me what happened. It's so creepy, she said and sat down beside me. She rested her hand on my shoulder in an attempt to comfort me. I didn't want to talk about my situation, so I smiled reassuringly. I'm fine. I'm just glad you're doing okay. I gestured to her tummy. The more I think about it, the happier I get, especially around Riley. There's a lot that needs to be worked out, but we have a while, right? Her smile spread from ear to ear as she beckoned me to follow her downstairs. I told Riley I wanted to wait for you before we started, she said, but stopped and stood at the foot of the stairs. Turning to me, she began squealing and dancing in place, unable to control her excitement. Was that the Running Man? I laughed as she pulled me into a hug before scampering through the foyer. It's so strange. I mean, a lot of things are strange, but how much has changed in the last 2 hours is really weird, she said as we paraded down a long hallway toward the kitchen. I was so scared before, but Riley's so happy that I can't be upset or worried, no matter how hard I try. You should see him, Zoe. You think I'm crazy, but he hasn't stopped celebrating since I told him. How can I be pessimistic about this whole thing when he's so ecstatic? As I continued following her, I couldn't imagine having a baby at such a troubling time, but I smiled anyway. You can't. She tugged me along, and we practically fell through the doorway into the lavish kitchen. To my surprise, about 15 different bottles of liquor were lined up atop the green granite-topped island in the center of the room. Holy, where'd you get all the booze? I asked. My dad has an extensive liquor cabinet. It's about as big as a wine cellar. Normal people's wine cellars, I mean. Anyway, I took out what I thought you could use. There's more in there if this isn't enough. I think this is plenty. But what do I need this for exactly? I'm not planning on needing my stomach pumped at 10 in the morning. I've volunteered you to be the bartender during today's festivities. Duh. I was instantly confused. Newsflash, Sarah. Drinking is generally frowned upon in your current condition. She swatted my arm. Yeah, well, I'm not drinking, at least not alcohol, but that doesn't mean no one else can. Besides, I know you can make me a fancy non-alcoholic drink that'll make me feel special, and I can pretend I'm partaking with you. Consider this a baby shower, Jake recovery celebration thing. And we can't celebrate without drinks. It's absurd. She dismissed the thought with a wave and gestured to the array of bottles before me like the Vanna White of distillates. I laughed, looking at the impressive collection. Deciding I could definitely use a drink, or 3. I canvassed the assorted bottles, determining what type of potion I should concoct first. Tequila. Hangover City. Rum. Tempting. Vodka. I could definitely get creative. Knowing Sarah liked berries, I settled on vodka crayons to start, using carbonated water to liven up her drink a bit, and contemplated what our next libation might be. Although I was still irked by my recent discovery, I was determined to play nice with everyone for Sarah's sake. I wanted to enjoy a few drinks with my friends, even if my oblivion would only last for the day. Jake and Cooper showed up moments after I made the first round of drinks, and gratefully, Biggs and Harper enlisted Jake's help with something outside, so there was no awkwardness or opportunity to talk. After a toast to the proud parents-to-be, we started prepping for an early, very large lunch. Baked beans, venison freshly killed by Jake and Cooper, pasta salad with a balsamic vinaigrette, canned corn, and skillet cornbread. As we laughed and dirtied the kitchen, my mind periodically wandered to Jake, and I found myself pouring stronger drinks with each new round. Eventually, we all made our way out onto the back porch. Harper and Jake manned the grill, babysitting their drinks while I downed mine, hoping my variations of lemon drops and cosmos would keep my spirits up. Although the cocktails were a little girly for my taste, I drank them happily, knowing Sarah was giddy over their virgin counterparts. We continued celebrating into the late afternoon. Sarah basked in the attention she received from Biggs, but no matter how much she played the happy mother-to-be around him, I knew she was still wary when he wasn't there. Biggs, on the other hand, was too happy to be even a little bit pessimistic. I continued refilling his glass as his toasts became more and more frequent. Being the observant, well-practiced bartender I was, I noticed Jake had stopped drinking after a few shots of whiskey, and Harper was still nursing his second rum and coke. Sanchez and the guys chatted, lounging in the wicker chairs that were scattered along the wraparound porch. They paused periodically, watching Sarah and me with amusement. I was intoxicated, but Sarah was just plain silly. "Can we have pink ones next?" she begged, and I conceded, giving in to her every whim. In turn, I became less coherent. I knew I'd need to slow down if I was going to make it to sunset. Putting a CD titled Songs That Rock into the stereo, I pressed play. I wasn't shocked when I heard the high-pitched voices of a pubescent boy band emanating from the speakers. "Oh my God, Sarah, this is hilarious," I barked, laughing. "I can't believe this is one of your songs that rock." "I love this song," she exclaimed, the whitewashed boards of the porch creaking under her feet as she danced around. I was gasping to catch my breath in between bouts of laughter, trying not to pee my pants as the songs continued, each more ridiculous than the last, just like Sarah's dance moves. Eventually, Big zeroed in on me, tugging on my arms and trying to pull me up from my perch on a chase.
Come on, Zoe, you haven't danced all day.
Resisting, I said, "Thanks, Biggs, but I'm not drunk enough to start dancing, especially not to this. Sorry, buddy."
Nope, no more excuses. Sarah told me you ladies used to go out dancing, so come on.
He continued pulling on me, and as my drink sloshed in my glass, I relented, if only to avoid a spill. Uncle, I conceded, but Biggs kept at it. "Okay, 1 second." Downing what remained of my drink, I set the glass aside and followed him over to where a completely sober Sarah flailed and sang. With each unsteady step, I realized how drunk I actually was. I swore that I was done drinking for the night. The sun was low, and the sky would be full of vibrant colors soon. I hoped I would make it that long. As we started dancing, I stumbled, barely catching myself before falling. Biggs threw me around, attempting his own rendition of swing. He was 3 sheets to the wind, so our movements may not have qualified as dancing exactly. When I flashed a "please rescue me" glance at Harper, he smiled, getting out of his chair and sauntering over to us.
Mind if I step in?
Biggs shook his head and returned his attention to Sarah. As Harper gathered me into his arms, a classic rock song blared from the speakers and his eyes lit up.
"This was my sister's favorite song,"
he said. "You have a sister?" I'd sort of expected it. As much as he flirted, he was also protective and brotherly. Twirling me, he said,
"I have 3, actually. Or I had 3. All younger."
There was sadness in his voice I understood too well. "You've never mentioned them," I thought aloud.
I know. It's hard to talk about life before.
I nodded and rested my cheek on his shoulder.
"You surprised me, baby girl,"
Harper whispered. Lifting my head, I cocked it to the side and studied his face. "What do you mean?" He chuckled.
"I thought you used to be a bartender, but you aren't holding your liquor as well as I'd expect."
Feeling defensive, I tensed. "We've been drinking for like 5 hours or something. Not a linebacker, you know."
"Calm down, I'm just saying."
He watched me curiously, and I scowled in return.
"And it's been more like 7 hours,"
he added. "Oi," I muttered. "I rest my case." Smirking, Harper said, "You're funny," before tightening his hold on me. Again, I leaned my head on his shoulder and closed my eyes, feeling like I might float away as we swayed to the rhythm of the music.
"I'm sorry I didn't tell you,"
he said guiltily. I instantly knew what he was talking about, and in my intoxication, his sincere apology was all I needed to forgive him. He pulled away so he could see my face.
"I would have wanted to know too. I didn't think about it like that. I know you would have told me, and I should have done the same for you."
I nodded, trying not to get emotional in my drunken haze. "It's okay," I slurred, repositioning myself in the comfort of his arms. After a couple more songs played, I decided it was best to extricate myself from Harper's hold before I got too comfortable and passed out standing up. Opening my eyes, I saw Jake watching me. I smiled shyly at him before turning my head to face the opposite way. I was glad no one else in our group could feel people's emotions and see their memories like I could. I couldn't imagine someone glimpsing into the unruly depths of my consciousness. After giving Harper a peck on the cheek, I took a step back. The world spun a little as I turned around and walked down the porch steps. The music was giving me a headache, and the serenity of the lake seemed like the perfect solution.
"Where are you going?"
Harper called. "Just taking a breather," I yelled back as I wandered down the path and disappeared into the trees. Chapter 46. Zoe. Dizzily, I trudged to the lake. The crickets were silent as I walked, only resuming their chirping song when I settled myself on the end of the dock. I pulled my legs up against my chest and looked out at the ripples in the water, wondering what lived beneath the lake's surface. If Danny were here, she'd be daring me to jump into the frigid water. Not a chance, I thought drunkenly. I was glad I'd lasted long enough to see the sunset. Burnt orange and pink filled the sky as the sun sank behind the hills, its rays casting a glowing haze over the forest. It was strange to think that the same sun had shone in the skies over Fort Knox. So much had happened at the base. It seemed like a lifetime had been folded into mere weeks. A gust of wind shook me from thoughts of darker times, and I hugged my legs closer. I was in no state of mind to go back to the others, so I rested my head on my knees and closed my eyes, hoping the forest would stop spinning around me. Unfortunately, my solitude was disrupted by the sound of 2x4s creaking under slow, heavy footsteps. "You doing okay?" Jake's voice rumbled. My eyes flew open, but I didn't move. "Fine, just thought I'd get some air," I said, hoping the extent of my drunkenness wasn't completely obvious. "Are you sure you're fine? I watched you wobble out here." I looked back at Jake, who'd stopped a few steps behind me, and gave him an evil stare before refocusing on the gently rippling surface of the water. I reminded myself not to be distracted by his alluring ruggedness. I was still hurt he'd withheld such alarming information from me. It was silent for a moment before he spoke. "So you heard?" "Yeah," I said. "You should have told me." Although I didn't want to have such an important conversation in my jumbled state, I was curious about the truth. Jake took a step closer and crouched down beside me. "Do you think that would have made a difference?" Yeah," I blurted. "I can look for trouble better if I know it's coming. How does no one else see that?" I leaned back, uncoiling from my warm ball of body heat. Jake remained silent for a moment, then sullenly said, "I didn't know if it was true. I thought it was crazy until I actually saw you. Then..." He stalled. "I still couldn't really believe it. I didn't want to tell you beforehand because you'd worry all the time, and I was still trying to figure out what I should do when..." His ambivalence toward me from the moment we met, the first time he saved my life, suddenly made sense. "That's why you stayed after you killed Jones and Taylor?" I asked, looking over at him curiously. I was secretly surprised I'd connected the dots after so many drinks. "You told me you were leaving, but you stayed." There was something thoughtful about his demeanor as he stood and looked out at the lake. Is he searching for the answers he thinks I want to hear? "Just be honest with me," I pleaded softly. "I didn't know what the hell to do," he said roughly. I could feel his uncertainty and frustration. "I didn't know how you'd die, or how I'd cause it. I thought the whole thing was ridiculous. But if there was any truth to it, I didn't know whether I should stay or just leave." He looked down at me attentively. The light reflecting off the water's surface brightened his usually shadowed features. "Then you said you were going to Colorado on your own, and I knew that was a bad idea. I told Sanchez everything. I hoped she could change her mind, but she didn't know what to do either." I still didn't understand. "What do you mean you'd cause my death? Who told you that anyway?" Shoving his hands into his coat pockets, Jake looked back out at the water. "She'll die because of you," he said forcefully. "The woman with the long black hair and teal eyes. You'll save her, but she'll die because of you. That was the last thing my sister said before she died." Hearing his words, I felt sick to my stomach. I closed my eyes, trying to forget the feeling of impending death, both during Taylor's attack and during the poisoning. Sitting up, I sighed heavily and massaged my temples. I still can't believe I didn't see any of this.
I told you you're not very good at reading people.
He looked down at me, smiling playfully. I was surprised by his attempt at humor, and I couldn't help but grin. So, do you always joke at my expense, or am I just lucky to be around when you're in such a good mood?
You're just lucky, I guess.
His sexy smile made my insides flutter. Your sister was like Harper, I said, abruptly changing the subject. In my intoxicated stupor, it had taken me a moment to process Jake's earlier words. He nodded.
I didn't know what was wrong with Becca then, but they said they'd seen cases like hers and could help us.
I knew he meant the military people I'd been introduced to through his memories.
She must have seen what they were going to do to her.
I became lost in thought, wondering what future horrors Becca had viewed that would make killing herself seem like the best option. Jake's eyes turned imploring.
I'm not going to let you go there alone. I know we aren't sure the same people are involved with the colony, but why take the chance? Think of what they might do to you if they find out about your ability.
Instantly, I was furious. He had no right to tell me what to do. You're not gonna let me? I'm going, and I'm going alone. Nothing's changed, I told him, but the moment I said the words, I knew they weren't true, and Jake's expression confirmed it.
Right.
He shook his head and stalked past me, back toward the shore. I struggled to stand. Just because you saved my life doesn't mean you get to tell me what to do, I called after him, surprised by the desperation in my voice. The sound of Jake's footsteps on the dock reinforced the distance growing between us. Our relationship seemed to be unraveling before it even started.
Fine,
he said, and my heart seemed to constrict at the coldness of that single word. Shit. My head was a jumbled mess of wishes, desires, and frustrations, and drunkenness. Stumbling after him, I yelled, What exactly do you want from me, Jake? You want honesty? You want me to tell you that I want you? That I need you? Well, it's true, and it drives me insane. My breathing was ragged.
You want me to go back to pushing you away? Done,
he said flatly and continued walking. Really? Just like that? You act like it would be so easy. He stopped and turned, glaring at me like I'd slapped him in the face.
It won't be easy,
he said heatedly.
But you're either so busy worrying that nothing will work out, or too scared that it will, that you're not even willing to try. If not having me in your life is easier for you, then fine.
He started to walk away again. I knew he was right, but I didn't like him calling me out so easily. I ran after him, but after only a few steps, my feet were moving faster than I could manage, and I tripped. Instinctively, I thrust out my hands to break my fall as my knees hit the dock. Shit, I hissed as the rough boards scraped my palms. Even in my drunkenness, embarrassment burned inside me. I sat back on my heels and stared down at my stinging palms, wishing everything with Jake had been easier from the beginning. Instead, since we'd met, we'd been pushing each other away because of prophecies, stubbornness, and fear.
Zoe.
I hadn't realized Jake had stopped walking away until I heard the boards creak under his feet again.
Are you okay?
He asked, his voice a mixture of anger and concern. Yeah, I'm fine, I said pathetically, refusing to look up at him. Just leave me here. Maybe the animals will drag me away. He laughed, despite his anger.
That's not overly dramatic or anything.
Crouching down in front of me, he gripped my arms.
I'll help you up.
Let me, please. I'd at least like to keep some of my dignity intact. Jake let go and took a step back, letting me rise on my own. Straightening, I looked into his eyes. They radiated an urgency I'd never seen in them before. I tilted my head, trying to decipher the meaning behind his intense expression, and began to feel extremely self-conscious. Please don't look at me like that, I pleaded quietly. I balled my hands into fists at my sides, but couldn't stop them from trembling. Yearning and despondency floated in the air between us, and I was unable to distinguish his emotions from my own. Mentally exhausted, I closed my eyes and sighed.
Nothing's changed, huh?
Jake's tone willed me to think about everything that had transpired between us during the past few weeks. When I opened my eyes, he reached for my hands and examined the minute scrapes on my palms. The heat of his touch swept through me, banishing rational thought.
For whatever reason, I know you don't want to let me in. Or maybe you just don't know how.
He released my hands as he spoke, and I reluctantly let them fall to my sides.
I can't read your mind, and I don't understand you half the time, but I know what I want.
His voice sounded calm, confident, but I could feel both fear and hope welling within him. Jake's vulnerability jump-started something inside me. He moved closer, and his jaw clenched.
What are you afraid of?
I could feel his growing impatience. Jake, Swiftly, one of his hands grasped the back of my neck, tangling in my loose hair, and his lips pressed against mine, fierce and hot. Surprised, I stumbled back, but Jake slipped his arm around my waist, holding me against him. His kiss was greedy, and I drank in his desire. His overwhelming need awakened such an intense thirst in me that I couldn't get enough of him. I clutched handfuls of his jacket to steady myself as he backed me up against the nearest piling. Frenzied, he began to explore my body, his mouth savoring the sensitive skin on my neck and under my jaw, while his hands drifted down my back and lower. A pleasurable ache throbbed between my thighs as he nudged his leg between mine. My hands ventured up his broad chest, over his shoulders, and combed through his short hair. I crushed his lips harder against mine. As we kissed, lustful images from his mind began to invade mine. Us panting in unison, my nails digging into his bare back, his teeth grazing my collarbone, and both of us crying out in pleasure. A deep groan vibrated in his chest as the images flashed through his mind. I wanted, no, needed him more than I'd ever needed anyone before. Impulsively, I reached for his belt, fumbling with his buckle. Jake froze. Our lips lingered together for a moment, and as he pulled away, I whimpered in protest. I could still feel our combined desire humming through my body, willing me to kiss him again. Confused, I looked up at him. "Why are we stopping?" I asked through swollen lips. He took a step back, and my heart seemed to stop completely. Excuse me, where are you going?" Jake shook his head, taking another step backward as he tried to control his breathing.
You're drunk.
I scoffed. "I'm not that drunk. Besides, most guys would..." I stopped talking as his eyes flared with warning. Jake wasn't most guys. Running his hand over his hair, he reeled in the excitement rolling through him.
I'd like you to remember this tomorrow,
he said, sexual frustration apparent in his tone. Although I felt slighted by his comment, I let it go. There was no way I could ever forget a moment like that, no matter how many drinks I'd consumed. Knowing what it felt like to have his body pressed against mine made me crave more. I needed to be closer to him in any way possible.
I came out here to bring you into the house.
he said with an amused smile. He walked over to the edge of the dock and sat down. I'm glad you came out here, I said, plopping down beside him. He glanced at me and lifted his arm, allowing me to nestle against him. I was surprised by how easy it was to be affectionate with him. He was right. A lot had changed. My fingers explored the waistband of his pants as my mind drifted to heady thoughts of kisses and nakedness and... What's this? I asked, feeling something hard and leather strapped to his belt. Your knife, I answered for him. Momentarily distracted, I unclipped it from his belt. Jake watched me as I examined it. It's really cool. I like the wood handle. I held it up in the moonlight. It looks old. Where'd you get it? Jake stared at it for a moment. Someone gave it to me when I was a kid. I saw an image of an older man, a grandfather perhaps, flash in his mind. I could tell the knife meant a lot to Jake. I like it. I flipped open the blade and turned it over on my palm, thinking about how useful a knife would have been during the past few weeks. I should get one. It was compact enough to store in my pocket, but the blade was menacing and sharp. It could really do some damage, I said, slicing it through the air. Not a bad idea, Jake said, reclaiming the knife and putting it away. But maybe you should wait to practice your slasher moves until you can at least walk without falling. He glanced over at me with a rueful grin. You're hilarious, I deadpanned, and once again rested my head on his shoulder. You ready for bed? He asked. As he spoke, I could feel his stubble brushing my forehead. I giggled. Is that an offer? You're feisty when you're drunk, he mused. I shrugged and snuggled closer against him. Yeah, well, you bring out the best in me, what can I say? He chuckled. So, shall we do this the easy way or the hard way? Do what? My breath caught as I considered the possibilities. I'm taking you inside. Excuse me? I pulled away and locked eyes with him. What if I'm not ready to go in? I asked, pretending to be offended. Jake shook his head. Fine. Have it your way. Before I knew what was happening, his arm wrapped around my waist, and he tossed me over his shoulder. Jake, put me down, I ordered. I can walk just fine. Yeah, and you've got the scrapes to prove it. Is that why you're out here? To make fun of me? He said nothing and continued up the tree-lined path toward the house. I began flailing. Put me down, Jake! This is ridiculous! My stomach churned. I think I'm going to be sick. You better not be, Jake said. I wiggled and cussed as he held the backs of my legs down with his right hand. I continued to struggle against him. Jake, seriously, put me down. I don't want to puke on you. Then don't. Stop being so squirrely. His voice was full of amusement. Jake carried me through the French doors into the kitchen and passed by the living room toward the stairs. Everyone else was in the living room listening to music and chatting. Amidst my wiggling, Sarah skipped toward us laughing. Oh, wow, this is priceless, she said. Oh, shut up, I snapped. I guess I'll see you tomorrow, Sarah said, shaking her head and waving. I'm not going to bed. He's being absurd. I smacked Jake's butt. Put me down, I demanded. Say goodnight, Zoe, he ordered. This is pointless. I'm just coming back down here, I claimed, but he ignored me. Jake lugged me through the foyer and up the stairs in silence. I'm serious, Jake. Okay, he said placatingly, both of us knowing I definitely wouldn't be coming back down. My stomach started churning again. Oh, God, you better hurry. Opening my bedroom door, he took me into the bathroom and set me down on the tile floor. I braced myself against the counter, wishing my head would stop spinning.
You okay?
I glared at him in the darkness. Dandy, thanks. The rest of the night passed by in a blur. All I remembered was crawling into bed, Jake's fully clothed body curled up beside me. The next morning, I woke to the slamming of the front door and frantically looked around the room. My palms were sore and rough from falling on the dock, snagging on the comforter wrapped around me. As I stretched in bed, my knees felt achy, and I figured giant bruises colored them. I abruptly sat up, pieces of the previous night flashing in my mind. Stunned, I touched my fingers to my mouth at the memory of Jake's lips on mine, of his body against mine. I glanced over, expecting to see him, but I was in bed alone. Hearing the slamming of the door again, I crawled out of bed. My head was pounding, and I needed some water immediately. I trudged into the bathroom, brushed my teeth, and half-heartedly fixed my hair, but I quickly gave up on making myself look more presentable. I slid my slippers on, headed out into the hallway, and stood on the landing. Confused, I took in the chaotic scene below me. In the front yard, Sarah was screaming at Biggs. I could hear her through the door, while Sanchez and Harper hustled around in the library, Cooper following them excitedly. I watched them in confusion, uncertain what all the fuss was about. "Is everything okay?" I called down to Harper as he hurried across the foyer.
Oh, hey, baby girl. We're leaving.
He smiled and wriggled his eyebrows, knowing I'd be happy to hear the news. My mood brightened instantly. "For Colorado?" I asked hopefully. He nodded and continued into the piano room, Biggs' makeshift communications center. "Wait, what can I do to help?" I asked, running down the stairs, completely forgetting my headache and sore body.
"Well, you can start by getting properly dressed. You look like you just rolled out of bed,"
he called from out of sight. I stood at the foot of the stairs, evaluating my attire.
"I did."
Before I could head back upstairs to dress and pack, Jake walked in through the front door, his face drawn. Sarah and Biggs were still shouting at each other in the front yard, and I could tell not everyone was happy to be leaving. Jake seemed like a different person than he'd been the night before. He had dark circles under his eyes, like he hadn't slept at all, and his shoulders hung under the weight of his anxiety. I could feel it emanating from him, and knew he was dreading returning home. Timidly, I approached him, unsure what to say. I wanted to console him, to tell him everything would be fine, but I knew I couldn't promise such a thing. "Hey," I said dumbly.
"Morning."
He managed a weak smile, but he was clearly distracted. He looked at his non-existent watch.
"You slept in."
"Yeah, I guess I did." Jake was more intimidating without the liquid courage flowing through me. I recalled his concern from the night before, that I wouldn't remember the kiss, and hoped the heat in my cheeks and my shy grin told him otherwise. I met his eyes. "So, H told me we're leaving," I said to break our silence. Jake only nodded. "I'm assuming you're coming too?" He smirked, finally showing some of the playfulness from the night before.
"I told you I can't let you get yourself into more trouble without me being there. You're a magnet for it, you know."
Although he was teasing me, there was truth in his words, and I was grateful to him for skirting around, wounding my pride. The door flung open, and Sarah stomped into the foyer, Biggs trailing behind her. "It's a horrible idea, Riley, and you know it!" she yelled. Biggs stopped in his tracks and looked down at the marble floor. When Sarah heard his footsteps come to a halt, she took a deep breath and turned around. "Look, I understand you want to leave with your team. I don't want them to leave us any more than you do, but we have a baby to think about now. We have a pretty good idea of what we'll come up against out there, and I don't want to chance anything, do you?" As the scene unfolded, I felt completely out of place, but I stayed anyway.
And what'll we do here? Biggs argued. We'll be alone, Sarah. Is that what you want? To sit here and die alone? Eventually that could happen, you know. We haven't even been to the city yet. Who knows what condition it's in? We're living in a bubble. We can't stay here forever.
Biggs walked to Sarah as some small semblance of understanding registered on her face.
I'm only one person, and we have our whole lives ahead of us. We have a baby that's going to need to be delivered by someone who knows what the hell they're doing. We can't stay here out of fear. What if something happened to me? What would you do, alone, with a baby?
Wiping away her sudden tears, Sarah cleared her throat. Nothing will happen to you, and we have plenty of food here, she said, grasping for anything that might change his mind. I could tell that the thought of never seeing her home again was heartbreaking to her.
Yeah, maybe for a while. But do you really want it to be just you and me for the rest of our lives? I love you, babe. I really do. But it'd be nice to have someone else to talk to. A family to share our memories with. And friends to laugh with and help us when we need it.
The tears continued to run freely down Sarah's face, and Biggs wiped them away with his thumbs. I don't want to go. Her voice was weak as she gasped for air.
I know, babe.
He pulled her into a hug, gently rubbing her back and whispering reassurances in her ear. He bent down, gathered her up into his arms, and scaled the stairs toward her bedroom. I looked back at Jake as he walked out the front door, rubbing the back of his neck as memories of Gabe and Becca flashed in his mind. Cooper whined, his tail hanging low as he trailed behind him. Chapter 47. Zoe. After a day of planning and packing, we loaded our clothes, food, medical supplies, and everything else into the 2 vehicles. Once Sarah had taken a moment to say goodbye to her childhood home, she locked the doors for the final time and joined Biggs in Dave's truck. Finally, we were headed to Colorado, unsure if we had enough fuel to make it. Riding in Dave's truck proved to be too difficult for me because of the memories it provoked. The scratch on the center console reminded me of the many times Sammy had scampered between the front and back seats, and the miniature stuffed Wally, the mascot for the Red Sox, swinging from the rearview mirror made me think of Dave winning it at the Suffolk County Fair. Although I remembered the happier times we'd shared, my thoughts continuously circled back to our rocky relationship near the end, before his death. Did he suffer? For how long? Was he with Stacy? An hour into the journey, I opted to switch vehicles and ride in the van with Sanchez and Harper. I never asked you what led to the sudden decision to leave, I said to Harper as we drove through the middle of nowhere, otherwise known as Kansas. Did something happen? Harper considered my question too carefully before answering.
I had an unsettling vision.
About? I prompted.
About Clara, so Sanchez and I thought it'd be best to leave.
For what seemed like the 100th time in only a few minutes, Harper glanced into the rearview mirror. The mere mention of Clara's name made me feel like a million invisible spiders were scurrying over my skin, and I rubbed my arms. What was in the vision? I mean, what happened? Harper's eyebrows drew together as he tried to make sense of what he'd seen.
She was in a dark room, smiling evilly. She was leaning over someone I couldn't see, and she said something like, "When I'm done with you, you won't remember anyone. You won't even know who you are."
His grip tightened on the steering wheel.
I knew she was going to hurt whoever it was, and the hatred in her eyes worried me. I thought it might be you. When I told Sanchez about it, we decided we should keep moving.
Harper's frequent glances in the rearview mirror were starting to make more sense.
There's strength in numbers,
he said, and then shook his head.
At least there used to be.
I thought of Cece and all the trouble she'd caused. Didn't work out so well for Danny and Jason. By the time we'd reached Garden City to look for Harper's uncle, Curtis, who was nowhere to be found, the van had run out of fuel. Unable to find more, we shuffled all of our belongings from the van to the truck. Wanting to get off the main road and set up camp, we all piled into the truck, Jake, Cooper, and Harper riding in the bed, and drove along Highway 50, following the Arkansas River over the Colorado border. We thought our fuel would last the rest of the way, but we ran out about 100 miles from our destination and were forced to continue on foot. We sorted through all of our things, separating what we were taking from what we would leave behind. We eventually distributed the food, medical supplies, and camping gear among us, adding whatever personal items we could fit in our packs. Because we'd lost most of our belongings in the fire, we didn't leave much behind. After a week of walking in the cold, we arrived in Pueblo, a city south of Colorado Springs filled with ample food, medical, and hygiene supplies, plus weapons. It didn't escape our attention that Pueblo was completely abandoned. Although we thought it strange that there were no survivors to speak of, not even crazies, I wasn't complaining. Jake, however, became increasingly wary. I could feel his apprehension grow the closer we drew to the colony. Thankfully, he knew the surrounding area well, and after a long discussion, we agreed to wait for Danny and my brother, whether they were together or apart, south of Colorado Springs, in a valley near an old mining town called Canyon City. I was too busy worrying about how Danny or Jason would find us to pay much attention to the conversation. It was on our third day of trekking through the valley, looking for the perfect place to set up camp, that we stumbled upon a ramshackle ranch. We all agreed the abandoned barn would be sufficient in serving as our new temporary home. Although the rusted tack and rustic farm tools made it seem like the place hadn't been used in years, the new, nearly finished roof and an unfinished foundation a few 100 feet away indicated otherwise. Inside, the weathered red barn provided enough stalls that each of us could convert one into our own sleeping quarters. Hay bales for seating, sleeping bags, and our few belongings were all that filled them. Uncertain of what to expect over the next few weeks, we preserved our non-perishables by living off the land as much as possible. Jake and Cooper continued their hunting efforts as needed, and I fished for trout in the creek's brisk waters. Most nights, the 6 of us sat around the campfire, feasting on a freshly caught dinner with beans or boiled vegetables. We'd found an untended winter garden behind an old farmhouse outside of Canyon City, providing us with an assortment of roots, carrots, potatoes, and turnips to cook with. I had an inkling of what the average day for a settler on the frontier might have been like. Hunting, gathering berries and firewood, washing clothes in frigid water, and roasting game over a fire. The Zoe who'd worked at the gallery wouldn't have recognized me at all. As the days went on, we settled into a daily routine of hunting, training, scavenging when needed, and practicing our abilities. And we watched Sarah's belly grow at an unnatural pace. After 2 weeks, it was noticeably larger, and after 3 weeks, she could no longer wear jeans. Biggs acted like she might burst at any moment, insisting Harper examine her every time she yawned, burped, or frowned. Although Harper didn't know what to make of the unprecedented progress of her pregnancy, he'd had enough nieces and nephews to know her symptoms were more or less normal. When Biggs wasn't coddling her, she spent her time eating obscene amounts of food, napping, and watching from the sidelines as I got my butt kicked during training. I was learning to embrace my ability. It felt more natural and fluid every day. I no longer struggled to tune out people's feelings and memories, and if I wanted information about someone, it was there. Anything and everything about that person was scattered in my mind like a broken stained glass window, only I couldn't figure out how to piece it together to get the answers I was seeking. Early one morning, I was sitting by the fire with Harper, half asleep and trying to focus. "There's just too much to sort through," I explained. "Try to control what you're seeking, baby girl," Harper said. "Are you thinking of something in particular, or are you just jumping in to see what you can find? Maybe it's overwhelming because you're not searching for something specific.
For instance, you think about the ocean and hundreds of memories and feelings will pop up. But if you think of the East Coast, there will be fewer to wade through because it's a smaller part of your life. Try it.
Well, yeah, but that's me, my memories. If I don't know someone, how will I know what to look for? I whined, tired of practicing so early every morning. I could feel Harper's patience growing thin, and I flashed him a "please forgive me" smile.
Really, Zoe? I know you're not a morning person, but you're not even trying. I thought you were sleeping better. Doesn't that help?
Meh, I said. I was still having the recurring nightmare about my mom and her car accident. Harper shook his head.
Deciding what to look for in a stranger is probably the easiest part. Think about it. You're walking out by the river and you come across someone. What's the first thing you want to know?
If they're crazy, I muttered.
Exactly. If you ask Sanchez what she really thinks of your chili and she brushes you off again, what do you look for?
Sanchez passed at that moment, eyeing us with a wry smile on her face. The truth. The answer seemed like a no-brainer.
Precisely. So, be specific when you're searching someone's mind. Now try it on me.
He prompted, looking out at the woods encircling the ranch. It was easy to think of something I wanted to know about Harper. Ever since I'd seen Sanchez's memory of the two of them in bed together, I'd wanted to learn more about their relationship. So, as Harper and I sat by the fire, I decided to find out for myself. I couldn't help but smile at what I saw. His mind held tons of memories of them, working together and sleeping together. Sometimes his arm was around her and she'd fling it away. Other times she was nipping at him and batting her eyelashes, trying to get his attention. They laughed and argued like friends always do. I also saw them having enough sex to fully awaken my body from its morning stupor. "How long have you and Sanchez been sleeping together?" I asked Harper. His eyes widened and he burst into laughter.
I knew you stumbled onto something good with that giant-ass grin on your face.
Whistling and slapping his thigh, he said,
"A while."
"As in years?"
"Yeah, we've known each other for a long time. But don't tell her I told you, or I'll say you were snooping."
"But what about your very public proposition to me at the cabin?" I asked, recalling the constant, severe expression Sanchez had worn the first few weeks I'd known her. Harper waved away my question.
"It's nothing serious."
I just snickered and buried the knowledge with all the other information I was never meant to know. Like the days, most nights passed rather routinely, with all of us playing cards or telling stories. I spent most of my free time sketching and documenting what we saw and experienced. I mapped out the paths we took and the landmarks around the valley. I hoped that if I was able to contact Danny at any point, I'd have enough information to make sure she could find us. I also documented the different types of crazies we ran into. The slow movers we deemed the AWs, or the aimless wanderers, and the violent grunts who mostly dwelled in more populated areas, among others. Everything I was learning about myself and my surroundings went into my sketchbook, and when I ran out of pages, I started a new one.
"How many of those things did you bring?"
Jake asked me one night, cleaning his rifle while I was sketching the campfire's jumping flames. "Enough." I smiled and leaned back against his chest. "I've been gathering them up wherever I can." I flipped through the pages of the sketch pad, showing him my own personal post-apocalypse field guide. Curiosity piqued. Jake read through my entries. I immediately felt his mood change when he saw Clara's name. Classification: Manipulator, Clara. Species: Homo sapiens. Region: all. Origin: infected by virus, survived. Symptoms: easily agitated, conceals aggressive intentions and behaviors, uses victims' psychological vulnerabilities to determine effective tactics, willing to use sufficient level of ruthlessness and cause harm to the victim, generally covert and sneaky. Dwelling: groups of survivors, more targets to choose from. Weakness: entitlement, greedy and moody, leading to irrationality and unexpected outbursts that expose them for who they really are, oftentimes giving them away and turning their followers against them. I tried to ignore the negative emotions that cycled through him as he read, still blaming himself for what Clara had done to all of us. His arms wrapped around me, and I happily abandoned my sketchbook and snuggled closer to him. Being in Jake's arms was as surreal as everything else we were going through. "I want you to have something," he said. He held his knife out in front of me. "I can't take that, Jake." Although I didn't know the story behind it, I knew it was probably the most meaningful thing he owned. "I want you to have it. You've been training hard, and I think it's time you had a weapon of your own. Something small enough to hide, but sharp enough that you can do a lot of damage." He gave me a wry, crooked smile. "I'm sure you'll need it." "But what'll you use?" I asked, eyeing it carefully. "I have others. This one's just the best." I looked back at him, not sure what to say because thank you seemed inadequate. "That means a lot to me," I told him. "I promise I'll take care of it." He nodded. "Will you tell me the story behind it sometime?" He nodded again and returned his eyes to my sketchbook, to Clara's name. Feeling him retreat back into his dark thoughts, I elbowed his leg and whispered, "Hey." Jake blinked and his eyes slowly found mine, relieved but disconnected as he resumed cleaning his rifle. I could feel his uneasiness and wondered if he was thinking of Harper's prophecy about Clara. When Jake excused himself to talk to Harper, I left my post by the blazing fire and headed for the barn. I situated myself in the sleeping bags in the corner of our stall, knowing they wouldn't be the only things keeping me warm for long. Jake had slept beside me every night since we left Sarah's house. Remembering the images of Harper and Sanchez having sex, I blushed. I wish we were still back at Sarah's so Jake and I could find some place to be alone. The barn was far too cozy for intimacy. When Jake finally crawled into our joined sleeping bags, I savored the warmth of his body. After only a moment, he sat up, and his hands wandered down the length of my leg. "What are you doing?" he asked. The feeling of his fingers moving over my sweatpants made my eyelids spring open. "What do you mean?" "With your feet." His strong fingers closed around my toes as they wiggled back and forth. "It helps me fall asleep," I said, realizing I'd been rubbing my feet together. "Cute," he said quietly, lying back down and wrapping his arms around my waist. "And when did you start wearing a beanie to bed?" he whispered, his breath brushing gently across my cheek. I giggled reflexively, smoothing some flyaway hairs back into place before pulling the knit cap over my ears. "It's freezing. My ears are cold." "Really?" I heard a purr in his voice, and as I opened my mouth to reply, his lips were on the sensitive skin behind my ear. I welcomed his hands as they traveled over my hips and down to my thighs, pulling me back against him. I suddenly felt way too hot. "Are you warming up yet?" His voice was husky, saturated with the same desire that smoldered within me. "Ugh, you're killing me," I groaned. He playfully bit the side of my neck, and his mouth lingered near my ear for a moment. "Night, Zoe," he said. Under the covers, his grip on my thighs loosened, and he ran his fingers over my hip like he was memorizing its contours. I shuddered. Hearing Harper and Big's hushed voices only feet away, I knew nothing would really happen. Taking a long, deep breath, I sighed. "Night, you tease," I said and pressed my backside against him, eliciting the exact response I wanted, a deep groan. Two can play this game.
Chapter 48. Danny. Oh! Oh! I screeched as I dumped frigid river water over my head to rinse soap from my naked body. The purple bar of lavender-scented suds had become my all-in-one body wash, good for everything from my hands to my hair. Salon shampoo and conditioner, specially designed to control my wild curls, were a thing of the past. I poured a second canteen full of water over myself and nearly slipped off my platform, a 2-foot-wide, smooth, flat river stone. It was large enough that I could stand comfortably and low enough to the water's surface to make my bathing needs possible, and my bathing needs were needs. Since the disastrous encounter with Mistress Mandy nearly 8 weeks back, we'd been avoiding nearly all houses and buildings, and the people they might be sheltering. It had been 4 days since we'd last seen piped-in water, and I was out of patience. Thus the part where I was bathing in a creek in the middle of Utah. In the winter. "Oh!" I exclaimed one last time, doing a little dance to shake off as many of the chilly droplets as possible. Hearing a deep chuckle from the creek bed, I turned and glowered at Jason. "This isn't funny. It's cold. Like cold, cold."
I just liked the shimmy. It was a really good shimmy.
His eyes glinted in the rich afternoon light as he reclined against a mossy fallen tree. "I'm sure it was," I grumbled.
Much as I'm enjoying this, you're turning blue. It's fire time. Let's go, Red.
Jason stood, crunching the underbrush, and held out the towel he'd been keeping warm under his shirt. I hopped from stone to stone across the river, slightly hunched over with my arms crossing my chest. It was sunny and unseasonably warm, but I was still frozen to the core. I would have been embarrassed about being in front of Jason, naked and shaking with cold, if he hadn't already done the same. Cold water can turn even the toughest man into a whiny little boy. Plus, the weeks of hard travel and living off the land had trimmed and hardened my body. Where once it had been petite with soft curves, my body was now a composition of lean muscle and smooth lines. "I think I'm ready for spring," I mumbled through shivering lips as Jason wrapped the towel in his strong arms around me. Like me, living in the changed world had altered him, making his body more compact and lithe, quickening his reflexes and sharpening the angles of his face. Though he'd lost much of his excess, bulky muscle mass, he was far more lethal than he'd ever been before.
No kidding,
he said. He dried me off quickly while I trembled, then tossed item after item of cold weather clothing at me, enticing me to dress. I didn't complain.
Your lips are purple,
he said, leaning in for a slow kiss. "I'm not surprised," I said when he pulled away. "I think I have permafrost."
That's not a medical condition.
"Oh, thank you so much for that enlightening information."
You know what'd warm you up?
Jason slipped his hand under my layers of tops to tease the chilled skin of my lower back. "Stop it! I just got dressed." His touch made a brand new set of goosebumps cover my skin. Jason laughed.
What? I was thinking jumping jacks. Damn, Red, get your mind out of the gutter.
"You're a huge butthead, you know." I wasn't the least bit ashamed of my immature insult. He'd earned it. All he did was chuckle. "Oh, shut up. Come on," I said, grabbing his hand. "I'm sure everyone else wants their chance to wash up."
You're bossy. I like it.
I laughed softly. That's what Zoe says. It was one of the first things she told me when we became friends.
That she likes you being bossy?
He teased, and still smiling, I shook my head. When he was around me, and only me, Jason shed some of his austere shell. Some. "Just that I'm bossy."
Yeah?
He asked, evidently interested.
How'd that happen anyway? You and Zoe? I mean, one day you were just there.
It seemed an odd question, like he should have already known how Zoe and I began. But then I remembered that Jason had always been distant, and that the story of Zoe and me and the fortuitous start of our friendship wasn't something we'd made public knowledge. In fact, it was a little embarrassing. Groaning, I said, "It's no biggie, just a little playground incident." Jason grinned and his eyes lit up.
Come on, Red. Spill.
I cringed and readjusted my hand in his. Well, it was 4th grade. I'd been cornered by a couple of girls behind one of the soccer nets during recess. They were teasing me about my hair, calling me Carrot Head. It was oranger back then.
I don't think that's a word,
he commented. I glanced at him sideways. It was oranger, and I was too small to do anything but glower and try not to cry. Zoe found us and yelled something like, "What the hell are you doing, you fat trolls?" I'd never been good at standing up for myself, so I was completely in awe of her. I remember thinking that she looked like Xena with her long, straight black hair and angry blue eyes. I smiled at the memory. Anyway, the other girls got mad, and one tried to push Zoe, but she was too quick, maybe because she'd had practice dealing with you. She dodged, and the girl stumbled and fell flat on her face and started crying. Zoe and I ended up getting in trouble. The other girls tattled, saying we'd pushed and bullied them. But it was worth it. After I didn't say anything else for several breaths, Jason pointed out,
That doesn't explain the bossy thing.
I flushed. Oh, right. I, made Zoe take me home with her after school that day so I could tell your dad what really happened. I thought it was the most unfair thing in the world that she had been punished for helping me. Then I made her play a game we invented and eventually called Beat the Bully. So dorky, I know. We practiced being the bully and coming up with insults so we'd be prepared next time. I think we ended up crying and laughing hysterically like a million times doing that. But anyway, it was after that second demand that she told me I was bossy. Laughing softly, I looked askance at Jason. You know, when I got offended by what she'd said, she told me it wasn't really a bad thing. She said her brother was way bossier. Jason shrugged, accepting the decades-old judgment with little concern. Ever since that day on the playground, we've been inseparable. More like twin sisters than just friends. I'm sure a psychologist would say it was because we both have mommy abandonment issues or something. I held up our clasped hands and nudged my sleeve to reveal the black tattoo on the inside of my wrist. That's what this is all about. The bond between sisters, not the abandonment thing. We got him on Zoe's 18th birthday. Jason looked at me with an odd expression on his face, like he'd just solved a complex puzzle.
Huh.
He grunted.
I thought it was just something to do with your grandma, since she was Irish and all that.
You didn't know your sister has a tattoo? I scoffed. He shook his head.
We're not exactly close. We haven't been for a long time.
Yet again, I mentally noted how similar Zoe and Jason were, and they didn't even know it. They barely knew each other. I also thought again about how Zoe was going to react to finding out about me and Jason. Sometimes when we were younger, my infatuation with her brother had really irritated her. How's she going to feel about it now? Will she be confused? Happy? Disbelieving? Worried? Jealous? Pissed? Disgusted? I was unsure about the rules for getting romantically involved with friends' siblings. Seeing my frown, Jason asked,
What is it?
Nothing important, I told him, forcing away my frown. You have a second chance now, to get to know her.
Yeah, if we could figure out where the hell she is. She could be at that colony place. She could be somewhere else.
The frustration in his voice amped up my own worries. All routes of communication were completely and utterly dead. On top of that, trying to use my telepathy to find her mind had proven akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. except each piece of hay weighed 100 pounds, and shuffling through even a handful left me exhausted. I chewed on one side of my lower lip for a few seconds, and then took a deep breath. I have an idea, but you're not going to like it.
What?
He asked flatly. Good old Jason, not one to pussyfoot around uncomfortable issues. Well, if I could talk to MG, I could ask him to visit her dreams, and he could find out where she is and where she's planning to be by the time we get near the colony. He's the only person I know who can definitely find her, but
you need me to let him in.
He didn't sound happy. Jason.
I don't like it. I don't like him being in your head. I don't like him being somewhere I can't protect you.
He's not going to hurt me, Jason grumbled.
I don't know if I can even make myself turn it off. Not if I really don't want to.
Well, don't you want to find Zoe? His sideways look told me he thought the question was ridiculous, not even worthy of an answer. Jason and Zoe may not have been close, but he'd always been protective of his little sister. Well, then, he's our only shot, aside from combing every square inch inside and around Colorado Springs. You should want to stop blocking him so I can talk to him. He can find her for us. I know he can. My voice was tight, reflecting the edge I was teetering on with Jason and his jealousy and protectiveness. With a deep, angry sigh, he growled,
Fine.
Relief relaxed my shoulders and loosened my grip on his hand. Later on, when the full golden moon glowed near the horizon and nocturnal predators sang their eerie, lonely melodies, Jason and I lay entangled in our joined sleeping bags, panting and completely satisfied. Over the past 2 months, the mountain sounds had transformed from disturbing to comforting. They currently mingled with our heavy breathing to create a peaceful, hypnotizing lullaby. Jason rumbled softly. His body still covered mine, slick with sweat despite the cold, and I basked in the warmth the moonlight illuminated in his eyes. He's right, I purred. After a slow, lingering kiss, one that made me wonder if he was starting round 2, Jason said,
If you're going to talk to this guy, we should probably call it a night.
A few minutes later, I was clothed in sweats and falling asleep in the safety of Jason's arms. Are you sure this'll work? I mumbled, momentarily shaking off the lure of sleep.
Yes, Red, I'm sure. As soon as I can control it, I won't block the bastard at all.
For some unknown reason, Jason always lost complete control of his ability after we had sex, nulling every nearby ability for a good 15 minutes. Teasing him about it amused me to no end. I snuggled against him happily and succumbed to unconsciousness. I was sunbathing on my favorite stretch of Northern California beach. I'd been dreaming of something else, something that worried me. I thought maybe I'd been swimming, looking for something under violent swells of frigid ocean water. I was also sure that I was still dreaming, and confusion overwhelmed me as I thought about dreaming while I was dreaming. Suddenly my confusion cleared. MG. It had been so long since I'd seen him, since I'd experienced the odd feeling of sleeping awareness, that it hadn't made sense at first. Where is he?
Danny.
His smooth voice intoned as a long shadow suddenly shielded me from the sun.
It's been a while.
I stood and faced him, allowing a small smile. I really was glad to see him. Yeah. Sorry about that. I'm back with my people, and it turns out that one of them can sort of block other people's abilities. I think you guessed that before. You were right. Yay for you. My words sounded lame even to me.
Right,
he said dryly.
I tried to get through. Can't your friend control his ability at all?
He's getting better at it. Stronger.
So has the wall that's been keeping me out.
MG retorted. I didn't know what to say. I couldn't really tell him that my boyfriend was blocking him on purpose and that until tonight I hadn't asked him to stop. I just hadn't thought. It's nice to see you, I said sincerely. MG sighed dramatically and then grinned.
You too, Danny.
So, have you been? He glowered for no apparent reason.
I've been better.
My eyebrows rose of their own accord. Okay. MG?
Yep.
I was wondering if I could ask you a big-ish favor.
Which would be?
I'm looking for someone. We're headed to the Colorado Springs area and we're trying to meet up with a friend, but we don't know exactly where she is. Or if she even made it, I thought sullenly.
And what exactly do you want me to do?
Well, you can find pretty much anyone's dreams, right? Something about finding them based on the type and strength of their ability? I asked hopefully.
Yes.
The person we're looking for is Zoe, the woman you saw in the badminton dream. You know, gorgeous with long black hair and super blue eyes.
Yeah, I remember.
Well, she can feel people's emotions and sometimes see their thoughts, or maybe their memories. And she should be near Colorado Springs. Do you think... Could you look for her dreams and ask her where she is? You're our only hope. I added the last bit, hoping the damsel in distress thing would ping his macho side and persuade him to help. MG chuckled, and I held my breath.
Oh, little Danny, you are so adorable sometimes.
I just smiled, unsure of how to react.
I'll do it,
he finally said.
Give me a moment.
Abruptly, he disappeared, and with him the dream faded around me. For what felt equally like minutes, hours, days, and years, I floated from dream to dream, from ocean to forest to desert, completely unaware of myself. Only when he returned did I become aware of my wanderings. Sitting across from me at Graham's kitchen table, MG said,
Found her.
Found her? I asked, still shaking off the remnants of my mind's subconscious. I'd been in a desert, digging a hole, but the sand kept slipping down the sides, negating my efforts.
Your friend Zoe, who you asked me to find?
He reminded me. As always happened in his presence, clarity returned, and I remembered the conversation we'd had earlier. That was fast. Or slow. I'm not really sure, actually. MG nodded.
Don't worry about it. That's normal. It took a couple hours. Not too long.
Oh? So where is she? She's okay, right?
Yeah, she's fine. With some other people, I guess. She said they came with her from Fort Knox.
Really? Good. It was a relief to know she wasn't alone.
Right,
he said dryly.
They're southwest of Colorado Springs, in a valley on the outskirts of the San Isabel National Forest, just north of Canyon City.
He informed me. San Isabel National Forest. Canyon City. Got it. I can't believe you found her. I mean, I knew you could, but thank you. You're the best ever. I squealed, unabashedly excited at the nearness of my reunion with Zoe. I gave MG a quick, enthusiastic hug and was surprised to find him looking decidedly forlorn when I pulled away. Are you okay?
What? Yeah, it's nothing,
he said, brushing off my concern. If you say so. Do you know what time it is?
Almost 6.
Tapping my mouth with my pointer finger, I pondered sleeping another hour, but thought better of it. Would you mind waking me up?
Sure. See you later.
He sounded so despondent that I didn't have the heart to tell him Jason wasn't likely to extend the nullifying reprieve for another night. Right. Bye. And thanks. I smiled as MG and the familiar surroundings of Graham's kitchen faded around me. Oh! I exclaimed, sitting up suddenly in the tent. That was abrupt.
Mm-hmm.
Jason asked incoherently. Wake up, Jason, I said, poking his shoulder. He groaned and rolled away from me. The sun had yet to crest the horizon, which meant Jason was nearly impossible to wake. I said, wake up. I sang softly as I curled my body around his backside. I kissed the side of his neck just under his jawbone and repeated the command. Jason murmured as he turned over and slipped his hand under my t-shirt. I giggled, thinking his reaction was so completely Jason, and tried to ignore the yearning ache elicited by just that small touch. Softly I said, I know where she is. The hand slowly moving up my side stilled, and Jason's eyelids opened, revealing his stunning, if sleepy, gaze.
What?
I know where Zoe is. It's sort of far, but I think we can get to her in a few weeks.
March. Chapter 49. Zoe. Gathering more firewood in preparation for what I hoped would be a long, fun-filled night of laughing, drinking, and catching up, I lugged it to the fire pit Jake and Harper had created in a clearing of trees. It was close enough to the barn that we never had to leave our home unattended. Our supply of food, weapons, and booze was very important to us, but far enough to not disturb Sarah during her many naps. Dropping the wood at my feet, I busied myself with the unnecessary task of sorting through it. I'd been antsy with anticipation and excitement for the past few days, every minute passing as fast as a two-legged turtle climbing up a hill, against the wind. According to the information I'd received from MG when he'd entered my dream a few weeks ago, Danny's entire group should arrive any day now. I couldn't stand still.
Hey, Zoe, Sarah chirped, making me jump. You okay?
Yeah, the anticipation's just killing me, that's all, I said with a quick laugh. I can't believe this might finally be happening, you know? Sarah smiled and nodded, but I could feel her eyes on me as I continued working. Forcing myself to stop, I looked up at her. Are you okay? I asked, although I already knew the answer. I could feel her anxiety every time she rubbed her swollen belly.
Yeah, I'm just worried about this little guy.
She pointed to her belly.
What if it's a mutant or something? It's huge.
Noticing her belly had grown a bit larger, I suddenly felt scared for her. I moved closer and wrapped my arms around her, squeezing her the way a mother might. I know it's scary, but I just have a feeling everything will be okay. At least I hoped it would. Maybe someone in Danny's group can help us figure all this out.
Yeah, maybe,
she said with little conviction. We're all here to help you, Sarah. She nodded again, and even though I felt her body sag slightly with relief, I knew she wondered how things would change once Danny arrived. And I'm not going anywhere, I reassured her. Well, at least I don't think I am. She brightened at my words and offered to help me get dinner started. Jake was carefully cleaning the day's catch at the makeshift fish cleaning station, a metal door resting on top of two sawhorses. Harper and Biggs were hunched over the fire pit, arranging kindling into a teepee shape in an attempt to start the evening's fire. Like clockwork, Sanchez was jotting notes as she sat on a hay bale beside the fire pit, cooling off from her final workout of the day. Sarah and I were gathering lemon pepper, salt, and other seasonings for the food when Cooper suddenly growled. I jumped and glanced over at him. His posture was rigid, and he was staring into the trees at the edge of the pasture. His tail drooped momentarily before picking up in a half-hearted wag. Looking up from his freshly filleted fish, Jake peered out at the woods. I grinned. I think they're here. A deep, relentless barking grew louder as a large German shepherd emerged from the tree line. Jack! I stepped forward, following Cooper as he trotted toward the other excited dog.
Wait,
Jake said, gently grabbing my arm.
what if...
It's Dee's dog, I said, pulling out of his grasp to continue on toward the tree line. I couldn't believe this was really happening. Danny and Jason were here. They were really here. Jake and Sarah followed me, and I could hear the others coming up behind us. We watched the two dogs yip and sniff as they circled one another curiously. Suddenly, Jake stopped short, and I turned to him. Confusion wrinkled his brow as his eyes darted around us. Unprovoked, he said,
what?
He looked over at me, perplexed.
I think someone's looking for you.
From behind me, I heard Sanchez say coolly, I'm definitely not Zoe. Zoe, is that you?
Danny inquired. Inside my head?
Wait, what? Is she like Sanchez? Turning back toward the woods in excitement, I searched for her in the trees. Everyone watched me as I swiveled around, my smile so big I no doubt looked ludicrous. A small herd of horses and goats broke through the dense pines beyond the dogs. My eyes instantly fixed on Danny's bright auburn hair as her paint horse galloped closer, ahead of the rest. Dee! I yelled, running to her. She was immediately accompanied by a large, dark-haired man sitting atop a chestnut horse, much larger than Danny's mount. Jason. He looks different. Zoe! Danny called. Momentarily forgetting about my group, I jumped up and down in uncontrollable excitement as the horses stopped mere feet from me. I watched Jason jump out of his saddle and reach for Danny just as she swung her leg over to dismount.
No, you don't, Red.
Gripping Danny's hips, my brother eased her descent. I could feel his concern diminish the moment her feet safely touched the ground.
Wow, protective much?
Jason dwarfed my petite friend, making her appear more fragile than I knew she was. Danny slipped out of his grasp and ran to me, shrieking and giggling. So! Dee! I screeched and grabbed her hands. Frantically, we hopped in a circle until she suddenly paused and flung herself into my arms. Feeling her body tremble and her mind fill with overwhelming happiness and relief, I hugged her as tightly as I could. When I heard her heaving sobs, I pulled away, unable to resist smiling as I soaked up her quintessentially Danny reaction. Losing control of my own emotions, I let tears slide down my cheeks. You're making me cry, I whined and tugged her closer again. I'm so happy to see you, I said. I can't believe you're finally here. A quiet, unintelligible response squeaked out of her, and I suddenly realized everyone was watching our soggy reunion. The rest of Danny's group had dismounted and were making their way toward us. My eyes fell on Jason, standing behind Danny. Shock blanketed his face as he stared at something behind me. Jason? Sanchez's voice was filled with awe. Feeling Danny stiffen, I let go. Curious, we simultaneously turned to watch Sanchez approach. Her eyes were locked on my brother, narrowed in disbelief, and showing a vulnerability I rarely saw in her. Moving quickly, she threw her arms around him, muttering words I couldn't discern. The dream of them at the bar. It was a memory. Jason looked pleasantly surprised and returned the hug loosely. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed Danny take a hesitant step toward them. When Jason looked at my best friend, his face blanked, and he gently pulled away from Sanchez. I was confused, wondering what exactly was going on between Danny and my brother, but only for a moment. Danny's memories invaded my mind, and I saw Jason heatedly gazing up at her while kissing her bare hip. Oh, fuck. I couldn't stop the words from escaping. Looking back at me, recognition registered on Danny's face, and she instantly turned red. My head whipped to my womanizing brother. Jason! Zoe. His face and voice were expressionless. I pointed at him and then at Danny. We're talking about this later. No, we're not. Rolling my eyes in exasperation, I turned my back on him. Now I remember why I can't stand him. Almost everyone was carrying out the age-old tradition of greetings and introductions. An older man stood off to the side of the group watching, but my attention locked on the blonde woman beside him. That must be Chris. A sense of gratitude overcame me as I approached her. Chris? I asked. I am, she said, smiling. She extended her hand in greeting. And you're Zoe. It's a pleasure to meet you. I've heard so much about you from our girl. I took a step closer, wrapping my arms around her strong shoulders. Thank you for taking care of her, I whispered. She patted my back, and I gave her a squeeze before pulling away. It wasn't easy, but I did my best, she said with a smirk. I noticed a young man standing behind her, and I could feel his discomfort as I approached him. Hi, I said, offering my hand. I'm Zoe. He seemed hesitant as he accepted my greeting, but was also filled with curiosity. I had no idea who he was. I'm Carlos, he said, averting his gaze. Carlos joined us a few days after we left, Chris added, putting her arm around him. We had a little run-in with the mind-controlled cult. I'll let Danny tell you the whole story. Miss Cartwright? Asked an older man. Recognizing his sharp eyes as he drew closer, I realized it was Mr. Grayson. What the hell is he doing here? Mr. G? I pointed to his impressive mountain man beard. I like the new look. I leaned in to hug him, receiving an uncomfortable side hug in return. Oh, yes, well, we haven't had much time. Traveling, you know, he explained, moderately embarrassed. No, really, I like it, I said reassuringly. An athletic-looking Asian man walked up behind Mr. Grayson, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Stop hogging all the ladies, old man. Oh, Mr. Grayson began, but the younger man interrupted. Outstretching his hand, he introduced himself. Kai. Zoe, I offered, trying not to blush at the desirous emotions dancing through his mind. Hey guys, what you talking about? Danny asked, suddenly appearing at my side. But before either of us could answer, Danny said, Kai, why don't you go meet that Sanchez chick? I couldn't help but laugh at Danny's jealousy and wondered how serious things were between her and Jason. Maybe I don't want to know. Surveying the group for Jake, I found him standing beside my brother, talking. My heart practically stopped. In my entire life, the only time my brother ever actually acted like a brother was when he turned unbelievably protective around any guy who showed any interest in me. This is going to be interesting. I looked at Danny in both anticipation and horror. She grinned wickedly. Who's that? He's yummy. I smiled, only half distracted by her comment. That's Jake, and I don't know if I want him talking to Jason alone. I grabbed her hand. Let me introduce you, I insisted. Hustling over, we overheard their stilted conversation. So, you're the guy that saved my sister's life, Jason said. Yeah, I guess you could say that. As we reached them, I rested my hand on Jake's arm to get his attention. I tried to ignore the excitement and curiosity building in Danny and focused on the two men. Jake, this is Danny, I said, introducing them. Glancing back at my friend, I could tell she was trying to control the avalanche of questions threatening to explode from her mouth. Leaving Jake to be ensnared in Danny's bubbly, conversational pandemonium, I turned to my brother. I'm glad you're okay, he said, surprising me with the honesty in his tone. As I took in the sight of him and felt his relief, my own emotions flared up again. I could only nod as I tried to control the tears welling in my eyes. I hugged him, and he squeezed me tightly. Worried he'd vanish into thin air if I let go, I held on to him, barely able to control my sobs.
I mean it, Zoe. We have to stick together now.
At first, I reveled in his hold, not wanting to let go. But out of nowhere, an alarm rang in my head, and a burst of negativity shot through me. I pulled away from Jason. Scanning the group, my blurred vision fell upon Harper and Danny as they separated from an introductory hug. His masculine features were scrunched with worry. What did he see? I wondered, knowing he'd probably just had a vision and that it couldn't be good. "Zoe," Sarah said meekly, just as Danny frolicked toward me, shouting, "So!" Taking a step back, I continued wiping the moisture from my cheeks. "Have you two met yet?" I asked, and Sarah shook her head bashfully. "Sarah, this is Danny," I offered. "Danny, Sarah." "So, wow, you're pregnant," Danny noted and then brought her hand up to her mouth. "Oh, sorry, that was rude." "It's okay," Sarah replied, her hand instinctively going to her belly. Congrats?" Danny offered with a crooked grin. Awkwardness settled over us as Danny and Sarah stared at one another. I was instantly thankful to see Harper and Sanchez helping Jason and Carlos unsaddle the horses. I gestured in their direction. We should probably help them unpack. The three of us started to join them, but Danny caught my wrist, stopping me mid-step. "Wait, Zoe, there's some stuff I need to tell you." Chapter 50. Danny. I snuggled closer to Jason, staring into the fire and wondering if it was the best night of my life. We'd found Zoe. She was safe. We were together, all of us. I sighed. I would have been completely content if the news I'd delivered regarding Zoe's dad wasn't the reason for her puffy eyes and frequent remote looks. Standing, Zoe called out over the roar of the far too large bonfire,
"Who's ready for another?"
She was tending an impromptu bar she'd set up on a long table-like boulder a dozen feet from the flames, and seemed to find comfort in the task. The volume and variety of alcoholic beverages her crew had gathered were astounding, including a cornucopia of wines, liquors, and beers.
I'll take one.
Jason and Jake called out in sync and then exchanged uncomfortable glances. Meeting Zoe's eyes, I stifled a giggle and patted Jason's knee. Watching Jason and Jake interact throughout the evening had been absolutely hilarious and predictably awkward. Once Jason had realized his sister and Jake were involved, he'd taken on the usual protective, disapproving brother role. I studied Jake, who was sitting beside Zoe's vacant spot on a tarp-covered hay bale. He was rugged and reserved, which was surprising. Zoe usually went for clean-cut, sporty, generally douchey guys. But Jake, though definitely athletically built, was none of those things. "So, Zoe," I said, intruding on her thoughts while she fiddled behind the rock bar. "Jake sure is something. I'm surprised." Zoe looked up and grinned, then masked it with a false glare. She'd accepted my telepathy without fuss, though she did seem to be having a hard time with some of the finer details.
"Well, what'd you expect?"
"OMG, shut up! You don't have to speak out loud. Hello, secret conversation here," I screeched in her head. Jake and Jason were already staring at her for the random statement, as were a few of the others. I watched as Harper, lean and muscular with a really great derriere beneath his fatigues, approached Zoe and asked for a top-off. He was drinking the same scotch as Mr. Grayson, something from a simple and very old-looking bottle.
Cocking my head, I appreciated how appealing he looked leaning his elbows on the boulder, swirling his plastic cup. Zoe laughed at something he'd quietly said, and I smiled at seeing her entire face light up. She had a habit of shielding her emotions around almost everyone, but Harper had definitely weaseled his way into her heart. Admittedly, I felt a pang of jealousy. For years, I'd been the only one she would really open up to, or so I'd thought before I found out about the stupid box. But I truly was happy she'd expanded her circle of trusted confidants, just so long as I was always first, of course. So, he's also kind of amazing to look at. What are you, like a hot guy black hole or something? I asked.
That's definitely not true. And what about you? Kai is easy on the eyes? Not to mention that the sexy, ominous voice belonging to a certain mystery man in my dreams a few weeks ago was nice, too.
Oh, right. Pot and kettle, eh? I said and grimaced. But back to your men, you and Jake. Have you two, knocked boots? Made the beast with two backs? Gotten jiggy with it? I wiggled my eyebrows. At my flippant teasing, Zoe rolled her eyes in irritation. Okay, sorry. Didn't mean to pry, I said, feeling a little hurt.
No, it's not you. I haven't had the privilege yet, unfortunately. There's been too much going on, and we haven't really had the opportunity. Well, not unless we want an audience. Close quarters, if you know what I mean.
I thought back on the 2 months of close quarters Jason and I had been sharing with our companions, and how little that had stopped us, and blushed profusely. Yeah, I know what you mean. Right. Zoe shook her head in disbelief, or possibly disgust, and tried to hide her amusement as she said,
Normally I'd say spill, but I really don't want to know.
Yeah, probably not, I said, and my face heated even more. Unintentionally, I remembered the time Jason had pulled me away from the group during a lunch stop. He'd practically dragged me into some nearby woods, braced my hands against a tree trunk, yanked on my pants, and...
Could you stop thinking about having sex with my brother, please?
Zoe squeezed her eyes shut, trying to block the images I was unintentionally shoving into her brain. I grimaced again. Well, not really, no. Sorry. I know this must be so weird for you. I'll try not to think about it, I swear, but
I get it. Just stop there, please.
Obviously trying to hide her discomfort, Zoe picked up the 2 cups she'd finished preparing for Jake and her brother and carried them to where they sat by the massive fire. I still didn't really know how Zoe felt about my relationship with Jason, but I was certain she didn't appreciate being bombarded with my memories of our time together. I wished I knew how to keep them contained. Zoe, Oh! I gasped as the connection between us instantly disappeared. Turning to Jason, I scowled. Hey, you said you wouldn't do that anymore. Zoe, handing a glass of whiskey to Jake, watched us curiously from the other side of the fire.
And you said you wouldn't use it to carry on long private conversations when it wasn't necessary. You know what happens,
Jason said, trailing off when he realized he might be revealing too much to people we barely knew. Well, there are some things I wanted to know that aren't polite to ask when everyone can hear, thank you very much, I snapped, but my irritation was deflating rapidly. I was already worn out from using my telepathy to find Zoe and her people, and Jason didn't want me to end up shivering and passing out again.
Danny,
Jason warned. I know, I grumbled, pouting. Shoving Jason's drink at him, Zoe interrupted.
Wait, you passed out from using your telepathy?
I looked at Zoe suspiciously. How'd you know? Are you in my head? Zoe, get out!
You were just in my head.
That was completely different. I couldn't see your memories. You could be keeping all kinds of secrets, but I can't just scoop them out of your brain like with the...
Secrets?
Zoe asked, her dark eyebrows drawn down in confusion. Abruptly, she shifted her gaze to glare at her brother.
Is that you? Are you... Seriously? You're blocking me? Really?
She wagged her pointer finger at Jason and me. Narrowing her eyes, she said,
You're not telling me something.
Hands on her hips, she fixed her penetrating stare on me and waited for a response. I shrank back, huddling into myself. I hadn't seen this side of Zoe for years. She was one of the strongest, most determined people I knew. She could be downright terrifying when she wanted something, and at the moment, she definitely wanted something. Information. Jason cleared his throat and nudged me with his shoulder. I need another drink. Care to join me? I asked Zoe with fake perkiness. Inside, my stomach roiled uncomfortably. We trudged over to the array of alcoholic beverages, and Zoe started concocting something with a half-dozen ingredients. I was just gonna have more of this, I said, holding up my nearly empty red plastic cup of wine.
This one's for me,
she said, holding up the drink shaker. She handed me the bottle of Pinot Grigio so I could refill my cup and continued on with her task. Sighing, I blurted, Zoe, I know about the box. Your dad's box. Jason has it. When her eyes snapped up excitedly, I added, he hasn't opened it. I paused, studying her expression. He said you've been obsessed with it for ever. Why didn't you tell me about it? Why did you keep it a secret? My voice sounded small, lost. Zoe's eyebrows drew down in confusion, wrinkling the skin between them. Slowly, understanding smoothed her expression.
It wasn't a secret. Well, not really,
she said, hesitating.
It's embarrassing, Dee. I mean, what would I have said? My dad has a secret box, and I want to know what's in it so badly I've stayed up thinking about it almost every night since I can remember. It's sort of ridiculous, don't you think? I don't understand why he hid it from us.
She paused again.
What if there's something really horrible in there?
She asked quietly. I was taken aback, more than a little ashamed of my inability to put myself in her shoes. Not that they'd fit, but still. Zoe mixed her super complicated drink in the shaker and stared at the surface of the flat boulder. I suddenly felt like a really crappy friend. Zoe, I'm sorry. I didn't think. I just kept wondering why you'd hide it from me. Maybe like how you wondered why your dad hid whatever's in the box. I thought maybe you didn't really trust me, not completely. I thought stupid things, and I'm really sorry.
I'm sorry I didn't tell you, Dee. It's not personal, I promise. I thought about telling you, but I guess I was sort of scared. I still am. Like, knowing what's inside somehow changes everything, even though none of that really matters anymore. Jason's the only family I have left.
Seeing the raw emotion painting her face, tears welled in my eyes for the second time that day. Zoe, I'm just so, I said, but I started crying before I could finish the sentence.
Why are you crying?
Zoe asked. I hadn't realized she'd come around to my side of the rock until I felt her arms wrap around me. Resting her chin on my shoulder, she teased.
All this crying is excessive, even for you, Dee.
Laughing despite my sniffles, I replied, Oh my God, I know. It's getting ridiculous. I'm like a hormonal pregnant woman. As Zoe stiffened behind me, I hastily added, Which I'm not. Absolutely, definitely not. No way. Yikes. As if on cue, we burst into peals of laughter, nearly collapsing on the ground.
Oh my God. It feels so good to laugh,
Zoe said, attempting to catch her breath while she held herself up with one hand on the boulder's surface. Ah, I know, I agreed. My face was tired and twitchy from smiling so hard, and I felt like I'd done about 5,000 crunches. My stomach hurts.
You need another drink.
Zoe returned to her side of the bar and refilled the cup I'd unconsciously drained during the emotional conversation. Noticing she was starting to make another complex drink for herself, I didn't feel so bad about downing my previous one. So, I took a sip of the crisp wine and wiped the residue of my tears from under my eyes. What'd you think of MG? You said you just heard his voice? You didn't actually see him?
No, his voice just sort of appeared as I was having a delicious dream about making out with Jake. It was awkward, to say the least. Once I realized who he was and what he was doing, I tried not to freak out. I felt really vulnerable having him in my head, but it was also sort of interesting. It was surreal to be aware but asleep at the same time.
I know, right?
He sounds hot, though.
I know, right? I agreed with a giggle.
Ladies.
Kai cut in. Leading Sanchez and Ben, he sidled up to the bar and plucked a few clear shot glasses from a stack. Setting them down, he filled each to the brim with top-shelf tequila and handed one to his brother and one to the gorgeous, exotic woman at his side.
Bottoms up,
Kai said. They clinked their shot glasses together and gulped down the deceptively fiery liquid, all three taking the burn like real men. But it was very obvious that Sanchez was a woman. Kai quickly refilled the shot glasses, and they headed back toward the fire.
That's not a pretty face, Dee. Do you smell something foul or what?
Zoe asked, and I realized my facial features had twisted into an undoubtedly ugly sneer. Something like that, I said. What's the deal with her and Jason anyway?
I'm not sure exactly, but they obviously know each other from before.
Feeling an odd mix of hope and dread, like when opening a college acceptance letter, I asked, Well, have you, seen anything? Were they involved? I mean, she seemed really happy to see him, and he seemed sort of happy too, I guess.
At the time, I thought it was just a weird dream, but I saw a memory a while ago. They were together, but not romantically. At least, not that I could tell. They were with a group of friends. At a bar, maybe?
Zoe shrugged.
I'm not sure.
Glancing at me mischievously, she smirked.
Do you want me to find out for you?
You mean like brain spy? I thought about the offer, really thought about it, and shook my head. It was unbelievably enticing, and I felt bad that Zoe had to deal with the temptation to delve into people's minds, to discover their secrets, every second of every day. No, I don't really want to know anyway, I lied. And I knew Zoe knew. She could read me like her favorite dog-eared, well-worn book, Bob Ross's biography.
Okay, let me know if you change your mind,
she said, then leaned across the bar and conspiratorially added,
I don't think you have to worry anyway. Jason hasn't taken his eyes off you all night, and Sanchez and Harper have been going at it for years.
What? I squealed, then covered my mouth and bounced up and down on my toes. Oh, wow, I giggled. That's so freaking juicy. Zoe allowed a moderately wicked laugh to escape her lips as she rounded the boulder, drink in hand, and linked her arm with mine.
Come on, I'm cold.
Reaching back for my cup of wine, I exhaled with relief and let my best friend pull me back to the fire. We're okay.
You know what I said about Harper's visions?
She whispered near my ear as we slowly walked back to our designated seats next to our respective men.
I think he had one when he hugged you earlier. His face looked really worried, and I could feel how upset he was.
Really? I asked, surprised by her words, and by the way she bypassed both of our empty spots.
Yeah. I wonder if we can get the details out of him.
She led me to a vacant bench that was so rickety I was surprised it didn't collapse when we sat down. No wonder nobody's sitting here. Chris and Harper shared the adjacent hay bale and were locked in conversation.
So you do agree with the H1N109 theory, that only those who'd been infected with that virus had the antibodies to survive this later version?
Chris stated.
Well, not exactly,
Harper said, frowning.
I still don't think it all adds up.
So you disagree? He shrugged and took a sip of scotch.
I'm really not sure. Are you positive that those people on your base knew about the virus and everything before the initial outbreak?
The more I think about it, Chris said, the more sure I am. I watched them prep the special yellow banded uniforms before the first infections were reported.
If you're right.
I know. Surviving the virus might be just the beginning. If I am right, then somebody orchestrated this whole thing. All the death, the insanity, and the abilities. But why? And how? Chris tore her gaze from the handsome medic and studied the towering flames. I hope I'm wrong, she said quietly. Zoe and I exchanged worried glances, and I figured she'd abandoned her mission to weasel info about Harper's vision out of him. The remainder of the evening passed too quickly, filled with developing friendships and decreasingly tentative conversations. I was pleasantly surprised by how well our two groups blended together, finding camaraderie in the shared experience of surviving in the virus-ravaged world. Late in the night, I stood alone before the fire, the benches and hay bales abandoned. The others were all either acquiring another beverage or relieving themselves of the ones they'd already consumed. I shed my jacket, overwhelmed by the heat of the towering fire, and stared into the hypnotizing dance of flames and air and embers. Without a word, Jason came up behind me, almost touching but not quite.
You look like some sort of fire spirit,
he whispered, his lips mere inches from my ear.
Watching you like that, savage and glowing. Damn, Red. I want to bury myself inside you right now.
I leaned back into him, closing the minuscule distance between our bodies, and was pleased by his obvious state of arousal.
I set up our tent a little ways away from the barn. I thought we'd need the privacy,
he said, slipping his arm around my middle. Really? I wonder why? I asked, feigning confusion. He grazed his lips along the side of my neck and whispered,
You know why.
Twisting in his hold so I could see his face, I said, I'm not sure. You may need to remind me. Jason's answering grin was wolfish and hungry. He immediately led me away from the fire and into the woods beyond the barn where everyone else would be sleeping. As we hurried along, I could barely contain the anticipation humming through me. Wiggling into sweatpants was difficult, considering that all of my muscles, and possibly some of my bones, had recently been turned into quivering gelatin. What are you doing? I asked Jason as he sat up on top of the sleeping bags and reached for his boxer briefs.
Coming with you.
No, don't. I'm just peeing. I'll be like a minute. Seeing the concern still creasing his brow, I added, I'll be fine, really. I'm a big girl.
Anyone could be out there,
he said, but remained seated.
At least wait until my ability works again.
Oh, I said, laughing and shaking my head. I'm not holding it just because you turn into a super null every time we have sex. He scowled and I smiled. As I unzipped the tent's door, I assured him again, I'll be fine.
Chapter 51. Zoe. Loosening my hair from its braid, I idly combed through it. I couldn't shake the heavy uncertainty I'd hoped to shed once I saw Danny. It still tugged at me, gnawing on my consciousness. The sound of the barn door sliding open and then shut was followed by Jake's footsteps. As he changed into sweats, I crawled into the sleeping bags, devouring the sight of him in the candlelight. His brow furrowed slightly at my whimper. You okay? He asked. Perfect, I admitted as I wiggled further into the sleeping bag, imagining the warm pressure of his body against mine. Just admiring the view. Picking up on the husky tone of my voice, the corners of his mouth pulled up in a smile. There are definitely perks to getting into bed first, I added. Yeah, like what? Hogging the sleeping bags? He teased. I nodded. Yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about. Pulling the hem of his sweatshirt down, Jake crouched down and appraised the space beside me. What's wrong? I lifted myself up, resting on my elbows. Glancing at me, he said,
It's interesting how someone your size needs so much space.
He gestured between me and the stall's wall a couple feet from me.
And I only get this.
He looked down at the small space to my right.
Between you hogging the bed and your scattered clothes all over the place, I'm wondering if I should find somewhere else to sleep.
Sorry, I said, scooting over a smidge. As Jake crawled into the sleeping bags beside me, I curled into his sheltering arms. My thoughts were shadowed by the night's festivities, and I expelled an exhausted sigh. Why am I anxious? Danny and Jason are here. They're safe. Although I'd been ecstatic only minutes earlier, I still felt wrong.
What's wrong?
Jake whispered. Nothing, I lied. Why do you ask?
You keep sighing.
Oh, I hadn't noticed. I rolled over, facing his inquisitive, warm brown eyes. They scoured my face. I think I'm sort of in shock, actually. The events of the evening replayed in my head. It's so strange to have everyone here. I don't know what to do with myself. It's like there's nothing to worry about anymore. And I feel a sort of emptiness or something. And that was exactly what it felt like. A hole I didn't know how to fill. I no longer had to fret about how and when I'd reach Danny and Jason. They were finally with me. Brushing a loose ribbon of hair from my eyes, Jake stroked my cheek. Involuntarily, I thought of Danny and Jason together, and the hole I felt immediately filled with concern. I don't know what to do about my brother.
You mean him and Danny?
Jake said. When I nodded, his eyes focused on me intently.
You don't think they should be together?
I grunted, my emotions a mix of excitement for Danny and distrust in my brother, and rolled onto my back. It's not that. I'm just worried about... You don't understand. Cam just died, and my brother's a heartbreaker. He always has been. And Danny's been in love with him her entire life. I paused, imagining her devastation when Jason eventually decided to move on. Will he break her heart? I thought of how careful he was with her, how taken he was by her mere presence, and I wondered if that was even a possibility. He seems to really care about her. At least he believes he does. I know that much. I just hoped his interest in my best friend wasn't as changeable as his mood always had been. Jake's thumb traveled to my face, grazing my bottom lip.
Jason seems serious enough. I don't think he'll hurt your friend if he really cares about her.
You're right, I admitted. He's an ass, but I don't think he'd do that to her. She's not just some random girl. She's Danny.
You two talked a lot tonight,
Jake said idly as his fingers trailed down my belly, eventually playing with the elastic waistband of my sweatpants. I smiled, remembering my conversation with Danny about Jake and Harper. Yeah, I said, but my smile faded as I realized I'd forgotten to ask Harper about his vision.
Zoe,
Jake whispered, his lips suddenly hovering by my ear. His suggestive tone caught my attention.
Stop trying to find something to worry about. You've been waiting for this day since I met you.
He pulled back, and his eyes latched onto my lips before moving slowly up to my eyes.
I think we should celebrate.
A smile splayed across my lips once more, and I shuddered as his warm breath caressed my face. You're so bad. 4 people are like 7 feet away, I admonished quietly, barely able to contain my anticipation.
I don't care anymore,
he growled, unbridled lust emanating from him. His mouth lingered over mine, his eyes waiting for an invitation to consume me in all possible ways. I giggled in consent, and he pulled me closer with a determination I had no interest in protesting. Leaning down, Jake gently brushed his lips against my neck and then my jaw before capturing my mouth. A delicious heat swept through me as he ventured lower, kissing the swells of my breast that protruded from the top of my scoop-neck shirt. Wrapping his legs around my thighs, he pulled me under him. His hips rested over mine, and I could feel his arousal. Desire throbbed between my legs as I liquefied beneath him. I coveted the sheer weight of his body pressed against mine. "God, I want you," I moaned. My hands clenched around the hem of his sweatshirt, pulling at his clothes impatiently. Breathing raggedly, I heard a sharp cry shatter the stillness of the night, interrupting the pounding of my heart. "Shh!" I grabbed Jake's arms, waiting for my breathing to slow. Fear washed over me as another scream pierced the quietness. I froze in absolute terror. That's Danny's scream. "Danny!" I yelled, pushing Jake away like he was nothing. Jumping to my feet, I ran to the door. "Damn it!" I shouted as I struggled with the latch. "Danny!" Finally, I opened the latch and pulled the door open. I barely heard Jake calling after me as my sock-covered feet carried me out into the frigid darkness. "Danny!"
Epilogue. Danny. Waking, I attempted to open my eyes and assess my surroundings. A searing white light stabbed into my skull, and I snapped my eyelids shut before the glare could make my pounding headache any worse. What the hell happened? She's awake. I heard an unfamiliar female voice say softly. A large, warm hand slipped into mine and squeezed. I groaned. Jason? Zoe? What?
"Danny?"
At the deep, familiar tone, all thoughts of headaches and bright lights momentarily subsided, and my eyes snapped open again. I turned my head on the pillow and caught my breath when I saw the man sitting there, beside my bed, holding my hand. Am I dreaming?" I asked hoarsely. Looking disheveled and wearing pale green scrubs, MG pressed his lips together and shook his head.
"No. And call me Gabe." This has been After the Ending, the Ending series, Book 1. Written by Lindsey Fairleigh and Lindsey Pogue. Narrated by Natalie Duke. Copyright 2013 by Lindsey Fairleigh and Lindsey Pogue. Production copyright 2014 by Lindsey Fairleigh and Lindsey Pogue.
You have reached the end of part 2 of After the Ending. If you're enjoying this audiobook, please like this video and subscribe to our channel. You can find links to other audiobooks in this world and series information in the description below. Thanks for listening.